You are listening to Supreme Magus. Chapter 101, Triple Casting. Linjos was very tired. His face seemed even longer than usual, with dark circles around the eyes caused by the worries and the lack of sleep. When he heard what had happened, he only sighed, turning to watch at the forest below. I really envy magical beasts. Things are so simple for them, taking only what they need, without caring for petty things like gold or grudges. Then he turned back again, looking at Uriel in the eyes. I'm really sorry for what has happened to you, partly is my fault. And what makes me feel even worse is that despite all my brave talk and efforts, you are not the first victim, and likely not the last either. The most basic move to get rid of a headmaster is to make the environment toxic through violence and intimidation. Academy's life is already very hard and demanding. It doesn't take much to make it unbearable. When that happens, the number of graduates plummets, the Academy's reputation rapidly declines, and a new headmaster gets chosen. Usually, it happens during the last trimester. The timing of the event suggests someone really wants to get rid of me. I guess they didn't like me taking cheating off the table. You have no idea how many noble slackers have failed right off the bat. He sighed, again, taking no pleasure from their misfortune. As for the ballots there is none left. Is it because Lucart and his goons? Did they take them all? Uriel was worried, remembering his father's words. Actually, no, Linjos replied with a smirk. After what happened between Lith and Lady Hestia became the talk of the Academy, a lot of first- and second-year students came for the ballots. The ones I gave you two young ladies were among the last ones. There were just about 20 to begin with, so I already ordered a new batch. The problem is that since their power source is the castle itself, the crafting method is quite complex. It will take some time. Floria swallowed a lump of saliva, regretting not having got one before. You have 3 ballots and only 5 people, Linjos shrugged. You will manage somehow. In the meantime, I'll do everything I can to ensure everyone's safety. But remember, each floor is really big, and I have only professors at my disposal, not an army of watchmen, so be careful. Back in Quilla's room, Uriel, Freya, and Floria felt dejected and stupid. The world as they knew it had collapsed under their feet. The peace that they had taken for granted seemed to be about to end. All the dreams and expectations they had cultivated during all those years in the Academy seemed so stupid and insignificant, compared to the idea of a civil war that could kill everyone they loved. And then there was the feeling of being cast aside. Even if they did it out of love, their families hadn't trusted them enough to tell the truth. Freya's case was the worst, since she now knew to be considered nothing more than a tool to an end. Uriel was so shocked that even the earlier aggression's memory was already fading in the background. I can't believe I have been so stupid. Warden and healer are just useless specializations. What my family need is a warrior, a leader. If only he had been honest with me, I would have chosen wisely. Lith kept silent, letting him vent off his frustration. He knew by experience that when something that big happened, the words of a stranger would sound empty. Uriel needed time to accept the change. I'm sorry, guys, I don't feel like doing anything right now, Floria said. I need some time to think. Most importantly, I need to make sure that my brothers are okay. Despite not having a ballot, she darted out of the room before anyone could offer to escort her. Uriel followed her so fast that he didn't need to hold the door open. He walked in long strides, inwardly hoping for someone to attack him again. He really needed a way to vent all the pent-up frustrations. As for Freya, she felt enraged for her mother's condescending tone, but at the same time she was deeply scared. Too much to remain alone, she had no one to turn to for comfort, except the 2 that still remained in the room. Damn it, this is the story of my life, Lith inwardly cursed. Everything that can go wrong always does, be it on Earth or here, nothing has changed. As soon as I fix a problem and try to get some peace, another one pops up. At this point, these kids are just a burden. They have too much to lose, but I can't afford the luxury of being depressed. I need to gather as much as I can, in case sooner or later I'll be forced to leave this country full of idiots. If you need some time alone, I completely understand, he said to the 2 girls, while hiding his clenched fists behind his back. I'll take my leave. What about the dimensional magic practice? Quilla asked. I beg your pardon. Those were the last words Lith expected to hear. I'm sorry for what happened to Uriel. Quilla was sitting on the bed, swinging her legs in a very childish manner, yet her cold eyes were nothing like those of a kid. But honestly, all that happened today just proved what I said on the second day. This academy sucks, or better, the whole kingdom sucks. All my life, I survived only thanks to my skills, and once I got here, nothing changed. I don't care if this country burns, it has never done anything good for me. But you guys did. You are the only ones that ever cared for me, and I don't want to risk losing you getting involved in this nonsense. If everything goes south, dimensional magic is our best way out of this nightmarish place. That was a feeling Lith could relate to. That speech bordering treason was music to his ears. At the moment, Quilla was the most important piece on his board. If someone could help him, that was her. After Freya reluctantly agreed, they started practicing the loop spell. According to the book, unlike all the other Tier 4 spell they had learned so far, generating a gate required handling 3 magic pulses at once, 1 for each element. Being an educational spell, loop required from the student only to properly handle the different energies, while the 2 portals' size, distance, and duration were determined by hand signs and magic words. After casting the spell for the first time, Lith generated 3 mana pulses of the same magnitude, one made only of earth, one of air, and the last of water magic. Following the instructions, Lith made the first 2 energies merge, forming a yellow wisp of light between his hands. That was the easy part. The small energy core was highly unstable, hence the difficulty of the exercise consisted in giving it just enough water magic to quench the excess energy. Lith tried to go slow and steady, resulting in the yellow wisp dissipating under the conflicting forces repulsing each other. Damn if it's hard. Before he could start doubting about the moral integrity of Professor Rudd's ancestors, he noticed that Quilla was looking at him with admiration. How did you do that? What are you talking about? That light, sure, there were supposed to be 2 small black dots instead of a single yellow one, but it's more than I achieved this whole afternoon. Lith furrowed his brow in disbelief. That was just the first step, and he didn't even manage to do it right. Do you have the same problem? Yeah, Freya nodded. Do you know how to triple cast, right? He asked, receiving another affirmative response. Then show me. If what they said was true, there was no possible explanation for their utter failure. He needed to check. Lith made them perform in turns a single chore magic spell. Then they had to keep the first one active while generating a second and a third copy of the same spell. The result was mediocre. With each copy, the size and intensity of the magical energy dwindled. That's not triple casting at all. It should be like this. With a wave of his hand, Lith generated 3 identical small flames, making them contract and expand at unison. Soon it was clear that without solid foundations, they couldn't even attempt the first step of loop. Lith was really conflicted about teaching them how to multicast. It had never been part of his plan. But during the last Master Healer class, he had understood why his mana sensibility was so low. It was because he had never practiced it. Thanks to true magic and invigoration, he didn't need to feel the energy flow because he could see it. His companions, instead, could only rely on their instinct, and that resulted in honing their magical senses over time. Until that moment, he had been like a sighted man leading the blind. But if his fears were correct, to learn dimensional magic, Lith had to develop his mana sensibility. Having no idea how to do it, he would need their help. First of all, let's set aside loop for the time being, he started explaining. Multicasting will require for you to concentrate only on first magic. The 3 key points are focus, willpower, and visualization. It's like picturing in your head different persons at the same time. He made appear 3 different flames. If you focus too much on a single subject, the others will blur. One remained stable, while the other 2 started to change randomly in shape and size. Forget normal magic, where you can do everything 1 step at a time, like reading a list. You must be able to split your focus evenly, and that requires a strong willpower and a clear visualization of the effects you want to create. Contrary to his wishes, they spent the rest of the afternoon practicing first magic, while Lith could only assist and guide them at the best of his possibilities. Chapter 102, Progress. Reading the reports about the internal struggle that was taking place in the Griffin Kingdom, the Mage Empress had the impression of reading an history book. Centuries ago, the Gorgon Empire had faced a similar crisis. After Magus Lacra Silverwing had divulged her magical inheritance to the whole world, the mystical arts had started to improve by leap and bounds. The knowledge she had released had interrupted the long stagnation period magical research had suffered. As any change thought, along with new solutions, brought new problems. Until that moment, magic had been limited to Tier 3 spells, and that had allowed to rich and powerful families to hold a monopoly of it. The inheritance contained the basis for many Tier 4 spells and planted the seed of what would have been known as specializations. Realizing the countless military applications, the upper echelons of every country were put in a bind. Keeping the use of magic limited only to the scions of their families would make achieving any progress slow and difficult. Magic had always been a rare talent, and now there was so much to study but so few mages. On the other hand, allowing commoners to study magic would have altered the balance of power. Once they had access to Tier 4 spells, who could guarantee that the new mages would not bit the hand that fed them? While the Griffin Kingdom opted for the creation of the Mage Association, granting even to commoners status and riches according to their contributions, the Gorgon Empire had dismissed such idea as suicidal. They preferred focusing on forgemastering, investing all their resources in the development of slave collars. Thanks to these magical items, commoners could be conscripted safely and their attitude for magic checked. Every mage candidate was forced into submission, incapable of disobeying the orders of his masters. The slavery of commoner mages lasted decades, until an old and crafty forgemaster managed to find a loophole. Her master had asked her to create an artifact capable of temporarily disable magical items, to use it on the battlefield and cripple the enemy's resources when they needed them the most. But he never said anything about avoiding it to affect the collars. When per his request, she showed him how it worked, the collars of all the mages in the household went off and the revolt began. By combining the use of the artifact to free new mages and applying the collars to their tormentors, they slowly but inexorably exterminated or enslaved all the noble households. The artifact was a secret, so all she had to do was to use her now obedient master as a Trojan horse, letting the rebellion spread silently until it was too late. After killing all the nobles, the mages took the power, destroying every trace or mention of how to realize the collars. Even researching the matter had become a capital offense. From being a monarchy, the empire became an oligarchy only based on meritocracy. Titles would not be inherited, every position would be occupied by those that were deemed worthy. Most mages had no interest in fancy mansions or life-size gold statues of themselves. They would invest most of their income for their families and research. The first law enacted by the first Mage Emperor and his Magic Council had been the freedom to study magic, no matter the social status, and introducing chore magic in the core set of disciplines children had to study. The system wasn't perfect. A good mage could be an incompetent or cruel ruler, not to mention that at his or her death, the replacement of even a local governor could take quite some time, leaving the territory open to corruption or attacks from the outside. Also, because most of the resources were invested in constantly researching and developing new forms of magic, their human army was considered to be the weakest among the 3 neighboring countries. Nonetheless, the Gorgon Empire was now the most advanced country in the field of magical research. The capital was a floating fortified city, whose white walls shone in the daylight like a beacon for the travelers. The guard towers extended above and below the wall, with giant magic crystals at each extremity, fueling the mystic rune circles, visible at the naked eye. Each tower was capable of attack or defense, according to the circumstances, making the city virtually unconquerable. "Idiots," said the Magic Empress. "They have only delayed the inevitable, putting a different kind of collar to their mages. No matter how long, a leash is always a leash. Order the armies at our borders to be ready for the attack. It's only a matter of time before someone does something stupid, and things escalate. We must be the quickest to reap the benefits from their folly." The next morning, Lith had no real hope of succeeding at the second lesson of dimensional magic. After teaching triple casting to the girls, he had spent the whole night practicing, but with little progress. When they reached the training hall, Professor Rudd was already there, waiting. The room was 30 meters, 98 feet, long, 20 meters, 66 feet wide, and completely empty. Small circles had been drawn on the floor, indicating where the students had to position themselves. The ground and the walls showed no trace of crevices. The room appeared to have been carved out of a single massive stone, rather than assembled from smaller ones. "Begin," he said even before the last gong announced the start of the lesson. Normally, Lith would have faked incompetence for a while before getting serious, but this time he had no reason to pretend. Professor Rudd walked slowly among them, taking a mental note of those who were actually capable of triple casting. The small yellow wisp was the indicator of that. Lith, Liam, and only a few others were capable of completing the first step. Many students, after several failures, took out their books trying to understand what they were doing wrong. Thanks to all his training, Lith had managed to understand the timing necessary to stabilize the wisp with water magic, allowing to add more energy to the core, turning it into two small black spheres. The problem was that he had no idea how to continue. After hundreds of attempts, he was still incapable of making them enlarge and stretch. The event horizon form was the last step before properly completing the exercise. Second step already not bad for a commoner. Rudd clicked his tongue, noticing the lack of progress from the rest of the class. After 1 hour had passed and he had made no further progress, Lith decided to ask for help. "Professor, I have a question." "What a coincidence. So do I tell me, did you read my book yesterday?" "Yes." "Did you understand what is written?" Yes, Lith understood where he was going. Something similar had happened to him during a college lesson. "Then for your own good, you do not have a question. Go back to your place." Fuming with rage, Lith resumed the spell. More time passed, and since he was still stuck at the second step, he stopped for a moment to check how others were doing. Uriel and Floria had yet to produce the yellow wisp, while Freya seemed to be able to generate it regularly. Seems she finally grasped triple casting. Let's see how Quilla is doing. After looking around a bit, Lith was able to find her. Much to his surprise, he saw her generate the wisp, turn it into the two black dots, and even manage to start giving them the funnel shape. Professor Rudd was incapable of deciding if to be more amazed of her or furious with the class. Several students tried to ask him for pointers and advice, but he gave everyone the same reply he gave Lith. When the lesson ended, no one had made any further progress. More than half the class had not been capable to achieve even the first step of the loop spell. "Before you go, I want you to know that I'm disgusted by your attitude," Rudd said. "I don't believe in equality. We are all born different for a reason. I don't believe in solidarity either. An academy isn't charity. It's a battlefield where every mage fights for himself. Yet when yesterday I told you that triple casting was essential, why no one had the guts to tell me so many of you are not at that level. Did you hope that somehow I would go blind and not notice it? Well, all you have managed to accomplish today is to waste my time and patience. From tomorrow onwards is better for those who are incapable to reach the minimum requirements to not attend my class. Dismissed." Once outside, Lith eagerly ran to Quilla, hoping she could help overcome his bottleneck. "How did you reach the third step?" "I managed to understand how to stabilize the first energy core, feeding it enough mana to grow and split. But after that, it goes nuts. Either I use water magic to stabilize one of the gates or the other. I cannot do both. Or better, I tried, even resorting to quadra casting to use 2 water magic pulses at once, but nothing worked." "You don't need quadra magic, it's actually really simple," Quilla replied. "The 2 gates are so deeply connected that they act as one. You mustn't treat them as separate entities, but as a whole. It's like healing someone with a dislocated shoulder and broken fingers. 2 points in space, but only 1 arm. You must simply make the light magic circulate through the whole damaged limb to take care of both issues. Easy peasy." Lith casted loop once again, doing as instructed. "Quilla is right. I can make water mana circulate from one end to another, Eureka." Yet instead of stretching, the 2 black dots disintegrated with a popping sound. "No, it's not," he replied with a sigh. Chapter 103, Red Lotus. Thanks to her outstanding talent, at the third lesson Quilla was able to execute loop. Even though he practiced night and day, Lith needed until the 4th one, ending up as the 10th to complete the exercise. At first, he had been frustrated by his inability to keep up with Quilla. Despite her private lessons on dimensional magic and the long hours of hard work at night, he was always up to 2 or 3 steps behind. But then he understood that being 10th on over 200 students wasn't such a bad result, especially since most of them had a way to go. Not to mention that his mana sensitivity was slowly but steadily improving. It was an odd experience, feeling the energy flow with the mind rather than his eyes. Dimensional spells seemed to have hot and cold spots at the same time. The secret to stabilize a gate was to infuse water magic only on the hot spots. Using too much of it or affecting an already cold spot would cause the spatial distortion to collapse. When the weekend arrived, Lith needed to vent out his frustration, so he proposed a trip to the forest to forget about their worries and fetch some ingredients for extra points or money. Since he got admitted to the academy, Lith had stopped working, and in case he needed to get his family out of the kingdom and rebuild their lives from scratch, it would require a lot of gold. But aside from Quilla, The rest of the group had its hands full between understanding triple cast and managing to complete the loop spell. I would love to come with you. Quilla seemed really dejected. But I'm useless in battle, and you are a great healer yourself. Without someone protecting me, I would only be a burden. The best thing I can do is help them with dimensional magic and practice for the next exercise. Hearing those words, Lith's mood went from good to great. Work hard for me too. If you find any trick or shortcut to it, I'll make it worth your while. After that, he only had to go to the portal connecting to the ground floor and the academy's entrance. Before going out, he needed to get the clearance. The clerk stationed at the front desk, besides the giant wood and metal double doors, looked at him like he was a madman. Are you really going out alone? Where is your team? If that was a joke, he didn't find it funny. No team, just me. Can I go now, please? Lith snorted. Do you realize that once out there, you are on your own? Outside the exam period, you are not bound to encounter friendly magical beasts. You are just a fourth-year student. You could meet fifth years, too. Not to mention poachers, adventurers, monsters, and gods know who. The academy is in the forest but doesn't own it. It's full of resources and everyone wants a piece of it. No problem, I got this. Lith took out his ballot, receiving a contemptuous look in return. That doesn't work outside the academy. The only thing you can use is this. The clerk showed him a marble-sized pendant. In case of trouble, just push its center to generate a distress beacon. But it's not a ballot at all. First, the rescue personnel will have to find you, only then a warp steps can be opened. It can take minutes. Lith smiled at the good news. Fine by me, it's that all. Grumbling about youngsters' idiocy, the clerk compiled a form and had Lith signing it. The castle gates are open 24/7. I recommend you not going to deep and returning for the night. That's the moment when the big predators hunt. If you still want to go, that makes 200 points. 200 points? I need to pay to risk my life. It's the only to make you kids realize how important this decision is. Normally, the cost would be split among the team members, but since you are alone. Lith exchanged the points for the pendant without a second thought. Once he was behind the tree's cover, he put the uniform and everything related to the academy in the pocket dimension, wearing his old hunter suit instead. With everything that was happening, it was much safer appearing as a stranger rather than a student. The clerk's words were the best news he had received in over a week. Being alone, as long no one was able to recognize him or live to tell the tale, he had no reason anymore to hide his real power. Lith had often thought how to conceal his face, and had come with a solution during the 4 days' break. A mask would have been cool, but would limit his line of sight. Hoods were good only if they abode to some magical principle, preventing them to come off while moving at high speed, not to mention the poor lateral vision. His old self that had always loved heroes was really disappointed, but he had long learned that practicality was much more important than looking cool. So he had his mother realize a ski mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. Once his identity was safe, he started flying among the trees, using life vision to check the perimeter for enemies and preys alike. Being unshackled after so many months gave him an adrenaline rush. Lith started moving faster and faster, alternating short flights with high-speed movements thanks to fusion magic. Solus, let me know you sense anything with a huge mana signature. This isn't Tron Wood anymore. We aren't hunting for food, but for magical herbs and mana crystals. Yeah, too bad that library's books can't be brought outside. The forest's herbarium and bestiary would save us so much time. Who would have thought that dimensional magic was that hard? We hadn't a minute available to copy them. We'll do with what we remember. Lith kept going deeper into the forest, jumping from tree to tree with an agility and speed that would have put a ninja to shame. The killing intent he emitted kept normal animals and insects at bay, allowing him to move unimpeded. After a few hours scouring the forest, his patience was growing thin. Abundant resources, my ass. I haven't even spotted a single magical beast so far. Where the heck is all the good stuff? Down there, look at the bottom of the tree at your left. Following Solus' directions, the only thing that Lith noticed was a big bush in the middle of a clearing. Switching to life vision, the scenery changed entirely, though. The world turned into shades of gray, while the bush was the only thing of a deep green. On the center of it, there was something that shined of purple light, the strongest magical force he had ever saw. He floated down slowly, checking to have no competition for the treasure. Odd, there's nothing alive around here except for trees and plants. Maybe that thing is sucking all the natural resources, Lith thought. By coming closer, he was able to catch a glimpse of his prize. It resembled a red lotus flower, and it was floating in midair above the thick bush, emitting a sweet fragrance, like a flower bed after the spring rain. His first instinct was to extend his arm and take it, but his paranoia took the wheel, forcing him to stop. Wait a minute, I get that I'm pretty deep in the forest, but this thing stands out a lot. Why no one has found it before, and how the heck does that thing floats? More importantly, why there is no insect buzzing around, and since when plants appear colored with life vision. Because their vitality was equally dispersed from the roots to the leaves. Usually life vision perceived small plants as almost lifeless, while big trees had barely a tinge of red. When he had devised that spell, Lith had planned of using it against humans and animals alike, making it more sensitive to things that had an active circulatory system. No matter if it was mana or blood, life vision sensibility was aimed to things that moved quickly. The bush appearing of a blue color was something that he had never forgot about. With a wave of his hand, the space around the lotus was invaded by flames, and an inhumane screech filled the air. The bush suddenly moved, revealing countless green appendages hidden underground, that now it was using to smother the flames. Each of that things was as thick as Lith's arms, moving and writhing so fast that he couldn't get if they were vines or tentacles. The red lotus swayed and moved along with the bush thing, revealing to be connected to it through a small tendril. The thing didn't seem to have a definite shape. It was a living mass of vines that was whipping the air, trying to capture its prey. The green appendages moved quick as snakes, grabbing Lith by the arms, chest, and legs, only to discover that he had already moved, leaving behind only an afterimage. Whatever you are, I'm not H-game material. Back off. With another wave of his hand, he released countless wind blades, cutting all the incoming appendages like a hot knife through butter. The thing screeched again, its body no more lying down, revealed to be at least 3 meters high, filling the air with snapping vines. Chapter 104, Red Lotus 2. The wounded vines spurted a purple liquid. Lith kept his distance, dodging the unknown substance with minimal movements to not lose his advantage. There was no sizzle when it hit the ground, so it's not an acid. Could be venomous, thought. Lith extended his arms, releasing 2 jets of fire from the palms. The appendages reacted quickly, enveloping the creature's towering mass and turning to a gray color. The flames had no effect, leaving only a black mark, like they had hit stone. Lith had never met a plant monster before, so he was particularly cautious. He kept several spells ready to use, weaving a new one as soon another was consumed. Whatever this is, it doesn't seem to be able to move from that spot. Running away shouldn't be an issue. The problem is deciding if it's worth my time or not. With my luck, if I kill it, the flower will wither instantly. Sending an invisible tendril of pure mana, Lith used spirit magic to tug hard at the red lotus, aiming to grab it and run. He had no desire to fight useless battles. The flower's stem bent diagonally under the strain, but refused to move. The plant monster screeched again, this time with fury. "Look out," Solus yelled. "It's coming from below." Lith scoffed at the creature's naivety, activating again his flight spell. But when he tried to lift from the ground, he discovered that the grass was tightly binding his feet, preventing him from moving. Observing it with life vision once more, he discovered that the patch of grass below him had become blue-colored too. Somehow it was part of the monster's body. Before he could recover, several vines erupted from the ground, with their grayed stone-like extremities trying to stab Lith's vital organs. Knowing an attack was incoming, Lith used earth fusion to the extreme, hardening his body and using the arms to take off the brunt of the impact. Despite his iron bracers and magical protections, the vines managed to pierce his skin, digging right into his flesh. Lith screamed in pain, while the tendrils kept digging in his own flesh without missing a single drop of blood. Without allowing himself to panic, Lith used his frozen hearth spell, turning everything around him into ice. Be them gray or green, fire hadn't done much damage to the tendrils, so he had changed element. Having become brittle from the sudden cold, Lith managed to break free from both the vines and the grass, flying backwards trying to understand what was happening. His wounds were covered in a purple sticky goo. He could feel his arms going numb. A tingling sensation was invading his body. After what had happened with the clackers, he always kept a detoxifying spell ready, using it together with a healing spell to close the wounds. What the heck is happening? How does it control the grass? It makes no sense. Lith's and Solus' minds were spinning at top gear, trying to make head or tails of the creature. While he was still in a daze, both the grass and the tendrils thawed in the blink of an eye. Like fire, water magic seemed to have little effect. Without stopping, Lith activated life vision again, seeing a blue streak moving like a flash through the ground vegetation, following him closely. "Soulless, what color is its core? I don't like this at all." "That thing has no core at all. It's just a random mass of energy. I have never seen anything like that. I don't remember reading about something that even resembles this thing. It's too monstrous to forget." A cold shiver ran down Lith's spine. His first plant monster didn't seem to follow any of the magic rules he had learned so far. No core, resistant to ice and fire and capable of controlling the vegetation. The only words that could describe his feelings were fear of the unknown. He had spent years learning magic, looking out for stronger cores, but now everything he knew had just went down the gutter. Even flying backwards in a zigzag pattern was useless. The blue streak kept tailing him. Lith couldn't risk running into a tree, so he moved up and away from the ground. From a higher ground, he could see that there was actually more than one streak moving, while the mass of vines the red lotus was attached to had turned gray. According to life vision, only the flower remained colored. Lith's head was spinning in shock. So now the main body is dead and the ground seems a disco ball, but that would mean that more than its mana, somehow life vision actually perceives its consciousness. That thing must be capable of switching bodies at will. That would explain how it could control even the grass, and why there is no wildlife at all. "Fucka sideways," Soulless cut him short. "The trees, look out for the trees." Despite their mind link was instantaneous, when Soulless warned him the attack was already inbound. The bark of the nearest beech had peeled off, revealing to be a mass of vines wrapped around the real tree trunk, and now were darting toward the unsuspecting Lith. Before he could turn around, they wrapped around his arms and legs, slamming him against the trunk before starting to eat him alive. Excruciating pain assaulted Lith from all sides, yet he managed to remain conscious with sheer willpower. His hands grabbed the nearest vines while he activated one of the spells he had created after learning Tier 4 magic. Vampiric Touch, a twisted version of the healing spells Vaster had taught him. While normally such spells would enhance the recovery of a patient and give him energy to survive the procedure, Vampiric Touch would heal Lith instead, draining the victim of its energy in the process. When the plant monster realized what was happening, it was too late. The tendrils had gone too deep, and by clenching his muscles with the help of earth fusion, Lith prevented them to escape. The dark energy devoured the tendrils, sucking them dry while restoring Lith's flesh and vitality. The vines withered at a speed visible at the naked eye, until the fake bark collapsed on the ground, revealing that the beech underneath was long dead. The creature's consciousness managed to ran away, going back to the main body. Lith used invigoration to recuperate. Vampiric Touch couldn't heal so many deep wounds with such a measly meal as a foundation. After that, he shot several plague arrows against the other trees. As soon as they hit, the fake bark fell off. Lith understood that the luscious forest around the creature's main body was actually a plant graveyard. 2 more plague arrows hit the ground, even the grass writhed and screeched before dying. "I don't know what the heck you are, but you are too dangerous to let you live. Everything has become part of your body, and I have no desire to find out how far you control can go." Keeping life vision always active put a great strain on his body, but Lith understood that it was his only chance of making it alive. Before going back to the ground, he released from his body a dark aura, the same he had used against the Wither in the Tron Woods. The darkness energy attacked indiscriminately everything in a 10-meter, 33 feet, radius from him. The grass withered, the vines hidden underground died, leaving only bare earth around him. Only then Lith started weaving his strongest darkness spell, Death Zone. A black, thick mist appeared in front of him, resembling a small storm cloud, only 20 meters, 66 feet, long and wide, around 3 meters, 10 feet, high. After conjuring it, Lith needed only a thought to send it towards the creature's main body. Like all darkness spells, Death Zone moved slowly, but its destructive power was unmatched. It was the perfect weapon against an enemy that could not run away. The cloud destroyed everything on its path, while the creature's screeching turned from angry to scared, and from scared to terrified. It tried to attack Lith to stop the incoming attack, but between life vision and the dark aura, none of them came even close. He could see every one of them in slow motion, not only because of his heightened senses, but also because dark magic would weaken and corrupt everything that entered its range. When Death Zone reached its target, the creature recalled to itself all the dispersed consciousness in a last desperate attempt for survival. Yet both Lith and his spell were unrelenting, foiling all its attacks the former, ignoring them the latter. Whatever mass the monster managed to form, it would only become nourishment for the dark energy. "Please stop," the creature spoke. Lith remained unfazed, keeping his guard and letting Death's Zone do its jobs. "I'm just like you." "No, you are not. You are about to die." The main body was shrinking without the necessary energy to sustain that huge form. It was reverting to a much smaller plant, an ivy. "Lith, now that all the energy is finally in one place, I can finally see its core. It's black." Lith completed the thought for her. "It's another abomination. I understood it when I saw how every life form was dead. This one seems to have managed to stabilize itself. I just wanted to live. Lith didn't let it continue, shooting plague arrows like a machine gun. "Two things I learned from horror movies," he explained to Solus. "First, never give a shit about a monster backstory. No matter how sobbing, it would not prevent it to eat you as soon as you turn your back to it. Second, the moment it's down, kill it until he is really, really dead." With a last, roaring wail, the plant abomination died. Suddenly, the whole space around Lith turned into a wasteland. The grass turned into ash, the fake bark decayed, leaving only dead trees behind. Everything in over a 50-meter, 164 feet, radius was identical to where he had fought the Wither in the Tron Woods, with only one exception. The red lotus lied on the ground, shining bright like nothing had happened. Chapter 105, Unwanted Guests. "Do you see that, Mr. Negative? The flower didn't wither after all," Solus remarked cheerfully. "You are right, it can still blow up in our faces. Yay," Lith replied, mimicking her tone. Being too paranoid to touch the red lotus with his bare hands, he lifted it with spirit magic before unsuccessfully attempting to store it in the pocket dimension. "What the heck?" Examining it up close with life vision, Lith could notice that along a massive mana flow, the red lotus also had a tiny speck of life force. Neither him or Solus had any idea how it could have survived after such long exposure to an abomination. "This is great. We can't hide it, only carry it around in a normal pouch, with the risk of it being destroyed or even worse, discovered when we go back. If this flower is some kind of priceless treasure, it could cause us a lot of troubles." Lith sighed. The idea of being forced to drop his first loot was quite depressing. "Let me guess, we are above a mana vein, right?" "Exactly," Solus replied. "My hypothesis is the abomination managed to stabilize itself thanks to the combined effect of the abundant world energy and that odd flower." "Agreed. The only questions that remain are the following. Did it kill everything because it needed to feed or was just a way to control the surrounding environment? And last but not least, do plant monsters really exist?" Only the abomination could answer the first question, and none of us would believe its words anyway. Solus mind shrugged. "As for the second one, my guess is yes. Plants are living being too. Seeing how much mana has that small flower, I don't see why they shouldn't be able to evolve too. As long as this thing doesn't turn to be an abomination baby and eats my face, that's fine by me," he replied, keeping the red lotus floating and away from him. Lith was tempted to make Solus turn to his proto-tower form. Thanks to invigoration, his body was in top shape, but he felt mentally tired. Life and death struggles were more than just about stamina. Managing so many spells at once, keeping his cool while constantly fighting the fear of death, made a single real fight 100 times more vexing than cramming all night long. But he didn't know how much time he had left, until someone from the academy noticed the bald spot in the forest and sent a scouting team. Lith placed his free hand on the ground, using earth magic to search for the remains of the abomination's victims. A few meters below, he found a boneyard, where numerous skeletons were packed together. Lith took only those belonging to magical beasts, ignoring human and animal remains. According to Professor Wainmeyer, they can be used to forge weapons and armors of superior durability that can also be infused with enchantments much stronger than normal. With all this stuff, I could equip a battalion. "How the heck does one forge something out of bones? It makes no sense," Solus objected. "I get that they can be hard, but they should always be carbon-based." "Beats me," Lith shrugged. "Cut me some slack, I'm still at the first year of specialization." After storing everything in the pocket dimension, his eyes fell on his battered equipment. The hunting suit was riddled with holes as big as a thumb, while his metal bracers were damaged to the point of being useless. Luckily, he had a spare suit. Sadly, it was also the last one. After quickly changing clothes, Lith flew away several kilometers before stopping to decide what to do with the red lotus. He couldn't put it in the storage space, nor could bring it on himself, for two good reasons. The first was that he didn't trust something alive to be so close to his vital organs. The second was that even if it really was harmless, the Red Lotus wouldn't survive in case he had to release again the dark aura or any kind of magic from himself. No matter how precious it could be, nothing was more important than his own life. As it was, the Red Lotus was an even worse burden than any companion he ever had. The only landmark he knew was the academy, so he decided to bury it near the entrance, hoping that at his return he would have devised a way to smuggle it inside unnoticed. Yet the plan had a huge flaw. Putting a flower near fertile earth was potentially a recipe for disaster. What if the abomination was still alive and ready to respawn as soon as it had enough nutrients? Lith weaved all the darkness spells he could use at once, before letting the Red Lotus enter the small hole he had dug. Even before the Red Lotus could touch the ground, it started to grow roots that plunged down, while the earth itself moved upwards, oddly reminding Lith the creation of Adam by Michelangelo. As soon as they touched, the roots became thicker, quickly turning into vines that wrapped around the lotus, assembling what it seemed a humanoid body. Lith activated the spells, conjuring enough dark energy to turn the whole patch of land into a wasteland, yet didn't fire them. The abomination never had a humanoid body. Also, instead of dying, the near vegetation thrived. Countless flower buds blossomed at once, yellow leaves turned green once again. Lith strengthened the spells and waved new ones, uncaring of the beauty around him. When the thing stopped growing, Lith found himself looking at the most gorgeous woman he had ever seen. Her big red eyes sparkled in the morning light like masterfully cut rubies. Everything in her visage was perfect, from the delicate features to her full lips. She had thick, unkempt hair, red like maple leaves during autumn, that gave her a wild and unrestrained allure. Also, the fact that she was stark naked, leaving nothing to the imagination about her soft and full curves didn't hurt. The only thing that betrayed her non-human nature was the light green skin. Just give me one good reason. Lith's fists had now become black due to the massive amount of dark energy they barely contained. The air around her was so full of deadly magic that the creature in her debilitate state could barely breath. "I'm a dryad," she said like it explained it all, with a voice as clear as a mountain spring. "I don't care." Lith made the dark energy move forward, not leaving her a way out. "I'm one of the protectors of this forest. The monster you have killed stole and corrupted my powers to prolong his existence." She was starting to get scared. That wasn't the usual reaction she usually evoked in human males. "Still not a reason." "I can reward you." She bit her lower lip, playing her last card. "And in what pocket exactly would you keep something of value in your birthday suit?" The dark mass only needed one last push to obliterate her. "In the Great Mother's name, what kind of man treats this way a maiden he just saved?" Her savior seemed impossible to please, and completely immune to her charm. Unfortunately for the dryad, Lith's core had stabilized enough to outgrow even his crush for Nalar. In that moment, his heart was cold as ice. One that doesn't think with the head below and doesn't trust someone he just met only because she has a pretty face. "Now give me one good reason. I won't ask thrice." "Because we can help you," said a third voice. Another dryad was slowly emerging from a nearby oak tree, her hands high in sign of surrender. Before dropping the Red Lotus, Lith had activated life vision, in case another body-swapping creature appeared from the flower. Hence, he hadn't missed the second dryad arrival, allowing him to target her with the spells stored in his hands. The new dryad had wheat-blonde, straight hair, wearing what seemed a light cotton-white dress, leaving only her delicate shoulders and arms exposed. Her figure was slenderer than the other dryads, but not less attractive. "If anything happens to me, the reed head goes winter." Lith's will was the only thing blocking the barrage of dark energy, like a dead man's switch. The blonde dryad took several natural treasures out of the tree. Some Lith had seen in the books, others were completely new. But every single one of them, no matter if fruit, flower, or root, was brimming with magical energy. Seeing that he was still not moving, the blonde dryad brought her left hand to her chest. A small yellow lotus came out, and through life vision he could see that she had just lost a huge part of her magical power. "This is part of my heart," she handed it to him. "As long as you have it, my life is in your hands." "It's true," Solus confirmed. "There is a clear connection between them. It's like she handed you her mana core." Lith captured the yellow lotus with spirit magic, sending his will through it. Obeying his silent order, the blonde dryad kneeled. The feeling he got was empowering and repulsive at the same time. Having that degree of control over another sentient being was plainly wrong. "How can you help me?" He felt only truth in her words. "We can find a way to mend your soul." Chapter 106, Enlightenment. "My soul, what do you know about it?" Lith was startled by the proposal. He had never been a spiritual person, but after reincarnating twice and his meeting with the Scorpicore, not having doubts about it would be idiotic. "Guardians are different from monsters or magical beasts. We do not evolve for the sake of power, we also gain a greater affinity with the Great Mother." She waved at her surroundings. "We Dryads in particular are deeply linked to all forms of life on a spiritual level. I can tell at a glance that yours is damaged. I have no way to know how it happened or how that changed your life." "I think I have a clear idea about it," Lith thought. "But maybe, just maybe, I can offer you a solution or at least point you in the right direction." "How exactly?" "Have you ever had a déjà vu? Or the feeling to be in the right place at the right time? That happens when your soul manages to guide you to an important crossroad in your life. We can show you where and when a keystone event will take place, but the spell requires at least 2 Dryads. "At least, how many of you live in this forest?" Lith's paranoia kicked in, so he started to search his surroundings for hidden enemies, finding none. "Just the 2 of us," she sighed. "I wouldn't have left my territory if my sister hadn't been in mortal peril, nor I would have handed my heart to you if I had any other choice." Sister, that word lit a hint of compassion in Lith's heart. She had taken an enormous risk to protect her family, something he deeply respected. Despite she couldn't even move without his permission, her eyes were filled with pride and defiance. After pondering about his options, Lith dispersed all the dark energies. He already had another hostage, in case the red head tried something funny. Also, he had no use for them since the beginning. If smuggling a glowing flower was hard, then how was he supposed to explain 2 Dryads following him everywhere? The natural treasures were enough to compensate for all his troubles. Without the dark energy sapping her powers, the red Dryad managed to dress herself with a wave of her hand, conjuring a satin red and gold morning dress complementing her eyes. The longer she was in contact with the earth, the stronger she became. Lith stored away the natural treasures without letting the Dryads get out of his sight. Since the second Dryad had appeared, Lith felt a tingling, annoying sensation inside his heart, something that resembled guilt. He always acted unscrupulous, killing without distinction or remorse, but he was secretly proud of never having harmed someone without a reason. Lith knew that the moment he started killing simply because he could, he would have lost his last shred of humanity. Following his life expecting the worst way of life, this time had almost killed an innocent, forcing another into slavery. Even for him, that was a new low. Feeling bewildered, he sought the advice of his moral compass. "Do you think I got overboard this time?" "Let me see," Solus pondered. "You got almost killed by a tentacle monster, and when another appeared you took precautions. That was the right thing to do. But when you determined it was not an abomination, there was no reason to be so cruel. Magical creatures are just like humans. Some are good, others are bad, yet you groundlessly tagged her as a threat. We are lucky you are masked, otherwise the next time we meet, I would expect her to attack us on sight." He silently agreed with her. "Do what you have to." Lith stepped back, allowing them to get close to each other. The 2 Dryads joined their hands, and instantly their eyes were filled with a white light, while a pool of water formed in the space formed by their arms, filling it to the brim. The light descended in the water, forming a white sphere that spun on itself, turning the water in a whirlpool and making it resemble a 3D projection of a galaxy. A small, black wisp came out of Lith's body, making him suddenly feel lighter, like part of his emotional burden had finally been relieved. The wisp entered the vortex, turning it into a deep orange twilight color. At that point the Dryads released their hands, letting the dying galaxy go. It kept spinning on itself, or a while before moving towards Lith, merging with his body and forcing him to relive all his 3 lives. Pain invaded his body while his mind was set on fire. Old injuries and bruises appeared and disappeared in a split second, while the memories of his first life flooded his brain. He fell on his knees, clawing the ground so hard to break his nails. The pain, the anger, the grieving despair, the revenge, and finally the peace. Then it was his second life's turn, with its madness, the loneliness, and the hunger. At the memory of his second death, a gaping wound opened on his chest. Lith tried to spit a mouthful of blood. Not only saliva came out, the wound already disappeared, leaving only the pain before the relief of death. Then it came his third life, and it wasn't at all like he remembered it. There was pain, hunger, but a lot of light and joy. He was forced to realize all the love and affection that the people had showered him with, even when he had still treated them like tools, manipulating their actions and feelings. Starting with his father, then Celia, Nana, Lark, and finally his friends at the academy. When the images in his head caught up with the present, they kept moving forward, showing him a place he had never seen before, where he was supposed to be at all costs. Chapter 107, Enlightenment 2. The vision disappeared, and Lith managed to stood up again while healing his damaged fingers. He discovered that tears were still streaming from his eyes. He hadn't cried in years, and the feeling linked to the act was bittersweet. They were mostly tears of pain, but at the end of the vision, they had turned to joy from his third life. When he saw the Dryad standing a few meters from him, Lith finally remembered where he was. Is it supposed to hurt so much? In another moment, rage and doubt would have filled his voice. But he was still shaken from the experience. He was questioning all of his life choices, including what to do next. No, it's not. The blonde Dryad was genuinely worried. It was meant to show you the past, to help you understand the future. It shouldn't have been so painful. Because Lith had her heart, she had felt an echo of his anguish. Humans are the real monsters. How could a kid endure so much pain? She thought. Somehow Lith knew instinctively in what direction he needed to go. A feeling of uneasiness was growing inside him with every second, like when he received the phone call from the hospital the day Carl died. It wasn't too late yet, but the clock was ticking. He had to get there as fast as he could. Yet that development was too odd to be true, so he needed answers before taking any rash decision. Are you sure this will help me with my soul? As the memories were fading, Lith was returning to his old self. As I said before, no, but it's likely. Any soul's priority should be the desire to be mended, to be whole again, the blonde Dryad said while shaking her head. What else could it be? Lith had never grown fond of riddles. It could mean meeting the love of your life, the person that will become your best friend. She shrugged. The only thing that I know for certain is that you will find someone or something related to what your soul craves the most. I'll be honest, all this talk about souls and destiny sounds fake like a flying pig, but a deal is a deal. Lith gave back the yellow lotus to the Dryad, before darting away faster than a bullet. As soon they were alone, the blonde Dryad demeanor changed like heaven and earth had switched places, looking at her sister with eyes full of annoyance. First you let a newborn abomination best you in combat and use you to leech the world energy, turning your turf into a dump. Then you need my help to handle a human child. You've sunk low, dear Lyta, she said with a sneer. That bastard took me by surprise, Lyta pouted. Don't act so smug. You and I know that in my place you wouldn't have fared any better. As for the human, that's no child, it's a monster. He didn't bat an eye even after seeing me naked. Thank the gods it's not an academy student. I would die of embarrassment if we ever meet again. What about you? You yielded without even attempting to fight to the point of giving your heart to him. That was beyond stupid, dear Rissa. What if he decided to keep you as a slave? What if he demanded me to hand mine too before freeing me? How could you take the risk of turning us both into whores? Her voice was full of contempt, looking down on her sister. Because I asked her to do so. Scarlet appeared from thin air towering over the nagging Dryad. The reason why I let that abomination live is to teach you that being confident is one thing, being conceited is another. You can't expect me to cover for all your mistakes, Lyta. Do your job properly, or I will find someone else to do it. It roared. As for the boy, is just a pet project of mine. He is not human, but not an abomination either. I needed to see how he behaved when given absolute power. Unlike you, I don't let unknown flowers grow in my garden. Also, I wanted to check if that Dryad mumbo-jumbo about souls could actually fix him. Otherwise, he would have never accepted any help. He is too paranoid. This way he believes to have earned it. The last part the Scorpicore kept to itself. It would have been too rude telling its minions that not even the Lord of the Forest believed about their so-called spiritual powers. Meanwhile, Lith was following the instructions contained in the vision, looking for a particular clearing in the forest, about 10 kilometers, 62 miles from the Academy's gates. As he closed in, his worries and anxieties faded away. Are you all right? Solus asked. Not really. Do you know what was the most disturbing thing about that spell? It made me realize that I may have grown as a hunter and a mage, but as a person I remain stale. I'm still so scared of being hurt that it takes me years to realize the good faith of someone. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that suddenly I believe that this world is full of wonderful people, only that I regret having lost so much. Think about my father, Roz. I spent so much time treating him as a menace that when I started enjoying his company, it was too late. It's the same reason I never managed to have a healthy relationship back on Earth. To really connect with someone, you need to let yourself be vulnerable, to be sincere and open. But I always failed at that. I expected something to go wrong, for the other person to betray my trust to the point of barely giving any. And here I am doing the same thing over and over. I don't do favors, I cut deals. I don't ask for help, I just wait for people to be indebted to me and then I collect it. The worst thing is that even if I wanted to change, I would not know where to start. That's because you are forgetting another of your flaws. You obsess with perfection instead of just trying to improve. If you really want to change, start with that. Take things a little at a time. Lith was now above the clearing, watching the same scene of the vision replay in front of his eyes. 6 rough-looking individuals, probably hunters, had just cornered a young bike AN, bear-type magical beast. Chapter 108, Struggling. I don't get it. How is this supposed to be related to my soul? Sure, hunting a pup is a shameful act, but I don't see why I should meddle. It's none of my business. Lith's sight blurred, feeling his head spinning again while images kept rapidly appearing and disappearing. He watched the White Griffin Academy's walls crack and crumble until the whole castle fell into ruins. What the heck, another vision? He was flabbergasted. It must be guiding you toward something related to the power struggle revolving around the academy. Seems your soul is nicer than you, since it cares for Linjos and the kids. Solis' tone was gentle and warm, hoping for him to open his heart to others, even if just a little. I don't see how the two things are related, but in for a penny, in for a pound. What's the power level of the hunters? 3 cyan, 1 green, and 2 yellow mana cores. The latter are unlikely to be mages, too many muscles, too little mana, Solis replied. Lith memorized the opponents based on their strength before coming up with a last-minute plan. Not having much to work with, he had to keep it simple. Killing in cold blood 6 people just because of a mystical prophecy was out of question. His conscience was still nagging at him for how he treated the Dryads, so he needed a softer approach. Lith instantly switched his hunter suit with the Academy's uniform through the Pock dimension, having decided to play the role of the naive student upholding justice. He approached the hunters on foot, while weaving several spells, ready to be unleashed with but a thought, just in case. Once he got close enough, he snapped his fingers, using air magic to amplify the sound into a small boom, drawing their attention. Hey, what are you doing so close to the academy? This part of the forest is reserved to the students. Scram before I call the security. The sudden noise caused them to freeze for a moment, giving the bike the opening it needed to escape the encirclement and run away. The 6 hunters turned towards Lith, looking at him with irritated eyes and ill-concealed killing intent. Raghul, the leader of the mercenary team disguised as hunters, was enjoying his last assignment quite a bit. He had never been paid so handsomely to do a menial job. During the last days, they had been killing magical beasts. It didn't matter if big or small, since the pay was the same. He had no idea why his contractor sent them specifically to that forest, but according to Rodimas, the smartest of the team, it was about upsetting the academy's balance. Based on the intel she had gathered, the headmaster had some kind of deal with the beasts. Her guess was that slaying those nearest to the academy and making the students appear as the perpetrators, it would ruin the relationship between Linjos and the Lord of the Forest. If that happened, either he could no longer have the exams take place in the forest, or he had to risk his students' safety. Raghul didn't understand what good could come out of it, and more importantly, he didn't care. The reason he had accepted that job, despite the suspiciously high reward, was because he hated academies. The memories of what he had gone through, back in the day when he had been admitted to the Water Griffin, still haunted his dreams sometimes. When a goddamn kid appeared out of nowhere, allowing their prey to escape, he was greatly annoyed. What a rotten luck. How the heck did this pest found us in this frigging huge forest? If we get exposed, we'll lose the other half of the pay. Hey kid, do you have any idea how much money your little stunt has just costed us? At least 10 gold coins. Hope you have enough on you to compensate for our loss, otherwise I'll have to roughen you up. Raghul wasn't surprised that the first to react had been Tyrion. He was the kind of man that always thought with his wallet. Lith saw a lean man, with curly brown hair and a face full of freckles, walking double-time towards him, yelling something about money. Don't you have any shame? First you gang up against a young bike and now try to extort from a student. You are unworthy of calling yourself hunters. Lith pretended to be outraged while waiting for the next piece of the vision. Saving the cub had no effect, and so far even interacting with the hunters had no effect. While the two quarreled, Raghul noticed that despite all that ruckus, no one was coming. Maybe there is a way to cut our losses. If this kid has come here alone and Radamas is right about our mission, maybe by killing him we can keep our cover and even earn an extra. The orders are to not get caught in the act after all. Not to mention, is best to avoid having the academy staff on our tail. Come on, Tyrion, cut the kid some slack. He is right, we are too close to the academy. We are not looking for trouble. Tyrion recognized the code word for murder, yet his poker face was impeccable. He didn't smirk, didn't pause what he was doing not even for a second, managing to withhold his killing intent. He turned his back at Lith, nagging. Are you kidding me? I deserve my gold, so either I take it from your share or nothing. Exploiting the moment Lith could not see him, Tyrion unsheathed one of the knives hidden under his hunter jacket, before continuing to spin on himself, lunging it where Lith's neck was in a single, fluid movement. Alas, even after his meeting with the Dryads, and realizing that his third life had indeed been quite blessed, Lith was still more distrustful than a turkey the day before Thanksgiving. The knife only cut air, since its intended target had promptly backstepped, conjuring 4 icicles that pierced Tyrion's arms and legs, pinning him to the ground like an insect. Lith had reacted on instinct, but now he seemed to be in a daze, uncertain on what to do next. He then pretended to be casting a fake magic spell, but the mercenaries had already recovered from the shock, quickly adjusting their formation to encircle him. Rekka, save Tyrion before it's too late. Beware, the twerp has magical rings, but don't let him run away or we are fucked. While screaming orders, Raghul thanked the gods for their good luck. The kid seemed to be hesitant to kill humans, otherwise the situation would have been much worse. For the same reason, Solas was really worried. It was the first time since they had merged that Lith showed mercy on the battlefield. Even worse, his thoughts seemed to be in disarray, letting himself being cornered that easily. The biggest of the group, almost 2 meters, 67, tall, with arms as thick as a head, charged forward like a boar, blocking the line of sight with his huge body mass. According to Solas, he was the other non-mage in the group, but if they kept him around, he was bound to have more than one trick up her sleeve. His clothes emitted a yellow glow, making his speed increase dramatically, followed by a red glow that seemingly had no effect. Lith easily dodged the charge, but he managed to stop abruptly, pivoting on his front leg to throw a bullet-fast hook at Lith's temple. Lith was taken by surprise. The only thing he could do was to jump backwards to weaken the strike, and use his earth-infused right arm to block. Got you, she said with a grin. From the voice, Lith understood that his enemy was actually a woman. On impact, her glove released a streak of lightning that coursed through his body, while the strength of the hit was enough to make him slide several meters backwards, right on the spear of her teammate that had positioned behind him. Everyone expected his arm to be broken and his body paralyzed, but Lith used full guard, see Chap 77, emitting a spherical blue aura with a radius of 10 meters, 33 feet, dodging the spear with a spin without even looking back. Now that he was far enough from the burly woman, Lith could see that the man called Rekka, probably the healer of the team, had ran to Tyrion's side, enveloping them both with a powerful air barrier to prevent any further attacks while treating his companion's wound. Got you, he said with a grin, snapping his fingers. A sudden flash drew the mercenaries' attention to their fallen comrade. A fireball had detonated inside the barrier, but the air dome that was supposed to protect them prevented the flames from expanding, making those inside suffer from both the explosion and the recoil. The agonizing screams of the 2 mercenaries filled the air, and while their comrades were still trying to make sense of that sudden turn of events, Lith grabbed the spear-armed man from the back. His left arm formed a V, locking the opponent's throat between the forearm and the biceps, while the right hand grabbed his jaw with a quick whip-like movement, breaking the neck with a snapping sound. Chapter 109, Struggling 2. Why did you kill him? Solas asked in surprise. 6 against 1 is a little too much. Can't afford to miss any chance to even the score. Then why did you let the other one live before? A 2-stage attack, where the first is aimed to a random target and the second to his rescuers, is a classic guerrilla tactic. I didn't just pin him down, I also left a fireball ready in case someone tried to free him. Divide and conquer. Just like the icicles had missed Tyrion's vitals, the fireball had been intentionally weak. Despite the boosted effect from the barrier, both Tyrion and Rekka were incapacitated but alive. They were badly burnt, but the remaining hunters could clearly see them writhing in pain. Lith did it on purpose, forcing his opponents to choose between abandoning their companions or fall twice for the same trick. They had no way to know if there was another fireball ready to explode. "You scared the heck out of me back then. For a moment I thought you had gone soft." Solus hesitated before finishing the phrase. It seemed nonsensical to push him to become more kind, just to worry whenever he wasn't ruthless. "As I told you earlier, even if I decide to change, my opinion on people won't, especially on those who try to kill me without a reason." In the time necessary for their conversation to happen, the corpse of the spearman had yet to touch the ground. "You fucking bastard!" The burly woman took out 2 short swords from her dimensional amulet, dashing towards Lith, hell-bent on avenging her companions. In her hands, the weapons moved nimbly as knives, cutting the air with a hissing sound. Both the fighters moved at high speed, taking each other by surprise. She even human? They both thought. While Lith's speed came from air fusion, the mercenary was actually a normal woman, not even a mage. Among their many defensive properties, her clothes were also equipped with alchemic gems that could enhance her reflexes and strength, without having to drink a potion. Despite being faster, Lith was having a hard time dodging the incoming attacks. Her arms were almost as long as his legs, and to make things worse, any weapon or shield he conjured lasted only a couple of hits before shattering. "Seems she underestimates me no more. I have to come up with something fast." "Watch out for her blades, they are enchanted," Solus pointed out. "I doubt that your uniform can offer any kind of protection from them." Gritting his teeth at the news, Lith saw the mercenary sweep the ground with her leg, forcing him to jump. Her plan was to follow up with a roundhouse kick while the opponent was still in midair. Instead of falling down like she expected, Lith darted forward, kicking her face with both feet, forcing her to take a step back with a bloody nose. Exploiting that opening, Lith closed in, stomping his right leg on the ground with enough strength to crack it. The force of the kick was transmitted to the knee, and by bending the knee it was amplified and transmitted to the waist, the spine and the shoulder, releasing it through his right fist, right in the sternum, making her slide back several meters with a cracking sound. Despite all her magical protections and superior physique, the punch empowered by air, earth, and fire fusion had broken several bones, making even breathing terribly painful. The remaining 2 members of the mercenary squad, Rodimus and Raghul, used that short exchange to position themselves behind him, locking Lith in a triangle formation. He didn't need to turn around to know that they were probably casting some spell to give their companion the second she needed to turn him into mincemeat. They had yet to notice that their fight had already ended. Lith struck again, this time at her chin, knocking her out before activating the Tier 3 spell stored in his magic ring, Checkmate Spears. The air was suddenly filled with icicles as thick as a small tree, encircling the Rodimus from all directions, leaving her no way out. Inwardly swearing, Rodimus canceled her spell, performing a last-second switch to save her life. The 2 found their positions reversed. Now Lith was the one under the icicle's hail, but besides his wounded pride, he had nothing to fear. Checkmate Spears seemed an overly pompous name for a spell that had yet to actually checkmate someone even once. Being made out of his own magic, the icy darts passed through him like he was a ghost. In the meantime, Raghul completed his spell, a Tier 5 battle mage one, the fastest one he knew. It generated several water spheres that would act as offense and defense at the same time. They were able to block or dampen air, fire, and earth magic spells, and if an enemy touched them, they would invade his lungs, drowning him. Raghul only kept a handful of them to protect himself, sending the remaining ones to kill Lith. Like true magic enchantments, they were able to chase their prey, as long as it remained in the line of sight of the caster. Usually, the only way out was running away or killing the caster. Being still at the 4th year, Lith had no idea what kind of spell it was. Not daring to underestimate the opponent, he did what seemed to be the most logical thing to do. He used spirit magic to grab Rodimus and the burly woman, throwing them at the incoming spheres to see what would happen. Raghul couldn't believe his eyes. The kid was using his teammates as meat shields. He wasn't a newbie. He had already lost more than one ally during a job, sometimes sacrificing them to accomplish a mission. But that was too much. He had to choose between keeping his defense or killing 2 of his dearest friends for nothing. He could see the water forcibly entering through their noses and mouths, Rodimus' panicked screams reduced to a handful of bubbles. Before he could decide what to do, Lith closed in enough to knock him out with a single punch. The water spheres burst open, freeing their prisoners. Lith had just knocked out Rodima's too, to calmly decide what to do with them and how get the information he wanted, when he noticed that the young bike had returned. "How kind of you abandoning me like that after I saved your life," Lith said with a harsh tone. The bike snorted, rubbing its snouts to his leg as a thank you. "Stop playing dumb. I know you can talk. I didn't come here by chance, but because some dryads told me about a fated encounter." The bike tilted his head sideways, finding hard to make sense out of those words. "So tell me, are you supposed to be my true love, my best friend, or what?" Chapter 110, Desperation. The bike chuckled, an amused light in its eyes. "May the Great Mother spare me from such terrible fates. No offense, but to be a decent mating partner you are too thin, too small, hairless, and too human." Thanks to his recently found mana sensibility, Lith realized that the bike wasn't actually talking. It was using air magic to turn the sounds of the forest in words for him to understand. "None taken, to be honest, I'm happy to hear that. As far as I know, I'm interested only in human females. Just thinking otherwise was creeping me out," he replied. "What's a friend?" the bike asked, sniggering. "Excellent question," Lith sighed. "In theory, is someone that cares for you as much as you do for him, someone to rely on during those times or when you are in trouble." Sounds like a mom or a pack leader. Maybe it was because it was young, or maybe just because it was an animal, but Lith had the impression the conversation was going nowhere. "Do you know anything about the castle?" Lith pointed at the academy's spires, clearly visible above the tree line. "The man-made mountain? Sure, everyone knows about it. It's the place where the white-furred pups like you reside." Lith was about to facepalm himself in frustration, but then the bike asked him an odd question. "Now that you mention it, can you explain to me why your den mates have gone insane?" "What are you talking about?" Lith replied in confusion. "Until last winter, the forest folks and the man-made mountain folks coexisted peacefully. Sure, from time to time a big fight happened, but that's the nature of wilderness. The strong lives, the weak dies." It shrugged. "But now things are different. The white-furred roam the forest not for food or herbs, they now hunt us actively, trying to kill us. And when I say us, I mean young magical beasts, if not litters." That piece of news made no sense. According to what Celia told Lith in the past, a cub had a no-market value either dead or alive. The pelt was too rough compared to an adult specimen, and no one had ever managed to tame one. Magical beasts were not just powerful, they were also strong-willed. If a cub was properly fed and cared for, it would soon become able to escape, or at least die trying. If not, they would simply die out of starvation or of the abuse. Also, killing a cub was bound to incur the wrath of its parents. It was a high-risk, no-reward move. A vagrant hunter might not care, but for Academy's students it was suicidal to do so. They could meet the beasts again during an exam, or even worse, when alone, and that would mean either getting a failing grade for receiving a professor's help or death. Luckily, most of them are stealthy as a storm, so only a few were killed. After we retaliated, the Lord of the Forest told us to stand down, to try to settle things with the Lord of the Mountain. But then things got even worse. More and more strangers arrived, strong enough to kill adults. The bike pointed at the unconscious hunters with its snout. Lith could understand how those events were related to the headmaster. It was a pincer maneuver, to make the academy dangerous both inside and outside its walls. If a student were to die or disappear in the forest, especially during an exam, pinning the blame on Linjos would be child play. What he didn't understand was why such events were linked to his own soul. There was still something amiss. He could feel that the vision had yet to reveal itself. Lith's heart started to pound loudly in his chest. An irrational fear was pricking his mind like countless needles, cold sweat covering his body. He had no idea what he was supposed to do or find, but he knew that the window of opportunity was about to close. The only card he had left to play were the hunters. It was still broad daylight, and he couldn't afford to be discovered or interrupted, so he changed his clothes again and cast the hush spell all around them. Now, no matter what he did or how much they screamed, no one would hear them, and even if someone stumbled on him, all he would see was a hunter killing the competition. He woke them all up with a jet of icy cold water. They discovered to have their hands and feet trapped inside the earth below them that Lith had turned to stone. Their mouths were stuffed with clay, preventing them to talk. Lith had searched them one by one, even in the mouth, taken every enchanted or alchemical item they possessed, leaving only their clothes. They were at his complete mercy. Even casting first magic would be incredibly difficult. He removed the gag from the burly woman. She was the one less likely to know something useful, so was the perfect choice to set an example for the other two. "Free me and fight like a man if you dare, you fucker." She spat on him. Her wet chestnut hair danced wildly while she struggled to break free, ignoring the pain from her fractures. Lith's reply was to strike right at the broken sternum, making her cough blood, the agony clouding her eyes with tears. "You lost fighting 3 versus 1 when you were at your peak condition. You being free or trapped would not change the outcome," he said, trying to hide the desperate need he had for information. "Tell me, who are you guys, and what are you doing here?" She laughed in his face, showing a wolfish smile of defiance. "The little man is on a schedule. Do your worst. Kill me, I don't give a shit. I hope your master will give you a dog's death for your failure." Another chill invaded Lith's body. Images of the excruciating cab ride only to find Carl's dead body pushed him over the brink, stealing him enough to let the abyss that dwelled inside him roam free once again. "You had just made your 2 last mistakes. First, I serve no master. Second, you have no idea what's my worst. I'm a healer." Those words were meant to be a threat, but she found the hilarious. "A healer? Then heal me so I can rip your head from your fucking neck." Lith removed the glove on his right hand, placing it on her chiseled stomach, right above the solar plexus. "If you want to rape me, that's the wrong spot, kid." Lith ignored her. "You see, a healer is bound to know the human body better than anyone else. We know how to deal the maximum pain while keeping our patient alive." After using invigoration on her, he located her mana core. According to the alchemy professor, sending mana into someone else's body was like injecting poison. Lith was now curious to see what would happen if he injected his mana directly into her mana core. Chapter 111, Desperation 2. Despite he could see it with invigoration, a mana core wasn't a physical organ. It was inside the human body, but at the same time it wasn't. During the years spent as a healer in the Lucia village, he had cured countless peoples with stomach wounds, but none, no matter how deep, had ever affected a core. Lith had to rely on his newfound mana sensibility, sending a tendril of pure mana from his core to the woman's. At first, nothing happened. Her core seemed stable, keeping its yellow color despite the flood of alien energies. But a few seconds later, Lith could see that the zone where he had attached the tendril was getting weaker and weaker. The yellow was turning to orange, slowly spreading to the whole core. The woman suddenly started to scream in pain, all her veins and arteries bulging out, as if they were trying to shake off her skin. The red of the blood turned blue as the mana that was invading her body. When it reached her head, she started to bleed the cyan liquid from her eyes, nose, and ears. The shrieks of agony showed no trace of her previous defiance, only desperation. Her voice went from shrill to hoarse, until it didn't sound like a human voice anymore. She kept yelling and yelling until she had no more air in her lungs, but she seemed incapable of drawing breath again. Lith stopped, leaving her a couple of seconds to recover and feel the temporary relief from the lack of pain. "Ready to talk now?" Sobbing in terror, the burly woman swore to the gods that if she managed to survive, she would have changed her way of life. No more trading lives for money, she would redeem herself. "My name is Melia," she said, trying to establish a connection to force him to perceive her as a person. It was a trick that had worked countless times in the past, even if she had never been the one to attempt it but Rodima's. She always said that every man dreamed of being the hero of a sobbing woman. And this time, she was sincere. She wasn't just trying to backstab him as soon as he lowered his guard. "I don't care," he replied with a cold stare. "I mean, who are you, mercenaries, hunters, assassins?" "Mercenaries? We were paid handsomely to come here, kill as many beasts as possible, and frame the students for it." Melia's words confirmed his theory, but didn't trigger any vision, nor relieved his fears. "Who sent you here and why?" "I don't know, I swear. I'm just the muscle of the team. Raghull is the one that deals with our contractors, while Rodima's is the brain of our operations." "Raghull? That man?" She nodded in his direction. "It's everything I know. Please let me go." Leaving them alive was out of question. They had forced him to use too much of his true power. They were a liability. No matter their promises, as soon as they were out of reach, they would sell him to the highest bidder with a smile on their faces. "Then I don't need you anymore." With a wave of his hand, Lith used spirit magic to twist her head 180 degrees, breaking the neck and putting her out of her misery. "Now, Mr. Raghull, we can do this easy or painful. Tell me what I want to know and I will give you a peaceful death. Resist and, well, you have seen what happens." Lith removed Raghull's gag, allowing him to speak. Wouldn't have been better to leave her alive? To give them hope? Solos objected. She really didn't like Lith torturing people. Every time he did it, she could sense something inside of him dying. What hope? They are professionals, not some girl's scout. They know all too well that I will never let them live because that's what they would do in my shoes. Listen, kid, I'm sorry we tried to kill you. His terror ruined his usually flawless poker face, making him sound fake like a $3 bill. You don't have to do this. You are still young, don't become like us. Behind his fake empathy, Raghull only meant to buy time, hoping to find a way out of that predicament. But he discovered that his hands were blocked. He couldn't even feel the magical stone he hid in his boot in case of emergencies. His only hope was to find a crack in the kid's morality and exploit it to escape. Too late for that? Lith ignored his ramblings, placing his hand over Raghull's core and forcefully sending mana into it. Raghull had a cyan core, just like Lith, so even if he was incapable of controlling it, the core's energies were able to repel Lith's clumsy attacks. So I can freely invade only weaker cores. It's a pity I don't have the time. It would have been interesting to discover what happens to someone once I degrade his core, maybe even below the red level. Stripping someone of his magic could be a formidable threat, not to mention that it would allow me to keep prisoners without having to fear any trick from their side. Taking a mental note to experiment on that in the future, Lith stopped wasting his pure mana, adding darkness magic to it. Raghull's defenses crumbled like a sandcastle facing a tsunami. Darkness quickly spread to the whole core. Like for Melia, his veins bulged out, but their color was black. Melia's suffering had been nothing compared to Raghull's. Pure entropy was eating at every of his cells. When Raghull started to bleed black blood from all his orifices, Lith stopped sending energy, but the pain didn't pause. What the heck? Lith was flabbergasted. Trying to understand what was happening, he touched Raghull again, using invigoration. He was then able to see that even without his command, the darkness was still ravaging the mana core, that was now full of cracks, on the brink of collapsing on itself. Seems that dark magic is too powerful to directly inject it. I need a softer approach for the woman, or all the information will be lost. Lith, the core is black, Solus sounded worried. What if you just created an abomination? Lith refused to believe that accidentally performing such feat could be so easy, but being cautious, he kept monitoring Raghull's status while ignoring Rodima's whimpering and sobbing. After just a few seconds, the black core crumbled, and Raghull's body went limp, devoid of life. Lith sighed with relief. Humans seemed to be no match for him, but abominations were on a league on their own. He was already sick and tired of that day. He just wanted to understand what was the source of uneasiness he kept feeling, solve the damn vision, and then sleep for a whole week. Lith had just turned toward Rodima's, pondering about what element use on her, when a sudden noise drew his attention. Raghull's body was trembling again, writhing like he had a seizure. By using invigoration again, Lith could see that black and red blood were pooling where the mana core had been, forming a new one, brimming with dark energies. The blood core was sucking all the remaining fluids in the body, making Raghull turn pale as a ghost, his eyes glowing with a red light, like a torch was burning behind them. Lith could see his canines grow into fangs, his hands and feet breaking free from the stone ground as it was just soft mud. He immediately backstepped, conjuring a wind barrier to intercept all the rock projectiles flying towards him. What the heck is a blood core? Solus almost panicked. The bad news is that I think I have just created a vampire. The good news is that at least he doesn't shine under sunlight like a disco ball, Lith replied. Chapter 112, Lith's Monster. Solus had no idea what Lith had done. To be exact, either of them did. The creature in front of them wasn't dead nor alive. Her mana sense had never perceived anything like that. A normal core was a mass of pure mana that could be used to interact with the world energy to give life to spells. Awakened beings seemed to be the only ones capable of using the pure mana to obtain various effects, like invigoration or spirit magic. An abomination's black core, instead, was a stronger but corrupted form of mana that constantly required massive amounts of world energy just to not dissipate. To do that, abominations gained unique powers. The wither they had faced in the past had the ability to drain life force even from a distance. The plant thing could split his consciousness to overtake and consume the surrounding vegetation while searching for animal preys. That came at a price, though. Both of them had proved to have a deadly but limited skill set, to the point of having lost the ability to use magic in all of its forms. The blood core that Lith had accidentally created was completely outside their experience. It was a mass composed by blood and darkness magic, with the remains of Raghull's mana core somehow holding everything together. Based on what Solus could see, it had both a physical and magical nature. The blood core was completely messed up, without an internal balance or proper structure. It continually expanded and shrank, changing from spherical to ellipsoidal. Sometimes it didn't have a shape at all. It was a creature of chaos, and as such it wasn't bound to last. Every second it would rearrange its host body and itself, causing massive amounts of strain on Raghull's corpse. When he was alive, he had been a well-built man of average height, with short black hair and a well-trimmed goatee of the same color, that helped smoothen his square features. Now his visage was deformed in a perpetual scream of pain, his sharp nose sunk into his face until only the nostrils remained. The skin kept rotting, turning green and peeling off, revealing the muscle tissue underneath before regenerating and starting over again. The body swelled, tearing apart the enchanted clothes. His arms became longer and deformed enough to touch the ground. The legs bent backwards with an unnatural angle. "That's definitely not a vampire. What the heck have I done?" The young bike ran away without a second thought, sensing the impending danger. The creature started to hiss, watching Lith with eyes full of hatred and contempt. It moved with incredible speed, not even using air fusion to its extreme. Lith was able to avoid the charge. Raghull's fingers had become 10 centimeters, 4 inches, long razor-sharp talons, that made easy work of Lith's iron heart protector and earth fusion alike. The hook-shaped claws slashed vertically, deeply gouging his chest. Finger-sized chunks of flesh hit the ground, while blood sprayed around. Everything happened so fast that Lith felt pain only when he was already moving to avoid a second strike. The shock was so intense that in another situation it could have made him faint, but with his life on the line, willpower and survival instinct allowed him to stand it, even if barely. Lith could feel the rhythmic bleeding over his chest at every beat of his panicked heart, drenching his clothes. It was like having a white-hot branding iron ravaging his flesh, while ice needles pricked the surrounding skin, giving him a numbing feeling that was slowly spreading. He managed to avoid the second hit, but only because suddenly the creature became distracted, making the swing sloppy and predictable. He exploited the opening to get some distance and heal his wounds. To his surprise, the talon marks were brimming with darkness magic, making the recovery spell much slower and less effective than normal. The creature instead had picked the chunks of flesh, playing with them enthusiastically. It tilted its head sideways, making most of Raghull's hair fall like autumn leaves in the wind, seeming to have realized something important. Then it brought them to its mouth, wolfing them down. The good news is that whatever that is, it's not a vampire. The bad news is that I have no idea how to defeat it. Lith used light fusion, trying to neutralize the dark energy infecting the wound. "You can either run away or stall for time. It can't live for long," Solus pointed out. She could clearly see the blood core falling apart. The strength coursing through the monster was too much for its body, despite all the changes it had went through. Every move, every attack would damage it as much as it did to Lith. Maybe it was because the creation of the blood core had been purely accidental. Maybe because the creature was vulnerable to the sun, but being mindless it didn't care. Whatever the reason, ingesting raw flesh had barely delayed its decaying process. After the hair, all the skin was shed, leaving the muscles exposed, wet and shining under the midday sun. All its teeth had been replaced by fangs, giving it an alien look. The creature screamed with fury, noticing that Lith had got away, forcing it to decide if to hunt the creator for whom it felt a deep-seated hatred, or the helpless Rodimas. The sweet smell of dripping blood and the delicious taste of the meat settled the deal. While Lith and Solus were still talking, less than 2 seconds after the first blood, the nightmare began. Chapter 113, Lith's Monster 2. The monster darted toward Lith faster than a bullet, tanking everything he threw at it. Burning Prison, Lith's personal Tier 4 spell conjured 6 fireballs, 1 above, 1 below, and 4 around the creature, detonating at the same time. The head exploded and regenerated. The limbs got turned to shreds, but all the pieces managed to reattach themselves before the blast could scatter them away. Lightings burned its flesh and burst its heart. More icicles pierced its body that needles a pincushion. None of it managed to even slow it down. Yet recovering from all that damage took its toll. The creature's body had become thinner, while the talons fell, leaving the creature with just its fists. Fists that struck Lith with the might of a titan, uncaring of his footwork and the technique he used to deflect part of their force. Despite being hardened by earth fusion, Lith's right arm shattered at the ulna, the humerus, and the radius. Bone segments pierced the muscles and skin, the white of the bone glittering under the sun because of the blood dripping on them. Lith got blinded by pain, his eyes watering like waterfalls, yet managed to remain conscious, once again being saved by his restless paranoia. He knew that being a true mage was not enough, that being prepared was not enough. The new world was a big place. He was bound to meet sooner or later someone stronger than him, someone capable of hurting him for real. Among his trial and error experiments on himself, he had learned how to use darkness magic to cut his pain receptors, and that's what he did the moment he realized that all he had was not enough to stop a single punch of the monster of his own creation. Lith also jumped sideways at the last second, borrowing the strength from the hit to put some distance between them. While flying through the air, he kept casting as fast as he could, making all kind of spells rain down on his pursuer. Even with only his left arm remaining, he managed to land another 4 explosions before the creature caught up, striking again, this time at his chest. Lith felt his ribcage collapse, spitting blood, realizing that even breathing had become an excruciating torture. The raghull thing lifted him by the neck, licking every single drop of the precious liquid, feeling its strength returning. Both of them were wheezing, their expression distorted, but while Lith was desperate, Lith's monster was triumphant, using its unnaturally long tongue to lap all the blood dripping from his face. Lith used that precious moment to wave a final spell, and when the monster opened its mouth to tear his neck open, he managed to conjure an icicle inside it, so that when the jaw attempted to close on him, it pierced its tongue, palate, and brain. The creature didn't care for it, not until realizing that it could not bite. Then the monster simply grabbed and pulled the icicle out, uncaring for its own wounds, accelerating the decay process. Its eyes withered and rolled into the skull, leaving only the red light of undeath behind. The fangs finally bit Lith's neck, blood sprayed out his jugular. But then the jaw fell off, shortly followed by the creature's right arm, holding the prey no more. Lith's monster emitted an angry gurgle, drool flooding its mouth, right before the whole corpse dried out and collapsed on the ground, turning into ashes. "In your face, Mary Shelley," Lith thought, casting all the healing spells he could manage before falling onto the ground, sprawled like a rag doll. After so much pain and struggling, Lith finally felt at peace. His vision blurred until everything went black. He could feel all his anxieties, all his fears and traumas fading away. The pounding ache from the wounds was reduced to a dull sensation, no longer important. He just wanted to sleep and forget about everything, but from a corner of his mind, something kept tugging at Lith's consciousness, refusing to give up. A part of him was fighting the stupor, knowing he would never wake up from that slumber. Solus tried non-stop to reach his mind through the numbing pain and exhaustion, but to no avail. He had gone too far, the wounds were too deep. The only thing she could do was use her own mana to keep his conditions stable. Yet with only a yellow mana core to back her endeavor, she was just delaying the inevitable. Finally, light fusion was able to purify the wounds from the dark energy festering them, allowing all the healing spells Lith had previously cast to kick in. The bleeding stopped, the wounds were still severe but no more life-threatening, at least for the moment. Lith was now able to hear Solus' voice, to grab the light of her will and use it with his own to finally open his eyes. Waves of searing pain were still ravaging his battered body, but he couldn't afford to heal himself. Not only he had little mana left, in his current conditions even light spells would add strain to his body, potentially killing him. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony of each breath, he used invigoration to both assess his conditions and gain the energy he needed to survive. Minute fractures all over the ribcage, minute and open fracture of the right arm, minor internal bleeding, several bones cracked and open wounds. I doubt I would still be alive without light fusion's regenerating factor and your help, Solus. Thank me later, first fix your chest. If any of the bone fragments pierces your lungs, it's over. Invigoration was an incredible tool, but it wasn't perfect. To use it, Lith required to remain still, focusing his mind and spirit to align the mana core with the world energy surrounding him. The slightest distraction would sever the connection. That was the reason why he couldn't use it during battles, otherwise he would have access to an endless supply of mana. Following Solus' advice, he used light and spirit magic to collect all the scattered bone fragments, rebuilding his ribcage. The process was slow and painful, but he couldn't make haste. His own life was on the line. After that, he had to take care of the hunger. Invigoration could make up for the lost stamina and mana, but recovering from so many wounds required nutrients. The right arm was still a mess, but with the pain receptors disconnected, it was bearable. Lith felt like he had been fasting for a week, his head light and dizzy. He took food out of his pocket dimension, wolfing it down as fast as his left arm allowed him to. Light magic was accelerating his metabolism to the extreme, the food digested as soon as it entered his stomach. Time was of the essence. He walked up to Rodima's, removing her gag to get his answers. Who sent you here, and why? Chapter 114, Necromancy Lesson. Breath after breath, the exposed humerus slid back under the skin, and in its place, soon Lith's body was back to normal. Rodima's barely reacted to his voice. Seeing her comrades die, being helpless while Melia was tortured, all of it had been a terrible experience. But seeing Raghul's metamorphosis, smelling his stench of death and decay had been too much. She hadn't bit her tongue only because of the gag, but had screamed the whole time nonetheless. She knew that after Lith's death it would be her turn to be eaten alive. Her eyes only showed the white, the pupil rolled almost backwards. She had dislocated both her shoulders trying to break free from the restraints. Sweat, tears, and mucus dirtied her face, making her hair stick to it like a filthy mask. The terror had completely broken her. Lith had to splash Rodima's with cold water to force her to regain her focus. Her voice was hoarse from the strain, but still clear. She explained how the request hadn't come through the official channels of the Mercenary Guild, but via one of their contacts in the black market of the city of Candria. According to the books in Soluspedia, it was simply a market town, the nearest trading hub to the academy. The contractor was a merchant, but the odd request coupled with the high reward had made the mercenaries suspicious. After taking a considerable down payment, they had investigated the matter, discovering that the merchant was just a middleman. According to their sources, he served the powerful and noble Andros family, famous for its centuries-old magical legacy. At that point, they only had two choices: return the money and back off from the job, or get involved in the political struggle. Sobbing, Rodima's told how she had voted for the former option, but had been outnumbered, because the pay was too good, and the risks seemed minimal at the time. Lith didn't know what to do. Her story would have been much more significant if he could do anything about it. The odd thing was that since he had created his own version of the Frankenstein's monster, the feeling of impending failure had disappeared. That's not all, Rodima's managed to say after some stuttering. Since we managed to get in and out of the forest many times after complimenting with us, our contractor gave us another task. We were supposed to deliver a package tomorrow. The time frame is way off. I had more than a day to catch up with them, so why the need to rush? Still, the vision showed me that the academy is some way related to this. Whatever this thing is, it could be useful to change the course of the events. It's in my dimensional amulet. Lith took out all the amulets looted, allowing Rodima's to recognize his own and take out the package. Since magical items just needed a thought to work, he didn't free her hands, just placed it on her forehead while setting up several protections with spirit magic, just to be on the safe side. Rodima's kept her word, materializing a wooden box the size of a briefcase. It had no particular markings or insignia. The only remarkable thing about it was the lock. It was placed along the narrow and long side of the box, and it consisted of an octahedron-shaped stone, with several runes engraved all around it, forming a spiral. Using invigoration, Lith was capable of examining its pseudo-core. It's nothing I have ever seen before. I bet everything I do not have that without the proper code it will self-destruct, explode, or something. And if I really want to discover what's inside, I have only one shot. I suppose you don't know how to open it. No, I don't. Please don't hurt me. Realizing to have outlived her usefulness, Rodima's cried in desperation, knowing it was useless to beg for mercy. A deal is a deal. Lith double-tapped her head and heart with bullet-sized icicles, making sure she wouldn't suffer. He was about to leave, when a thumping sound made him turn around, ready for combat despite his mental exhaustion. To his surprise, it was just the young Bike again. You do really have a talent for escape. How those hunters managed to corner you is a mystery to me, Lith said with an angry tone. Both times he had needed help, the Bike had disappeared, leaving him in hot waters. In Lith's eyes, that made it persona non grata. Dude, that's harsh. After you rescued me, I was scared shitless. Besides, you didn't seem to need any help. This time I didn't run away, I went for help. You have no idea how long it took to reach my mom. Your mom? Yeah, according to your definition, she is my best friend. and I wouldn't have delayed my departure for a mere human, if not for the fact that you saved my cub and was so stupid to lose control of your own necromancy spell. Hence, as part of your reward, I'll teach you how not to endanger yourself and others with darkness magic. The bike mother was an enormous beast, at least 18 meters, 511, tall at the shoulder with a weight close to a ton. Its fur was deep brown with shades of black all over. Lith was about to defend himself, explaining that it wasn't a spell as much as an experiment, when he realized what had happened. Delay the departure, so that's why I needed to make haste. All that's happened was just a step to speak with this bike. The bike mother moved closer, sniffing at him with curiosity. You look like a human, but there's something different from the others I have met so far. What's your name, cub? Scourge, Lith deemed wiser using the name bestowed upon him by the Tron Woods Kings. If the bike mother knew humans, he had to protect his identity. Strong name for someone so young, it snorted. A bike name even, that's a good omen. I'm Kala and that's my youngest one, Knock. Lith gave both a polite nod with the head. Listen well, cub. There is a reason if light and darkness magic are so scarce in nature, and that is because they are the strongest elements. Light nurtures life, according to legends, can even resurrect the dead or create new beings. Darkness, instead, is the element of death. It's not evil by itself, it's just that all living beings are scared of death, so they fear it. And fear can easily turn in spite and prejudice. Lith inwardly scoffed at those words. I have yet to meet someone, human or not, that doesn't consider the element they are best at as the strongest. As for light magic is a great tool, but powerful is not the word I'd use to describe it. Convenient at best. Whatever, Soulless Mind rolled her eyes. Why you don't stay quiet and listen? When are we going to find again someone teaching us real magic? Kala stared at him for a second, sensing his disbelief. Tell me, Scourge, how many magical beasts have you met that use light magic? None, he was forced to admit. And how many capable of darkness magic? Just one, it was a bike a few years ago. 0 and 1, while there are countless beasts that use the other elements. Have you ever wondered why? Let me show you an old bike trick. Kala tapped the ground twice with her left pawn claws, dark energy swirling around her massive body. Arise. Chapter 115, Necromancy Lesson 2. The energy seeped into the ground, and countless skeletons, both human and animal, emerged from below. Their mouths were agape in a silent scream, fighting their way out of mud and roots. Several hands grabbed Lith's feet and ankles with an iron grip. In a few seconds he was surrounded by a small army of undead, each emitting an ominous aura that sent a cold shiver down his spine. Lith knew they posed no threat to him. A single lesser undead was nothing more than an annoyance, even that many couldn't harm someone like him. Worst-case scenario, he would simply take off and attack them from the sky, leaving them no possibility for retaliation. But his body seemed to ignore all that knowledge. The only things he felt from their shiny red eyes were innate fear and revulsion. He kept his cool, keeping those emotions sealed in a corner of his mind, while exploiting that contact to use invigoration on them and understand how did Kala manage to do it. Lith discovered that each of the skeletons grabbing him had now a small red mana core. Invisibles to the naked eye, countless tendrils of energy departed from it, keeping all the bones together and allowing them to move and feel. Unlike normal cores, though, they had black stripes, pulsing and growing every time the undead moved. In this world, the dead outnumber the living by hundreds. An expert bike will bury its prey and turn them into a weapon. The shock they cause and the sheer numbers can easily turn tables if properly used. With another tap of her pawn, the skeletons crawled back underground, and through her use of earth magic, no trace of their passage remained. Necromancy can be roughly divided in two branches, lesser and higher. Lesser necromancy, which I just used, allows to temporarily turn any corpse into an undead. It doesn't require much energy, but the effects are short-lasting, and its creations are incapable of thought. They can only obey simple orders. Higher necromancy, that you foolishly attempted, though, is an entirely different matter. With a flick of her snout, Kala conjured near her the ashes of the Lith's monster, stirring them with a darkness-imbued claw, biting her own other pawn to let some blood drip on them. Horror struck Lith when he saw the ashes turn into a semi-liquid state, coiling around the claw and using it to stretch closer to the blood source. That thing is still alive. He unconsciously took a step back. No, I'm just playing with the residual energies, just to show you how powerful necromancy is. As soon the bike stopped infusing dark energy, the blob turned back to ashes, despite the blood still dripping on it. Higher necromancy allows to create lesser undead capable of lasting forever, or even superior creatures, capable of independent thought. Yet no matter what you do, higher necromancy has a flaw compared to the lesser branch. After I called back my spell, the skeletons were still intact, and if I or anyone else were to raise them again, they would still serve their master. The same would have happened if I kept them around until the spell wore off. But when something is created out of higher necromancy, the unbalance is too severe. If the caster doesn't feed his creatures with the proper amount of light energy, the dark magic that animates them starts to corrode their bodies, until they turn into dust. The bike sighed sadly. I tried countless times, but my inability to use light magic prevents me from truly mastering necromancy. All my creations have the lifespan of a butterfly. Undeath is no life. To sustain it, a price has to be paid. The better the necromancer, the less energy the creatures require. But no matter how little it can be, raising a permanent army would either drain the caster or require an external source. Do you mean taking lives? Kala nodded. Skeletons are simple. They require raw energy. It's irrelevant to them the source it comes from. Other creatures can be pickier and require living flesh or blood to sustain their existence if the necromancer's energy is not available. And that usually means that lots of people have to die. Wait, are you telling me that an undead army has to eat regularly? Isn't that a contradiction? Contradiction? Kala snorted. Have you ever found anything alive or not that moves without needing energy? Humans need to eat, and so do plants. For a stone to roll, someone has to push it. Or else both humans and magical beasts would only fight with undeads. Imagine an army that does not rest, eat, or fear, that grows in number with every battle. No, Scourge, that would be nonsense. Kala is right, otherwise necromancy would ignore the first law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only be transferred or changed from one form to another. But that poses another question. Then how can magical objects never run out of juice? What is their energy source? The magician, Solus observed. That must be the reason why the imprinting process is necessary before using one, is not only a safety measure but also a way to feed them. That would also explain why magical items can be reused after their master's death. I have a question. According to what you say, undead should obey the necromancer. Why the creature attacked me? Lith asked. As I said, I haven't mastered necromancy yet, but the most likely explanation is that your clumsy spell didn't bear your mark with it. Because of that, it didn't recognize you as its master, but only as a prey. Especially so if it hated you when it was still alive. What do you mean with mark? Lith was clearly lost. And why should a dead man feelings matter? Kala snorted even harder, causing Nock to chuckle at his expenses. By the Great Mother, how could your parents let you walk alone in this world being so ignorant? It said, shaking its huge head in desperation. Based on what Nock told me, you used higher necromancy, turning someone that was still alive. It wasn't a mindless corpse, but someone that died cursing you with his final breath. Even if your attempt failed, the creature was bound to carry with itself the deepest emotions linked to its death. Not having a mark, its primary instinct was likely to exact revenge. Are you finally starting to understand the foolishness of your actions? Lith nodded, recognizing that being so powerful, and yet so ignorant in the ways of magic was a terrible combination. Do you at least know how to raise a single undead? She then asked. No, what happened earlier was an accident. Lith didn't like admitting his incompetence, but having worked in the science field, he knew that knowledge could not be faked. Either you accepted your ignorance or studied to fill the gaps. They walked up to Rodima's corpse, then Kala started explaining. If you were to simply use darkness magic on a corpse, it would rot and disappear. What you need to do instead is to let the necromantic energies fill the body or the skeleton like this. The bike placed its claws on Rodima's hollow forehead, while Lith used invigoration to see the stale blood turning black because of the dark magic, the veins bulging out. Once it's saturated, add a speck of light magic. Even first magic is fine. That will be your mark, the only life force the undead will respect and obey to. Rodima's corpse eyes opened again, the chestnut color replaced by the bright red. Kala was about to withdraw her energies, but Lith asked her to wait a bit. That way he was able to notice that the creature had no blood core, just a red one striped black like the skeletons did. Chapter 116, Necromancy Lesson 3. I'm starting to suspect that higher necromancy requires a living subject. To properly turn Raghul, I would have needed to fill his whole body with dark magic, not only his core. And of course, add my mark. Probably the reason why Kala can't master necromancy isn't because it can't use light outside of first magic, but because has no knowledge of the cores. Makes sense, Solus concurred. With Kala's guidance, Lith managed to raise his first skeleton after a few tries, destroying some of them in the process. When he felt sure to have grasped the basics, he even managed to raise Rodima's ghoul. Before following Kala to receive her final gift, Lith went back to put the two badly burned mercenaries out of their misery. A part of me would love to experiment on them with higher necromancy, but honestly I had more than enough for today. Also, if I managed to turn them into sentient undeads, I would feel responsible for their lives. I would be either forced to kill them, and that would be a waste, or let them roam free, and that would be plain madness. I'm done playing with powers I don't fully understand. Guess now I have one more thing to research in the library. After walking for a bit, Lith started to feel a headache growing. His desire to go back to the academy and rest was almost unbearable. Where are we going? To my cave, Kala explained. Since I'm leaving, feel free to pick whatever you like from my trophies pile. That will be my thank you for saving Nox's life. Teaching me necromancy is a great gift already. I don't need more. By the way, where are you going? I don't know either. I have reached a bottleneck. All my instincts tell me that either I overcome it or my talent will rot. Now that all my cubs are big enough to be self-sufficient, I can finally set off to explore my limits. Have you tried talking to the Lord of the Forest first? Maybe the Scorpicore could help you. Lith didn't dare offer his help directly. He had no idea how men would react to him teaching true magic, let alone magical beasts or monsters. Yet if the academy was to be in any danger, he would much prefer for someone like Kala to be present. I already did. Scarlet tried to explain to me many times about things like cores and world energy, but they are only empty words to me. So it advised me to travel outside the forest and search for enlightenment. After a while they reached a small hill. It was about 10 meters, 33, high, covered by tall green grass with tilted saplings growing on its sides, fighting with the nearest forest trees for the sunlight. Lith could see many small animals, squirrels and birds alike, moving around in the vicinity without care for their arrival. Like a mouse on the back of a lion, they weren't afraid of predators. The presence of the powerful bike was their lifeline. The cave was deep, and had an entrance big enough to let two creatures the size of Kala to move freely in and out, probably to allow her to move with her cubs. The so-called trophies pile turned out to be just trash. Weapons, tools, clothes were amassed together in a random order. Most of them were damaged or broken, making them useless. I took those things from humans and creatures that invaded my territory, trying to kill me or my spawn during the years, she explained. After a little search, Lith could see there wasn't anything interesting in the bunch. What about rings or amulets? Didn't they have any? Those I took for myself, silly one. They will be especially useful once I'll be away from here. Lith sighed with annoyance, thinking how he could have already been resting back home instead of junk hunting. But there are some I couldn't figure out their use nor throw them away. I feel they are too dangerous to be left in clumsy hands. Feel free to take them if you wish. Kala touched the left side of the cave, revealing a small secret chamber, holding a pile of small wooden boxes, all identical to the one Rodima's had given Lith. Suddenly he felt a chill running down his spine, his vision blurring, making the headache almost unbearable. This time he saw groups of armed soldiers fighting and destroying entire cities. Not the vision again. What does this mean? Is the war really this close, and what does it have to do with me? Lith saw several envelopes scattered among the boxes, their wax seals still intact. After checking with invigoration that there wasn't any magical trap, he opened them, discovering that all of them were written in a code he couldn't figure out. Reading those apparently random words, other images flashed before his eyes. The last thing he saw was an image of his house in Lucia, burning. The barn was open, the animals dead or escaped, while the fields in front of his house seemed to have been trampled upon. His point of view moved inside the house, allowing to watch the dancing flames, the walls splattered with fresh blood. His father lied on the floor, his head cracked open by some heavy blunt weapon, the brain almost visible. His expression was of pure despair and terror. His clothes were drenched by his own blood, coming out from multiple deep cuts. His bruised hands still clenched to form fists. He seemed to have died fighting. The vision moved to the kitchen, where the corpse of his mother, Elena, rested. Her eyes were wide open, a pool of blood was under her head, a huge chunk of her tongue was visible among the blood. Her clothes were ripped to shreds, not even death had stopped her aggressors. Lith could see human bite marks all over her breasts and genitalia, a pool of white sticky substance defiling her legs and mouth. Anger was raising inside Lith's chest, a thirst for blood like he had never felt since his days back on Earth. Then he heard his sister's voices calling for help. Renaa was calling her husband's name, but Tista was calling for Lith. He tried to force the vision to show them to him, but suddenly he felt pulled up and away from the ground, watching everything in miles of radius from the sky. The whole village had been razed to the ground. Once Lith regained his senses, the headache was suppressed by the killing intent he could barely contain. "Where did you find them?" "Most come from the dimensional items of the hunters that I recently killed. In the last months, lots arrived believing themselves to be predators only to end up as prey." Calla's snout deformed into a grin. "But others I took from the white-furred pups that live in the man-made mountain." The students, Lith was shocked not at the idea of their death, as much at the implication such event had. "Yes, it happened when I was chasing the hunters who had killed one of my cubs. They had escaped me the first time, yet days later dared to return in my turf." Anger overloaded her eyes with mana, turning them in pitch-black holes. "I stalked them, and when the opportunity arose, I exacted revenge. From that moment onward, every time hunters arrived, I would follow closely to kill them along with their pups, to let them know what I felt." "How did you manage to do that?" His interest was piqued. He doubted to be able to cleanly kill a group of mercenaries and students at the same time, without any of them escaping. Even with all her undeads, being unable to fly made Calla weaker than himself in Lith's eyes. "Clackers, that's how." The bike's laughter was like stone grinding against each other. "I know how they communicate, via earth magic. I lure them with their feed call, and when everyone is busy fighting with the spiders, my undead sweep the field. The Lord prohibited us to kill the white-furred, but clackers do not answer to its orders. I only take care of the hunters. It's not my fault if the little bastards don't know how to fend for themselves." Chapter 117, Reborn. There were still many things Lith wanted to ask Calla, like how she managed to perceive the clackers' calls and how to manipulate them. But as his bloodlust receded, he could feel that something was wrong with his body. The headache had returned worse than ever, and no matter how much he used invigoration, his energy was leaving him like sand slips between fingers, no matter how hard one clenches his fist. Soon he wasn't even able to stand. His eyelids were drooping, forcing him to fight just to remain conscious. "You seem to have a fever," Solus warned him. "Impossible. Except during my first years of life, I never got sick, not even a flu." His breathing turned ragged. Lith lied on the cavern's floor, feeling the comforting coldness of the rocks ease the heat waves ravaging his flesh. "I think I need to rest for—" Lith fell asleep even before finishing the sentence. Both bikes had no idea what to do. Even with their limited knowledge of humans, they were capable of understanding that Lith's constant shivering and sweating bullets wasn't normal. "Mom, do you know anyone capable of using light magic?" Nock lapped Lith's cheeks trying to comfort him. "Outside of the Lord of the Forest, no. Maybe Scourge is just exhausted." A snapping sound from Lith's body cut Calla short. The bikes stretched their ears, sniffing the guest. Another snapping sound occurred, this time louder. It was akin to a fresh log thrown into the fire, cracking because of the heat. Snap and pop sounds came one after the other. If an earthling happened to be there, he would think that someone was making popcorns. From the inside, Solus could see his bones cracking and heal continuously at an alarming rate. Sometimes it was just a fissure, the whole bone would shatter in small fragments before they assembled again. When it was the skull's turn, Nock jumped backwards out of fear. Suddenly a porcupine seemed to have slipped under Lith's face, sharp ends bulging under his skin, barely able to contain them. Each time a bone would crack, impurities would ooze out of them, finding their way out through any of his orifices. Most of it flowed out from his eyes, ears, and mouth, forming a pool beneath his head. The stench was unbearable. Calla was forced to destroy the tar-like substance with darkness magic, fearing it could harm them. Is he going to become an undead? The events unfolding in front of Nock reminded what had happened to Raghull just a few hours prior. "Unlikely," Calla replied. "I don't sense a massive amount of dark energy surging." Nonetheless, she closed Lith in the secret room, leaving just enough space for the air to flow, strengthening the cave walls in case of attack, just to be safe. Thanks to invigoration, Solus perceived the world energy flowing inside Lith's core. The body was finally able to withstand its growth, surviving the changes necessary to wield the new power. The unconsciousness is actually a blessing in disguise. The pain would be excruciating if Lith was still awake, Solus thought. Hours later, he finally woke up, feeling like the Walmart doormat after the Black Friday. Every inch of his body ached. His already tattered hunter suit was soaked in impurities beyond saving. He managed to cancel the smell with darkness magic, but removing the stains would destroy the leather as well. What happened? Lith shook his head, trying to remember where he was. Good news, you have finally got past your bottleneck. Your mana core is finally halfway through the cyan. Probably the constant strain and healing cycles of this last few months did the trick. Solus' words made little sense to him. It's not my first rodeo. Why did I faint? And why do I feel like crap instead of refreshed? It was too complicated to explain, so Solus just showed him her memories. What the fuck, all that pain just for a shade of cyan. Once Lith managed to get up, even opening the stone door with earth magic proved to be a challenge. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. You have slept for 3 days. I was starting to get worried. Nock trotted to him, rubbing his snout strong enough to make him fall. 3 days, sorry Nock, I have to run, Lith yelled in desperation. He didn't care for the lost lessons as much for all the time wasted doing nothing. If the vision was correct, he hadn't even a second to spare. Nock laughed at him. I was joking, it's barely sunset. Cursing the bike's ancestors and doubting the morality of their mating choices, Lith punched the nearby wall with the feeble strength he could muster. It's not funny, he yelled, striking again. My family is in danger. Who knows what could have happened to them in 3 days? You scared me to death. That makes the two of us. Nock took 2 cautionary steps back, keeping its gaze on him, ready to run away. Why are you scared? Don't want to end like the wall just for a stupid joke. Lith looked at his punch, discovering that it had created a small socket in the wall. A spiderweb of small cracks originated from the impact point. What the heck? Lith and Solus thought, still in a daze. I didn't feel anything. How can I be this strong? It must be because of what happened to your skeleton. Your mana flow is completely different from before, Solus pointed out. The quality of your mana has barely changed, but now even at rest, the energy that your core passively produces is able to reach every inch of your body. I have seen something like this only in magical beasts like the Protector. What's happening? Kala rushed back to the cave after the first pounding sound, expecting the worst. When it saw both cubs alive and well, the bike sighed in relief, but then an odd smell reached its nose. Not beastly nor human, it was something lost in between. Scourge, you have changed. It was a statement, there was no shred of doubt in her voice. Your smell is even less human than before. It's akin to the one the Lord of the Forest emits. Its eyes gleamed with comprehension of the true nature of their guest. Before leaving, Lith asked Kala how to perceive and lure the clackers. Sadly, the former required a high earth magic sensibility that he lacked, while the latter was far simpler. The spider's feed call sounded exactly like the human heart rhythmic beat, only it had to be emitted via magic through the ground. On his way back, while flying through the air, he activated life vision, searching for more changes in his abilities. Lith discovered that now it didn't just show the life force and mana simply through colors. Lith now could see the world energy flowing from the trees, the leaves, even from the stones. The whole forest around him was breathing, generating a mana wind that had been invisible to him before. It has become much more similar to my mana sense, Solus said. Yes, in a way is still worse, in another is better, look at that. Lith pointed at a clearing in the forest. It was near to the point where he had fought with the mercenaries, but from the sky and with its ordinary look, normally he would have failed to recognize the place. But now he could see everything. The red wind originated from the animals, the green from the plants, the gray from the stones, and the black from the dead. Lith only had to extend his hands, and will to feel the rotting energies waiting for the call. Rise, rise, my legion. He could sense the many corpses stirring underground, clawing to escape. And then he let them go. He had no time to lose, there were many things he had to do before nightfall. Chapter 118, Half-Truth. Lith immediately regretted his latest experiment. Damn it, my body is still weak. Even though my core is still cyan, the effects of the change are similar to the evolution process. Invigoration has no effect. I need real rest to recuperate. Your mind is not faring better either. You are still wearing your hunter's suit. If you don't change it, not only it would raise lots of questions, but I doubt they will let you in the academy, Solus pointed out. The leather sleeves were reduced to shreds. The chest presented a giant hole, like someone had tried to rip his heart out. The metal protectors had whole chunks missing, and between the bloodstains and the impurities it seemed that Lith had stolen the clothes from a battlefield. Inwardly cursing his own stupidity, Lith returned below the tree line, swapping the clothes in mid-air via the dimensional pocket. After walking through the castle gates, he was halted by the front desk clerk, demanding to have back the distressed device. It was the same middle-aged man that had lectured Lith that morning. Seeing him with his hands and face dirtied by having slept on the ground, his short breath and worried expression, the clerk assumed that going solo didn't do well for the arrogant fourth-year student. His chestnut eyes shone with gloat, while a condescending smile cracked his otherwise thick beard. Seems you had to experience for yourself how harsh the world out there. Not everyone can be a hero, now you know it. Lith looked at him like a madman. He had already forgotten about him, so those words made no sense to him. There, the clerk continued, mistaking his confusion for embarrassment. At least you came out alive without needing to ask for help. Also, you remembered my advice and returned before sundown. Realizing your mistakes and learning from your seniors is fundamental at your age. Normally, Lith would have recognized him already, pondering if attempting to poison the clerk's mana core from a distance with spirit magic. But worried as he were, he just pretended to be listening, nodding from time to time. Lith was so tired that even thinking was a struggle. Ever since he had seen the end of the vision, he was trying to put the pieces together. All he wanted was to take a short bath to get rid of all the dirt, sweat and blood dirtying his body, and then sleep for a whole week. But the scene of his parents murdered, and his sisters screaming for help haunted his mind. According to the vision, the steps of the events are, 1. The mercenaries killing Nock, and that is out of the picture. Then 2, after that they were supposed to do a delivery somehow connected to the fall of the academy. Guess that part was metaphorical. To bring down the castle it would take an earthquake measuring at least an 8 on the Richter scale, which would lead to 3, a civil war, and to 4, the destruction of Lucia. It's unclear if it would happen by coincidence or because I pissed off someone in particular, but it doesn't matter. If my soul is a dick as much as I am, the reason it showed me all this is because more than anything I want to save them. Right, Solus. Yeah, it makes sense, especially the dickery part. Guess that saving fluffy cubs and thousands of innocents is really not your style. She had a dejected tone. After all that hoping for him to find true love or friendship once again was just an egoistical reason. To her, Lith and his soul were indeed a match made by the heavens. Fuck the innocents. I'm nobody's hero. A world that, despite having billions of people, can only be saved by someone brave and dumb enough to sacrifice himself for strangers. It's a world not deserving to be saved. In the privacy of his room, Lith took out the communication amulet, thinking what exactly to tell Marchioness de Star. He couldn't sleep before making sure that the events he had spectated had yet to happen. But if he did call her, then he would need to spill the beans without having the opportunity to make up a believable backstory. The truth was too dangerous for him, and calling her the day after would destroy his credibility. Who in his right mind would take seriously someone that needed a power nap before reporting a threat to the kingdom? But without sleep, he had a hard time concentrating, let alone being convincing while spouting bullshit. It was another catch-22 paradox. Too tired to find a solution, he simply made the call. The Marchioness answered almost immediately, seated behind a luxurious desk riddled with books and sheets of papers. She had her hair down with no particular hairstyle, wearing something between a pajama and sweatpants. She looked almost as tired as him. Her annoyance was visible as much as audible. You again, what has happened this time? I'm really sorry to bother you at this hour, your ladyship, but I need to know if everything is all right with my family. I bring grave news. The last phrase, coupled with the desperation in his voice, changed her attitude in a blink. I already received today's report, but let me double-check right now. The communication remained open, but her image disappeared for a few seconds. This thing can put on hold. All present and accounted for, the sky has yet to fall, she said with a slight smile. Now, what were you saying about grave news? She leaned with her elbows on the desk, her eyes steeling. Before starting my story, your ladyship, do you believe in supernatural, things like souls, destiny, and so on? Lith was desperately trying to find a way to not look like a raving maniac. Child, you are starting to sound like my husband when he proposed. If you have just disturbed me because of a girl, that's inappropriate at best. No matter what you believe right now, whoever you have met is not the right one. Inwardly cursing his poor choice of words, Lith rushed to explain. The best lie is a half-truth. Here goes everything. He told her how he managed to save a dryad by sheer luck, and that she rewarded him with a vision about his heart's desire. That following her directions, he had found a group of hunters fighting to the death with a powerful bike necromancer defending its cub. In this version of the story, he was just a spectator, and Kala did all the hard work. Lastly, that on the verge of death, one of the hunters still alive after Lith had tried to save her, had a change of heart, regretting her life choices, and gave him a wooden box and a coded letter, revealing to him that she was meant to give it to someone inside of the academy, but had died before telling him who. A dryad needing your help, she had a good laugh at his expenses. Didn't she give you something more practical than a silly vision? I don't know, her heart or some earthly treasure. I refused her heart, Lith explained, making the Marchioness almost choke on her next laugh. I'm too young for a relationship, and she was way too flashy for an academy, but I still got loot, I mean rewards. He took out the ransom the blonde dryad had paid to save her sister's life. I can't see them well like this. Put them over the amulet's gem, please. She didn't know what to think. So far, the story was too odd to be made up. When Lith did as instructed, the various natural treasures floated in the air. The light from the stone enveloped them like a 3D scanner, giving the Marchioness a life-size image that replaced Lith's. Is there something this thing can't do? Lith was flabbergasted by the second unknown function of the day. Why can't it make a decent coffee? I miss coffee so much I could kill for a cup. By the gods and their children, I believe you. Now put those treasures away and show them to no one. They are very precious. Many would say too much for someone like you to have them. Lith saw the greed in her eyes, but it was a calculated risk. To further his story, he described in detail the plant abomination, nerfing it enough to make plausible for Lith's normal skill set to defeat it. If you still have any doubts, there is a whole patch of the forest that's gone completely bald. It will take months for it to recover a shred of green. The Marchioness looked at him with renewed admiration. I had heard great things about your little team, but honestly I didn't expect so much from them. It's amazing for fourth-year students, no matter how talented, to suppress a monster. All thanks to teamwork. Even half asleep, Lith realized that a gun he was completely unaware of had just shot his own foot. Chapter 119, Half-Truth 2. Why didn't you tell her that you defeated it alone? Solus was surprised by the sudden turns of events. Because she didn't ask me how I managed to, or if I did have help. She jumped the gun and assumed it was a team effort. That means I didn't nerf the plant abomination enough, or simply that a kid killing a monster is unheard of. Anxious to change topic, Lith took out from the dimensional pocket the wooden box Rodimas had surrendered to him, and one coded letter at random. Marchioness de Star threw a glance at the letter, and being incapable to understand its meaning, just copied it with water magic. A flick of her wrist and ink flew from the well to a blank piece of paper, recreating the original in a few seconds. When the life-size replica of the box appeared, her expression became severe. I don't recognize the lock, but I know these runes. This isn't just a wooden box, it's a high-end dimensional item, capable of storing complex structures rather than single objects. It could even contain a whole furnished house. It's definitely something that a magical beasts hunter could never afford, let alone give it away to a stranger. Depending on what's inside, it could be worth thousands of gold, if not tens of thousands. But why are you showing it to me instead of Linjo's? And why are afraid of it? After a deep breath to calm his nerves, Lith told her all about the vision and how it ended, along with his hypothesis about it. The last time we spoke, you told me you are on the Queen's side. If what the Dryad has shown me is true, then I need all the help possible to prevent these events from happening. With all due respect, the headmaster is a good man, but has proven to be too much of a naive fool to be trusted with such a delicate matter. He expected people not needing ballots, yet now they are all in use. He didn't predict that his radical changes would backfire so fast and hard, or if he did, his contingency plan must have failed big time. Also, he doesn't know me, you do. For him, I could as well be a homesick boy pulling a prank. I don't have the time to make him listening to me and believe a ridiculous story about dryads, souls, and visions. I need someone capable of seeing the bigger picture and reacting accordingly. Whatever this is, its ramifications go beyond the academy. The Marchioness drummed her fingers on the desk, pondering about Lith's words. His judgment on Linjo's character was harsh, but she fully agreed with it. And while the headmaster would take in account only the possible consequences for the academy and his precious students, she was capable of understanding also the political repercussions the events Lith described could have. Her fief was already torn apart by internal and external enemies, trying to replace her with someone more pliable to one side or another of the conflict. If a storm was really brewing under her nose, could she afford to ignore such a timely warning? The answer was no. After all the sacrifices she had made trying to protect her daughter and husband after the failed assassination attempts, this was the first lead the Marchioness had that could allow her to act instead of react. Also, it would give her an opportunity to prove her worth and loyalty to the crown in a moment of need, potentially reaping endless benefits. All things that made such information more valuable for her yet were meaningless to Linjos. The dedicated headmaster had no interest in politics. His mind seemed to be incapable to consider anything outside the boundaries of the academy. That what made him an excellent teacher also made him a terrible pawn. I wonder if he took all these factors in account before contacting me. It would be amazing for a youth of humble origins to be so cunning. He could be a great asset in the future, she concluded. From what I have seen in the past, the Marchioness is not a power-hungry noble. She truly cares about her family. Also, she is the most powerful and influential person I know. If the Civil War really happens, a backwater village like Lucia would simply be collateral damage. It's her city, Dirios, the capital of the Marquisate, that would be first burned to the ground during the fights. She has much more to lose compared to me. In none of his existences, Lith had ever cared for schemes. His reasoning was simple but straightforward. Fine. At those words, Lith sighed in relief. Finally, his body was able to relax. The built-up tension quickly disappeared. No matter how crazy your story sounds, I believe you. There's only one problem. It's impossible to open warp steps inside the academy without the permission of a member of the staff. Hence, to get my hands on that box, I'll need to talk to Linjos first. He'll probably summon you kids to listen to your side of the story. If I were you, I'd expect him to be pretty pissed off from your lack of trust. Lith stared at the hologram with adamant eyes and a grave expression, without saying a word. That's the attitude. Face him like that, and you'll have nothing to fear. More staring and silence ensued. Lith, she asked, starting to be worried, is everything all right? His eyes remained sharp, yet a faint snoring became audible. Have you really fallen asleep with your eyes wide open? Wake up! The sound of her fist slamming on the desk did the trick. Sorry, I was absent-minded for a second, he said, buying time for Solus to bring him up to speed. I'll wait for the headmaster's call together with my companions. As per your request, they are still oblivious of our partnership. Do you want to keep things that way, or can I inform them? At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. I don't know what excuse you used to remain alone and make this call, but if you don't start telling the truth, you'll lose their trust. After closing the communication, Lith rushed towards Quilla's room, where his schoolmates were supposed to spend all day practicing triple casting and dimensional magic. What a rotten luck, to think that I'm forced to ask for help to a bunch of kids. Didn't you complain that you have grown stale as a person just a few hours ago? Maybe this is a good occasion to start opening up. Be positive for once. Yes, I did, but I was talking about stupid things like sharing feelings, hobbies, and all that jazz, not potentially entrusting some of my secrets to others. In his mind, Lith could see many obstacles riddling the path he had been forced to take. Linjos could summon to his office not only Lith, but also the others. And unlike the Marchioness, being able to see them calm and rested, he could see past Lith's lies. To avoid blowing the cover he had created over the years, Lith needed his so-called friends to perfectly play their part. There were so many things that could go wrong, and he had so little time to convince them to help him. Being caught unprepared was what he hated the most. His only remaining option was hoping for once in his life to be lucky. A few seconds after he knocked on the door, Floria let him in. The mood in the room was gloomy. All those present had dejected faces and black circles under the eyes. It seemed like they had finished a shift in a mine while mourning their grandfather's death. Thank the gods, you all look like crap. Chapter 122, Truths. Thanks, it's nice to see you too, Floria sarcastically replied. What happened? Lith asked. It's terrible, Uriel groaned. After all these hours, zero progress. We have barely eaten to have more time, but it was all for nothing. I'm going to fail dimensional magic so bad it's going to destroy my grades. How can we focus on a subject so hard with all that's happening? Every time I am alone, I have to watch my back from Liam and his goons. The rest of the time, I am either studying or worrying about what could happen if a civil war really breaks out. I could lose everything and everyone I love. The work of generations destroyed in a few days, simply because people like the Lucart think that might makes right. I can barely sleep at night anymore. He held his head between the hands, his eyes watery due to stress and exhaustion. Floria just nodded, sharing his worries. She had almost developed the compulsion to call in once an hour to check the well-being of her brothers. So basically, you are saying that living like a commoner is driving you crazy, Lith replied, furrowing his eyebrows. Your first worry is the same one every ballot-less student has to live with. As for the second, well, back in my village, wandering nobles were treated like natural disasters, since they could pillage, kill, and rape at will. And we were the lucky ones, since the presence of my mentor kept most of them at bay. Sorry, but I'm not sorry to break your self-pity bubble. Not to mention that basically you two are the living proof their strategy is working. If everyone were to freak out like you do, very few would graduate this year. That would be considered as the headmaster's fault, with the only result to push the kingdom one step closer to the civil war. Floria and Uriel only got gloomier after his speech. Way to go, you idiot, Lith scolded himself. Why don't you beat them down while you are at it? We need their help, so try to be a decent person for a change. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to be a jerk, and for once he was sincere. But something absurd happened to me while I was in the forest, and I'm still messed up. Before any of them could ask a single question, Lith told his story once again, but unlike the Marchioness, they didn't allow him to continue after the part about defeating the plant abomination and rescuing the Dryad. Are you telling us you defeated a monster alone? From her voice and expression, Floria didn't believe a word he said. Was the Dryad hot? A tinge of color returned on Uriel's face, even with Lith avoiding to mention the nudity part. Are you all right? I can't believe you're so calm after that thing almost managed to eat you alive. Quilla had turned ashen, with Freya preferring to calm her rather than express her surprise. Yes, yes, and yes, he replied. Thanks for being the only one that not only believes me, but also sincerely worries about me, Quilla. At those words, the others acutely perceived Lith's poke, realizing their rudeness, rushing into expressing overdue concerns about his well-being. If you find this part incredible, wait for the rest. He resumed the narration, taking out the natural treasures, the letter and the box at the right time to prove them he wasn't making any of that up. When Lith finished, it was hard to understand if they were more incredulous or scared. Incredulous because both the ideas of the monster and a prophecy for a soul seemed too much something out of a fairy tale to be real. Scared because the content of the prophecy wasn't about endless riches, a future harem of world-class beauties or Lith becoming king, like in the legends. It was the stuff their nightmares were made of. Without the academy, Quilla would be back to be a homeless orphan, and if the war really ensued, there was no telling how it could end. The only certainty was that both sides would spill a lot of blood, maybe enough for the bordering countries to invade, erasing the Griffin Kingdom from history. Why are you telling us all this? You do know how crazy all this sound, and if your patron, of which we never heard about before, has already took matters in her hands, what do you need us for? As usual, Floria was the first one to speak. She had taken her leadership quite seriously. Despite their bond, she always felt he was keeping many secrets from them. More than not believing him, she wanted Lith to crack his impenetrable armor and show her some real trust. First off, because you are my friends, and you have the right to know the truth. Every fiber of his being was cringing at those words, yet he pushed forward. Like Solus had reminded him earlier, progress not perfection. Second, because even my patron, just as you, Floria, don't believe me capable of such a feat. Before I continue, there's something you must know. Lith sat on Quilla's bed, massaging his temples while inwardly cursing the fate forcing him to take a gamble after another. Life at the edges of civilization is really hard. I had to fight for everything since I have memory. I'm not like you guys. I killed my first human at the age of 6. Then, after I finished my apprenticeship, I became a bounty hunter, killing people for money. There, I have said it. They finally know I am a bona fide murderer with a penchant for gold. With a deep sigh, he raised his head to look them in the eyes. Contrary to his expectations, there was no surprise, disgust, or spite in their expressions. Why, you don't look shocked in the least. Well, I already knew everything, Freya shrugged. After how you handled the school's queens the first day and reading Professor Vaster's report about your achievements, I was too curious. So, I had a background check made on you. You did what? Either in the New World or on Earth, violations of his privacy never felt nice. Sorry, but between your skills, glare, and awful character, I thought it was best knowing the competition. Besides, it's not like I had to dig that hard, it was all public knowledge. And she told me everything once we became friends, Quilla chimed in. I never thought badly of you for that. On the contrary, I find you amazing. Wish I was able to do the same instead of being constantly forced to rely on others. She blushed a little, keeping her eyes down and fiddling with her long hair. Same, I mean that I had a background check made too, not the cool part. To be honest, I found you to be quite scary at the start, but then you turned out to be a chill guy. Uriel patted some invisible dust off his shoulder, incapable of looking Lith in the eyes. He still found him to be quite scary. And so did I hope this isn't the big secret, Floria snorted. It actually is, at least part of it. Lith stood up, taking a deep breath to calm himself. But showing is much better than telling. Floria, would you mind taking out your sword and attacking me? He gestured the others to clear the space around them for their own safety. Are you crazy? She asked with her eyes wide open. Humor me, and while you are at it, drink a defense potion too. I'm too tired to hold back, I could hurt you quite badly. Seeing that she kept not moving, Lith closed in too fast for her to react, tapping with his right index and medium finger on her solar plexus, forcing the air out the lungs and making her cough uncontrollably. When Floria tried instinctively to reach for her sword, Lith swept her with a kick. Before she could adjust her body for the fall, he was already up, clenching her sword hand with his left hand and lifting her by the throat with the other one. He then gently helped her standing up again, while a shocked silence filled the room. Thanks to his new body, Lith hadn't needed to use fusion magic. His enhanced physical prowess was enough. Ever since I was little, I noticed my constitution was quite unique. That's how I manged so well in the past, before the academy. That's amazing, why did you hide it? I would flaunt it all day if I was in your shoes, Uriel said. Yeah, you could, because of your status. If so many nobles get angry when a commoner surpasses them in any field, imagine what would happen if they knew that a commoner that is both a good mage and fighter exists. It was the best explanation Lith had come up with. It covered the reticence, partly explained his exploit, and most importantly exposed as little as possible of his secrets. I would be either targeted by those that perceive my existence as a threat, or forced into servitude. My mentor always said to never reveal it to anyone, and this is the first time I'm disobeying her. Because I need your help. Chapter 121, Interludium 3. The Griffin Kingdom was commonly referred as the original kingdom, since more than a millennium ago had been the first great country to emerge from the warring states period in the Garland continent. It wasn't the biggest, the primacy belonged to the Blood Sands tribes, but because of the much harsher life conditions of the desert coupled with its lack of fertile lands, it was without a doubt the richest. To the north and west, it bordered the Gorgon Empire, and to the south and east with the Blood Sands Desert. The central government was located in the capital, Valoran, named after the original king, Valoran Griffin. The ruler of the kingdom was also the commander-in-chief of the royal army. It was prohibited to private citizens or even nobles to have an army. Those who could afford it were only allowed to have a personal guard, up to 100 soldiers. The simple attempt to recruit or form one was high treason against the crown, and the perpetrator's bloodline would be executed up to the third generation. Nobles were only considered as administrators of their land on behalf of the king-queen. They weren't allowed to make laws, only to apply them as they were enacted by the court. In case of doubt about their interpretation, a simple call via the communication amulet to a royal scribe would clear it. To waive the laws were needed special circumstances, and the king's direct approval, otherwise it would be considered an act of rebellion. One of the reasons the Griffin Kingdom had flourished during the centuries compared to his neighbors was the ruler's selection process. The title wasn't hereditary, just like the competence, skill, and talent the role required. After the death of the current ruler, the spouse would hold the reins of the whole kingdom until the next one was found. To access to the selection, there were 3 essential requirements. The candidate had to share, no matter how dilute, the blood of the original king, also had to possess outstanding magical talent and proved administrative skill. The reason for the first requirement was still a mystery to everyone except the ruler. The second and third, instead, were quite obvious. Without magic, the ruler would be a prisoner of his own guards, since even a Magico-level servant could kill him without leaving any trace in barely a second. Lastly, a good ruler was first and foremost a good administrator. Without a proper sense of justice and balance, he would be either a tyrant or even worse, a profligate strawman in the hands of whoever was able to enable his vices. Those who satisfied these requirements would be brought in the deepest part of the royal castle, in front of a mystical gate made out of gold and silver, that would open only for those who carried royal blood. The ones that were found worthy would emerge from it shocked but unharmed, while the others would never return. It was the main reason why the title of King-Queen was not coveted except from those who sincerely believed to deserve it. At any time, someone that met the requirements could challenge the current ruler and undertake the trial, but again, very few came back. In its 1,000-year history, the court had never elected a ruler without carrying the tradition, and even that was a mystery. Many thought that behind the gate there was a series of magical artifacts that would put the candidate to the test and kill those who weren't fit to lead the country. Others that the ghost of the original king still dwelled in the castle, passing his wisdom through the generations thanks to the bond of blood they shared. All of them were wrong. Behind the gold and silver gate, after a short tunnel, there was the lair of the divine griffin Tyrus, one of the only 3 divine beasts that lived on the continent, that history knew only as the original queen, from the time she helped Valoran build his kingdom, which he named in her honor. I will use the she instead of it, because since it can shapeshift in human form, the boundary between beast and human is quite thin and confusing. Every time it was necessary, she would examine the candidates, making sure that the legacy of her only one and true love would not be lost, using her powers to probe their minds and spirits. If any of them pleased her, the kingdom would have a new ruler. Otherwise, she would have no need to fix something for dinner. Tyrus didn't believe in direct intervention, nor did she care that much for human affairs anymore. She just kept fulfilling King Valoran's dying wish, choosing his successors and scaring the shit out the court from time to time, when someone thought that the tradition was outdated. It was from her lair that Arjun Rarnas departed for his new mission. He was the youngest recruit in the Queen's Corps, and had just finished learning the basics of royal magic from Tyrus. An is just true magic, but with another name. All the other canons will be kept to avoid confusion. The existence of the Queen's Corps was a known fact, something that every law-abiding citizen would remember and respect. To the contrary, the Queen's Corps was supposed to be just a rumor, the boogeyman of the underworld. It was a secret unit, comprised only by the most loyal member of the Corps that once had mastered royal magic, would single-handedly remove any threat to the kingdom. If an entire noble household died in an accident, if a criminal cartel disappeared overnight, it was the corpse's doing. No one had actually ever seen a member of the corps in action and lived to tell the tale. It was one of those, my cousin's friend knows a guy that, kind of rumors, yet they were very real. When they had met, Tyrus had welcomed Arjun in her human form, making him fall head over heels for her, and wasting the following week rejecting his marriage proposals and trying to reason with him. She had kept her griffin form for too long, forgetting that calming down a scared guest was much easier than facing his unreasonable feelings. Tyrus' human appearance had a delicate oval face, with perfect features that countless artists had spent their whole lives in vain, trying to reproduce them. She had shining gold hair, long enough to almost touch the floor, and silver eyes that sparkled as stars at the faintest light. Her pearly pink skin was flawless, showing no sign of being affected by living in the cold underground lair for so long. Tyrus usually wore a simple blue satin day dress, used centuries ago by grieving widows, that despite its ancient and baggy cut could not hide her soft and ravishing curves more than a flying bird could eclipse the sun. The first time Arjun had seen her smile, he believed to have been long dead, because that simple expression brought back to life all the feelings that long years in the Queen's Black Ops squad had made him forget. "Remember to not abuse your new powers," were her parting words. "The impurities in your body are not your enemy. On the contrary, are the only reason why you and all the talented mages are still alive, despite your bodies are unsuitable to wield the power of your cores. It takes time for a body to adapt, and there is no way to rush the process. Any misstep and you will turn into an abomination, and someone else from the corpse will have to get rid of you. Farewell, child, we shall not meet again." With a heavy heart, he departed without looking back. According to the Queen's orders, something was wrong with the kingdom, even worse than usual, requiring all hands on deck and forcing Arjun to abandon his training early. There seemed to be something odd about many alchemic labs near the White Griffin Academy, and the materials they were buying in stock. along with too many dimensional boxes for their purpose to be anything good. Chapter 122, Interludium 4. After Arjun left, Tyrus could not but sigh, thinking about the irony of the core refining process. While those who started with a very weak mana core, be it red or yellow, had it easy, the stronger the core, the higher the risks. Her beloved Valoran was the perfect example. Born with a yellow core, once learned true magic, he had the opportunity to strengthen both his core and body at the same time, removing the impurities bit by bit. Once his core had started to be too strong, pain had been the first sign of alarm, allowing Tyrus to stop him from refining the world energy until the body had fully adapted. But for stronger beings, like magical beasts or talented mages that had already reached their full development, true magic was more often than not a death penalty. If they purified the impurities too fast, the energy inside their bodies would flood every single cell without control. The lucky ones would die on the spot, while the less fortunate would explode among excruciating pains. And then there were the abominations. Beings with a core so strong, with a will so indomitable that even death could not defeat them. They would plague the land, consuming all forms of life trying to prolong their existence. Unlike mages and magical beasts, abominations were like snowflakes, no two were alike. Their souls and minds would shape their new form, until the moment they were put down like rabid animals. The only way to avoid such destiny was through hard work and patience, but the rewards were beyond imagination. Becoming a conduit for the world energy meant becoming an awakened one, a being with an endless mana supply, whose only magical limit was his own willpower and imagination. By removing the impurities, the body of an awakened one would progressively become faster, stronger, and more resilient. His healing so fast to almost resemble regeneration, his sixth senses keen like those of the animals. Last but not least, all awakened ones would have their life spans enhanced. They would no longer consume their own life force, replacing it with the world energy itself. That was how monsters like scorpicors, griffins, dragons, and phoenixes could have an almost eternal life. But that didn't mean immortality. Despite each of them was really hard to kill, it was far from impossible. That was why most of the oldest awakened ones ended up isolating themselves. The stronger you were, the more conceited you became, until the point you felt entitled to force your idea of right and wrong on others, making the whole world your enemy. Thinking about the time she had spent with Arjun, and how fleeting was still his existence, Tyrus could not but ponder if her old friend and rival Ligain had actually been right all along. Teaching humans is not impossible, just pointless. He had told her the last time they had met, centuries earlier, back when he had given up on humankind due to their innate foolishness. Thinking of him after all those years still managed to make her laugh. Ligain was the only dragon she had ever met that flaunted his origins as a common lizard. If not for her pride, maybe Tyrus could one day confess to him that she too had started as a simple finch. While running along the stairs, Arjun Rarnas was amazed by how both his stamina and speed had improved. Being one of the kingdom's elite mage assassins, he knew his body like the back of his own hand. As a beginner awakened one, Tyrus had allowed him only to partly purify his blood from impurities, yet the changes were remarkable. His happiness was short-lived, though. Arjun could not stop worrying about the report he had just received. Not for its content, but for its length, a single page. That could only mean that all the crown's resources were stretched so thin that they could barely function properly. And considering that it included both the queen's core and corpse, the idea was beyond unsettling. I have entered seclusion just a few months ago. How could the situation change so much in so little time? As soon as he reached one of the mirrors, he prickled his left index finger with a small knife, using his blood to draw a magic rune on it while injecting his mana. The mirror's surface quivered, while the secret warp gate network was activated, allowing him to instantly reach his destination, the city of Candria. While on paper it was just a medium-sized city, thriving thanks to its position along one of the main trading routes, reality was a bit different. Under all the sweat and noise produced by its industrious and honest citizens, Candria was home of one of the biggest black markets in the Marquisate. For the right price, there were very few things you couldn't acquire, even slave collars, and that said a lot. Slavery was forbidden in all the free countries, and it was a crime punished with death, preceded by torture and the expropriation of all the family's assets. It was because of the ever-flourishing criminal underworld that a famous alchemist like Quarn Hatorn had chosen Candria to build her state-of-the-art laboratory. It gave her access to all kinds of clients and ingredients, allowing her to take the best from both worlds, and became filthy rich very quickly. When Arjun emerged in the local branch of the Mage Association, the clerk barely glanced at him. The secret network also had access to all the official waypoints across the kingdom, allowing the agents to avoid being questioned or searched. Customs and controls would take place before departing, so those who arrived were considered to be properly cleared travelers. Before leaving the building, Arjun took a quick stop at the restroom to prepare his cover. A fancy silk dress was inconspicuous in the royal castle, but it would make him stick out like a sore thumb in any other place. He wore brown cotton leggings, a white shirt, and a vest. His new shoes had a soft sole, allowing him to move without making noise. The final touch was applying makeup with water magic, simulating a long scar going from under his left eye to his chin. Even if someone would stop looking at him, the scar would be the only thing they would see. Their gazes would be drawn by it, ignoring his eyes and his nose. Whenever they would try to recall his appearance, the only thing they would remember was a man with a 3-days-old scruff and a scar on the cheek. According to his seniors, it was the best mask one could ever wear. Once outside the building, Arjun remembered why he hated Kandria. When the city had been founded, no one had expected that one day it would be so busy, hence the roads weren't very large. Between the merchant stalls, the carriages stopping to load and unload their goods, and all the pedestrians going to and fro their homes, walking had become a form of art for the residents, and a labor for everyone else. The bustling activity forced people to bump into each other, making those cramped streets a paradise for thieves. When Arjun finally reached his destination, he had been robbed 4 times of the leather pouch he carried at his neck, holding a few copper and silver coins to hide the fact that he had a dimensional ring. Each time, he had been forced to replace it with whatever he could find in the pockets of those who were robbing him, whom he robbed back with a sleight of hand. In the process, Arjun actually earned 3 silver coins, which he donated to a nameless homeless on the road. He circled around Hathorn's shop, pretending to check the nearby stalls while looking for a way in. Being in the high-end part of the city, the traffic was limited, and that allowed him to spice things up with magic. At every step he took, Arjun would release earth magic waves that would seep into the shop's walls before coming back, like a sonar, allowing him to check for secret passages. A smart's rabbit hole had 2 exits, but a clever one would have many. Yet despite all his efforts, he found nothing. Either I have overestimated that traitorous witch and there is no secret passage, or I have underestimated her, and she has magically shielded her lab. On the back of his orders, there was a recently drawn map of the alchemic lab, but the only entrances noted were the front door, where aside from window shopping he could do very little outside drawing unwanted attention, and the service entrance for the suppliers. According to the map, both were guarded by skilled mercenaries. Killing them wasn't a problem, but getting in without causing a ruckus was. The mission required discretion, otherwise instead of the corpse they would have sent a simple constable with a proper warrant. Arjun didn't like complex plans. In his experience, the bigger the setup, the higher was the number of things that could go wrong. He had only one shot at the mission, so after scouting the surroundings, he bought a few trinkets before disappearing in a back alley. He chose to wait on the top of the tallest building in the zone, a 3-stories house, to keep an eye on the alchemic lab without being noticed. Chapter 123, Terminus. Arjun's options were limited. Being against a fellow magician, he doubted that Hathorn employed common locks. The illegal market was her biggest source of income. She was bound to have set alarms and safety measures to get rid of intruders or destroy all the incriminating evidence, in case something went wrong. Arjun wasn't hot-headed, neither the mission had a deadline, so he bid his time, waiting 2 days to get his opportunity. It arrived in the form of a shipment of crates that 2 young men delivered after parking their carriage in the alley of the service entrance. Finally, the door was opened from the inside, allowing the goods to be brought inside by both the guards and the couriers. Using life vision, Arjun checked the surroundings for witnesses and then the building to make sure the intelligence he had was correct. There were no guards hidden inside, and that was good news. If Arjun wanted, he could have jumped down and killed them all in barely 2 seconds. The corpses weren't a problem, he could store them in his dimensional amulet, and so was the blood. A simple pulse of dark energy would delete every trace of the massacre. But that would mean killing 2 potential innocents, not to mention that the carriage and the crates were bound to draw attention, since they were perfectly visible from the main road. Arjun waited for the guards to get back in, and at the last second, when the door was about to be closed, he blinked inside. Arjun's stiletto severed the man's spine from the skull, killing him on the spot. Before the second guard, a bulky middle-aged man, could even react, Arjun blinked again, appearing behind him and putting his right hand on the guard's mouth before slitting his throat from ear to ear. Not even a drop of blood reached the ground. Arjun managed to capture all of it with water magic and store it in his dimensional amulet. Then, he proceeded to search the corpses, finding a set of keys and personal effects. Judging by his looks, the middle-aged guard wasn't married, nor had any family. Under the breastplate, his clothes were dirty with days-old food stains, missing some buttons that he never cared to replace. His belongings amounted to a set of gambling dices and a wineskin already half empty, despite was still mourning. All signs that the man was letting himself go, without a care in the world. The other guard was younger, cleaner, with an oval-shaped locket around his neck. Inside there were 4 initials inscribed in a heart. Arjun used air magic to shave off his scruff, and water magic to remove the fake scar, applying at the same time some makeup to resemble as much as possible his victim before donning his clothes. As long as someone doesn't come close enough, it would be hard to recognize me as an intruder. Even if that happens, surprise should give me a second or two, plenty enough to get rid of the meddling bastard. After sealing the bodies in his dimensional amulet, Arjun used earth magic again, this time scanning the building from the inside. As he had suspected earlier, it had been shielded against external probing, but from there he was able to perceive an uncharted grid of tunnels and rooms right below the shop. Arjun left the warehouse, heading towards the nearest entrance. He regretted not having the opportunity to search the crates behind him, but now he was on the clock. His goal was to get all the evidence he needed before either blowing up the place or running away after writing an apology note. Thanks to life vision, he could see that the door in front of him had no magical properties. Nonetheless, when he found the right key, he used spirit magic to unlock it, just to be safe. According to the blueprint, the shop occupied the first floor of the building, being composed by the exhibit space of medium-low value merchandise for the public to see, the warehouse, to stock the unsorted raw materials, and an ample corridor, connecting the two with the employee facilities. Below the street level were supposed to be just the alchemic lab and the vault, containing the high-end products and rare ingredients. Thanks to earth magic, Arjun had no problems finding the hidden lever to open the path to the tunnels. The road was disseminated with alarms and traps, but between royal magic and life vision, he was able to get past them, barely slowing down. Building a magical lab underground was unusual, but not unprecedented. Handling powerful spells and volatile components, it was of paramount importance that the facility was perfectly insulated from external forces. If mystical wild energies were to enter, whatever the reason, during a crucial step, the best-case scenario was losing hours, if not days of work and all the resources employed. Worst-case scenario, the whole lab would go boom. A good insulation by magical means was very, very expensive. That was why stingy or needy magicians would choose the underground option to ease the burden on their wallets. Arjun thanked his good luck for Hathorn not having realized that her ruse was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it had allowed her to build a lab under the lab, away from prying eyes, without raising any suspicion. On the other, though, he could see via life vision that she had been really stingy. The real lab was poorly insulated, and that meant that Hathorn could not have placed any kind of powerful magical device in its vicinity without risking her own life. As he expected, from that point onward, the traps and alarms were only of mechanical nature, making his job much easier. While he delved further, Arjun suddenly realized why the security was so lax. The corridors were large enough for 2 adults to be barely able to walk side by side, and magically lit so that there was no hiding place. Going in was relatively simple, but if he were to be discovered, getting out would be nigh impossible. The low ceiling made flying useless. The tight space prevented to use agility to run away. Strength and numbers would be much more important in a fight compared to speed and magic. The first room he encountered was a luxurious lounge, with an expensive carpet covering all the floor, and velvet red couches and armchairs arranged around a long cherrywood table. It must be where she discusses business with her special clients. Arjun noticed several wooden boxes lying on the tables. Each of them had a very complex magical lock already activated, except for one. He recognized the rune pattern. It was a variation of a lock very popular among smugglers and spies. It allowed itself to be opened by whoever knew the right combination, not only by the one that had imprinted its magic, yet a single mistake and the vessel would implode, destroying its contents. This version seemed to be more complicated and dangerous. It would explode instead of imploding. Arjun stored all of them in his dimensional amulet, hoping to be able to find a way to break into them later. He also took the unlocked box, and after moving some of the furniture to get as much space as possible, he placed it on the ground, pushing the opening button. The box grew to the size of a big closet, containing beakers, glass rods, vials, and several burners. It was also full of gears connected to mechanical arms that seemed to have been designed to hold and handle the laboratory glassware that had yet to be arranged. It was a marvel of magic and science like Arjun had never even dreamt about. Whatever this is, it must be the unassembled version of what lies in the other boxes. If only the glassware was already at least filled with the ingredients, my mission would be as good as done. As it is, the question remains, what the heck is this for? He compressed it again, storing it away too. The lounge led to another small corridor, identical to the previous one. After checking with earth magic and life vision for traps or hidden guards, Arjun moved forward, determined to find the last piece of the puzzle. His steps didn't produce any sound, allowing him to keep an ear out for incoming enemies, yet he encountered no one. At his left he found another door, unlike any other in the building. It was thick and padded, made to prevent something from coming out, yet it had no lock whatsoever. This piqued his curiosity, so after changing back to his enchanted suit and preparing for the worst, he slowly opened the door. What he saw was so creepy that even a hardened veteran like him could not help but feel cold shivers running down his spine. The room inside was small, 5 meters, 16 large and 10 meters, 33 long, with chains coming out from the walls and floor. At first glance it could look like a prison, but everything was wrong. There were no prisoners hanging, just corpses. One seemed to have exploded from the inside, its chest cut open in two by a single huge wound that no known weapon or beast should have been able to inflict. Another was burnt to death, while its neighbor was frozen solid, and despite the room was far from cold, it didn't show any sign of thawing. After checking them both, Arjun understood that their death made no sense. It wasn't the result of any spell or natural event. Fire and ice respectively had devoured them from the inside. The last corpse was even stranger than the others. What he supposed had once been an old man had now his face disfigured by agony. The eyes rolled back, showing only the white. The corpse had its veins turned of a bright blue, and they were bulging out, like they were going to burst open at any second. When Arjun touched the body to better examine it, the old man regained his senses, whimpering an almost silent prayer. "Please kill me." Arjun jumped back from the surprise, instinctively activating life vision. Not only the old man was alive, but all the chained bodies, even in death, kept emitting a mana signature. Whatever had killed them was still active. What in the gods' names has that madwoman done? Arjun stored the bodies. The royal mages would have a lot of explaining to do. Then he checked the old man again. He was clearly in a lot of pain, in no condition to be moved, and Arjun was no healer. He had only recently become an awakened one, developing with true magic only the spells he was already apt to. "I'm sorry, old man, but your body or those of your companions may hold the key to prevent a great disaster. The kingdom honors your sacrifice." Arjun snapped his neck, giving him a painless death, but as soon as he did, the chains started blinking with magical energies. Even without understanding how, he knew to have triggered some kind of alarm. Arjun assessed that between the bodies and the boxes, he had gained enough. It was time to get out of there. Unbeknownst to him, it wasn't an alarm, just like the room wasn't a prison. It was just another lab with a different kind of guinea pigs. The chains had simply alerted the assistants that was time to collect the data. Arjun rushed all the way back using air fusion, slowing down only to avoid the traps. Suddenly, a man with a wizard attire and a couple of guards popped out of a corner, managing to sound the alarm the moment they spotted the intruder. Cursing his bad luck, Arjun darted forward. His stilettos made short work of the guards and the mage, that died before having the time to cast a single spell. More and more guards flooded the corridors, dying like ants under Arjun's stilettos, their corpses piled up as fast as they arrived. The alarm kept resounding in the building, forcing an assistant to alert his mistress. "Mistress Hathorn, there is an intruder in the Candria's lab." Her voice was full of panic. "How far has he gone? What has he taken?" The old, hoarse voice was more annoyed than worried. They had disturbed her during a crucial point in her latest experiment. "We don't know. He's about to come out from the underground lab. I don't know how long we will be able to stop him. Please help us." "Help you, a bunch of incompetent, ungrateful idiots. You are all fired." Quarn Hathorn took out a glass pearl from her dimensional amulet, crushing it under her heel. A second later, a powerful but controlled explosion erupted from the underground lab, turning everything and everyone in a radius of 5 meters, 16, from the shop into ashes. Then she took her communicator amulet, informing her client. "Lucart, old fart, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is that an intruder screwed up your little master plan. I had to destroy everything to prevent him from escaping." "What's the good news?" "I'm still not finished, you idiot. My old student, Professor Raflar, had come to collect his order, and he is probably dead too. If I'm right, and I usually am, the intruder was sent here from the Queen. The death of the professor is ill-timed. They will probably think he was one of your lapdogs. Also, I don't know if there was more than one intruder or what they have found out. The last batch is either lost or in the enemy's hand. If I were you, I would make haste. If they find out their content, you'll fail even before you start." Archmage Lucart's voice was full of anger and impatience. He would have buried alive that old hag years ago if only he had the chance. But Hathorn was too smart and knew too much. "I'm still waiting for the good news," he roared. The lab was insured. Chapter 124, Exordium. Lith waited for his companions to fully understand the seriousness of his situation. Without their aid, he feared to be forced to expose himself and his family to countless dangers. Each one of them was forced to a really difficult choice. Either to back up his story, lying to the headmaster and put their academic careers and family name in danger, or refuse, leaving him to shoulder alone the consequences of his attempt to prevent the ruin of the academy. "I'm aware I'm asking much from you, but please know that I'm not doing this lightly. If any of you doesn't want to get involved, I would understand and bear no grudge." An awkward silence ensued. Most of them didn't know how to answer. On one hand, they felt proud of our friend, not only willing to risk so much to protect the country from the Civil War, but also having enough trust in them to reveal his secret. On the other, though, they felt scared by the consequences both choices would bear. But most importantly, they realized that he was asking from them a leap of faith. If his revelation had proved something, was that they actually knew nothing about him. Lith was already eerie back when he glared all the time, breezing through the classes and single-handedly disposing of magical beasts in the mock exam. But now, didn't he has just admitted not being a normal human? For all they knew, his unnatural speed and strength could be just the tip of the iceberg. That wasn't a situation any of them had ever taken into account when joining the White Griffin Academy. For Uriel, the plan had always been to study hard, have as many flings as possible before his arranged marriage, and inherit the family assets. Floria's only aim was to graduate with grades high enough to allow her to avoid any arranged marriage, and live her life as she wanted. After finding out that her mother didn't care for her as a daughter, but only as a tool for her plots, Freya had become determined to become as successful as possible to give her the middle finger before leaving the household for good. Quilla, instead, just wanted to never suffer from loneliness and starvation again. Things had just turned so much complicated. Contrary to everyone's expectation, it was Uriel the first to answer. "You can count on me," he gave him a thumbs up. Quilla would probably follow him even if he revealed to be an undead or a shape-shifting monster, Uriel thought. Freya will simply come along. Those two are so glued together that I wouldn't be surprised even if she accepted to take part in a threesome. That leaves out only Floria, but she seems too much bounded to honor and loyalty to abandon a teammate in dire straits. Hence, instead of looking like a coward, is better to move first. Besides, no pain, no gain. Once it gets out we managed. To kill a monster, my reputation will go through the roof. And if somehow our discover prevents the Civil War, I'll take credit for that too. Although cynical, Uriel's reasoning was in the ballpark. He had anticipated Quilla of a split second, and as soon as she spoke, Freya agreed too, leaving the flabbergasted Floria looking like an egotistical jerk. "What the fuck, I'm in?" She blushed so hard to almost look cute. After thanking them, Lith proceeded to describe again the fight versus the abomination, concocting with their help a believable team victory. They were still discussing when a voice resounded in the air, just like the gong for the lessons, summoning them in the headmaster's office. They walked as slowly as possible, trying to fix the last details. When they entered the office, Linjos was waiting for them, standing up in front of the glass window. "We are ready to report, sir." Floria stepped forward, straight as an arrow in a military-looking pose. "No need," he replied without even turning back, prompting them to get close with a wave of his hand. While they obeyed, each one more nervous than the other, Linjos spun his index finger in the air, and the whole tower where the office was located started to turn around, until it faced a particular region of the forest that was completely bald. The whole group was shocked. If not for the change in the landscape, they would have never guessed the tower was able to move. It all had happened without the slightest vibration. "That's where the fight took place, correct?" Linjos asked. "Yes," Floria replied, swallowing down a lump of saliva. "Good gods, how big was that thing? How strong Lith really is," they thought as one. "Normally I wouldn't believe a word of your story. Too many things do not add up. But even if that horrible withered scar wasn't proof enough, I have already contacted the Lord of the Forest, which confirmed everything. So either you're telling a truth worthy of being sung by bards, or I'm the victim of an incredibly elaborate joke." When Scarlet had received Linjo's call about the abomination, it had immediately understood what was happening. Knowing what humans would do to an awakened one, and being still interested in Lith's development, the Scorpicore nodded to everything, even introducing to Linjos the rescued dryad before hanging up the call. "Animals can talk," Uriel couldn't avoid asking out in surprise. "Animals can't. Monsters instead speak fluently just like you and I." Linjos turned around, looking Lith in the eyes. "That leaves me with only a couple of questions. How come Lith was the one to decide what to do with what you found?" "Because the dryad sensed that was his soul being in danger," Floria promptly improvised. "Everything we found seemed to be linked to his destiny. We simply thought we had no say in the matter." "And that leads to the second question. Why you contacted Marchioness de Star instead of coming to me first? I could have expected that from Lord Darris or Lady Erna's here, giving such important news and evidence to their families to gain the court's favor. But you are just a commoner. Why you decided to overrule me?" His voice didn't sound angry as much as dejected. "With all due respect, sir, I'm not overruling you," Lith replied. "Marchioness de Star is not only the ruler of this region, is also one of those that taught me magic." He clung to the lie that got him admitted in the academy months ago. "Also, I think she is better suited to handle the matter, since she is more detached from the problem that, albeit just in part, you contributed to create." "Explain." Linjo's eyes steeled, a tinge of anger appeared into them. "In my opinion, your reform of the academy system is a true paradise for those who work hard and commoners, and that's the problem. Have you ever heard the fable of the boiling frog? If you put one in hot waters, it will jump away to safety, but if you rise the temperature slowly, it will die without even noticing it. The problem was already there. You had the right solution, but implemented it too fast. I believe that a man of your knowledge should have been able to predict it and proceed with more caution." Linjos was already hurt by their lack of trust. The last remark hit a nerve, tinging his cheeks red with anger and shame. Chapter 125, Bombshell. After Linjos delivered both the magically sealed dimensional box and the coded letter, Lith felt like a burden had been lifted from his chest. It was the biggest, yet just one among many. Now he had to prepare for the next dimensional magic exercise, research the runes sealing the boxes hidden inside his pocket dimension with the library's help, study their pseudo-core with invigoration, and find the time to use accumulation to keep refining his core. Now that he had finally overcame the bottleneck, he could use his first breathing technique again, to amass the world energy and strive for the blue mana core. Worst-case scenario, it would make him as powerful as the headmaster or a professor. Lith had not missed how the more he refined his core, the more dramatic changes he experienced. At the beginning, Lith had thought that by absorbing the world energy, he was simply overcoming his natural lack of magical force. But over time, by expelling the impurities accumulated in his blood, organs, and now in his bones, things had become unsettling even for him. So many things didn't add up. At the White Griffin Academy, there were plenty of students with a mana core stronger than his own, even his teammates. Yet none of them exhibited a physical prowess like the one Lith now possessed. Hence, it wasn't just a matter of the mana core. As for the impurities, it couldn't be as simple as that. In the past, he had removed them with invigoration from his parents and sisters, but again, no such thing had happened. Science could not help him. It was clearly related to the different biology of the New World. And then there was how Kala had reacted to his last metamorphosis, saying that his smell had become less human. Lith had so many things to do or think about that his headaches started getting worse again, reminding him that first of all he had to sleep. His vision blurred, while his knees became so weak that he had to lean against a wall to keep standing. "Are you all right?" Uriel asked. "Not really. I think the fatigue from the fight in the forest is about to kick in. I don't know how long I can hold on." A sudden pang made him fall on his knees, holding his temples between the hands, trying to withstand the blinding pain. He had yet to express his gratitude for their help, but the only thing Lith could do was getting back to his room with the help of his friends, falling asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. The next morning, not even the breakfast gong managed to woke him up. In the end, Uriel had to bang on his door for several minutes before Lith managed to crawl out of the bed. "Is that a wand in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?" he said with a cheerful smile. "What the heck is happening? Has the Civil War already started?" As soon he managed to regain his senses, Lith realized it was already morning. "I was about to call for help and have the door kicked down. Yesterday you almost fainted. How do you feel now?" Tired, despite the full night of sleep, he was still very weak. Invigoration still had no effect. "Solus, why you didn't wake me up?" "I tried multiple times, but your consciousness was beyond my reach. Besides, I think you still need plenty of rest." She sounded really worried. "Why do you say so?" Lith asked. "Because while you were sleeping, your body kept siphoning the world energy non-stop. Your mana core is still half empty. It seems that overcoming the bottleneck caused such radical changes to almost deplete your system. Whatever happened this time, you still need time to adapt." Despite his weakness, Lith decided to continue his day as normal. At every meal he ate more than Quilla, feeling like his stomach had turned into a bottomless pit. During dimensional magic practice, he discovered that his mana sensitivity was still crude, but his mana efficiency had gone up a notch. Magic flowed freely through him, encountering no resistance. Casting any spell now required less mana, reducing the burden that such powerful energies exerted on his body. Sadly, that was still not enough. Even training under Quilla's guidance, making any progress was a real struggle. Usually Lith would compensate his lack of talent with all-nighters and endless energy from invigoration, but this time he lacked both. When he was too tired to continue, he went straight to bed, asking his friends to wake him up at all costs, in case he couldn't manage on his own. The following day, Lith woke up full of energy, his body was light like a feather, and his head was finally clear. Both invigoration and accumulation seemed to work as normal. "Luckily, I contacted the Martianist before going to sleep, otherwise I would have lost a lot of time. Seems that the refining process now needs a lot of preparation. If I stepped in a new stage during an exam, or worse, after a fight, I would be as good as dead." During breakfast, the whole canteen was shocked by the latest news. Everyone was discussing the mysterious explosion happened in Candria that had killed Professor Raflar, the master alchemy teacher. At those words, Lith almost choked on his food. "Isn't Candria the city from which the mercenary team received both the hunting and the delivery mission?" Lith pointed out to the others with a whisper. "Yeah, it's too odd to just be a coincidence," Freya said. "Do you think that Professor Raflar died trying to protect the academy, or because he was part of the conspiracy too?" Floria's question was on point. Based on what they knew, even professors were untrustworthy. "He was a good man. I can't believe he would have brought any harm on his students." Solus refused even to consider the idea of Raflar being a traitor. He was an alchemist, and that was an alchemy shop. Maybe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. "I believe you. I'm really sorry for your loss," Lith replied. Losing one own's first crush so abruptly was never easy, so instead of expressing his usual doubts and paranoia, Lith decided to let her grieve in peace. Even if they had never directly talked, Lith knew how much Solus had valued his company and enthusiasm. Lith's group kept discussing all the possible implications the explosion could have, and who were the professors more likely to be a traitor. It goes without saying that Professor Rudd was on everyone's top of the list. Once in the dimensional magic training hall, everyone took his place. This time, knowing that Professor Rudd would not give any pointers, Lith positioned himself right beside Quilla, to be able to both learn by imitation and asking her for help. Only 12 students had to execute the second exercise, Pilfer. All the others were still stuck at the loop spell. Pilfer consisted in creating a dimensional door big enough to let the hand slip in and emerge above a table full of quills. Unlike the loop spell, The students had now not only to open a bigger passage, but also to regulate the distance on their own. "Begin," Professor Rudd's voice roared even before the last gong signaled the start of the lesson. Lith struggled with pilfer from the first seconds, that soon turned into minutes and then in a whole hour. In all that time, he had made no progress. The only gates he had managed to generate were all too narrow for his hand to pass, not to mention their exit was still too far from the table. Quilla was faring way better. Her gates were almost of the right size and distance, but still unstable, disappearing within seconds with a loud bang. She tried to explain what Lith was doing wrong, but what was simple for her was a mystery to him. Soon the air filled with the bangs from the students' unstable gates and their curse words, tired of failing, while Professor Rudd would only laugh in the face of any plea for help. Suddenly, a bang resounded louder than ever, soon followed by another, and then still another, until Lith started to think that the training hall had suddenly turned into a firing range. "What in the gods' names is happening?" Professor Rudd's voice had no trace of hilarity anymore. The space around the students was filled with cracks, small black holes formed and dissolved, causing the bangs that they had just heard. A student curious enough tried to touch the cracked space, resulting in it exploding with the strength of a grenade. Professor Rudd managed to save him, blinking both of them out of the danger zone. "Everyone stop casting if you want to live," he yelled on the top of his lungs. Somehow the hall's protections had been turned off. Chapter 126, Bombshell 2. Lith's mind immediately went to Solupedia, accessing the contents of Professor Rudd's book to assess how serious was their predicament. "What the heck is going on?" Freya was never far away from Quilla. "All the failed dimensional spells have made the space in the class unstable." Quilla beat Lith on time, explaining the root of the matter. Normally it would never happen, since space reconfigures itself after a while. But because in a short time frame, hundreds, if not thousands of spells have been cast, order turned into chaos, making it possible. The badly folded space wants to revert to normal, but it's too crumpled. Different spells are still lingering in the air, interacting together. If it keeps up like this, the whole training hall will turn into a huge fireball. "What, can't you dumb it down for me?" Like anyone without Solupedia, Freya was still at the basics, completely oblivious that over-bending space was like lighting a match in a coal mine. "Don't cross the streams," Lith blurted out. "What streams?" Quilla looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I mean, Freya, opening a warp steps is like folding a piece of paper. Two extremities separated in space can temporarily overlap before going back to normal like a spring. What's happening is that multiple pieces of paper are colliding between them, but since it's not paper but energy, it will explode. That's why dimensional magic is taught only in academies," Quilla chimed in. "All the training halls have specific protective arrays to prevent things like this from occurring. Students are bound to mess up, especially on difficult subjects, but according to Professor Rudd, they must have been turned off." Right after saving the dumb student from his own idiocy, Rudd took out his communication amulet to call for help. Only then he realized that using a dimensional spell hadn't been his brightest moment. New cracks started to appear in the points he had blinked through, spreading to the nearest ones until they formed a rough circle. Inwardly cursing, Rudd threw the amulet to the closest student. Then he focused all his attention attempting to fix his mistake, that was about to generate a black hole big enough to destroy the training hall if not the whole academy. "Rudd, unless this is important, I'd like to postpone." Linjo's image appeared from the amulet. He seemed to be swamped in paperwork. His usually tidy desk had turned into a battlefield. "I'm not Professor Rudd, headmaster," the student managed to say despite quite some stuttering. "Who are you and how you managed to fake his call? Impersonating a professor is a criminal offense, young man." Hearing a squeaky voice, Linjo's finally raised his head, realizing something was off. "I'm not impersonating anyone," he squealed. "The professor gave it to me because..." "Because," the student had no idea what was happening or how to describe it. "Because we need help. Cracks in the air, explosions, and something about not wearing protections." "What?" Linjo's could not make head or tails of it. "Give me that, you dimwit." Lith used a mix of air and spirit magic to rip the amulet off his sweaty hands, explaining everything properly to the headmaster. Linjo's turned pale but reacted promptly. "I can reactivate the protections from my office, but that will not help with your situation. Has any of you already learned restoration?" It was an advanced dimensional magic spell, developed exactly for situations like that. It was capable of restoring the natural order of things, dispersing the accumulated energy safely. Linzhou's eyes were actually fixated on Lith. He had proved to be excellent in everything, and that gave Linzhou's the hope he could pull another of his miracles. No, Lith replied. He knew the spell only because the book was in Soluspedia, but he had never tried it before. There was no chance Lith could manage to do it at the first try. With his luck, it would have made everything worse. Yes, Quilla's voice took everyone by surprise. Good, then use it to assist Rudd. Help is already on its way, but because of the situation, we cannot risk using warp steps. It will take some time to arrive there, even by flying. As soon the conversation ended, they regrouped with the others, deciding what to do. The students close to the exit had already run away, but the ever-expanding cracks and their explosions had now trapped all the others inside. Only about half the class was still present, along with Professor Rudd, and things were getting worse by the second. Despite all his talent, he was only a man. There were too many sections of space about to collapse. He hadn't the time to properly stabilize them. The best he could do alone was temporarily fix the most dangerous one before moving to the next, but after a while the patch would collapse, forcing him to cycle between cracks. Quilla proceeded to close the smaller ones, preventing them to grow and relieving Rudd, albeit a little. She had learned restoration because the group would always use her room for training in dimensional magic. Already having so little of her own, she was scared of losing them, so she had practiced it after everyone left for the night, further developing her mana sensibility by feeling the small damage their practice had caused over time. Lith felt helpless. For the first time in his life, he could only watch and do nothing. Let me guess, our friend Lucart has already escaped. Indeed, Uriel nodded. He and his goons were the first to get out. Either they have great reflexes, or they knew. Lith completed for him. He then used life vision to check his surroundings, discovering that visible and invisible's cracks had almost filled the training hall. Swallowing a lump of saliva, he racked his brain trying to find a way to make himself useful. Suddenly, life vision showed him that the spatial crack that Quilla was fixing had turned white-hot, albeit the change was unnoticeable at the naked eye. Reacting as fast as he could, Lith managed to shield her with his body before the explosion, conjuring at the same time a series of concentric barriers made of darkness, air, and water. From his fight with the Wither, he had learned that dark magic barriers, despite not blocking all the damage, would wear away everything. As expected, the dark layer reduced the strength of the impact, the air one blocked part of the shockwave, while the water layer smothered some of the flames. The remaining damage was enough to riddle the back of Lith's uniform with holes, burning his skin and hair. "Oh gods, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Quilla's eyes filled with tears, but Lith stopped her, putting his index finger on her lips. "No time for that. As long as I'm alive, we can regenerate everything. What's just happened?" He tried to act, though, but he was now quite pale, his skin stretched from the waves of pain. Luckily, both Freya and Uriel moved forward, one healing Lith, the other supplying him with energy to withstand the process without fainting. "I've never used restoration on distortions that big. I used the smaller ones to practice, but it seems I'm not good enough. There's only so much energy I manage to dissipate with my spell, the rest becomes unstable and explodes." Despite the fear and all that was happening, Quilla immediately stopped sobbing. She had just realized that it was the first time they actually touched not through the uniform. Lith's skin had a pleasant smell of soap, still bronze-colored from the years spent hunting in the wild under the sun. "Would you manage to close them if they contained less energy?" Quilla nodded, while Lith turned around, facing the nearest crack and flooding it with darkness magic. "I have no clue about light magic, but after much thinking I'm quite sure that darkness is pure entropy. No matter what kind of energies a dimensional fissure is composed of, if I'm right the darkness will eat them, until they become weak enough for Quilla to fix them." "And if you are wrong?" Solus' voice was worried like when they had faced the Scorpicore. "In that case I suck at science as much as I do at magic. Here goes everything." Chapter 127, Bombshell 3. At first, everything went according to plan. Lith could see via life vision that the highly compressed forces stored inside the spatial crack were progressively weakening. But then he noticed its edges turning white-hot, just like had happened to the previous one before exploding. Damn it, I was too naive. In this situation, darkness magic is a double-edged sword. It allows me to erode the energy just as I predicted. What I didn't take into account is that at the same time it accelerates the destabilization of the crack, making it even more volatile. "Quilla, I did all that I could. Time for you to step in. Lith let the darkness fade away, hoping she had still enough time to complete her spell. At the same time, his hands moved rapidly, forming random signs, pretending to cast one spell after another, creating strong and thick multi-layered barriers in case something went wrong. Lith could only count the seconds, watching the fissure becoming more and more unstable, inwardly wishing for Quilla to hurry up and finish. Just when the crack was about to collapse, the restoration spell took effect, making it disappear with a small bang. 1 down, 1 million to go. Lith didn't find any joy in succeeding. There were still too many spatial distortions, and only a handful of seconds had passed since he closed the conversation with Linjos. Time wasn't on their side. He immediately attacked the next crack, using all his focus and skill to speed the energy degeneration process while trying not to affect the fissure's stability. If before he had just made chaos clash with chaos, now there was a method behind it. Lith could see the hot spots where different cracks overlapped, and gently used darkness magic to weaken the interactions between them before attacking their cores, avoiding chain reactions. Rudd had no such thing as life vision, but thanks to his talent and abundant experience, he could appreciate the finesse Lith was demonstrating by using darkness magic in such an unorthodox way. Brilliant, simply brilliant, he thought. It's such a shame that his space sensibility is so much greater than his dimensional magic aptitude. And to add insult to injury, the only one capable of using restoration is a flimsy commoner. The world has really turned upside down. Here I am, fighting side by side with some inferior commoners that yet stand at the top of the class, showing unparalleled talent and improvisation, while the nobles do nothing but run like rabbits. Maybe I have grown too old for this job. Rudd inwardly sighed, closing one fissure after the other, trying to create a safe zone for the students. Meanwhile, Lith realized that the strategy was doomed to fail. They had only 2 mages able to use restoration, while the space distortions were too many and too strong to keep attacking them one at a time. Quilla, focus only on the cracks that I point out for you. Floria Freya, you protect her at all costs with your Mage Knight's shields. I'm going all out. Without waiting for a reply, he enveloped several spatial distortions at once with darkness magic, marking each time the most dangerous one with a wisp of light. His hands and mouth moved like crazy, mixing random seals and words, giving Lith the alibi he needed to create small but densely packed barriers around the remaining cracks, this time trying to prevent the resulting explosion to get out, rather than get in. What in the God's name is that? Professor Rudd was flabbergasted by his performance. He is controlling so many spells at once, adapting the shape, size, and intensity of each one according to the situation. No matter how simple each incantation is by itself, the combined effect is on par with a Tier 5 spell. The number of fissures started to decrease rapidly, but it came at a cost. Only those treated properly with restoration would just disappear. The rest would suffer the corruption of darkness magic until they blew up. Thanks to Lith's efforts and planning, they were controlled explosions, but explosions nonetheless. He couldn't get too far from them. The hot spots were small to begin with, and he had to keep track of all at the same time with life vision. Each time, the flames were strong enough to overcome the uniform's magical protections, burning through the fabric and the flesh alike. The others were barely able to defend themselves with their combined efforts, leaving Lith alone. The burns kept piling up, until the pain became unbearable. Lith was forced to use light fusion to regenerate the parts of his body that were too damaged, while cutting off the pain receptors with dark magic to avoid impairing his focus and movements. Where the heck is Linjos? He tried to yell, but the hot air had injured even his throat. His voice came out as a raspy hiss before he started to cough uncontrollably, falling on his knees while gasping for air. Uriel immediately came to Lith's side, attempting to treat the most severe injuries without draining too much of his life force. You can't keep up like this, it's a suicidal move. Uriel was horrified. Most of Lith's upper body was now exposed, burned beyond recognition. His arms and back, which he had used to cover his vitals, had flakes of skin falling down at his every movement, revealing the bloody muscle tissue underneath. I don't know how can you handle so much pain without going crazy, but you need to rest, or you will die. Thanks, man. Lith appreciated him being so concerned about him to be blind to the truth. But if I stop, we'll all die. Or do you have a god in the family that we can call upon for actual help? Lith smiled, patting Uriel's shoulder before attacking the next group of cracks. In the New World, religions were a relic of the past, whose only remnants were the old gods' names, used either as exclamations or swear words. Since humans had discovered magic, they had stopped believing in superstitions and devoted their passion and faith in the mystical arts. Even the so-called 6 gods of magic, one for each element, weren't considered real deities. They referred to the first mages that not only mastered the power of the elements, but also left behind their legacy, allowing their knowledge to spread and be shared instead of getting lost after their demise. Lith's words were meant to remember Uriel that it was useless to stay idle and hope for help. He was no hero. His actions weren't a selfless sacrifice for a bunch of strangers and an old coot. He was simply doing the only thing he could in a time of crisis, creating a path for himself and his friends to survive an unjust fate. For the second time in less than a week, Uriel felt stupid for choosing the warden's specialization. Even if he had started casting a fire protection array from the moment Rudd had warned them of the danger, he would have never finished it in time. Yet he swallowed down his self-pity. Lith constantly needed healing and energy, hence Uriel focused on keeping close to him, assisting whenever he could to at least lessen his burden. Finally, help arrived. Linjos and several professors entered the class, using an artifact to completely clear the door's surroundings from spatial fissures. Lith's group moved towards them to escape the death trap. Yet the ray of hope quickly turned into despair. The students closer to the exit went into a frenzy, trying to force their way out even at the cost of trampling others. During the struggle that ensued, a girl pushed all those around her away, conjuring a powerful gust of wind. One of her victims ended up colliding with a spatial crack, triggering a chain reaction that quickly spread to the whole training hall. Cursing mankind's stupidity, Lith dashed forward, dodging people and explosions alike. Then something hard crashed against his chest with the strength of a cannonball. The combined pain from the impact and the burns almost made him lose consciousness, and because of that, Lith didn't manage to change his trajectory. The hit sent him against one of the still open fissures that seemed to swallow him whole before tinging his world red. Chapter 128, Severance. The moment Lith collided with the spatial crack, he knew that something horrible would happen. Twisting and turning his body despite the blinding agony, Lith managed to use air magic to avoid crashing head first against it. But with the little margin he had, and the feeble energy he managed to muster, avoiding the fissure entirely was impossible. His left arm penetrated it up to the head of the humerus, giving him the feeling that someone had thrown a massive boulder from a cliff, but not before gluing his left hand to it. It was like every single cell in his arm had been put into a blender filled with gasoline and a flint. It stretched endlessly in the deformed space, appearing and disappearing multiple times from different spatial cracks, before they finally closed down under the effect of Linjo's artifact. The result was that both Lith and his left arm were finally free from the dimensional vice. But while he was still where he had fallen, the arm was about 20 meters, 66, away, cleanly cut from the shoulder with inhuman precision. Lith's world turned red when his mind went beyond the pain and the blood gushing out of the stump, realizing what had happened. No matter how many times he had mentally simulated the event in the past, the shock of the amputation almost overwhelmed him. Almost. Emitting an outraged roar rather than a scream of pain, Lith used what energy he had left to stop the bleeding, before his body collapsed due to the accumulated damage. The group had stopped in its tracks since their friend had been knocked down by a tower shield, ripped off the hands of his owner by the same explosion that turned it into a deadly bullet. While the others ran to his side, Floria turned back, sprinting to the severed arm and storing it in her dimensional amulet as fast as she could. According to my father, reattaching a limb is much easier than regrow it. The important thing is to preserve it in the best conditions possible. A dimensional item is the ideal solution, since it will not rot or degrade as long as it's in there. When Quilla reached him, she thought it was already too late. Despite being only partially healed, the stump bled too little, and she was unable to feel a pulse. If Lith was really dead, she would have been forced to attempt a resuscitation maneuver, AN, like CPR, even at the risk of further compromising his body's integrity. But if there was even just a spark of life, she knew, or better, she firmly believed he would have made it. Damn diagnostic magic, it's too slow. She inwardly cursed, taking out a small mirror from her dimensional amulet and putting it in front of his mouth and nose. The glass fogged up, giving her hope. Uriel, you heal him. You have already given him too much energy. We cannot afford anyone passing away. Freya, enhance his life force. I'll keep him stable. Quilla's task was the hardest. She had to use diagnostic spells to find the most damaged organs, and then alternate healing and energy infusion without compromising the others' work. Too fast healing would kill him. He was too weak to endure more strain. Too much energy would kill him too. If the heart suddenly started pumping fast, Lith would either bleed out the countless open wounds or die due to organ failure. But if they acted with too much caution, his body would simply collapse. It was like a game of Jenga with cracked crystal pieces. One wrong move would mean the end, with no chance for a do-over. First, she finished mending the severed shoulder. Then she harmonized with her friend's spells, fixing whatever mistake they made in the heat of the moment. Unlike her, they had no real experience as healers. And to make things worse, their first patient without any professor's supervision was a close friend. Inwardly, all the three of them just wanted to run away crying from that hellhole. They were already tired from the dimensional magic lesson and the nightmare born from it. They had been on the edge all the time, believing that every second would be their last. And when finally everything seemed to be over, they had been forced to stare death in the face. It was still morning, but it felt like a week had passed. The only things that kept them together were rage and stubbornness. Rage coming from the frustration of being constantly swept around by forces beyond their control, and the stubbornness that made them unwilling to yield at any cost. Alongside them, a silent but invaluable fourth player was fighting with everything she had. Solus had been constantly expending her own energies to keep light fusion active after Lith had lost consciousness. When the kids had started their treatment, it had been her using invigoration to redirect their healing spells where they were needed the most, that had allowed everything to go smoothly. Three young mages at their wits' end wouldn't be able to handle alone such situation. Especially since Quilla was tired and short on mana after having closed so many cracks fighting alongside Lith, and Uriel had already passed Lith so much of his life force that it was already a miracle for him to keep standing without help. When they finished, he didn't smell like barbecue anymore. Most of the burnt skin was replaced by a new one, but the overall impression was still those of an over-stewed lobster. Excellent job, but he is still in critical conditions. We need to bring him to the Academy's hospital as soon as possible. After evacuating the training hall, Linjos had returned to offer his help. When he bended over Lith, attempting to grab him, Quilla welcomed him with a perfectly aimed punch on the nose, resulting in a clear breaking sound and a nosebleed. "Are you insane?" she yelled at him with no respect for his seniority nor status. "We can't move him. He could go into shock from the amputation at any moment. Light magic needs time to take full effect. Have you really studied before becoming a headmaster, or did you just win the title at a raffle?" Linjos wanted to reprimand her harshly, but after noticing that her fist was still held high, in the optimal position for hitting him in the groin, he took a step back instead. "Young miss, I can see you are very upset, so I'll overlook your lack of discipline just this once." His voice was now nasal, until a simple healing spell stopped the bleeding and straightened his nose. "But for your information, now that all the protections are activated again, we can move him safely with warp steps. Besides being an excellent healer myself, I have already alerted the light department. Where in the god's name is Manohar?" "Right here," said the god of healing, punching him in the nose too. "Why did you do that?" Linjos was flabbergasted. "Because she is right. You are wrong and didn't tell me the patient is one of my own." Manohar formulated a quick spell that made Lith look human again, even regrowing his hair to a medium length. "Now it's safe to move him, you two-bits healer," he said, throwing a mean look at the headmaster. "Did someone fetch his arm, or is it lost?" "I did, sir." Floria showed him her dimensional amulet. "Great, 30 points to the flat beanpole for the quick thinking." Floria didn't know if to laugh or cry at the rude remark. 50 points to each of you for saving a colleague, and another 50 to the scrawny shorty for the well-executed punch. First, this is not your lesson. Second, awarding points for assaulting a headmaster is unheard of. Linjos was fuming with anger. "Well, you always knew I am an innovator." Manohar shrugged, opening a warp steps to the intensive care unit and disappearing through it with Lith's group. Linjos remained there with his mouth agape, with a snarky remark still stuck in his throat, while the rest of the staff was snickering at his expenses. Chapter 129, Chaos. Derek woke up in what was unmistakably an hospital room. Even with a fuzzy head and a blurry vision, he knew there was only one place where so much white would belong. The sheets, the blind, even the walls and ceiling were white. He tried to rub his eyes, but discovered his right arm was cuffed to the bedside, while the left one felt so heavy he couldn't muster the strength to lift it. "Must be the morphine. That or they tied me up," he thought. The last reasonable memory he had was about him killing the bastard who had murdered his little brother. Fucking cops couldn't just let me die. I don't know if it's because of the brain damage or because they have heavily drugged me, but that was one heck of a dream. He shook his head, trying to clear up his vision. A little too absurd, even for a dream, though. Magic powers, a mystical sentient girl tower, talking animals, and a kingdom in danger. It only lacked a pink-dressed princess kidnapped by a fire-spitting turtle to be more ridicule. That or me finding my happy ending with the girl in the tower. Heck, even if it was all inside my head, it has been the most meaningful relationship I ever had. He scoffed. Really, I would have never assumed you would think of me that way. Soulless, mind blush was so strong to overcome the boundary they usually kept to separate their innermost thoughts. Lith managed to avoid screaming in surprise and embarrassment only because the blind was pulled away by Professor Manohar, that had come to check his conditions. "How is my patient?" he asked. "Remember, the only acceptable answer is well and getting better. If you die on me, you'll ruin my statistics." Professor Manohar, Lith was still recovering from the shock. "So it was all real. I know how this seems, such an incident, if we want to call it that way, happening in the White Griffin Academy is simply unbelievable, yet it happened. Odd, I perfectly regenerated your skin, yet you are all red up to your ears. Are you experiencing any discomfort, or did you just have a wet dream?" Lith's brows furrowed, while his memory was finally returning. Just a yes or no. I'm not interested in your fantasies." Lith blushed even harder, but this time out of anger, for the complete lack of tact of his healer. "No discomfort and no wet dreams. Thanks for your concern. Why am I cuffed? I don't remember doing anything to deserve such treatment." "Do you mean the chain? That's no punishment, it's just to prevent you from rolling on the wrong side. The wound is just barely closed. We still need to reattach your arm, after all. I would expect an accomplished healer like you to understand something so simple." Lith turned his head abruptly, trying to touch the little stump where once was his arm, but the chain stopped him again. At that point, Soulless had regained enough of her cool to share her memories of the most recent events, bringing him up to speed. "How long was I unconscious?" "A few hours is barely lunchtime," Manohar replied, right before casting a series of diagnostic spells that made Lith glow like a light bulb. "Everything seems fine. Your body heals magnificently, young man. Keep up like this, and you'll get discharged in one piece before dinner." Manohar took out his communicator amulet, informing Linjos that the patient could receive visitors. "Remember to properly thank your friends. They gave it everything to save your life before Manohar arrived." Usually Lith would have objected at the abuse of the word friends, but after looking at Soulless memories, he didn't feel so sure about it anymore. Wow, Quilla really punched Linjos. Was it really so dangerous to move me at the time? "No, it wasn't, but I can't blame her for being protective. I would have done the same." "Okay, then why Manohar punched him too? He doesn't seem the protective type." "According to his rants while he was finishing to heal you, Manohar has always dreamt about hitting a headmaster and get away with it. Quilla simply gave him the inspiration he needed. He told her himself before awarding another 30 points. You know, I really like that girl. I would have nothing against her being your mistress until we find a proper body for myself. Another powerful mind blush made him understand that she wasn't joking at all, but luckily Linjos entered his room, saving him from such an awkward topic. Lith had never been so happy to see the headmaster's long and brooding face. Contrary to his expectations, behind him there was no trace of his classmates. He was followed by Professor Marth instead, and thanks to his enhanced hearing, Lith could hear them repeatedly apologizing to someone. "We are terribly sorry for what had happened to your son, but as you'll see, he has received the best cures available in the whole kingdom. The reason we called you here is to help him overcome the shock of losing an arm. Albeit is only a temporary condition, it could severely affect his mind and future decisions. We don't want him to quit the academy, it would be too great of a loss. Please be strong." Lith heard a snarl from his father, Roz, stopped by his mother, Elena, hurrying Linjos to let them in. They rushed to Lith's bedside, doing their best to not cry or stare at his stump. "Professor, please tell me he is going to be all right." Despite all their efforts, Elena's eyes were watery and her voice cracked. Roz held her hand tightly, searching for the strength to appear calm and confident to reassure his injured son. "Don't worry, ma'am, we were just about to reattach his arm," Manohar said, throwing a flirtatious look at her. "I must say it, there must be something special in your bloodline." Lith started inwardly cursing non-stop. Maybe after looking at him and his parents, The genius healer Krishna Manohar had noticed some abnormality caused by him using invigoration on all his family to remove impurities from their bodies. Otherwise, I can't explain why your son is so talented. You are so gorgeous, and even Lith's dear grandfather is so well preserved despite his age. At those Marth, Roz, and Linjos became pale as ghost, while fury tinged Lith's cheeks of red, while his eyes were reduced to fiery slits. He couldn't believe his esteemed professor was actually hitting on his mother right in front of him. Despite the situation, Alina and Solus couldn't stop giggling. He is actually my father. Lith's voice was stone cold, causing Manohar to gasp in surprise. You are very lucky, good sir, he said, shaking Roz's hand, limp from the surprise. Your son is a brave kid, and your wife could have got much, much better. If Lith's arm didn't had yet to be reattached, Roz would have probably strangled him for the repeated insults. See, old man, Manohar said, patting Linjos on the shoulder. That's why I tell you to never lose hope. In this world there are still women that don't care much about looks. Before the situation became even more humiliating, Professor Marth dragged Manohar away. In the city of Kandria, all the hospitals and the healers' home offices were full to the brim, while the city guard was arresting lots of citizens for gruesome crimes. The two things had only one thing in common. All those involved would tell unbelievable stories to justify what had happened. A man claimed that his wife had caught fire while cooking lunch. A woman told them how his brother had turned into a piece of ice while conjuring some water to wash the dishes. An otherwise beyond suspicion healer was trying to explain how he never meant to amputate his patient's leg. It just had turned into a lump of meat after he attempted to heal a fracture. But the real cause was ensuing inside the local branch of the Mage Association, where many magicians were reporting how they had inexplicably lost their powers. Chapter 130, Chaos 2. Despite Professor Marth's intervention, the situation degenerated as soon Roz and Linjos managed to recover from the vicious verbal beating they just endured. Who is that raving lunatic, and why is he allowed to have any contact with the students? He has no shame nor regard for the feelings of others. Normally, Roz would have been humble and submissive. For someone that had never left the small village of Lucia in over 30 years, the White Griffin Academy was intimidating. Roz was well aware that even a single brick of the castle was worth more money than he could earn in his whole life. Roz still couldn't believe one of his children had managed to get admitted in a place like that. He suspected that behind all his brave talk, Lith was actually having a hard life, surrounded by rich, spoiled kids. In any other circumstance, he would have never stepped inside, fearing that his presence alone was enough to put Lith in embarrassment. But now, after his son had been severely hurt because of the incompetence of the so-called professors, not only he had been forced to listen to Linjo's rants about the academy's prestige, but also had to suffer a young, handsome dandy trying to seduce his wife in front of his eyes. That was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. He didn't care anymore if the man in front of him was the headmaster or the king himself. Roz was determined to give him a piece of his mind. On the other hand, Linjos wanted nothing more than join him and tear Manohar apart limb from limb. That man had always been a nightmare for the public relationships, either avoiding social events or making a mess the rare times he deigned to attend them. And now, in less than a day, Linjos had been assaulted and humiliated by him twice, both times in front of students and staff alike, destroying whatever pride and dignity his role was supposed to have. I wish I could tell him that if the previous headmistress that recruited Manohar wasn't already dead, I would kill her myself, right after throwing Manohar from the academy's highest tower. But when I accepted this job, I knew there was an elephant in the room. Despite his many, many flaws, I can assure you that Professor Manohar is that kind of genius that appears only once in 100 years. He is an invaluable asset for the academy and the kingdom, whom has already saved countless lives, probably even your son's. Roz wasn't satisfied by the answer, but Alina squeezed his hand tight, stopping him in his tracks. Are you in much pain, dear? She asked Lith, ruffling his hair. No, Mom. On the contrary, I feel groggy but relaxed, he replied, quite surprised to have hair again. He had yet to have an occasion to look at himself in a mirror. That's because we injected you with several potions to help you sleep and recover, Linjos explained. Marth returned, bringing along 5 members of the medical staff and Lith's missing arm. Usually for such a simple case, a single professor was enough, but they wanted to show to both Lith and his parents how much they cared. The arm was completely wrapped in pure white linen gauze, not leaving even the fingertips exposed. Being detached from a living body, it couldn't be healed, so it was bound to be bloody and burned. Lith imagined that covering it was another form of courtesy towards his parents, since no healer would have blinked at the sight of it. The moment the arm was within 5 meters, 16 feet from him, Lith felt that something odd was happening. His mana core started stirring inside of him, trying to release mana. Lith was too tired to put up a fight without a good reason, so he stopped resisting. "Solus, can you describe to me what's happening? I can't activate life vision without flooding my eyes with mana. Tendrils of energy are going out of your body and connecting to the arm. It is alive." When Lith felt the itchy pain from the burns, he was so surprised to unintentionally wriggle his left hand's fingers. Luckily, Marth was still walking, so the sudden movement went unnoticed. Now the mana is replacing the blood, reactivating the lingering light fusion from before it was severed. By my maker, it's healing on its own. Solus was free to express her shock, but Lith had to keep his calm demeanor, acting like everything was normal instead of panicking. Just to be certain it wasn't all a crazy dream, Lith attempted to bend the left little finger. It moved at will. Lith extended his remaining hand to Alina. "Mom, I'm a little scared now." Lith tried to convey his real feelings without arousing suspicions, at the same time drawing all the attention on himself. While focusing on his mother's warmth, he tried to call back the energies from the arm, but to no avail. The closer it got, the stronger the connection. The reattaching process went without a hitch, immediately followed by the healing one. Lith had to carefully remain still the whole time. A single spasm would betray his new and untimely secret. The night before the sabotage in the Dimensional Magic's training hall, a few 100 kilometers south from the border of the Griffin Kingdom, the High Council of the Desert Tribes had gathered, trying to plead their case to the benefactor. The Blood Desert was the biggest out of the 3 great countries in the Garland continent, the other 2 being the Griffin Kingdom and the Gorgon Empire. According to many, it was also the strongest and the most dangerous. The reason was that despite its harsh climate, the Blood Desert was the richest one in terms of mystic treasures and natural resources. While in other places to find magic crystals, one had to dig through mountains or explore vast forests, in the Blood Desert it was enough to find an oasis. The geysers of world energy that everywhere else were hidden, and could be found only by sheer luck or resorting to powerful artifacts like Solus or the Scorpicor's pince nez, they would manifest themselves in the form of water, vegetation, and life. Among its dunes, it was possible to find rock formations rich in a rare metal, the Davros, that after being smelt and forged it would change its color from silver to black, according to how it was exposed to light, but most importantly was capable of cutting through iron like it was just wood. Davros was the strongest material known to man. Despite its name, the Blood Desert's sands weren't red, but yellow gold. It derived from the countless lives lost during the past wars, when the different desert tribes would fight among themselves or against the foreigners trying to rob them of their land. War had been a constant in the desert, because no amount of mana crystals or Davros could turn the weather humid, quench the thirst of humans and cattle, or make the land fertile. Despite all the riches it held, food and water had always been the only currency that held any real value in the desert. In the past, the tribes would fight for the control of the oasis, either by their own will or manipulated by the people of the plains, wishing to exploit their needs to pursue the monopoly of resources. But not anymore. After the benefactor's arrival, the desert had been unified, and the word competition had been replaced by the stranger-sounding cooperation. Oases were now shared, and each tribe would periodically rotate from one zone of the desert to another, allowing everyone to cyclically enjoy everything their country had to offer. Each of the tribe leaders, now simply called Feathers, would receive wisdom and power, becoming strong in the ways of magic regardless of the talent they were born with. But what now could seem a divine country came with a price. The benefactor's laws were the only laws, and the lightest punishment for breaking them was death. The Feathers would rule above their people, but any change, small or big, had to receive the benefactor's approval. Even the High Council had been reduced to a mere formality, only one will really mattered. That was the reason it was now held only after the sunset, when the benefactor had a less fiery temperament. That night, the convened Feathers were trying to persuade the benefactor about the many advantages the desert tribes would reap from invading a weakened Griffin Kingdom. Chapter 130, One Blood in the Desert. Their spies had brought news that a civil war was inevitable. It was the perfect moment to start planning their invasion. Speaking in their name was Ashan Dagfor, Feather of the Red Lion tribe, temporarily appointed as High Feather, first among equals and spokesman of the tribes. He was a tall man, around 1.84 meters 6 high, with a lean and muscular body, an olive complexion, and a long but well-groomed beard. Like all the feathers, he wore heavy white pants and shirt to endure the coldness of the night, and a turban on his head with a huge ruby on its center to represent his status in the tribe. The meeting was held in a ceremonial tent, golden in color, whose sides and floor were covered by carpets and tapestries depicting the collective history of the desert. The roof of the tent was enchanted to be able to turn invisible at will, since the benefactor hated constricted spaces, and this way was still able to gaze at the moon and the stars. The space was perfectly lighted by 27 black iron braziers, one for each tribe. Their fires were fueled by the magic of their respective feather, used both to symbolize his strength and vote once a discussion had come to an end. As always, Ashan spoke with passion, describing all the green lands and water springs, waiting for tribes to seize them from the weak and stupid plainsmen. His black eyes searched for the other feathers' approval and support, but he found none. After he had begun his speech, all eyes were fixated on the lonely figure standing on the other side of the tent, watching its every movement. It was a fiery red bird, 3 meters 9'10" high, with the body of an eagle and the tail's feathers resembling those of a peacock. The legendary phoenix Salark, also known as the benefactor of the desert, that centuries before had united all the tribes under its rule. It was whispered that from each of its feathers a peerless weapon could be forged, and that its blood held the secret of immortality. To fit into the tent, it had shrunk remarkably and was now in its most vulnerable state. Despite that, no man or woman among the feathers felt any kind of emotion aside from respect and fear. Salark stood still, its eyes closed, knowing it would not be able to control itself if it opened them. Once Ashan had finished, it asked a simple question. "So, are you going to leave the desert?" Salark's voice wasn't loud, but still sounded perfectly clear to all of those present. "No, my liege, the Red Lion would never do that." He raised his hands and lowered his head in a sign of submission. "I'm only proposing for us to take revenge against the plains and secure new resources." "Revenge?" it asked, opening a single eye. "To bring death to the living will not make their ancestors suffer. It sounds more like a petty excuse to leave because you are unsatisfied with what you have now." "I will not leave, and I'm not ungrateful," he said, trying to appear strong and confident, but cold sweat ran down his spine. "Then how do you propose to keep the conquered springs? What good is a fertile soil if not tilled?" "Well, of course, some of our men will have to stay behind with their families, but only to establish a supply chain that will benefit all the tribes." "I don't care for your sweet words, only for their meaning," Salark harshly replied. "You want for your people to move away, to grow their children in a foreign land, afar from the desert and from me? I have no objection to your plan." The last phrase left everyone shocked. Leniency had never been its strong suit. "But at the same time, I will give it no support. Those who wish to take part in it are free to do it, as long they first return to me all my blessings." The second part, instead, was perfectly in line with its character, making all the feathers turn pale. "Just to be clear, are you speaking as High Feather, as Feather of the Red Lion tribe, or just for yourself?" Salark's eyes opened, releasing a massive amount of killing intent that brought Ashan to his knees. Its talons tapping on the ground had the rhythm of war drums. "He does not speak for the Golden Eagle tribe," said a middle-aged woman standing up from her chair, just to kneel on the ground, her forehead touching the floor while her brazier turned black, denying the High Feather's words. "He does not speak for the Silver Wolf tribe." One after the other, all the feathers knelt down, the black light from the braziers projecting an eerie atmosphere. "He does not speak for the Red Lion tribe." Recognizing Ashan's failure, the elders that accompanied him disowned their leader, hoping to spare their people from being banished forever. Through a collective effort, they managed to snatch the flame from Ashan's control, turning it black and leaving him alone. The turn of the events had shocked him, but not to the point to not recognize what had happened. Beneath the tension and fear appearing on his peer's visage, he could see their lips curling into a barely contained smile. He knew to be unpopular due to his overbearing character, trying to benefit his tribe at everyone else's expenses. But that was because under his leadership, the Red Lion had grown to be one of the most populous and strongest desert tribes. Ashan had used that in the past to put pressure on the neighboring tribes, to gain more and give less, boosting his status in his community. When they had appointed him High Feather, he had thought they were finally ready to submit. Instead, it had all been a ruse to take him out without a war, in perfect accord with the laws of the desert. Whatever the outcome of the council, they would have gained a profit, either by invading new lands or by eliminating a powerful rival. They had used his ego against him, turning Ashen in an unwitting sacrificial pawn. He knew what was going to happen next. After being stripped of his title from the elders, the benefactor would take away all the artifacts and the books Salark had given him through the years. Lastly, it would strip him of her greater blessing, the gift for magic. Ashen had been a talentless youth before meeting the benefactor. The Phoenix had been fascinated by his passion and dedication to the tribe, sharing with him her secrets and wisdom, turning the boy into one of the mightiest magical warriors of the Red Lion. And now it would take everything back. Ashen didn't know how Salark had boosted his mana capacity and magical strength. He had been made unconscious every time it treated him, but he had seen many times how it would revert the effects. A simple glance and the victim's body would twist and writhe. The veins would turn blue and bulge out, while the mana would literally be squeezed out through excruciating pain until nothing was left. Ashen had lived his 36 years as a warrior, a leader, a man among men. He couldn't bear the thought of losing so much and live the rest of his life in disgrace. Before the sentence was carried out, Ashen used magic one last time, stopping his own heart. In death, his honor would be saved, and his family would be treated as the grieving relatives of a dead feather, instead like those of a traitor. The benefactor looked at the corpse, nodding slightly at Ashen's final decision. Salark had liked him as a boy and loved him as a man, but once he had become a leader, they had grown apart. The more power he acquired, the more dissatisfied he became. First stealing from his own tribe, then twisting the arms of the neighboring ones to quench his thirst for glory. And now, he had even the gall to ask for Salark to consent to a senseless migratory war. If the Phoenix had ever wanted to leave the desert, it would have already done it. If it wanted to bathe the world in fire and blood, Salark wouldn't need to spend centuries teaching the tribe's magic and how to prosper in the harsh environment it called home. I am Salark, the desert's son. My path is the only path. My words are law. It roared, spreading its wings, setting the whole tent and its occupants ablaze, yet burning none. I can be like the sunrise that harbingers a new era, or like the sunset that preludes a dark night. Summon me again out of petty greed, and all the tribes will need new leaders. Chapter 132, Suffering. After Professor Marth finished healing Lith's arm, the bandages were removed, revealing that it was back to normal, except for one small detail. Unlike the rest of his body that still retained his normal color, it was pale like it had never seen the light. Marth didn't miss the silent question in his eyes. Sorry, I don't know how Manohar manages to do that. In theory, it's impossible for new skin to retain any kind of tan, but that doesn't stop him from doing it anyway. Then whispered in Lith's ear, "It's better if you go to Manohar later, if the skin problem bothers you. I don't feel like bringing him back here would be a good idea." Lith nodded. Both the headmaster and his father probably wouldn't be able to take in another one of his pep talks. "Professor, you have yet to tell me what happened after I lost consciousness." Thanks to Solus, Lith already knew the answer, but he needed to pretend to be curious about it. "Yes, indeed, but it's better if you hear it from the ones that actually saved your life. It took quite some effort to force your friends to leave your bedside and get some rest." His parents were moved. Hearing their son had such dedicated friends, Lith not so much, since it made crumble another chunk of his personal beliefs. It also raised a creepy question. "Solus, since now I'm wearing an hospital nightgown, please, tell me Manohar didn't strip me in front of the others." "No, he didn't," she giggled. "But there would be nothing wrong with it. You are all doctors after all." "True, but if the situation was reversed, do you think any girl would like being seen naked by 3 of her male friends?" "It depends on the friends, I guess." There was a hint of malice in her words. "Okay, that's it." Lith decided to solve the matter once and for all. "Solus, what's happening to you? Ever since we came to the academy, from time to time you try to fix me a girl or another, say something inappropriate like right now. People aren't just slabs of meat, they have feelings too." "That's rich coming from you?" For the first time since they had met, Lith could sense her anger. He didn't reply, waiting for Solus to vent out. "Since when do you care for feelings? All you do is lying to manipulate everyone, fight like a madman, amass power, rinse and repeat. Have you ever thought about my feelings? About how scared I am every time you do something stupid, putting your life at risk like it's nothing? Or how envious I am of all of you free to talk, laugh, walk in the sun, while I'm trapped all the day inside a ring of stone, living my life through you. And to be honest is not much of a life. You have so many people that love you, so many chances to get close to others and become real friends instead of just pretending. Yet you always reject them like trash, and that makes me furious. You know, maybe the Scorpicore was right. Maybe I really am a cursed object, because this life sometimes really feels like a curse. Despite she had no tears to shed, to Lith it was like she was bawling her eyes out. It made him feel terribly guilty and helpless. Too often he had closed himself to her, either to study or practice, speaking only to ask her help. They had been together for so long, yet he still sometimes treated Solus like some kind of home appliance. Lith couldn't deny anything she had said. To him, people were just tools, while feelings were a useless burden. I'm sorry, Solus. I don't know what to say. All this time I never stopped considering how you felt, always taking your happiness for granted. It's not entirely your fault, she mind-sniffed. I never shared my worries with you because I was afraid you wouldn't care or understand. Thanks for proving me wrong. A warm aura spread from her consciousness, the equivalent of a hug. By my maker, it was all so much easier when we just met. With me being content just with surviving, learning new things every day. But now, knowledge is not enough anymore. I want to feel, I want to experience, and you are my only window to the world. I should be the one apologizing for being so pushy all this time. Well, maybe between necromancy and forgemastering, we can find a way to give you a proxy body. A corpse or a golem? Thanks, but no thanks. I already feel like a monster. Sometimes I don't need to also look like one. Besides, I think life isn't a problem to be fixed, more like something I need to decide if it's worth having. Lith didn't like at all how the conversation had turned out. His only true friend was suffering, and that wasn't something he could just passively accept. After changing into a new uniform, he let Professor Marth call for his friends, that despite the short notice arrived incredibly fast. Normally, Lith would have found a way to avoid the inevitable group hug that ensued, but Solus' words were still ringing in his ears. Progress, not perfection. He repeated in his mind, like a mantra, resisting the revulsion that the physical contact with those four strangers arose at instinct level. They drowned him in questions about his health, repeating more than once how they had thought to have lost him. Alina was moved to the tears, seeing their affection for her child. Guys, allow me to introduce you to my parents, Roz and Alina. At those words, they finally released him. Roz shook their hands, while Alina embraced them tightly. If you ever come to pass in our village, you will always be welcome in our home. I'll never be able to thank you enough. After a few niceties, Lith prompted them to tell him what had happened after he crashed into the spatial crack. Despite already knowing everything, he remained impressed by their focus and dedication during such a critical moment, to the point of remembering the finest details. Obviously, with Linjo's present, they overlooked all the punching part. Then it was Lith's turn to express his gratitude. A simple thank you and a handshake was fine for Roz, who was a stranger to them, not to mention he was quite intimidated. For all he knew, they could all be prince and princesses. Lith had no choice but to put a big smile on his face and hug them one by one. While for the others he managed to perform a in-and-out kind of hug, when it was Quilla's turn, she locked him in place. Lith could feel her hands running over his back, while she sunk her head in his chest, sobbing a little. After a few seconds, the situation became really awkward. Everyone was looking away, until Roz saw the silent plea for help in his eyes and said, "Son, what do you want to do? Do you want to come back home, change academy, or stay here? We'll respect your decision, whatever it is." Only then Quilla finally let him go and hid behind Freya, blushing wildly after having realized what she had done. Lith pondered for a while. Despite all its flaws, the White Griffin Academy was still the safest place for him. Other academies would probably discriminate him for his origins and past, forcing him to constantly watch his back. Also, he still had to solve the mystery of the boxes in his pocket dimension, find a way to avert the Dryad's prophecy, and to save Solus from her misery. She could refuse his help all she wanted. Lith would never give up on her without a fight. "I want to remain here, Dad. I think I need them as much as they need me." Chapter 133, Contingencies. "You'll not regret your choice, Lith." Professor Marth patted his back with a proud look on his face. "Once you graduate, you'll discover that a ranked mages like you and me are treasured almost as rank S, if not more." He chuckled. "What? Why?" Lith didn't know if to consider it a good or bad news. "Because as you have seen, geniuses like Manohar aren't just brilliant. They are also willful, fickle, and unpredictable. We may not be as productive, but are much more level-headed and easy to handle. After the accident in the training hall, Professor Rudd had lost much of his nastiness. He now replied when someone asked him explanations, and whenever he saw Quilla or Lith, he would sigh deeply, shaking his head. In the following weeks, Lith put his heart and soul in forgemastering, relentlessly pestering Professor Wainmeyer with questions. He was researching both the runes that kept the boxes locked and a construct that was able to feel like a human. The library helped him greatly on his first task. Even if the exact sequence of runes wasn't to be found anywhere, Lith was able to determine their power and purpose. He came to the conclusion that opening at least one of the boxes was feasible if he had Wainmeyer level of mastery and a proper research team. Since that was impossible, he decided to take a roundabout route. Instead of attacking the lock from the outside, like a normal forgemaster, he would destroy its pseudo-core like only an awakened one could. The lock and the box had a pseudo-core each, both held in place by the respective mana pathways their maker had surrounded them with, thanks to the rune patterns. The main difference between a pseudo-core and a real mana core was that the former had no way to replenish its energies without the mage that had imprinted it. Hence, if somehow Lith managed to damage the pathways, the energy stored in the pseudo-core was supposed to leak without triggering the explosion, and the lock spell would be undone. Before doing this kind of experiments, Lith would always use his hush spell and several barriers to prevent a resulting explosion to destroy his room or be noticed from the outside. After a month since the beginning of the second semester, Lith had already lost 3 boxes. All of them had exploded without leaving any trace behind, but he still considered it a success. Neither he or his belongings had suffered any damage, and with each box the explosion was getting weaker. It was only a matter of time before Lith could find the right way to puncture the runic pathways without the pseudo-core becoming unstable. Now I get why the Vision wanted me to save Nock and get to meet Kala. The small bike and its mother. With only the box from Rodima's, I would have never managed to open it. I could either give it to the Marchioness or Linjos, leaving me empty-handed, or try and fail on my own. He sighed. Well, for being self-taught, you are doing great. Marth and Wainmeyer always praise you for your talent and achievements. I think Wainmeyer already considers you the best student of the 4th year. Yeah, he sighed again. Someone is bound to get angry at me again, not to mention that I am falling behind in dimensional magic. Without the all-nighters, even Uriel is slowly catching up with me, and I have yet to learn the restoration spell that Quilla already knows. I must work harder. Maybe it's because Quilla has only 1 specialization, while Uriel just 2, and they are hardworking too. You instead are such a slacker. Solus' voice was oozing sarcasm. Top of both your official specializations, learning other specializations on your own, and converting them into true magic. All this while working on that lock, researching a body for me, and refining your mana core during your spare time. Which usually means when you are forced to use a bathroom or during theoretical lessons. You don't sleep from almost a month. Honestly, I'm amazed you achieved so much with only 24 hours a day. Progress, not perfection. Remember, you need to slow down. Can't do. The second trimester's exam is nearing, and no one knows what's going to be about. Must make every second matter. Since the explosion of Quarn Hathorn's alchemic laboratory, the city of Candria had quickly plunged into mass hysteria. Just a few days after the event, strange diseases and murders had started to happen all around the city, and with the passing of time, things had only got worse. Healers from all the Marquisate and beyond had been called for help, but despite both the Crown and the Mage Association were sparing no expenses to get at the root of the problem, they were getting nowhere. An information blackout had been enacted to avoid the panic to spread outside the city borders. Those who knew about the phenomenon talked about a mysterious plague haunting the province of Candria and were worried about it spreading. The body count had already reached the hundreds, and with each passing day more and more cases arose, forcing the Crown to declare the status of quarantine 2 weeks after the start of the outbreak. Whoever tried to get in or out the city would be executed on the spot. The whole region had been enveloped by an array that prevented flying spells and warp steps to work. Silpha, Queen of the Griffin Kingdom and Supreme Head of the Mage Association, was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She hadn't slept properly since the old noble's rebellion had started, and now with the unsolved mystery of the plague, she felt she was losing her mind. The Queen hadn't missed how the current predicament had occurred right after Arjun went missing in action. The problem was determining how the 2 events were related. Knowing Arjun's prowess, she suspected it was all the work of an awakened one. It was impossible for a member of the corps to be killed by conventional means during a simple recognition mission. Also, the fact that the best minds of the kingdom were still clueless was proof enough it wasn't something fake magic could achieve. Her problem was that aside from the members of the corps, the crown had no awakened ones, and Lady Tyrus refused to train more than 7 at a time. The remaining 6 members were already engaged in life or death situations, otherwise she would have never recalled Arjun so soon. The rescue teams were still looking for him under the lab's debris, but so far nothing had come out. Out of desperation, she took out her communication amulet, trying to reach for Krishna Manohar, the god of healing. He was the best healer of the kingdom and her last hope. Aside from a magical plague, it could have been the effect of an ancient artifact. Such powerful weapon, if it even existed, once found had to remain a secret, and that was the reason why she had kept him as a last resort. That man was a loose cannon. Discretion and reliability weren't his strong suits. The amulet gave no response, even after multiple attempts. Having no time for his antics, Silpha called Linjos instead, demanding for Manohar's whereabouts and the reason of his unavailability. "I would never dare to disobey a direct order of yours, Your Majesty, but alas, your first request is beyond me. Even I do not know where he is. As for the second, I think you wouldn't believe me without hearing it from the horse's mouth." The headmaster took a piece of paper and placed it on the amulet's gem, allowing the queen to read its content. "Dear Linjos," the name was followed by a doodle depicting a horse bearing a striking resemblance to the headmaster, even wearing his clothes. "I'm on the verge of an incredible magical breakthrough, and can't risk my research to be ruined by the constant pestering of mediocre minds, so I'll be gone for a while. KM, how dares he to disappear again? It's already the 3rd time this year." Silpha punched her desk hard enough to break it in half. "Send me your second-best diagnostician. If she doesn't solve my problem, I'll have your head beside Manohar's in my trophy room." Chapter 130, 4 Tough Times. Although invigoration allowed Lith to avoid sleeping, it wasn't without side effects. Back when he was still at home, he had several opportunities to relax, like when hunting for food, teaching Tista fake magic, or simply spending quality time with his family. Now Lith was relentlessly working like a machine, piling up stress without any break outside his 3 daily meals. Over time, the accumulated mental fatigue made him more cranky, nervous, and aggressive. It was something the professors would not notice. Lith treasured them and did his best to hold his temper and treat them with the respect they deserved. The same applied to his friends. After his last heart-to-heart with Solus, he tried to spend more time with them to give her what she needed, more emotions and human interaction. It would soothe her depression and wear down his nerves, but he didn't care. "Solus always does so much for me. Not only she is basically my moral compass, helping me on all the academical subjects. She also restricts my most violent urges, making me almost human. Heck, if it was possible, I would gladly trade place with her. She would make a much better person than me." Solus was moved by how strong were his feelings for her, and how many sacrifices he was willing to endure for her sake. At the same time, thought, she was very worried. The prolonged lack of sleep had only made more apparent that his mind and body were experiencing a major change. Since overcoming the bottleneck, Lith's body kept getting stronger every time the mana core was refined. As for his mind, the recent events had put a lot of stress on his already twisted psyche. Ironically, while near-death experiences were the norm since Lith had started to practice high-level magic, it was finding people that actually cared for him outside of his family that triggered an inner conflict. Changing lifelong values wasn't easy. It was like admitting to have always been wrong about almost everything. On the other hand, the same could be said about her. The quality and quantity of her nourishment had dramatically improved, and her mana core was on the verge of turning green. But what bothered Solus the most were her new feelings. Thanks to Lith's new enhanced senses, she could hear all the mean comments people would make behind his back, all the petty grudges that every praise he received would arise. The more she knew humans, the more disgusted she became. After he had almost died protecting everyone from the spatial cracks, the kindest comment she had heard was, "Even after losing an arm, we can't get him out of our hair for a whole day. That guy is worse than a cockroach." Solus was starting to think it was her being wrong all along. Lith was summoned by the headmaster. Less than an hour later, Queen Silpha had expressed her newfound interest for turning Linjo's head into a toilet brush holder, instead of mounting it on a wall. After consulting with Professor Marth, the second-best healer of the White Griffin Academy, Linjos was left with no choice. If it's a life or death situation. Cut the if, there are lives on the line, mine included, Linjos interrupted Marth. Then I'd definitely send Lith from Lustria, is the only one whose diagnostic skills are at Manohar's level. A student instead of a professor, how low have we stooped? What will become of the prestige of this academy? Linjos moaned. Stooped, Marth knitted his eyebrows in disapproval. The new replacing the old is the way of life. Also, accepting someone that all the other academies rejected out of prejudice is not stooping, especially if he succeeds. But what if he fails? Linjos was about to cry. We'll become the laughingstock of the kingdom. Everyone will think we are so incompetent we have to rely on a child. Well, we can always send a couple of professors and hope for the best. At least you would fail with dignity. Linjos groaned, his neck suddenly hurting. Failure wasn't an option. What about that other student, Quilla from Syria? At this point, sending one or two makes no difference. It actually does, Marth objected. Her talent for light magic is outstanding. I believe that if properly nurtured, she can become the next Manohar. Stop saying that name. Linjos' neck felt a new pang, feeling the executioner's axe nearing. I mean in a good way. There is nothing good about that man. Seeing the headmaster being unreasonable, Marth dropped the matter. As I was saying, she is a magnificent mage, yet she is too young to witness such horrors. Not to mention that her diagnostic skills are about my level. I'd rather go myself instead of putting her future at risk. As for our new star, he is quite special. Marth tapped on Lith's complete personal file, a folder almost as thick as a book, where the experts from the Mage Association had classified him as what on Earth would be called high-functioning sociopath. At that point, Linjos had stopped resisting and accepted his fate. When Lith entered, he was wearing his old set of frown and glare. I didn't do anything wrong and was about to have a magical breakthrough. When he had received the call, Lith was about to clear the second last exercise before attempting a real warp steps. After the sabotage, the fourth-year lessons had been suspended for a few days, until the internal investigation was concluded. He had used that time to further practice under Quilla's guidance, and was close to placing 8 opening a gate. While most students had been scarred by the event and needed psychological counseling, he had continued his studies like nothing had happened, managing to catch up with those more talented than him. Lith's choice of words only intensified Linjos' feeling of impending doom. The headmaster gave him a file, containing all the relevant information about the events in Candria, explaining to him that his presence was required to shed light on the matter. I'm just a student, Lith replied, giving back the folder. What does this have to do with me? What Headmaster Linjos forget to tell you, boy, is that this isn't a request. This is an order from the Queen herself. The voice belonged to a man about 30 years old, 1.82 meters, 6, high, that walked out of a warp steps that opened right in the middle of the room. He had light brown crew-cut hair and mustaches of the same color. He was wearing a deep blue uniform, bearing on the heart the royal crest, a triangular shield representing a prancing griffin with a crown on its head and holding 2 scepters in his front claws, one representing the magical power, the other the military one. Lith, allow me to introduce to you Captain Velagros from the Queen's Corps. Captain, this is Lith from Lustria. Linjos stood up, offering his hand to his esteemed guest. Were you spying on us, or did you just wait in order to make a dramatic entrance? Lith wasn't impressed, more like annoyed. His bad mood made him blurt out what normally he would have just thought. Kid, this is no laughing matter. People is dying this very moment. If you can do something about it, it's your duty to. People dies every day, Lith shrugged. Usually it happens to the poor, the orphans, the homeless, yet no one gives a damn about it. But if it happens to a few rich guys in a fancy city, then suddenly it becomes a huge problem. Also, I have no duty since I took no oath. So, let me rephrase, what's in it for me? He said, rubbing his right thumb and index fingers together. Normally, Captain Velagros would have been tempted of teaching the arrogant kid a lesson, but he too had read the file. It was clearly stated that because of his upbringing, Lith had no real ties to the kingdom. That was the reason his family was so tightly protected. The orders were to not antagonize him unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 135, Traitor. Captain Velagros could only grin and bear Lith's attitude, and not only because of his orders. The more he looked at the youth, the more wrong everything felt. The cold and dead eyes, the detached attitude, were all things he had seen plenty of times, but never in kids. They were traits found either in battle-hardened veterans or in madmen with an agenda. Last but not least, back when he had stepped forward with an intimidating manner, his body had started screaming for danger. A member of the Corps didn't manage to reach his age without developing a keen instinct, and in that moment, his own was telling him to back off and avoid sudden movements. "How much do you want?" he asked. "You say it like I'm extorting money. Before being a healer, I was a hunter, and the first thing I learned is that hunters don't do favors, we cut deals. Here is my offer. I do the job, and if I succeed, I get a safe house for my family. I don't care if it's because the Civil War breaks out, we get invaded, or there's a sudden drought. The second something goes wrong, I want them safe and out of the kingdom. Deal." Lith extended his hand, and Vilagros shook it without hesitation. For a moment, Vilagros had feared the kid would ask for a ridiculous sum of money or an artifact. Instead, he had demanded something simple and reasonable, albeit expensive, leaving no space for bargain. "Deal, and what if you fail?" "If that happens, we both would have just lost a few hours of our time." Lith shrugged. "As long as I can use invigoration, there's nothing I can't diagnose. Curing it, thought, is another matter entirely. If the plague is something beyond my comprehension, not even true magic can help me." "It will take more than a few hours," Vilagros explained. "Warp steps are blocked in all the region. First, I need to have an exit point set up for us in the vicinity. Then we'll reach the quarantine borders by flying. It will take a couple of hours to arrange everything." "I thought we were moving right away," Lith frowned. "In this case, I want our deal recorded in writing and signed up. Words may fly away, but writings remain." "Not a problem. Use the time to settle your business or to arrange your baggage before leaving. Depending on how it goes, we may be stuck in Candria until tomorrow. And remember, you are not allowed to speak about the mission with anyone." Lith walked away, ignoring the last trivial order. He moved quickly toward his room, his aim to catch as much sleep as possible before departing. Being in his weakened state while inside the academy was one thing. It was full of professors bound to help him, and an hospital that could heal him as long as he had a single breath of life. But on the outside, he didn't care if he was with the Queen's Corps or the Queen herself. He would always act as he were alone. "I'm so happy you took this mission," Soulless Mind smiled. "So many people are suffering, we should help if we can." "And that's where you are wrong," Lith objected. "If you volunteer every time someone is in danger, you'll live your life for the sake of others. Give an inch and they will take a mile." The demand of payment served multiple purposes. First, if I succeed, the vision should be foiled, at least the part that I really care for. Second, it showed them I'm no puppet. Only soldiers obey without questions, and only idiots and saints work for free when they could get the right compensation. Soulless pondered on those words. Once she would have dismissed them as Lith being cold and cynical, now she wasn't so sure anymore. After Lith left the headmaster's office, Vilagros started arranging the last details for the mission, while Linjos couldn't stop sighing. Is this the society we really want to create? A world where heroes are actually cold-blooded killers? At this point, I don't care what the Queen will do with me. I find way more terrifying the idea that if he succeeds, such a person will become a role model. I hoped that nurture could beat nature, but it seems I was wrong once again. Captain Vilagros laughed out loud at those words. "Dear headmaster, I don't know where you lived until now, but when I attended the Water Griffin, it was a nightmare. The pranks, the competition, the stress. So what nurture are you talking about? Do you coddle the students here? Take them by the hand." Linjos shook his head, blushing a little from embarrassment. "I've seen a lot of people like that. They usually end up in jail, join the military, or become successful merchants. It depends on how much they are able to restrain themselves, usually picking jobs where they can legally ruin the lives of others or use violence. Think about the adventurers or speculators. Most of them are like him, yet everyone dreams of becoming rich with quests or being acclaimed as a self-made man. Have you ever stopped considering how much death is hidden behind their fortunes? If he does his job and doesn't go on a murder spree, then he is fine by me." Not even a minute after Lith was summoned in Linjo's office with the Academy's public announcement system, a call was made from within the White Griffin to Archmage Lucart. "Lucart, you idiot, the Queen has asked for our help." "Who cares?" Lucart didn't like being insulted, but decided to let it slide. Having a traitor in the Academy was worth enduring a foul mouth. "I already made sure that Manohar got the ingredient he was looking for, so he is out of the picture. According to Hathorn, there's no one else that can understand the plague's nature. Despite the accident in the lab, everything is going smoothly." Smoothly, the voice sneered. Triggering a quarantine and alerting the whole world about your experiments is far from what would I call going smoothly. Also, Linjos has just summoned Lith from Lucia, so you'd better take action fast. Who cares about a kid? He can die in a fire together with his filthy little village. The voice laughed out loud. If you keep underestimating the same kid that saved Destar's daughter from your prized poison, taking away the only silver lining in your utter fiasco of an assassination attempt, and later stopped the spatial breakdown with no casualties despite my sabotage, then you are a bigger fool than I thought. Lucart snarled. Both failures still haunted his dreams. The first was supposed to take out Martianist Destar's whole family, but because of Aintz's presence they had only managed to injure the daughter. The second had gone even worse. The death of the students would have caused an uproar, setting the foundations for the next step, leading to Linjo's execution and forced the new nobles faction to either drop all their claims or start a civil war. Both scenarios were perfect, since in Lucart's mind they would end up the same way. His faction would win, and the commoners would have to submit or die. Can't you just turn off the protective system and kill him? You really are stupid. After the sabotage, our rings have been stripped of several functions. Now only the headmaster himself can interact with the Academy's control system. You really are useless. Lucart slammed his fist against the table, bleeding a little. Useless, the voice gasped in outrage. I arranged my lessons so they would be much easier for your sons. I made sure that the clackers would haunt the location where the most promising commoners would appear. I deactivated all the protections so that a class full of students could be decimated. If I am useless, then what about your precious offspring that keeps getting outclassed by commoners? I'm starting to think this is all a big mistake. Maybe we should just accept the change. Never, incapable of bearing any more of that nonsense, Archmage Lucart hung up the call. Chapter 136, Traitor 2. A little longer than 2 hours later, Lith was woken up by a clerk, prompting him to go back to the headmaster's office. The sleep hadn't been much, but enough to take some of the edge off his mind and partially reset Invigoration's effectiveness. Velagros welcomed him, giving Lith a copy of their agreement and keeping the other for himself, before warping out the office. They materialized on a grassland in the middle of nowhere. Lith looked around, instinctively searching for familiar landmarks, finding none. The only structure in sight was a circle, formed by rectangular wooden rods from which they had emerged from. The rods were about 2 meters, 6.5 feet, high and 3 centimeters, 1.8 inches thick. Each of the 4 sides was engraved with bright red runes, pulsing with power, that went opaque as soon as the portal closed behind them. Waiting for them there was a group of 3 women and 2 men, all dressed like Velagros and with various weapons dangling from their belts or backs. They immediately started to disassemble the circle, storing the rods in dimensional amulets. Is it your first time seeing a temporary waypoint? Lith nodded in response. Crossing hundreds of kilometers at once would be impossible without such a device. By knowing its frequency, I can use it to lock into these coordinates, while the others pump their own mana in it, allowing for us to get here with minimum mana consumption on my side. Solus, how strong are these guys? Each one of them has a blue mana core, so in theory they are stronger mages than you. Also, everything they have is heavily enchanted. Compared to their clothes, your uniform is like a firefly besides a torch. Invisible. They were all of different ages and builds. The youngest one seemed to be barely over 20 years old, while the oldest seemed to be nearing the 50s. Our destination is in that direction. Velagros pointed towards south-southeast. It shouldn't take much by flight, half an hour tops. At his command, everyone cast his personal flight spell, advancing with a wedge formation with Lith as its center. He used that opportunity to activate life vision, discovering that despite they had superior cores, their magical forces weren't much stronger than his own. On the contrary, Lith's physical prowess outclassed everyone else's, even without using fusion magic. After a few minutes, though, their spells disappeared abruptly, sending them into a free fall to the ground. Luckily, they were flying low, around 5 meters, 16, high, to avoid being visible from a distance, so they ended up tumbling on the ground instead of splattering. The core protective vests absorbed much of the impact, but Lith wasn't wearing one, and his uniform's weak point was offering no protection against blunt impacts. He made the earth under him soft and elastic, bouncing and rolling to disperse the momentum. Ambush, Captain Velagros roared, while he and his men assumed a defensive position. Lith and Solus activated Life Vision and Mana Sense, respectively, discovering that they had stepped into a very complex array. "This is clearly a high-level Warden formation," Solus observed. "Besides disrupting air magic, making flight impossible, somehow it also compresses space. I can't access to our dimensional pocket, and I bet that even blinking or using warp steps is impossible." Cursing his bad luck, Lith alerted Velagros of Solus' discovery while readying both fake and true spells. He would do everything to keep his secret, but dying for it was not an option. "Crap, the kid is right." Velagros had just tried to warp them away, but to no avail. "Fall back, we are sitting ducks here." Velagros had no idea how Lith had assessed the situation so fast, but that wasn't the time for questions. With no movement spells, escaping the encirclement would be difficult, and with their dimensional amulets sealed, their resources had been dramatically reduced. "How deep are we into the array?" he asked, noticing how Lith's eyes were burning with mana. "Very. They probably waited for us to be in the middle before activating it." "Makes sense," Velagros nodded. "I would have done the same." Any direction was good as another. They were still in the open, with no natural formation offering them cover or protection. Velagros picked one at random, making his team move fast but keeping the formation to not leave blind spots. To his surprise, despite being the shortest, Lith had no problem keeping the pace of their jog. Since this was a last-minute operation, the only possible explanation is that there is a spy in the royal palace. Otherwise, it would be impossible to set up a trap like this on such a short notice. Velagros inwardly swore to find the traitor and give him a slow and painful death. Suddenly, several gates opened in the air. From each emerged a person wearing a guerrilla combat suit that unleashed a Tier 5 spell on the core unit. The air filled with countless spheres of fire the size of a house, while the ground all around them exploded in razor-sharp rock shrapnel. Lith realized that the Queen's core unit was doomed. The aggressors could turn on and off the jamming field at will. Wiping them out with hit-and-run tactics was just a matter of time. He quickly activated all the barriers he had ready, only around himself, opening at the same time a deep hole in the ground right under his feet with earth magic. The assault continued for several seconds. The earth trembled like there was an earthquake, forcing Lith to keep digging away. The shockwaves from the surface only grew in intensity over time. "Damn it, and to think that Uriel always nag about useless a warden is. I can't believe a whole unit of the Queen's Corps was done so easily." One after the other, the life forces of the 6 people assigned to escort him faded away. Lith was shocked and angry. There was nothing he could have done to save them, even by revealing his status of Awakened One. The attack had been too quick and well coordinated to open a hole big enough for everyone. And even if somehow he managed to, the enemies would have noticed, using Tier 5 earth magic to squash them like bugs. It wasn't the first time that Lith had been forced to retreat, but it was the first time that such an act left him with a bitter aftertaste. He had never experienced such helplessness before, making him aware that he could only cower and hide like a rat. A few hundred meters to the east, the leader of the Talons was admiring the result of their work through a surveillance mirror. Once again, no survivors, no witnesses, no proofs. Farian Negel and his men were the best at their job, and they were proud of it. The Talons was a mercenary unit, whose members were once part of the elite troops from the armies of all the 3 great countries, but had been dishonorably discharged for violating the warrior code, by either pillaging, raping, and/or murdering in the territories that they were supposed to protect. A few of them were actually wanted criminals, but the Talons knew how to take care of their own. Offering their services to the highest bidder, they lived a life of luxury, being the living proof that their countries had made a big mistake by discarding them like trash. "Captain Seafit, check for survivors," Negel ordered to their warden. "Come on, General. There's nothing left but a crater. It's a waste of my considerable skill." Despite not being part of the army anymore, each one had a military rank and a status in the unit, according to his/her talent. "Do it anyway. We have a reputation to uphold." "Yes, sir." Seafit was the 3rd in command, yet sometimes he forgot how anal retentive the general was. Seafit disabled his arrays, allowing him to open a warp steps right above the crater, and then cast the life detection array, a warden spell that in many aspects resembled Lith's life vision. From underground, Lith was still able to see the magic portal opening with life vision. What the heck are they doing now? In their place, I would either wipe down any trace of the massacre or check for survivors, if not both. Good gods, General, you are right for once. We have a rat. Thanks to his heightened senses, Lith was able to hear the warden's snarky remark and react accordingly. In all his years as a soldier first and a mercenary later, Seafit had never seen anyone moving so fast. Charged to the brim with air fusion, it took Lith but a second to get out of his hiding spot, cross the warp step, and rip Seafit's head from the neck with his bare hands. Chapter 137, Despair. Although his entry appeared overbearing and dramatic to the members of the Talons, Lith was actually quite desperate, and so was Solus. The moment the snarky man had revealed his presence, he knew that he had just went from the frying pan into a volcano. Whoever those guys were, they had mastered the discipline of spatial magic to the point of making it an art form. Lith could only run or fly, but against an opponent that cold bend space, blink or switch, it was useless. His only option was to get in and kill them so fast they would not even understand what had hit them. It was time to test the limits of his new body. First thing first, we need to kill the warden. Lith thought, not knowing it was his intended target's head that he was throwing to the nearest enemy, making both heads burst open for the violence of the impact. Our only hope is to find him before he casts another array, otherwise we are screwed. The only silver lining is that warden's spells are slow ass. You focus on the killing, Solus replied. I'll collect as much intel as I can about our opponents. If I see the slightest hint of warden magic, I'll tell you. Sadly, the Talon's unit was comprised only by veterans, hence as soon Lith beheaded Seafit, it took them barely a second to recover and regroup. The one Lith had killed with an unconventional headbutt was simply too close to dodge the projectile. Farian Negel, the general, instantly issued coded orders that his men were ready to execute. The element of surprise was already lost, and Lith had yet to face 9 more people. Black 2, Red 3, White 4. Despite the target was just a kid, Negel employed an extremely aggressive tactic. His creed was that no matter the opponent, never underestimate, never relax, never talk until the kill was confirmed. The 2 most skilled melee expert would kill him. Oh, worst-case scenario. Keep him busy while 3 mid-range specialists would cover for them and stall enough time for the 4 long-range spellcaster to put an end to the struggle. Cursing his bad luck for the umpteenth time since he was born back on Earth, Lith prepared to face his incoming enemies. First, he pushed his mana core to the limit, emitting a light cyan aura that enveloped the space around him with a mana so dense that the air started to crackle. Then he infused his body with all the 6 elements, while casting one of his new spells as fast as he could. The 2 Talons were a man and a woman, the first using a sword and shield combination, the second twin swords instead. Bloodlust and madness twisted their features, to the point that not even Uriel would have wasted time pondering if she was hot or not. Beware, all their equipment is on par with the core, even their tattoos seem to be enchanted, Solus warned him. Just my luck. I need a damn weapon to block enchanted blades, but I still can't afford the Academy's prices. A chunk of the tattoos disappeared, boosting their speed like a high-grade potion and allowing them to reach Lith before he could finish casting. They placed in opposite directions, forcing Lith to create a blind spot in his visual field. Much to their surprise, he didn't even try following the movements of them both with his eyes. Instead, he turned his back on the shield man, focusing only on the double-wielding woman. Nonetheless, they didn't lose focus, executing a 2-pronged attack where each strike was meant to corner the prey, by making the attacks coming from the partner harder to evade. Yet Lith dodged them all flawlessly, even those coming from his back. The first exchange was more than enough for Negel to understand what was happening, forcing him to violate his creed already. What are you doing, you idiots? That's full guard, red-white fall back. To prevent their target from escaping, Negel started weaving the anti-air magic array. For a split second the Talons froze, thinking their general had gone mad. Full Guard was a common Mage Knight spell that created a spherical blue aura with a radius of 1.65 meters, 5.41 feet, all around the caster. Thanks to Full Guard, a Mage Knight had no blind spots. Whatever entered the sphere would be detected, allowing him to counterattack and dodge with surgical precision without even looking. What Negel said didn't make sense, though. The cyan aura surrounding their target had a radius of over 20 meters, 66. Something every one of them knew by experience was impossible. The spell range, even at Tier 5, was supposed to cover only the length given by the arm plus weapon length. When their instinct and discipline kicked in, making them obey the order, it was already too late. Lith had previously ignored the earlier football coach gibberish, but now, violating his creed, Negel had exposed himself. "Warden at 3 o'clock," Solus shouted the moment she recognized the energy pattern. Lith exploited the opening, darting toward Negel while extending his arms, with a motion that made no sense to his enemies. At that distance, any spell coming from a ring could be easily avoided. The red and white team moved backwards without stopping their chance, trying to keep the distance from the prey while the black team was in hot pursuit. Their problem was twofold, though. Lith was too fast for his chasers, and no one in the Talons knew of spirit magic's existence. Fast like a snake, tendrils of pure, invisible mana traveled the space between predator and prey, coiling around Negel's head. Spells rained on Lith from all directions. Some he managed to dodge, others he had to tank in order to not lose focus, letting the combined effects of earth fusion and his uniform to block most of the damage, while light fusion regenerated the wounds as soon as they were opened. With each step he took, Lith's magical force became strong enough to overcome Negel's enchanted protections, horribly deforming his head before popping it like a balloon. Spirit magic's range had already reached 50 meters, 54.7 yards, back when he had saved Count Lark's family. Now it could hit as far as Lith could see, yet the farther he was from the target, the weaker the effects. Okay, the warden is down. 8 more to go. With a bit of luck, the shock from my use of spirit magic should stun them for a couple of seconds, giving me plenty of time to evening the field. Yet luck was a fickle mistress. What Lith ignored, knowing nothing about military except what he learned from the movies, was that in such tight-knitted units there were only two kinds of generals. The ones whose death would destroy the morale, turning them into sitting ducks like he had hoped, and the ones whose death would turn his soldiers into battle-frenzy demons unafraid of death. Farian Negel belonged in the second category. Most of the members of the Talons were either psychopaths devoid of empathy or cold-blooded killers. They didn't care about anything but themselves. Killing Negel was the equivalent to cutting their lifeline. They had no idea how to survive outside the battlefield without him. A few were even grateful to him for having rescued them before their execution. Each and every one of them took it personal. To make things worse, Brigadier Fida Barut, second in command, quickly regained her cool, avoiding the situation to devolve into chaos. Black 4, Red 2, White 2, don't let the general's death go to waste. Fucking kill him. Brigadier General Barut was an ex-member of the Queen's Corps. It was thanks to her knowledge about the Corps protocol and equipment that the mission had gone so smoothly, up until Sifit's death. Unlike the others, she had already seen someone moving so fast. Once, Barut had been a member of the Queen's detail, witnessing her inhuman speed. During an ambush, she had killed 3 assailants before her bodyguards could even move. In her mind, now everything finally made sense, all her questions had found an answer. Why 6 members of the Corps had been sent to protect an insignificant commoner. Why the pay was obscenely good, even for the Talon standards. "The fucker is a member of the royal family," she shouted. "We have to make this quick, before they send someone looking for him." Everyone in the Talon had heard Barut's tale at least once. No one had ever believed her, thinking it was a self-delusion from when she was still a rookie. But now things had changed. Barut couldn't believe that Negel had hid from them such a valuable piece of information. She knew not even the general took her story seriously, but being so meticulous, that act of carelessness seemed so out of character. "I'm what?" Lith couldn't avoid to inwardly sneer at that rubbish. "First, I'm the bastard son of Count Lark, and this time of the Queen. 2 more enemies coming up close," Solus warned him. Lith could only sigh with relief. Just what the healer ordered. Then he activated the spell he had previously casted, turning the world around him dark. Chapter 138, Despair 2. Being a self-taught true mage with very little knowledge outside of Tier 3 had always been a problem for Lith. He had to make up from scratch most of his spells, and not having much free time, if not none at all, his toolkit was quite limited. For such reason, most of his spells were derived from imitation. Floria's Full Guard, the Rise Slipstream Effect, or the Withered Dark Aura were all tricks that he had picked up along the way. His fight with the plant abomination had allowed him to further understand darkness magic, and how to overcome its obnoxious limitations. Darkness was an element capable of inflicting an enormous amount of damage over time, and to add insult to injury, it was extremely hard to defend from it. On the other hand, though, darkness-based spells were so slow that outside niche situations they were nigh useless. Vampiric touch required physical contact, hence it was a last resort. The Wither's dark aura had good range, but required a huge mana expenditure compared to the damage dealt. That was why Lith had thought long and hard about it, trying to figure out a way to use darkness magic to cover for his weak points. No matter how much he planned in advance, he was still an amateur fighter, lacking any professional training. Despite being much slower than Lith, 2 members of the Talons were enough to force him to go all out just to not be turned into mincemeat in a few seconds. Thanks to their rich battle experience, they were able to anticipate his movements and adjust their attacks accordingly. Not to mention that even speed could do only so much in front of such refined teamwork. The moment they closed in, they had used the range advantage granted by their blades to restrict Lith from escaping or counterattacking. To gain the upper hand, he needed to fight dirty and shamelessly like before, exploiting the fact that his opponents knew nothing about true magic. When the 4 melee experts approached, black tentacles emerged from Lith's body, trying to grab whoever came near. The Talons' first instinct was to cut them down, but the tentacles were made of pure energy, so they passed through the blades like a breeze, lashing at the enemy's bodies, sucking out their life force and giving it to their master. Death Call was the answer Lith had devised to his problems. Anyone that came too close would have to endure the vampiric touch of the tentacles, that were nothing more than a dense mass of dark magic guided by his will. The compact form meant that, unlike the dark aura, the draining effect was fast and efficient, while the mid-range of the spell made the slow speed irrelevant. Thanks to full guard, Lith was completely aware of his surroundings, therefore able to manipulate every single tentacle like it was one of his limbs. Combined together, the 2 spells offered a perfect defense. Come close, become food. Stay away, suffer true magic. Lith didn't need to attack anymore, he could simply focus on dodging while the tentacles did the rest. Barely a few seconds after the activation of Death Call, the close-range Talons realized what was happening. They were out of breath, their movements getting sluggish, each strike sloppier than the last. Their opponent instead was suddenly fully healed, either dodging or deflecting their combined attacks with his bare hands, without even breaking a sweat. But the most shocking part was when the 5 of them, Lith included, noticed an unforeseen side effect of the spell. The 4 Talons seemed to be aging by the second, their hair getting thin and gray, while their faces were now full of wrinkles, the skin starting to sag. It was actually a mere cosmetic effect, caused by the sudden loss of moisture and life force. Nothing that a few drinks and some rest couldn't fix. No Talon feared death, but age, that was another matter entirely. For the first time in many years, the members of the Talons started to feel fear. From the moment Seafit had opened that warp gate, their day had quickly turned into a nightmare. Since when kids could rip off heads, since when spells could be cast with no magic words or hand signs, how could possibly exist someone capable of killing a soldier of the caliber of Negel with just a wave of the hand? Last but not least, what kind of monster could summon an unnamed horror? Black fall back, red fire at will, white hold your fire until red is done. Fear had never made Beirut falter, and this time was no different. By alternating the waves of spells from the 2 teams, she planned of raining on the monster enough destruction to make the nightmare end. When the 4 of the black team tried to retreat, they discovered that the black tentacles had turned solid. Infused with spirit magic, they dragged back their victims, using them as meat shields against the incoming attacks. It was after the first shockwave arrived that Lith understood to have gravely underestimated Tier 5 spells. The 4 bodies, even with all their magical protections, were barely enough to block the first one, a densely packed chain of lightnings that boiled the 4 Talons from the inside, turning them into charred corpses. The second spell from the red unit ripped them to shreds, forcing Lith to dodge and wave countless wind blades, capable of cutting through rock and dirt like a hot knife pressed against butter. Those he didn't manage to avoid penetrated deeply into his flesh, stopping only halfway through the bones. The wounds were too extensive to cut off the pain receptors, otherwise his whole body would go limp. Seeing that the monster was still alive, and 4 more Talons had died, their fear turned into despair, but that didn't stop them. In battle, there was no time for whining or grieving, only victory or defeat. Beirut and the last member of the white unit unleashed their spells too. Lith had no choice left. He could only fly away as fast as he could. He used all his remaining strength to raise a stone wall after the other, hoping that between the distance and the makeshift barriers he would manage to survive. Whatever it was, it hit with the strength of a volcano. The spot where Lith had been until a split second before had turned into a vortex of purple flames that exploded with great violence, turning the stone walls in pebbles, trampling them like they were just domino pieces. Lith stopped wasting his energies on magic fusion, keeping only the light one to keep regenerating his present and future wounds and earth fusion to try to save his life. Everything else he had was focused on his speed, trying to avoid being reduced to a pile of ashes by the purple flames. Despite all his efforts, the explosion kept getting closer and closer. Lith wasn't fast enough to outrun it. His only hope was to get far enough from the epicenter of the spell to take as little damage as possible. But it was all useless. Even from a distance, moving faster than a bullet, Lith could feel the scorching heat burning his feet despite the magical shoes and earth fusion. When the flames engulfed him, Lith stopped even flying, letting the shockwave carry him away. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The fear almost made his mind go blank, but he refused to surrender. In a last gamble, he used all his remaining strength, even aided by Solus, to insulate himself with a thick barrier made of air, quickly revolving around his body to deflect the flames and avoid direct contact, while using water magic on himself, in a way that in any other circumstances would have frozen him to death. Despite his water magic spell, the air inside the barrier quickly became so hot that he had to stop breathing to not burn his lungs and throat. His skin got covered in blisters, his open wounds immediately cauterized. The pain was strong enough to make Lith cry, and he was happy for it, because despite keeping his eyelids close like shutters, he still feared that without the tears his eyes could boil. Chapter 139 Lows. The few seconds Lith spent in that blazing inferno felt like hours, constantly wishing for the pain to stop, while his lungs were desperate for air. When it finally ended, he crashed on the ground, tumbling multiple times before coming to a halt. The first breath of fresh air he took was the best he had ever had. His normal vision was blurry, but life vision showed him clearly that there was still no trace of his enemies. Playing dead had no sense. They had discovered him once, they could do it twice. Lith immediately started healing himself, using invigoration at the same time. Thanks to the world energy, his wounds healed much faster than normal. The bones mended and the burns disappeared without leaving any scar. Solus, any sign of those bastards? You traveled several hundred meters because of the explosion, but they are catching up fast. They'll blink here before you are finished healing. Damn blink, I can't get close while they can escape any time. Also, from range they can dodge or block everything I throw at them. It's only a matter of time before they kill me for good. I'm almost out of tricks. Determined not to die, Lith stood up, waiting for the enemies while racking his brain for a solution. By the gods, he is still alive. Beirut and the 3 survivors were all that remained of the Talons. That's impossible. Lieutenant Callant couldn't believe his own eyes. That was a fucking war mage spell. It's supposed to blow open castles and can't even kill a kid. That's no kid, Lieutenant, that's a monster. I'll cast Raging Sun again. You 3 prevent him to interrupt me or run away at any cost. We owe it to our fallen comrades. The 3 Talons assumed a triangle formation, but didn't dare to approach. If 4 had failed, there was no reason for 3 to succeed. Damn, at this distance I'm powerless. Think, Lith, think. How can we save ourselves? There must be something we can do, something only us can do that will take them by surprise. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. There was still hope. He dashed toward the chanting woman with air fusion, using full guard again to not miss any movement. The 3 performed a blink, planning on using hit and run tactics to not fall prey of the tentacles. But thanks to the combination of life vision and his enhanced speed, Lith was able to see where the gates would open and react accordingly. He changed direction, aiming for the nearest gate, punching with his full force before the enemy appeared. The hit crushed the Talon's trachea, even severely damaging the spine in the process. Lith kept moving forward while the corpse still stood up, with a shocked expression on the face. The 2 remaining Talons reacted by instinct, thinking their teammate had simply missed, letting the target slip away. They blinked together, one in front of the target, the other at his back, only to discover he was ready for them. Lith grabbed them by the throat. His hands were strong like a vice, snapping their necks with a twist of his wrists. Thanks to the distance, Beirut was barely able to distinguish what had happened. Just like the Queen years ago, Lith's movements appeared only as a blur, but years of training told her to run away. Lith's smile grew wider, while his spirit magic was coiling around the last enemy. He twisted her hands behind her back, to prevent her to cast spells or use magic rings, choking her at the same time. Even if Beirut had been able to talk, Lith wasn't willing to listen. He knew that if not for the fact of being an awakened one, he would have already died many times. He feared her and what she was able to do. Letting her live was too big of a risk. Blocking her hands and mouth wouldn't stop her from using first magic, nor he had any idea what kind of artifact she could use against him if given the chance. By clenching his fist, Lith lifted Barut in the air before crushing her head. After checking there was no enemy still alive, Lith gave out a victory laughter. I can't believe I'm still alive. It's the first time I had to gamble so much. These guys' strength and teamwork was insane. Who the heck were they? I don't know and I don't care. Solus was brimming with joy. The only important thing is that you are well and all in one piece. Well, almost. What do you mean with almost? Your hair. Lith's hand ran over his head, discovering that he was almost bald. With invigoration, he assessed that his hair had almost been burned down to the root. How did I get them back the last time? Manohar, Solus said like it explained it all. Looking at himself, Lith discovered that most of his uniform was gone. Between the cuts and the burns, he was as good as naked. After a quick change in Farmer's clothes, he realized he had another problem. Solus, do you have any idea where we are? No, what about you? Well, I know that moss grows on the north side of the trees. Yeah, too bad this is a grassland, she sneered. And I was being sarcastic. Without a landmark, maps are useless. We could be anywhere between the Academy and Candria. Yeah, I think we should run for our life. Lith didn't know what Solus had noticed, but didn't stop for asking. He moved as fast as he could, casting a flight spell to get the higher ground. The corpses of the Talons exploded, leaving nothing behind. My loot, Lith screamed. As soon as you killed that woman, I noticed something had changed in the mana surrounding their equipment. At first, I thought it was some kind of protection that was being depowered by the user's death, but then I noticed that instead of decreasing, the energy was actually overloading. They sure were a careful lot. Who cares about that? All this work for nothing. Did you just dare to call your life nothing? Solus sounded really angry. Yes, I mean no, damn, where the heck are we? Lith decided to change topic. After thinking a bit about their predicament, they decided the first thing to do was to get away from the fighting scene. Lith would have a hard time to justify how a team of 6 experts had died, while a simple student had survived. The simplest explanation was to say he had no idea what had happened to the Corps after they had helped him escape from unknown assailants. The self-destruction mechanism had undoubtedly hurt his pockets, but at least helped covering what had really happened. In a battle involving the Corps, the fact that so many of the dead bodies had broken necks and exploded heads, instead of weapon marks, would have stuck out like a sore thumb. If you think about it, it's a blessing in disguise, Solus pointed out. If the equipment remained along with the bodies and you looted it, there was no possible way to justify how a naked unit could fight on par with the Corps. Lith didn't reply, but only because he understood she was trying to cheer him up. It would have been quite easy for him to make the best-equipped members of the Talons disappear, and stage a more balanced clash. After flying for a while in the direction he supposed was south-southeast, getting even more lost, Lith landed near a group of trees. There, he took out his uniform, hoping for its self-repair magic to make it less tattered. At that point, all he had to do was waiting for someone to notice he had disappeared. First, he ate a lot of food from his reserve, to make up for the body mass lost after healing such extensive wounds. Then Lith spent the following hours using accumulation. While refining his mana core, Lith reflected on the battle, analyzing all he had discovered about Tier 5 magic, searching for a way to reproduce it, but most importantly how to defend from it. Chapter 140 Paranoia. Tier 5 magic was much stronger than he had anticipated, making all the other spells he had learned so far look like parlor tricks. From what Lith had understood, Tier 5 was capable of borrowing a huge amount of world energy. No matter how strong a mana core was, just conjuring once those purple flames should have left the mage exhausted, yet the sorceress seemed perfectly fine. To be able to cast such spell twice in a short amount of time meant that the burden on her body was limited. We have to learn a way to do the same. Otherwise, the next time it happens, if our opponent is a little stronger or luckier, we'll be done for. After a couple hours, he had yet to find a solution, but his communication amulet finally activated. It wasn't like a phone. It didn't ring or buzz. When there was an incoming call, the user would experience a pull to his consciousness, like when you suddenly remember something important. It was a feeling strong enough to wake someone up from the deepest slumber. Lith didn't answer immediately. He wanted to give the impression of having been unconscious. Lith, thanks the gods you are all right. As predicted, it was Linjo's. I've tried reaching Captain Velagros, but to no avail. What happened to you? Why you have yet to reach Candria? Headmaster, Lith replied, squinting his eyes, acting confused, like he had just woken up. Good gods, Lith, what happened to your uniform? Before answering, he had changed back to make his story more believable. Lith took a long pause, like he was trying to remember. Oh gods, the captain and his soldiers are in danger, they need help. You must hurry. He seemed to be panicking, stuttering at every word, his face going pale thanks to a little spell. Calm down, son, take a deep breath. Lith did as instructed, and after a while he was able to tell Linjos what had happened. In his version of the story, instead of using warp steps, the enemies had emerged from underground. The last thing Lith remembered was being hit by some purple flames before losing consciousness. Purple flames, Linjos was shocked. I know very few spells capable of generating such destructive force. That would explain a lot. The captain must have used something to save you, but the damage sustained was too much, and you have blacked out. Then he has brought you to safety before going back to the fight. Lith gasped, nodding at the headmaster's words. When playing the I don't know card, it was always better let the other party to fill the blanks. The less details he gave, the smaller the chances of contradicting himself. Are you alone right now? Lith looked left and right at his surroundings before answering. Yes, and I have no idea where I am. The only thing I know for sure is that this isn't the same place where we got attacked. What do I do now? You can't stay there, it's too dangerous. At this point, it's safe to assume that Captain Velagros is either dead or incapacitated. If he is dead, it means that the attackers could still be looking for you. After pondering for a moment, Linjos spoke again. Follow the setting sun toward west. Unless the captain warped you really far, you will find the river Delilin. Following the river, you are bound to find some settlement. Don't say you are going to Candria. Despite the information blackout, everyone in the region knows something is wrong with it. You would raise suspicions, ask for directions, but for the city of Pabia. It's outside the quarantine zone, but close to Candria and well connected with the main trading routes. Road signs will help you reach your real destination. Notify me as soon as you arrive. Lith nodded, then he hung up the call before taking flight. We already knew of the river from the maps. Linjos's plan is identical to our own, except we would have directly asked for Candria. Why did you ask for his help? Sola's question made Lith sigh. She was still too naive. Because I'm supposed to be a 12-year-old, shocked by an ambush from which I barely survived. I need to appear vulnerable and confused, not like a cold-blooded machine. Lith followed Linjos's instructions, easily finding the Delilin River first and a farm later. Thanks to a stroke of luck while looking for Pabia, he arrived on the main road. After that, reaching the outskirts of Candria was just a matter of minutes. Thanks to life vision, Lith was able to see the otherwise invisible energy lines in the space in front of him, stretching beyond the barricades and roadblocks that were still far away. It's similar to the array used by those assassins to trap the core squad, but much more powerful and complicated, Solus observed. I suspect that it can do much more than just block air and dimensional magic. I've never seen anything like this before, but based on what we read from the file and your memories from Earth, I'd say it's safe to assume that it can block communications too. It would make sense, Lith agreed while his mind was spinning. If Solus was right, and he would have bet good money on it, he was about to throw himself into the wolf's maws. There were countless things that could go wrong once he was isolated from the outside world. His paranoia required at least a dozen of contingency plans for a situation like that, but he actually had only one. Lith informed Linjos of his arrival, making sure to leave a record of his position. Traitors weren't the only ones he had to watch out for. There were also the relatives and friends of all those he had crossed during his time in the White Griffin. Lith knew that for many of them, he was a stain on their pride and reputation. Normally, no one would dare to touch a prize student, but a quarantine zone was a place where laws and common sense held little value. Those who considered commoners like pebbles would inevitably be tempted to cause accidents. Being without a detail further complicated the situation. There was no one that he knew or that he could trust, and being the sole survivor was bound to raise suspicions. It didn't matter if they were genuine or a matter of opportunity, someone could try to pin their deaths to him. I'll inform the supervisor and the queen of your arrival. Get close to the perimeter, but do not attempt to enter on your own. The soldiers have strict orders. The plague has put everyone's nerves on edge. Use your uniform as proof of identity. I'll call you later. Linjos is a good man, after all. Calling the queen means he has his fair share of doubts too, and is trying to avoid unnecessary troubles. Even from that distance, Lith could see how heavily guarded the zone was. There was a 10 meters, 33 feet, high wall that circled the area as far as the eye could see. Life vision showed him that many soldiers and a few mages were hidden behind it. Lith flew forward at full speed, pretending to not know what was going to happen. As soon as he entered the array, his spell disappeared, making him fall to the ground. Lith had tried to soften the landing, but even low-tier earth magic seemed to be blocked. The impact left him breathless, and before he could stand up, someone pushed him back to the ground, binding his hands, while several blades grazed his neck, puncturing even his unnaturally hard skin. Small droplets of blood started to flow towards his head. Man, I hate being always right. Chapter 141, Suspicions. Who are you? What are you doing here? Said a raspy voice coming from behind Lith's back. I'm Lith from Lucia, coming from the White Griffin Academy on Her Majesty's service. Lith appeared to be calm, but he was actually seething with anger. He had expected for someone to come and identify him, not to be treated like a criminal. Really? The voice sneered. Then why are you dressed like a farmer, since when the White Griffin has stooped so low that they can't even afford uniforms anymore? For a moment, Lith was tempted to break the ropes with brute strength, and then pull their guts through their mouths. Stay calm, you idiot. This isn't your village or the academy. In the outside world, you are a nobody, and you will be treated as such. My uniform got heavily damaged, he replied calmly. What's left of it is on my shoulder. Headmaster Linjos should have already contacted your supervisor. Someone searched him, while another hand picked the rag that was his uniform. Being on his finger, Solus could see one of the 3 robed magicians cast a spell. It made Lith and the uniform emit a light glow at the same time. The mages looked at each other, nodding, before letting Lith stand up. Amazing. It seems there is a way to make apparent the link between a magic object and the one it is imprinted with. Lith didn't share her enthusiasm. He was more interested in looking at his captors. There were 5 soldiers and 3 mages. They were all of different heights and builds, but were dressed almost in the same way. They were all clearly part of a military unit. They all wore leather boots, gray linen pants and shirt, leather gloves, and what resembled a plague doctor mask, making their faces unrecognizable. The only differences between them was that the mages wore a robe, while the soldiers had weapons and a thin metal breastplate. Sorry, sir, said one of the soldiers, his voice distorted by the mask. But this is not enough proof of identity. No one gets in or out of the quarantine zone without the proper clearance. One of the mages took out a communication amulet, from which emerged the small hologram of a handsome man in his late 30s. He had thick blonde hair and beard, with a stern look typical of someone being used to complete obedience. Why did you leave your post, Sergeant? We had a perimeter breach, sir. We are currently dealing with it. The way they had pronounced that word, not referring at him like a person but as a thing, sounded ominous to Lith's ears. Is it perhaps a tall kid, dressed like a farmer, with a bald head and a tattered white griffin uniform? If the sergeant was surprised by the accurate description, he didn't let it show. Exactly, sir. Bring him to me. Lith used that short exchange to use invigoration on the ropes binding his hands. They had no enchantment whatsoever, and that let him sigh with relief. If necessity arose, he could easily free himself. One of the mages took out gloves and a plague mask from under his robe, making Lith wear them. The beak-like mask had 2 small holes, from which the air would enter at every breath, making a hissing sound. Lith had the impression of having lost his sense of smell. The air didn't carry any scent anymore, except for that of some kind of disinfectant. This thing must be some sort of gas mask, he thought. The situation must be much worse than I expected, if even this far from Candria no one dares to move without it. The soldiers positioned themselves so that 2 walked in front of Lith, 2 behind, together with the mages, and 1 alongside him, keeping the ropes in check. Once they got past the checkpoint, Lith could see a military encampment the size of a small city stationed behind the wall. It was comprised by several tents divided in 2 blocks. One block had only circular-shaped tents of various height and size, but none bigger than a house. The other block was situated farther inside. It was heavily guarded as the wall itself, and it was comprised only by large rectangular-shaped tents. The smallest one was at least 100 square meters big. Each tent of the encampment had small flags near its entrance, probably to indicate its purpose. Lith was led to one of the small circular tents, about 2.5 meters, 8.2 feet, high with a diameter of 5 meters, 16.5 feet, marked with triangular golden flags. The space inside was perfectly lit, thanks to glowing gems masterfully placed on the ceiling. The floor was entirely covered by a thick carpet that muffled their footstep. Seated behind a hardwood desk, there was the man Lith had previously seen in the hologram. To his right there was a man, around 1.9 meters, 63, high, with shoulder-length pitch-black hair and ice-blue eyes. He wore a corps uniform identical to the one Velagros used. Lith deduced he had to be a captain, too. The soldiers left him in the middle of the tent without freeing his hands and then left. The moment the curtain closed between them, the rattling sound their weapons produced at every step disappeared. The tent was clearly sound-proof. Damn, what the heck is happening? I'm supposed to be an esteemed guest, not a prisoner. Lith was getting more nervous with every second, but he could only grin and bear it. May I know what I did to deserve such treatment? He asked, walking towards the two men. Silence, I ask the questions here. The blond man stood up, slamming his fist on the desk. Lith felt a powerful air current pressing on him from above, trying to make him kneel. Lith bent a little under the force of the spell, but refused to submit. His rebelliousness angered his captor even more. The man waved his hand, and Lith felt like an invisible punch had just struck his jaw, making him fall on the ground. The corps captain stiffened up but said nothing. Now tell me what happened to Velagros and his men. The blond man's eyes were reduced to fiery slits. Lith stood up before repeating to him the same story he had told Linjos. How they had departed from the White Griffin, get ambushed by unknown assailants, until he was struck by the purple flames and had lost consciousness. Lith was forced to repeat his story again and again, but he never contradicted himself. When the man's anger peaked and was about to hit Lith again, the captain stopped his hand. That's enough, Colonel Vergrave. The boy has already answered to your questions. I will not allow any further harassment to our queen-esteemed guest. Despite the captain's lean build, Vergrave was incapable of escaping his grasp. Let me go immediately, Captain Killian. This is a military operation, and this is my camp. I only answer to the king. Killian refused to back down, twisting Vergrave's arm and forcing to look at him in the eyes. Make no mistake, you will answer to him. This is a violation of the protocol, and you are acting on groundless accusations. Vergrave snorted. Do you really want me to believe that a man like Velagros died, that his whole team was wiped out, and that traitorous runt managed to come out unscathed? Isn't it suspicious? Anger twisted his visage, baring his teeth at every word. I know that you and Velagros were blood brothers, but nothing you do can bring him back. Now listen to reason and let the healer go. Not until I have my answers, Vergrave snarled. Seeing that reasoning was impossible, Killian took out his communication amulet. Not even a second later, an unknown visage appeared from it that made Vergrave turn pale. Tell me you have good news, Killian, said the man from the amulet. Sadly no, my king, yet there is a matter that requires your attention. Lith inwardly smiled, seeing Vergrave's face twitch as Killian reported everything that had happened. The king turned towards Lith, that only then realized he could actually see him, and promptly kneeled. No need for formalities, Mage Lith. Stand up. By acknowledging his name and title of mage, despite Lith was just a student, the king was doing him a huge honor. Lith knew it and kept kneeling for a couple of seconds before standing up. Thanks, your majesty. Killian, take Mage Lith to the hospital. There is much to do, and you have already wasted too much of his time. Vergrave and I need to have a talk. Please leave us alone. Killian bowed and untied Lith's hands. Then the two of them wore their mask and exited from the tent. My king, please, forgive my rudeness. Why are you letting him go? He is nothing but a traitorous commoner that has caused the death of many loyal servants of the crown, and even if he didn't, what could he possibly do? He's just a kid. How can he succeed where the best healers of the kingdom have failed? It's impossible. I would bet my life on it. The king silently stared at him for a second before replying. I'll take that bet. Chapter 142, Plague. Once out of Vergrave's tent, Lith introduced himself to Captain Killian Aluria. He discovered that the ranks in the Queen's Corps were different from the army. Being elite squads, each unit was allowed to act independently and was composed by 5 soldiers and 1 captain. Each captain only answered to the Queen herself, so despite their low-key demeanor, both Killian and Velagros were actually big shots. Killian tried explaining to Lith how Vergrave had been grief-stricken ever since he learned about Velagros' alleged death. The two of them had started their military career together, and been through thick and thin for years before their paths had diverged. Lith politely nodded from time to time, grateful to the mask for hiding his uncaring expression. He knew a thing or two about grief and loss, yet he had never attacked someone based on a simple suspicion. In his mind, Vergrave's destiny was set in stone. He would use his success in the current task to ask for compensation as part of his reward. If that resulted impossible or too problematic in the short term, Lith would simply postpone. He had always considered revenge as something that was best served cold. There was no rush for it. After asking Lith to forgive Vergrave and Lith pretending to consider doing it, Killian led him toward the second block. The first block is where soldiers and personnel live. The second, instead, is where the hospitals and the research labs are located. We have healers and alchemists trying to treat the victims of the plague that we managed to stabilize, or at least that was the plan. The truth is that even after a month no one has yet understood what the plague really is. So far light magic is completely useless, while alchemy seems to work to some degree but only as palliative care. It treats the symptoms, not the cause. The more Lith learned about the plague, the more it resembled one of his old medical cases. He was confident to be able to offer both a diagnosis and a cure, for a proper reward, of course. Just out of curiosity, he asked. In the first block, triangular flags mean a residential tent, right? Then what does the diamond and rectangular flags stand for? What do you think? Despite having read his file, Killian was still surprised that even in his earlier circumstances Lith had the presence of mind to notice small details. Well, since in here dimensional items do not work, I'd say one is for the food supplies and the other is for the weaponry. Correct, and in case you are wondering, the golden flag is for the commanding officer, silver for the officers, bronze for soldiers. Lith tried to take out his communication amulet, but to no avail. Space was tightly sealed inside the array, negating access to his pocket dimension. Then he tried to use first magic, discovering that even elemental magic didn't work. The array jammed the connection between pure mana and the world energy, leaving him almost powerless. I also noticed earlier that magic and magical objects do not work in here, yet the colonel didn't have trouble smacking me around, and you were able to contact the king. How is it possible? Killian smirked at that naive question. He had almost forgot their esteemed guest was only a kid, with no knowledge about powerful artifacts. The array surrounding Candria is not a warden spell. Otherwise, it would make no distinction between friends and foes. It is created by one of the crown's treasures, called Small World. As the name implies, it creates an extended space within which the one that holds its keystone can change the rules of magic at will. The colonel controls the artifact, so he is immune to its effects and can grant privileges to others. But every time someone uses a privilege, he is immediately notified. That's how he knew something had happened the second the guards used warp steps to surround you. Lith was flabbergasted by the infinite uses and applications such an artifact could have. That's the most overpowered thing I ever heard about. I really hope your tower form has something similar. Me too, Solus replied. But I bet it's not as easy as he says. The affected area is too big and the effect too powerful. The captain is probably just feeding us public information while avoiding to mention the costs and limitations of the artifact. Lith sighed. She may had burst his bubble, but was probably right. It was too good to be true. He decided to drop the matter and concentrate on his task. Don't worry, Killian added. Light magic can be freely used inside this small world. You don't need to ask the colonel's permission. After they got past the security, Killian brought him to Block 2's largest tent. It was big enough to easily accommodate a whole circus. It was a field hospital, the interior of which was completely white. Instead of walls, it had countless curtains that had been arranged creating corridors and defining the space of each patient's room. The first thing that Lith noticed about it was the silence. Aside from the conversations between the mages coming and going into the various rooms, the hospital was completely silent. One could hear the patient's moans and complaints only when a curtain was opened. All the field hospitals have curtains enchanted to be soundproof, Killian explained. It's needed for security and morale reasons. Despite being heavily sedated, some patients are in constant pain. Their screams would disturb the healers and stress the other residents. Avoiding escape attempts and mass hysteria is a priority. All the field hospitals, Lith echoed. Do you mean there's more than one? There had to be hundreds of patients in that tent alone. Lith had underestimated the scale of the plague. Suddenly he felt his conscience stinging at him. It was Solus, of course. Killian brought him to a patient, a middle-aged man whose right leg was split open like a watermelon. Despite the bandages and the attempts to stitch it, it was constantly bleeding. According to the chart, he hadn't much time left. There weren't enough blood potions and mages for everyone. Without constantly replenishing his vitality, he had only a few days at most. In Lith's eyes, this was the easiest to solve among the plague's manifestations. It was identical to what had happened to Marchioness de Star's daughter. Lith even had a fake magic spell he had later created, in case it happened again and the Marchioness was willing to purchase it from him. Selling it to the kingdom will be much more lucrative, Lith thought. The man was pale as a ghost, his body covered in sweat. The prolonged pain had sapped his strength. He barely opened an eye when the two strangers entered. Lith pretended to chant a spell, and then placed his hand on the man's balding forehead, activating invigoration. He didn't like at all what he saw. His confidence crumbled. "Captain, can I use darkness magic too?" Killian nodded, noticing that Lith carefully wiped out the sweat with magic before moving forward. He rushed Killian, visiting several patients with open wounds, but his findings were always the same. Then, he visited the survivors from the spontaneous combustion and freezing phenomenon, and despite the mask, Killian could tell that something was wrong. Lith was becoming increasingly nervous, like he had never seen him, not even during Vergrave's violent interrogation. Killian stopped, grabbing Lith's shoulder, executing with only one hand a spell that created a small air dome around them. Not only he can use air magic despite the array, Killian even invented the Mage Knight version of my hush spell. The idea of being plagiarized temporarily suppressed Lith's worry. "These people are the official reason you and us are here. Off the record, though, reality is far more cynical. If word spread that we have a disease capable of stripping a mage of his powers, our neighbors would join forces and burn the Griffin Kingdom to the ground. I believe that even most mages, nobles or not, would run away at any cost, to not lose years of painstaking work and dedication. That's why the final wing of the hospital officially does not exist. Is it clear?" Only after Lith nodded, Killian brought him into an empty room. He then placed an open hand on the curtain, injecting mana into it. The surface became covered in runes, and after Killian murmured an unintelligible word, he pulled it open. Lith discovered they weren't in the field hospital anymore, but in another much smaller tent without any exit. "Dimensional magic," Killian explained. The tent had no curtains except for the one they had come from. It was filled with beds where men and women lied. Their faces were ashen, many were sobbing like they had recently lost their true love. They were all members of the Mage Association that had lost their powers. When they saw Lith using magic on them, some started crying uncontrollably. Others tried to assault him in a fit of rage, forcing Killian and the soldiers stationed inside to intervene to protect him from the angry mob. After they left the prison ward, Lith couldn't wait to get the heck out of there. "Thank you for your help, Killian. For a moment I thought they would rip me apart." "Don't mention it," his voice oozed over eagerness. "What do you think of the plague?" Killian steeled himself, preparing for his hopes to be crushed once again. "It's not a plague, it's much worse. To whom must I report to before going back to the academy?" "Are you saying you have already cracked it?" Chapter 143, Plague 2. Cracked is a big word. Understanding its nature is one thing, curing it is another entirely. Lith tried to curb Killian's enthusiasm. Killian seemed to not have listened to a word he said, dragging him away by the arm at full speed while frantically speaking to someone with his communicator amulet. For some reason, Lith's mind recalled all the times he had seen Manohar pulled around by Marth like a small child. Walking a mile in his shoes wasn't pleasant at all. Before he could realize what had happened, Lith found himself back in the colonel's tent. Much to his surprise, Vergrave was kneeling at him. Lith sneered at that sight, thinking that maybe the colonel wasn't such a bad man if he was willing to humble himself to that point, after realizing how wrong he had been. "Your Majesty, Lith from Lustria is ready to report his discoveries," Killian said after falling on his knee. It was only at that point that Lith turned around, discovering that on the floor behind him lied a blue gemstone that was projecting a life-size hologram of the king, a woman, and several youths that only a blind man could not recognize as their offspring. Judging from the number of crowns in front of him, Lith was about to share his discoveries with the whole royal family. Thanks to the etiquette books stored in Solupedia, he knew what to do. Lith backstepped until he was lined up with the other two men and kneeled, barely holding in a laughter. To think that after almost triggering a civil war because of their incompetence in handling some power-hungry nobles, these royal idiots need the help of a 12-years-old to clean their own mess. Pathetic. Wearing a mask had been liberating for Lith. With it, he didn't need to hide his thoughts and emotions. Yet even if behind thick crystals, his eyes were still almost visible. In them, the king didn't see awe, respect, or nervousness like he would have expected from a commoner child, but only contempt and amusement, like it was just a game. A game that he was winning. "Take off your mask and gloves, Mage Lith. I assure you that Colonel Vergrave's apartments are safe," the king ordered. Despite the king's tone was calm and his expression amiable, Lith seemed to perceive a tinge of anger in him. "Maybe it's just my full-blown paranoia, maybe not. Better play safe." Lith obeyed, removing the protections. Looking at the kid's serious and brooding expression, the king realized that all the accumulated stress of those last few months was pushing him on edge, to the point of seeing things. "Please share your findings with us. What so far has been considered a plague is actually something much worse," Lith started to explain. "Do you remember what happened to Marchioness de Star's daughter a few years ago? She fell victim to a magically laced poison that disrupted the effects of light magic, turning any attempt to cure it into a new wound." "That's impossible," the queen interrupted him. "We already noticed the similarities with that case. The antidote for that kind of poison has already been tested and proven useless." "That's because there isn't a plague that manifests itself in 4 different ways. There are actually 4 different plagues, and all of them are man-made. I believe that whoever created that poison years ago has learned his lesson and stepped up his game. From what I could infer, the plagues are a miracle of alchemy. The weak point of the poison was its being static. Instead of spreading into the bloodstream, it was designed to remain in the place it was injected, to not lose its potency. Hence, once identified, it could be easily removed. But the plagues that are affecting this area aren't that simple." Both the king and the queen knitted their brows. From what they remembered, that poison had escaped the detection of many expert healers. The only reason it had been later discovered a method to identify and treat it was because Lith had extracted the poison without degrading it. That had allowed to conduct long and extensive analysis to understand its nature. The fact that he earnestly used the word simple to describe such a nightmare was the first silver lining in the brewing storm that threatened to sweep away the Griffin Kingdom. Maybe he can become a leading figure in the field of poisons, just like Professor Duke Marth did when he had his age, but in the field of regeneration. Crazy or not, we cannot afford to lose such talent. The Queen's line of thought was shared with her spouse via a mind link that allowed them to comment and discuss any matter. Even if they often quarreled, no one could tell, since they would deliberate only after reaching an agreement. This time they were on the same page, yet the consequences of it burdened the king's mind. There would be much to talk about later. "The plagues," Lith continued, "are not static, nor act like any illness I have ever seen before. They all work the same way. Once the host is infected, they spread to the whole body and remain dormant until magic is used. At that point, they alter the mana flow, making it chaotic. The effects are devastating, if not lethal." "If it's not a poison or a plague, then what is it?" the king asked. "It's a very small parasite, barely the size of a needle. As long as the host is alive, it keeps spawning. I found eggs in all the patient's bodily fluids, sweat included. I don't know if physical contact is enough or if it needs an open wound to be transmitted. The one thing I'm sure is that it mustn't be allowed to spread." "A parasite?" The queen was flabbergasted. "Then how come no one else managed to detect them?" "Because normally, diagnostic spells look for something wrong with the patient's body. A broken bone, a malfunctioning organ, and so on. In this case, the patient is perfectly fine until he tries to use magic. A healer will be able to detect common parasites either sensing their life force or because they suck the nutrients out of the host. In this case, their small size, coupled with their ability to mess with mana, make them hard to find, unless the healer, like me, is capable of perceiving even small alterations in the human body. Also, I have noticed no tissue degeneration near the parasites. The only explanation I can find, albeit is only a guess, is that they feed on mana." For several seconds, no one spoke. Everyone in the room was struggling to accept those revelations. Killian was worried for the people, while Vergrave, although sharing his feelings, was also concerned about his neck. "Can you find a cure?" The king's face was composed, but his hands were squeezing the armrests of his throne hard enough to break his nails. No, Lith admitted with a sigh, throwing those present into despair. I'm just a student, after all. I never worked on something so big. When it comes down to research, I wouldn't know where to start. Actually, Lith believed that given enough time, he could cure anything with true magic and invigoration. But this case was different from all the others he had faced before. There wasn't a single patient, but hundreds if not thousands of them. Not only he would never been able to cure them all in time by himself, but also the parasites were clearly a biological weapon. If he declared he could cure it, any sane ruler would have demanded him to share his method, offering any sum for compensation. Lith wasn't willing to teach true magic, and was not skilled enough to convert an elaborate spell in fake magic for anyone to learn with so little time at hand. The king and the queen looked at each other before issuing their order. Well done, Mage Lith. The royal family clapped their hands, almost making him feel guilty for his deception. Almost. You have brilliantly fulfilled your part of the agreement. Rest assured the crown will do the same. Thank you, your majesty. It pains me, but your kingdom requires a further sacrifice from you, for the greater good. You will remain in Candria and use the best of your abilities in developing a cure for this monstrosity. What? Lith was so shocked that his expression almost revealed the shock and outrage seething within him. Almost. You are the one that discovered the truth about this accident. I'm sure that even with your limited experience, you will be able to offer your guidance and help. Do not worry about the academy. At this point, we can only declare the state of national emergency and call all hands on deck. We need the help of all the light magic specialists to solve this situation as fast as possible. From today onward, all the 6 great academies will suspend their activities until a cure is found. Chapter 144, Key Moments. Lith didn't like at all the turn the events had taken. In hindsight, it was an easily predictable outcome. Driven by his desire to stand out among the masses, he had provided them too much information, giving them hope. His plan to give them just enough to solve the problem on their own, letting him go back to his daily life, had actually backfired. Damn, I underestimated them because of my Earth standards. Back in my world, any prime minister would have turned this scenario into a black op, removing the threat in front of him with extreme prejudice. Instead, they are willing to put everything at risk to save these people. They could have just turned the infects into guinea pigs, using their bodies, dead or alive, for research purposes. Since no one outside this room knows that we made a breakthrough, the king continued, I hereby decree all the new information pertaining the crisis and their source a state secret. We will divulge them bit by bit once all our assets are in place, using a cover story to avoid Mage Lith becoming a target. Officially, he'll be here only as a consultant. He will convey any further findings only to Captain Killian, which in turn will share them with the other healers. The 3 men nodded, yet Lith kept racking his brain to find a way out. If I refuse, best-case scenario, I will get expelled from the academy, and my family will lose the core protection. Heck, I'd be lucky to avoid being charged of treason. I would be alone versus the crown, the nobles that I offended in the past, and whoever sent those mercenaries to kill me. If their contactor didn't hesitate despite I already was under the Queen's umbrella, there's no telling what he'll do next. Once again, I can only grin and bear it. The only silver lining is that if I get properly rewarded, I'll not have money problems for the rest of my life. Before we proceed any further, I'd like to know why Mage Lith thinks these parasites are a product of alchemy. Queen Silpha's curiosity had been piqued by that particular statement, since she shared the same opinion. Because I can't think about any other mean to infuse magic in a poison or parasite. He lied through his teeth. One of the details he had not shared was that the worm-like parasites he had identified didn't alter the mana flow directly, but by secreting an unknown substance. Not only that made them living alchemic labs, but was also deviously brilliant. Even with invigoration, Lith had struggled to overcome the mana distortion effect and identify the real source of the trouble. Any other mage would have fallen for that trick, devising a spell to cleanse the toxin, only for the healed patient to fall ill again in a matter of days. The reason why even Lith would need time to cure the plague was that first he needed to find a way to remove the toxins without killing the patient, and then remove the parasites safely. He suspected that killing them while inside the host, or removing them forcibly, would prove to be lethal for the infected. Also, I read from the Captain Velagro's file that the plague spread right after the explosion of Quarn Hathorn's alchemic lab. I think it's highly unlikely for it to be a coincidence. The Queen nodded, disappointed from the answer. She had hoped for more brilliance and less logic, more Manohar and less Marth. Geniuses were hard to come by and even harder to keep. As for you, Colonel Vergrave, the Queen's voice was filled with ill-restrained wrath. If glares could cut, the colonel would have already been turned in pieces not bigger than a postmark. I hope you haven't forgotten your bet with the king, because certainly I have not. Your earlier blunder is inexcusable. The only reason why you'll keep your rank and position is because we cannot afford the time to change the ownership of the small world. When the current emergency will be solved, prepare to face the consequences of your foolishness. This conversation is far from over. The conversation ended so abruptly that Killian checked the gemstone to make sure the magical item wasn't broken. The truth, though, was quite different. I told you not to mention the bet. King Meron still couldn't believe his fiery wife had forced him to hung up the call. We had yet to listen to Lith's requests and find a way to sweeten the deal. In case you forgot, we need more than his services, we need his loyalty. We have to correct the situation as soon as possible, otherwise he will resent us and leave the kingdom. In my book, putting that Vergrave moron in his place sweetens the deal a lot, Silpha retorted. This time we will do things my way, I want him dead. He is a loyal servant of the crown. Her bloodlust would never cease to amaze Meron. You can't kill him off just for one mistake, it would set a terrible example. It would be a great example. He disobeyed a direct order and endangered everything because he wasn't able to keep his emotion in check. What if Killian wasn't there to stop him? What if next time he loses it, we lose another great mage for good? Fine, the king stood up from the throne, like he always did after losing an argument. Do you think this Lith is an awakened one? He asked after a while. Unlikely, but possible. We had high hopes for Hathorn and Manohar too, but they turned out to be normal mages. Being a genius and being an awakened one are two different things. We'll have to send Lady Tyrus to check on him. It's the only way to be certain. Hundreds of kilometers away, Archmage Lucart trashed his desk in a fit of rage. What do you mean the Talons have been wiped out? Exactly what I said, sir. The voice from the communication amulet belonged to one of the few surviving members of the mercenary unit that hadn't taken part in the latest assignment. Their dog tags have activated, and that can only mean that there were no survivors. It's impossible. Lucart still refused to accept the news. They were 11 versus only 6 members of the Corps, and with the element of surprise. How is it possible? We'll investigate, the voice coldly replied. But we will not follow up on the matter. The mission was an utter failure. We now lack the manpower for a second attempt. Your information was clearly lacking a fake, otherwise a complete wipeout would have never happened. At least give me back my money. I could have bought a whole castle with that sum. The voice hung up the call without even answering. Suddenly, Lucart felt lightheaded and dizzy. Everything was spiraling out of his control. The fall of the White Griffin Academy was just a small step in his master plan. Contrary to what his associates believed, his endgame had never been privileges, but the crown itself. Lucart wanted from the beginning the civil war to happen. It was the only way to trigger a war with the neighboring countries. At that point, the only thing he had to do was to unleash the plagues that Hathorn had spent years to develop, and for what she had been handsomely paid. The water parasite would have crippled the Blood Desert tribes, forcing them to surrender or die. The mana parasite, instead, would have neutralized the Gorgon Empire magical army, without which they had no defenses. First, he would have repelled the invaders, looking like a hero in the eyes of the people, becoming king by acclamation. Then, he would use them a weapon to bring all the 3 great countries under his heel. But now, because of that witch's paranoia, the lab was blown to bits, spreading the eggs in the wind. He could only hope that no one would discover their existence, that the crown would just kill the infected without finding a cure. Manohar was the only mage whose genius was on Hathorn level. With him out of the picture, Lucart's plan was supposed to be safe. What can a little runt do, after all? Chapter 145, Regrets. After the king had been forced to hung up the call to the quarantine zone, many things had yet to happen before that long day came to an end. Using fatigue as an excuse, Lith was escorted to his new apartments. It was a small one-man tent, around 2 meters 6.6 feet high with a diameter of barely 3 meters 10. It was completely bare, outside for a bed and a nightstand. It was the smallest accommodation he had ever had. The only redeeming feature was that at least he had some privacy. Unless they shoved in a sleeping bag, there was no way another person could fit. The first thing he did was to check his powers. As expected, all kinds of elemental magic besides light and darkness seemed to be jammed for both fake and true magic. But while fake magic simply gave no results, with true magic he could feel an obstruction. It was like touching an object through plastic wrap. He could still feel the world energy all around him, but was unable to reach it with conventional means. Lith had no idea how the small world worked, but was quite confident that in case of need, he still would be able to use magic if he pushed forward strong enough to overcome the invisible barrier. The problem is the degree of awareness the artifact grants to Vergrave. There is a strong possibility that successful true magic, if not even my attempts, could be detected. It's best to keep it as a last resort. Much to his satisfaction, both spirit magic and fusion magic worked without a hitch. Either the Forgemaster that crafted the small world was a fake mage, or he had left loopholes on purpose to not fall victim of his own creation. Lith sighed. Whatever was the answer, it was still a small comfort compared to the realization he was losing control over his life, becoming a puppet in games he had no interest into. You know, Solus, this may as well be the worst day of my third life. First, I was taken away from the academy, then I almost got killed, and now I have been declared a state secret. All in one day. Just imagine what could happen tomorrow. It's not like they kidnapped you. They offered you a job and you took it. Solus didn't believe her own words. She was just trying to lighten the mood. She knew that as long they lived in any country, there would always be offers that couldn't be refused. After that, things have got unpleasant, but at least you should be rewarded for your services. You may even get a nice home and a noble title. Are you kidding me? He snorted. That would be the worst. If I get to choose, I'll pick money hands down. A title would mean having underlings, responsibilities, becoming an active part of the system from which I'm trying to escape from day one. Not to mention being forced to attend social life, marry, and take part in politics. He slammed his hand on the nightstand, making his sink a couple of centimeters in the soft ground. Damn it, I never wanted to be a hero, nor to conquer this shitty world. My aim has always been to find a fix to my reincarnation problem, and then live a happy and quiet life. Now, instead, I'm on the verge of being recognized by the crown itself, and if that happen, my family will always be used as a leverage against me. I can already feel the shackles around my body getting tighter and tighter. But what options do I have? Kill my own family just to not have any more ties? And then what? Live all my life as the monster I would become, alone, spending all my life running and fighting like a mad dog. What is the point in having all this fucking power, for if I can't even protect the only 4 people I do care about? Away from home, away from his friends, Lith had never felt so helpless and alone. Once again, Solus crashed against her condition. She knew that it was in those rare moments when Lith was showing himself vulnerable, that holding his hand, or simply holding him tight, would help him get rid of the walls he had built to protect himself. But she was just a piece of rock with a voice, and there was nothing that mere words could do. Lith had spent his first life going from a hardship to another, with people telling him to stay strong, that all will be well. Now as then, he didn't need consolation. Lith needed someone capable of standing by his side and help him facing the incoming tide. Because of the small world, she was incapable of changing shape or even using her dimensional pocket. Solus felt useless, wishing for a second to be just a mindless tool, to not be forced seeing the suffering of those she loved, and yet being unable to offer any comfort. In the Colonel's tent, Vergrave and Killian were planning the future ahead of them while drinking dragon water, one of the strongest and most expensive liquors available in the Griffin Kingdom, with an alcohol content nearing 50%. Killian was listening to several reports from his team, while Vergrave was revising his last will. The kid's story checks out. The scouts have found where Velagro's last battle should have taken place. There are indeed signs of the use of purple flames. Whoever the attackers were, they weren't willing to take risks. Any survivors? Vergrave asked as a formality, without raising his eyes or stopping the quill. None, seriously. I can't believe you are able to write your testament with such a straight face. Vergrave drank his glass in one gulp, before refilling it. I'm a soldier, old friend. I know very well I made a mistake allowing personal matters to intrude in my duty, and I'm ready to bear the consequences. Vergrave raised his glass in a small toast, before emptying it again. That and 5 glasses of water dragon can turn any mouse into a lion, otherwise I would be already shitting my pants, he admitted. Is it that bad? Killian was used to spend more time on the field than in the royal palace. He was unaware that the recent events had made the queen quite unforgiving. Very, Vergrave sighed. Nowadays a strong mage is worth hundreds of soldiers. Let's be honest, our mages do not have the blind loyalty the Blood Desert tribes devote to their mysterious leader, nor we invest so much as the Gorgon Empire in nurturing our talented ones. We already are on the losing end of the Cold War with our neighbors for amassing knowledge and power. If my destiny rested only in the king's hands, I could hope for a demotion or a very hard but not impossible task to prove my worth. But alas, as my first mistake in over 20 years of distinguished career, I had the stupidity to cross the queen on her own turf, almost killing her new golden goose. Gods, I'd give anything to turn back time and slap my stupid self in the face. Vergrave folded his will, putting it into an envelope before passing it to Killian. Please, when this story will be over, give it to my wife. Tell Shia it's all my fault, and not to raise our kids hating the kingdom. Killian grabbed his hand, refusing to pick the envelope. You are an outstanding soldier and friend. I'm sure we'll find a way to make them realize that executing you is a mistake and get you out of this pinch. As long there's life, there's also hope. And by the way, if you croak, I call dibs on your sword. Chapter 146, Prisoner. The following day, thanks to a full night of sleep, Lith had regained his cool and started to plan his next moves. First, he needed to find a cure for all the 4 different kinds of parasites. It wasn't only a matter of using that knowledge to guide from the shadows, the healers and alchemist. Helping the crown into developing a fake magic spell or drug was of secondary importance. The priority was to find a cure for himself, so that even if everything went south and the plague spreaded to the rest of the kingdom, he would still be the master of his own destiny. The mana-blocking parasite was the one that worried him the most. Unlike the others, it didn't deal any direct damage to the host, but without mana, a magician was like a wingless eagle. Lith had no idea if it would have the same effect on awakened ones, but he wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. The first parasite he would study was the one turning healing magic into wounds. It was the only one he was already familiar with, having treated its effects in the past. He could use that advantage to quickly understand how the parasites worked, and then apply that knowledge to eradicate them for good. Outside his tent, Lith found a soldier waiting for him. Good morning, sir. The colonel sent me to escort you to his tent for the morning debriefing. Despite both were wearing a mask, Lith could hear the soldier's voice brimming with curiosity. His farmer clothes stuck out like a sore thumb, but with his pocket dimension still offline, he hadn't much of a choice. It was barely dawn, but the encampment was already bustling with activity. When he entered, both Killian and Vergrave stood up from their chairs, inviting him to join them for breakfast. With all that had happened the day before, Lith had skipped dinner, so he was starving. He didn't like Vergrave, but in his book Hunger beat Pride with a tennis score. The furniture in the tent had been changed. The hardwood desk and chair were no longer in sight, replaced by a smaller square dining table. This is definitely my kind of debriefing. Eggs, sausages, bacon, everything had a delicious smell. Lith filled his plate, waiting for an explanation. Glad to see you have recovered completely. The buzz cut is a smart move. It will help you blend in. Killian's words made little sense to him until watching at his reflection in a glass. He discovered that not only his haar was back, but also all the burn marks had disappeared, leaving no scar or discoloration. Soulless when the heck did it happen? Last night, it seems that when you sleep, your healing abilities become strong enough to border regeneration. There was nothing I could do to stop it, and you were exhausted. What are the plans for today? Lith tried to change the topic. That kind of healing was too sophisticated for a simple student, and even if he wanted to, he was unable to replicate it. The state of national emergency has been declared yesterday. By the end of today, the master healers from the 6 big academies should arrive. Vergrave's voice was firm, but from his bloodshot eyes and the dark circles around them, Lith assumed the colonel had spent a sleepless night. To avoid a recurrence of the sabotage that costed Velagros his life, I have sent a detail to escort the groups here safely. It will take at least until tomorrow to arrange a proper housing for everyone and explain the situation. In the meantime, I have to ask you to keep working on the plagues. Despite the information blackout, the news about Candria are spreading. We have to solve this situation before our weakness is exposed to the neighboring countries. When you are done eating, I would like for you to wear these clothes. Vergrave took out of his dimensional amulet a gray military uniform consisting of leather boots, gray linen pants, and shirt with a white dot on both shoulders, white gloves, and a mask of the same color. Your current outfit makes you an easy target. I have reasons to believe that there are traitors even among us. That uniform, instead, will simply identify you as a plague doctor. Such status will grant you several privileges, among which free movement in all the facilities and authority over the soldiers. Any questions? Yeah, speaking of privileges, can I get back the ability to use dimensional items and all kinds of spells? I'm sorry, Vergrave shook his head, but I can't fulfill neither of your requests. The protocol to grant such privileges inside the small world is classified, and you are still a civilian. Lith gritted his teeth but remained silent. He had noticed how even Killian kept his communication amulet in his pocket instead of storing it away. That, coupled with the fact several tents were employed as food storage, meant that aside from Vergrave, probably no one could use dimensional items. Any other request? No. Lith spent the rest of the morning studying the anti-healing parasite. People with open wounds were the perfect test subjects, since it made it easier to extract both the parasite and the toxins. Also, being the parasite with the highest mortality rate, it would give him the opportunity to study what happened after the host's death. First, Lith tried to get a hold of a single parasite with spirit magic. It turned out to be extremely difficult, since the creature was enveloped with toxins that disrupted his mana flow. Once he succeeded, the parasite went into a spasm, causing a lot of pain in the patient, despite already being heavily sedated. His next step was to try to get rid of the toxins before attempting to remove the parasite, but it went even worse. The creature turned out to not be a picky eater. It would consume not only the host's mana, but also the one Lith spent to flush out the toxins. The double feeding had an invigorating effect on the parasite that quickly released more toxins, restoring the balance. To add insult to the injury, his attempt triggered their reproductive cycle. Lith didn't know how long would it take for the eggs to hatch, but he assessed that once it happened, it would become impossible even for him to save the patient. Damn it, either their creator is a true mage too, or is even more paranoid than I am. I can only hope it's the latter case, otherwise the whole kingdom is screwed. These things are a masterpiece, while I'm still stuck at the basics of Tier 4. During the afternoon, he decided to change approach. He needed more information to come up with a decent plan, so he went to the morgue. Thanks to the new and improved life vision, he was able to see the aura of death surrounding a corpse. That way, even if invigoration was useless on inanimated objects, he could still find the parasites, whether they outlived their host or not. In any case, he could learn a lot, maybe even collect samples for the alchemists to study. Unnoticed to him, 3 figures stealthily followed him while he walked through the camp, asking for directions. The morgue was located in a tent bigger than the field hospital itself. There were no curtains inside. It was like one huge room. It was perfectly lit by yellow magic stones hanging from the ceiling, while several blue crystals were etched into the tent's fabric, constantly emitting a cold air. The temperature inside was so low that Lith could see his breath steam. The whole space was filled with metal shelves, where countless corpses had been lined up after being wrapped with special blankets that helped to prevent the decomposition. The recently deceased, instead, were in an open space a few meters from the entrance, still laying on the stretchers they had been brought in with. Lith was surprised to find the body of the man he had visited just the day before. His leg was still split open, his face had the paleness of death, but at least he seemed at peace, finally free from the pain. Lith still remembered where most of the parasites were located, so he tried to conjure an air dome to protect himself from blood spatters, and an air knife to cut through the flesh. Blast, I forgot I don't have air magic anymore. I need a damn surgeon. Without magic, I'll end up butchering the body and bye-bye small, delicate parasites. Before he could get out, the curtain of the tent opened. A masked soldier pointed a sword at him. Don't try calling for help, the tent is soundproof. His voice was made even more menacing by the plague mask. Either you follow me obediently, or your brother will die. Chapter 147, The House of the Dead. Those words struck a chord inside Lith's very core, triggering something that he had considered dead for a long time. First, the corners of his mouth turned upwards into a smirk. Then, he couldn't stop himself from a chuckle that soon evolved into a hysterical laughter. The traitorous soldier was startled for a second. That wasn't the reaction he was expecting. According to their intel, Lith had a very strong bond with his relatives, using most of his earnings over the years to improve their quality of life and status, instead of trying to buy his way into nobility. It was public knowledge that there was no love left between him and his disowned brother, Orpal, but the other one, Tryon, had been part of the family, until he willingly joined the military. He had been well dressed and fed all his life. According to the locals, despite having different interests and goals, the two brothers went along. Too bad it was just a ruse that the two brothers had agreed upon for their parents' sake. Where Lith felt only spite for Orpal, Tryon didn't fare much better, receiving his complete indifference. Their relationship had never mended, since both of them had never tried to solve their differences. Lith simply didn't care about it. In his twisted vision of the world, he had long drawn a circle, separating the people who mattered from the useless trash, where Tryon belonged. Tryon, instead, at first had been too ashamed to approach Lith, after all he and Orpal had done and said to him over the years. Having always followed his older brother's footsteps, he had never developed a sense of kinship toward Lith. They had been strangers to each other for so long that every apology he could think of sounded fake and forced even to Tryon himself. So, he had waited for the right moment to fix that mess, but the moment never came. Lith had too many jobs, first as hunter and Tista's nurse, then healer and bounty hunter. He would never spend much time at home, and when he did, he focused on those that mattered for him. It didn't take even a year for Tryon's feelings to fester again, while his mood turned sour. As any child, he had always dreamed of one day discovering to have an incredible talent, to be special. Yet with each passing day, everything changed only for the worse. While he was stuck in his routine of dreams and chores, Lith grew more and more powerful. His talent inspired awe in their parents first, then Nana, and finally Count Lark. Soon envy outgrew guilt, and there was nothing to mend anymore. The soldier wasn't aware of all that, so Lith's behavior appeared to him as that of a madman. His laughter was full of scorn, like he was in front of the biggest idiot he had ever met. "Do you really have my brother? Then I have a favor to ask. When you kill him, tell him that I didn't give a shit about him. I like to pay my debts in kind," Lith said while taking a small step back. There were so many ways he could have killed him, either by using physical attacks or spirit magic, but neither of them was safe enough for his tastes. Moving at high speed didn't go well with the crow-shaped mask he wore, and being in a morgue full to the brim of victims of the plague, he didn't want to risk for the sword to even scratch his skin. As for spirit magic, the guy was too close for comfort. Lith either had to break his neck, losing the opportunity to interrogate him, or attempt to restrain him, hoping his victim didn't have hidden weapons or wasn't able to use them before the binding was complete. "This is no joke. If we do not get out of here within a minute, my associates will consider the mission failed and order your brother execution." The soldier didn't let Lith get away, even if a sudden fear was twisting his guts. Despite the cold of the morgue, he found himself sweating bullets, blurring his vision from under the mask, with all his body hair standing up. "And why should I care?" Lith kept moving backwards, closer to the metal shelves, the mockery in his tone growing with every step. "Kill him, marry him, whatever. Besides, your plan has several flaws. First, it's easier stealing a dragon egg than taking me alive. Second, I don't believe your communication amulet works. Third, and most important, staging an attack inside a morgue, when most kinds of magic are sealed, is suicidal." Lith had yet to finish talking, when a multitude of hands suddenly grabbed the soldier by the left shoulder, arm, and leg. His first instinct was to jump away, but each hand had the strength of a vice, so he slashed at their wrists to force them to release him. Like most soldiers, he had an enchanted weapon, capable of easily cutting unprotected flesh and bone. Yet each strike felt like hitting a rock, making his sword vibrate on each impact. Then he finally remembered where he was. When he noticed dozens of red glowing eyes staring at him from the shelves, his mind went blank out of panic. "Did you really believe I would waste my time talking?" Lith chuckled, reanimating more corpses by the second, infusing them with his mana and will. Lith had learned during his first day at the camp that the only elements he was free to use were light and darkness. Light for allowing the healers to keep searching for a cure, and darkness to sterilize people and clothes when going from the residential block to the hospital. He had simply exploited his opponent's idiotic speech to stall for the time necessary to rise his bodyguards. The zombies piled up on the wretched soldier, pinning him to the ground. "Let's see if you were telling the truth about your associates." Lith activated Life Vision, noticing two human figures sneaking around the morgue's entrance. With a simple thought, he sent a group of undead to welcome the newcomers. The restrained soldier went into panic, screaming and writhing to get free. The zombies' naked bodies were disgusting to see, but even more to the touch. Despite their strength, the flesh was cold and flaccid. Many of them had open wounds. either caused by the parasites or by the autopsy, letting their bodily fluids drench him in a matter of seconds. Stop screaming. As you pointed out earlier, the tent is soundproof. Lith had one of the undead rip the mask off the soldier's face and shove a hand in his mouth. The man barfed for a few seconds before falling unconscious from the terror. When the other two entered inside the morgue, the zombies flooded them. They fought bravely, but were outnumbered and outsmarted. Lith had the undead tanking the strikes and only aiming for the soldiers' masks. Realizing they were against intelligent plague zombies, the two went into frenzy, losing any will to fight and trying to escape. But the tent curtain, like a closed door in a horror movie, refused to budge. "How the fuck can a piece of cloth be locked down?" a feminine voice screamed. "How indeed?" Lith chuckled, using wave after wave of spirit magic to keep the door shut and savoring their terror. Soon all the three traitors were either unconscious or wetting themselves. They knew that without the masks, even if they miraculously managed to escape, it would not change their fate. Their minds were frozen, incapable to decide if to beg for their lives or a swift death. Lith's eyes glowed with a cold red light under the mask. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk." Chapter 140 ate the House of the Dead 2. Back at the White Griffin, Professor Marth was facing an unexpected complication. After the state of national emergency had been issued, all the Academy's staff that had even a shred of knowledge in medicine had been tasked to pack their things and reach Candria as soon as possible. The professors had been permitted to bring along anyone they deemed could help, even students. It was part of the cover story the king had devised to make Lith's presence in Candria seem unimportant. He would just be one of the many youths accompanying their mentors, hoping their talent would be recognized by the crown, or at least to gain practical experience. Having only one student from the White Griffin among all the experts would raise too many questions. The departments most affected were two, the light magic and the alchemy department. Despite they were used to cooperate for the most difficult cases, this time the approach on the matter couldn't be more different. For alchemists, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Working without a budget limit with only state-of-the-art instruments, with the opportunity to have them even custom-made, was an offer too good to turn it down. Hence, the alchemy professors had no qualms about bringing students along. They would have minimal interactions with the infected, studying the disease only through tissue samples and in the safety of their labs. For healers, instead, it was a nightmare. Daily contact with the victims, high risks of exposure to the plague, not to mention that according to the reports the mortality rate was akin to a war zone. It was difficult explaining to the ones that volunteered how dangerous the situation was, without either being rude or giving enough details to trigger panic attacks. After turning down many well-meaning amateurs, Marth was at an impasse. "Please, Professor, why can't I accompany you?" Quilla from Syria seemed unwilling to accept a no for an answer. "Because it's too dangerous," he snapped after running out of excuses. "Let's be honest, okay? You are 12 years old at her first year of academy. What kind of contribution could you possibly offer? You still have a whole life in front of you. I can't endanger your future on a whim. You are one of the most prized talents your class has to offer, but you are still young and emotional. Believe me, I'm not going on a vacation or a field trip. It's a serious matter." "Then why Lith has been sent there?" The fierceness in her voice made it more of a statement rather than a question, taking Marth by surprise. "Excuse me." "Don't try to deny it. First, he gets summoned in the headmaster's office, then he never returns for dinner or breakfast, and the next day the lessons get suspended. It can't be a coincidence." Her cold logic made him proud, but the worry he perceived made everything clear. Puppy loved the thing that he hated the most, because no matter how idiotic it was, there was no reasoning with it, yet he had to try. "His case is different from yours." "How so?" she snorted, stomping a foot. "Because he is inhuman. Gods, I wish I could say it out loud, but the queen would kill me," he thought. "With Manohar gone, he is our best diagnostician," he actually said. Besides, he has already made several contributions in the theoretical field thanks to his unique understanding of the human body. Otherwise, I would have never let him go. Now, if you excuse me, I'm in a rush." Quilla left Marth's room with a dejected look, the door slamming behind her. Outside, Uriel and Freya were waiting for her. Her face told them everything they needed to know. "Why the long face?" Quilla asked, noticing that Freya seemed to be on edge even more than her. "My mother just called me. She only said that someone has screwed up big time, and that I must pack my things and be ready to leave the kingdom on short notice." First, I want to know who sent you and why. Lith was very curious about their attempt to capture him. The other team had spared no efforts to kill him, so either the contractor had changed his mind or it was another matter entirely. The first one to answer was the soldier that had tried to blackmail Lith using Tryon's life as a leverage. According to the name tag on the uniform, his name was Vickers Bonnet, a plain-looking man with chestnut eyes and hair of the same color. His cheeks were still bright red, since Lith had slapped him multiple times to force him regaining his senses. Puke still dirtied his mouth and uniform, giving him an even more wretched look. "Will you let me go if I tell you?" His voice trembled, mustering the courage to look in his captor's red eyes. "Of course not," Lith laughed. "It would be useless, since you are all already infected." He lied through his teeth. According to Life Vision, the three of them were still healthy, even without the masks, and after having been scratched and bitten by the undead. Either the parasites do not handle well the coldness of the morgue, or they die shortly after their host. Too bad I have no time to infect them and study the plague's progression. I need to get out of here fast before someone else comes in. Then why should I tell you? If I have to die, I'll bring my secrets with me in the grave. The certainty of death seemed to have rejuvenated Vicka's spirit. Excellent question, Lith clapped his hands. Eat him alive, starting from the feet. His orders were meant for the prisoners to understand their fate, rather than for the undead. The mindless zombies were like puppets, and Lith needed but a thought to make them move according to his will. Vickers tried to fight back, twisting and kicking every time he could, but the creatures ignored his pitiful attempts. One covered his mouth with a rotting hand, while the other managed to grab his legs, filling the air with muffled screams and chewing sounds. The other two prisoners tried to avert their gaze, but the zombies kept their heads blocked and their eyelids open. As you can see, they are avoiding all the major arteries. Lith explained with the same voice he would use to explain math to a dumb kid. I'm a healer after all. You can't expect me to kill you by accident. You'll die only when I say so and in a way of my choice. The first one to talk will win a swift death. The others will join my ranks. The two first tried to scream, but their mouths were sealed as well. Lith hated to be interrupted by hysterical cries when he was speaking. When Vicka's feet disappeared, leaving most of the bones bare to see, puke seeped through their noses and the zombies' fingers, preventing them from talking and allowing Vicka's to make his move. Lith noticed his hands waving madly, so he stopped the zombies, using at the same time light magic to briefly relieve his pain. Yes, Duke Selimer arranged everything, with the complicity of General Lijark and Mage Fernath. Vicka's blurted as soon he was able to speak, pointing at his accomplices that managed to stop puking, shocked by his betrayal. I never heard of them. But they know you? They know that yesterday you said something to Vergrave that forced the king to declare the national emergency. It's the first progress in over a month. But why kidnap me? Lith couldn't see the logic behind their actions. Because they are scared of the plague. One of their associates, I don't know who, is the responsible. But he did it behind their backs. They didn't even know it existed. When they understood what had happened, they couldn't trust him anymore. They don't want the plague to be eradicated. It's an all-powerful weapon. But without a cure, they will be forced to either flee or submit. Chapter 149, Search for the Cure. So let me get this straight. Lith still doubted Vicka's words. Among the group of traitors that is trying to sabotage the Queen's work, there is someone that lead them by the nose while preparing this plague. Vickas nodded, his eyes always fixed on the army of mouths millimeters away from his bleeding flesh. What does this mastermind want? What's the end game? A zombie lifted Vicka's head by the chin, forcing him to look at Lith in the eyes. I don't know, he squealed. The hand holding him was flabby and sticky, secreting decomposition fluids at every movement. The putrid smell would have made him puke already, but there was nothing left but bile in his stomach. Then how come you know so much about your friends and their masters? It seems only a convenient lie to me. Vickas exploded into a feverish laughter. The dreadful experience he was living, being captured, tortured, and allegedly infected, had already pushed him to the brink of insanity. Lith's naivety seemed to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Ha ha ha, gods, how could my liege believe that someone so stupid could find a cure? He must be an idiot too. We're dead, we are all dead. Lith tried to make him snap out of his hysteria, first with threats and then with slaps, but to no avail. Eat his bulls, he ordered, canceling the spell that held the pain at bay. Please no, anything but that. I'm sorry, I really am. Vickers stopped laughing, the agony flooding his limbs, and the sight of those drooling mouths nearing his nether regions forced him to regain his senses. Remember, I still hold what's left of your life. If you are so proud of being someone else's dog, then act like one. I say bark, you bark. Otherwise my friends here will teach you how to play dead. Vickers had served Duke Selimer for years, joining the military and climbing up its ranks only for his master's sake. His parents had abandoned him when he was just 5 years old. They already had too many mouths to feed to care for a talentless, whiny kid. It had been Selimer that had adopted him along with his sworn brothers, saving them from the starvation and the daily abuses at the orphanage. Betraying the crown had been natural for them. They had no loyalty nor gratitude towards the ones incarnating a system that only treated them as trash. He didn't do it out of greed, but out of love. There was nothing he wouldn't do for his foster father. Betraying his trust was already tearing Vickers' soul apart. Being called a dog was too much to bear. If only I could use magic, he snarled, baring his teeth at Lith. It would change nothing. Lith gave him a slap, but this time with his true strength. The force of that simple gesture smeared Vickers' nose over his cheek, making him bleed profusely, and dislocated the jaw. Vickers had never been hit with such strength, not even when fighting soldiers twice his size. His pride and defiance crumbled, realizing that the zombies were innocent lambs compared to their shepherd. After the plague was released, Selimer understood that without a cure he is bound to lose. If the crown wins, he will be executed for treason. If his faction wins, they'll become the mastermind's slaves. He fears him, so he didn't tell me anything to not compromise their relationship. Vickers dropped the honorifics. He was a traitor now. He didn't deserve to call him master anymore. The others, instead, are expendable. When Lijark and Fernath insisted to have their men assist me, he understood they didn't trust him anymore, so he took precautions. He gave me enough means and information to frame them and their masters, so when necessity arose, I could expose them and destroy their credibility, giving my League Selimer the time to get to safety. This is good news for the crown, but not for me, Lith thought. The accident in Candria revealed the hidden agenda, which in turn is causing them to infight. These morons are so desperate to put all their hopes on me, and I have yet to do anything. The only way to get them off my back is for the cure to be found, and fast. One last question. How could they know what happened and react so fast? How did you bypass the array? It's actually easy. Vickers swallowed a lump of saliva. Last question meant he was about to outlive his usefulness. We were already here, so when you arrived, each of us notified to his master. Whatever you did made the crown move fast, and that made you a target. As for the array, small world is not perfect, as they say. Whenever Vergrave makes a call, anyone can use his communication amulet. Lith was shocked, but thanks to the mask, nothing transpired. Maybe that's because no one uses dimensional items, and why Vergrave refused to grant me privileges. The array is just like a big switch. When it's off, anything goes. And how do you know when he does it? I don't. I only wait for Selimer's calls. Lith interrogated the other two, but nothing new came up. They were just as Vickers, but with a different master. All of them were plain-looking and with the rank of lieutenant. High enough to be able to move freely, though, the camp, but not enough to make it hard keeping a low profile. Lith kept his promise, giving them a swift death and turning both their bodies and clothes into dust. There are traitors among the nobles, the mages, the army, and even in the royal palace. Without someone reporting exactly when the king is unavailable, it would be impossible to nail the right timing to call inside the quarantine zone. I'm in hot waters, Solus. I need a cure to be found, but it would be really nice if someone else discovers it. I'm already a magnet for troubles. What about those three we now know about? Will you expose them? How could I possibly explain where did I get such information? And even if there was a way, it would paint an even bigger target on my back. The smartest thing to do is not overstepping my boundaries as healer. Soon their disappearance will get noticed, and by searching their possessions, Vergrave will find the evidence on his own. Lith sent all the corpses back to their shelves, setting them free from his necromancy spell before going to search for a surgeon. Thanks to the authority his rank as plague doctor conferred him, everything went smoothly. No one questioned his orders, they only obeyed. Lith had preserved the corpse of the man with the split leg, untouched by darkness magic, because it was the only one he knew where to look for the parasites. The body was moved to a safe zone, and after wearing full body scrubs made of white linen, the surgeon cut it open following Lith's instructions. Even with life vision, Lith wasn't able to find any traces of the parasites or the eggs. He clearly remembered they had laid all around the body. It seems they are unable to survive without the host. Yesterday this man was a living colony, and now nothing. That would explain how they managed to escape detection so far, the surgeon pondered. These parasites are almost invisible to diagnostic spells when the patient is alive, and after his death, the autopsy can't find any foreign body. Lith took several tissue samples, sending them to the alchemist to be analyzed. Before developing a proper cure, he needed to know if at the moment of their death the creatures released toxins harmful for the patient. The answer came in quickly. As he expected, the tissues presented a foreign substance, but it was an unknown one. It was impossible to tell what effects it could have in a living body, since its concentration in the remains was barely detectable. Collecting and using it for experimentation was impossible. Cursing Hathorn's name and her ingenuity, Lith went to Vergrave asking for a live subject. Based on the information acquired today, I have a theory about the cure. It's unlikely to succeed, high risk, and potentially deadly, yet I'd like to try it out. Even if it fails, I can gain invaluable data from it. What are the odds of success? Vergrave's hand subconsciously caressed his last will contained in the breast pocket of the uniform. Barely 15%. Considering the difference in talent and experience between Hathorn and himself, Lith felt it was still an optimistic estimate. I like these numbers, let's do it. Chapter 150 Search for the Cure 2. Lith wasn't new to human experimentation, but he usually did it in secret, using as test subjects only people that had tried to kill him or dared to attack his family, that he would have killed anyway after putting them through excruciating pain. Hearing his proposal being accepted by a servant of the kingdom, without even raising an objection, was too much even for him. Is this guy insane? I mean, I don't give a shit about people's lives too, but at least I pretend to care, especially in front of witnesses. What do you need? Vergrave asked. An infected from the anti-healing parasite. No matter the progress rate of the infestation, at least 3 competent healers, and a lot of vials. Successful or not, during the experiment I plan on extracting the toxins the parasites use to control the mana flow, and with a little luck, those produced upon their deaths. Since both degrade fast without a host, it would be better if the vials are able to replicate the host's life force, or at least slow down the deteriorating process. I know that dimensional items are off limits, but I need something similar, or half the work will be for naught. Don't worry, this is not the first time that we use small world for containing a disease. We are well equipped for all kind of contingencies. When do you want to do it? Lith pondered for a while, trying to make it as realistic as possible. He could actually do everything on his own, but the priority was to not make it seem too easy. Last, but not least, by delegating part of the job, he would get the opportunity to better observe the parasite's reaction to his therapy and react accordingly. Tomorrow morning would be great. I'm too tired now. I want to be at peak condition for the experiment. By the way, I need to impart one of my personal spells to the healers that will assist me, but I can't take out the scroll from my amulet. Vergrave gave him a quill and an inkwell, forcing Lith to show his penmanship. This is really a bad idea, Lith said while the quill moved clumsily along the sheet, screeching from time to time. Since I have learned water magic, I always write with it. Are you sure you can't grant me water magic, or at least let me access my dimensional amulet, even for a second? Sorry, Vergrave shook his head. I can't do it unless it's absolutely necessary. After a long and painful quarter of hour, Lith gave him something that looked like an ancient coded language, the spacing between the letters almost random. The ink was smeared in several points, making Lith's doctor's handwriting even more mysterious and unfathomable. Do you think they can learn it by tomorrow? Lith asked while cleansing the ink from his hands. It would be easier for them to recreate it from scratch, rather than deciphering this gibberish. Turn around, please, and be ready to get that scroll. Lith did as instructed, keeping his right hand behind his back, allowing Solus to spectate whatever Vergrave wanted to keep hidden. The colonel took a few steps back, positioning himself at the center of the tent. His left eyes emitted a faint light, revealing numerous rune marks on it that moved out of the cornea and in the air surrounding him, allowing Vergrave to operate them like a giant holographic keyboard. Thanks to her mana sense, Solus could see Vergrave connecting himself to the multi-layered array that surrounded the whole region. She already had an idea of the artifact's scope, but only when the link had been established, she was able to understand its breathtaking complexity. Now that small world was activated, Solus could see the countless runes of power that enveloped every single millimeter of space. Its magic permeated even the items and bodies of all those under its influence. An infinite number of shackles, albeit normally invisible, waited on them. By my maker, this thing is much more complicated than we thought. It's not like a switch. He has to actually rewrite entire strings of runes to make even the slightest change to it. Do it now? Lith could feel the strain in Vergrave's voice, as Solus could see it on his face. He promptly extracted the scroll, raising it over his head without turning around for the colonel to see. Vergrave silently nodded, reverting the array to his previous status. The runes moved back into the eye, leaving no trace of their powerful magic, except a faint smell of ozone lingering in the air. Finally, some human language, Vergrave commented, reading the scroll. The spell is mine, and I'd like to keep it that way. Lith ignored the remark. Don't worry, if it proves to be useful for the cure, you'll be properly compensated. Otherwise, I'll make sure your work does not get plagiarized. Lith had no idea how Vergrave could be so confident about it. A non-disclosure agreement was just a piece of paper. An ambitious magician would ignore it and claim Lith's detoxifying spell to be of his own creation. Either he plans to employ his most loyal followers or to just kill them to keep the secret is none of my business. Right now, we have more important things to worry about. That evening, Lith dined alone, revising with Solus the procedure he had devised. First, they worked on all its aspects, improving the chances of success. After that, they tried to anticipate everything that could go wrong, preparing contingency plans for all eventualities. The moon was high in the sky when they finished. Lith was very tired, so he decided to sleep instead of using invigoration. Seems all the recent events are taking a toll on me. Compared to yesterday, today was pretty quiet, yet I feel beat up. I think it's because of the small world. Solus pondered, recalling the intricate network of runes that manifested when Vergrave activated the artifact. Fake mages' mana is still, so they are not affected by it, unless they try to conjure magic. In our case, mana constantly flows inside our body, even when we do nothing. Being inside the array is like carrying weights under the clothes. Also, animating so many zombies at once didn't help. Remember what Kala said? They feed on your life force. Lith had barely the time to agree with her analysis, falling asleep as soon as his head met the pillow. The next day, Lith met his medical team. They were already wearing a full body scrub when he arrived, leaving only the plague mask partially exposed. He could infer their gender and age only by the voice. Lith explained them what the spell he had imparted would do, and what was their role during the procedure. That's it, that's your brilliant idea, said with a scoff a female voice. This is the most basic plan one could think of. What makes you believe you can pull it off? Mostly the fact that before my arrival, you couldn't distinguish the head of the illness from its ass, not to mention that you dare call it simple only because of my spell. Lith's voice oozed contempt. I'm explaining all this only because I need your help, not your permission. Indeed, Colonel Vergrave was going to spectate. He wanted to make personally sure that nothing went wrong. Feel free to leave, Mage Utica. But beware, because your military rank, noble title, and all the funds the crown granted you will remain here, with or without you. Utica folded her arms, but said nothing more. Then Lith went to the patient, explaining all the risks and making sure she understood the consequences. She was an old woman, thin as a twig, with unkempt white hair drenched in sweat. Her left arm was asunder, barely kept together by stitches and bandages. Her wrinkly face was stretched from the pain. Don't worry for this old bat kid. Recognizing his young age, she forced herself to smile. I've lived my life, had a good husband, good kids, and lived long enough to see my grandkids turn into fine adults. I don't want to spend the rest of my days suffering like a dog. If you succeed, I'll be healed. If you fail, this pain will stop. It's a win-win for me. After putting her to sleep, Lith's experiment began. Like Mage Utica had previously stated, it wasn't complicated. By using Lith's detoxifying spell, the three mages were extracting the toxins that made healing impossible, storing them in magic vials that were promptly sent to the alchemic labs. Lith was following their progress with invigoration, waiting for the right moment. The creatures were rejuvenated by all that mana, but as he predicted, they could not excrete toxins as fast as they removed them. When the arm was almost cleansed, Lith sent tendrils of darkness magic, enveloping the worms with surgical precision before crushing them all at once. Alas, in death they released a substance that seeped into the flesh and bone, making the arm rot at a speed visible at the naked eye. Even the darkness cocoon enveloping the worms was not enough to stop the process. But now the arm was free from the worms and the toxins, allowing Lith to use light magic at his fullest, making it whole and healthy again. While all the others were celebrating, he angrily took off his scrubs. "I'm sorry, Colonel, it's been an utter failure." Chapter 151, An Unexpected Threa. "What do you mean, an utter failure?" Vergrave wasn't jumping out of joy like the others, yet couldn't understand why Lith was being so negative. It was the first time since the plague's breakout that a patient had been cured. "I saved her arm, yes, and maybe even her life, but only in the short term. It will just take a while for the parasites to invade the healthy arm, and then she will be back at square one. My experiment had many goals, but I reached only one. I wanted to remove the worms safely, and it failed. And so did my attempt to collect the substance they release upon death, and even to nullify its effects. It all happened too fast. I was able to save the arm only because it has no vital organ. Had the wound been in the chest or head, the patient would be dead. The only things I managed to accomplish was to collect the toxins, and I could have done that anyway, anytime, and restore the arm. But as I said, all in all is a hollow victory. I need time to think." Despite every success Lith achieved brought him closer to gallows, Vergrave didn't share his pessimism. Lith himself had predicted the experiment to be a failure, giving it a low chance of success. The patient wasn't dead. On the contrary, her conditions had improved. It was a small step, but a step forward nonetheless. After dismissing the medical team, reminding them to not use the new detoxifying spell without Lith's permission, he went back to his tent to inform the crown of the latest news. Silpha, Queen of the Griffin Kingdom, listened to Vergrave's report with ambivalent feelings. She was pleased hearing so many good news, after over a month spent stumbling in the dark. First, a proper diagnosis for the plague had been found, and thanks to that, healers and alchemists were busy looking for a cure instead of trying to minimize the body count. 2 days after that, the conditions of an infected had been stabilized. Yet she was bewildered by how things were moving fast. It was completely out of her predictions. When Silpha had forced Linjos to send help, threatening his life, it had been a punishment for his incompetence in handling Manohar. Every time the runaway genius disappeared, she could only pray for nothing bad to happen. And when her pleas fell on deaf ears, she would inevitably let down the crown's most loyal supporters, undermining her prestige and authority. This time it was even worse. Thousands of lives were at stake. An entire region was about to be burned to the ground. She had just wanted to teach him a lesson, showing how heavy were the consequences of letting one of their most prized assets slip away. The recent events were a pleasant surprise, but a surprise nonetheless. Silpha needed answers, and she knew who could provide them. Right after hanging the call with Vergrave, she called the royal captain, the commanding officer of all the Queen's core units. "Your Majesty, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call?" "Cut the crap, Miriam, I'm not in the mood." "You are never in the mood, Silpha." Marchioness de Star was at her work desk as usual, swamped in paperwork. "We know from over 30 years, so I'm asking you as your friend, not as your queen. Why did you lie to me?" Miriam was flabbergasted by the allegation, her eyes wide open from the surprise. "I have no idea what you're talking about. All these years, you have marked Lith from Lucia as a rank B asset. That's why the Mage Association never paid him any attention." "And that's exactly the value he holds for the kingdom," Miriam rebuked. "Yet once he entered the White Griffin Academy per your recommendation, he proved to be a rank A talent. Then he brought you the box and the coded letter, and now is providing invaluable help against the plague. Do you deny it?" Silpha's eyes were reduced to fiery slits, overloaded with mana. "No, but I never lied to you. I gave the association a complete file, and they agreed with my evaluation. Being a talented mage and a valuable asset are two different things." "Please elaborate." Realizing her temper may have rushed her judgment, Silpha calmed down. "When I first met him, he was just 8 years old, but you could already see how dangerous he was. Beyond his smiles and niceties, there was nothing but a caged beast. Being able to create such a complex game like chess and being good at it only made him more unreliable in my eyes. You know as well as I do that power and brilliance are a hard mix to control. And that is what the Mage Association ultimately wants from its members, control. And when 4 years later he was a bounty hunter with more than 30 confirmed kills, I knew I had been right all along." Silpha nodded. The reason why Miriam de Star had reached her rank in the Corps wasn't only because of her talent for magic and loyalty, but because she had proved countless times to have an outstanding skill in evaluating people. When Count Lark started pestering us all, my intention was to mind my own business. I knew that with his talent, sooner or later Lith would have joined the Mage Association, and I needed more time to assess what kind of threat he could pose to the kingdom. Then what made you change your mind? Why did you help him? Because in my time of need you let me down, and he saved my daughter. Miriam's eyes were brimming with determination. In that moment, I understood that he could be a second-rate asset for the crown, but an invaluable tool for me. I know that officially I'm just a middle-level noble, and that there's a limit to what you can do for me without blowing my cover. Silpha inwardly cursed Linjos and Manohar again. It was all their fault if back at the time Miriam had been pushed in a corner. The corpse's existence was a secret that had to be kept at all costs. The queen would not use them to help a friend, nor to save her own children. If miracles started to happen whenever the crown or one of their most loyal retainers were in danger, the rumors about them would turn into a certainty. That was the reason why they had made Manohar the royal healer, why he was so important. But if even after everything I have sacrificed for the kingdom, you can't even guarantee the safety of my husband and daughter, then you can take back my rank and status and shove them up your ass. Silpha let her old friend rant slide. As a mother, she could understand her feelings. What level of threat are we talking about? Talking about her job, Miriam regained her cool. I estimate him as a rank A mage, and a rank S threat for the kingdom. What? Why? The shock was so big Silpha could not go past monosyllables. Because he isn't like Manohar that you can bribe with expensive equipment and new puzzles, nor is like Hatorn that would do anything for money. Lith has his own rules and agenda, but only the gods know what it is. If you, or anyone else for that matter, try to force him to do anything, he'll bend to your will, bid his time, and then when you least expect it, unleash something that will make this plague seem the common cold. It's not his talent that makes him dangerous, it's his patience and ability to manipulate others. That's why I'm using the kite strategy and advise you to do the same. Miriam was referring to an ancient tactic the Griffin Kingdom used when handling dangerous individuals. Just like a kite, you would not let them fly freely, while at the same time keeping them far enough to be safe and give them the impression of being unchecked. Chapter 152, An Unexpected Threat 2. Lith's greatest virtue is that he has no ambition. He never asked me for titles or power, nor has he tried to turn his village into his own small kingdom, like many mages of humble origins do, intoxicated by their new abilities. It implies that whenever you require his services, he'll never try to harm the kingdom, since your goals are unlikely to clash with his. Silpha thought back at her husband's words during their last quarrel. Maybe he was right wanting to arrange Lith's reward as soon as possible. I still think that your evaluation is too exaggerated. He is still just a kid, even if he becomes as powerful as Marth, he is still far from a level S threat. Miriam shook her head, sighing. You are thinking too straightforward. He is not going to raise an undead army like the god of death, or unleash a plague like Hatorn. He may not be capable of such feats, but that doesn't make him less dangerous. What makes you underestimate Lith is that so far he abides to the law, but that's because it suits him. If there is one thing I understood about him, is that he wants to be left alone. Think about his past. When his brothers started to antagonize him, one was disowned and the other left of his own choice. When a noble family messed with him, it was wiped out, because after killing several adults without shedding a tear, he had the presence of spirit of bringing proof of their contractor. And he was respectively 5 and 6 years old at the time. Each of his achievements, taken separately, is remarkable. But when you assemble all the pieces of the puzzle, you get a kid that lacks any conscience, patient, manipulative, unscrupulous towards his own kin, let alone strangers. And you are letting such a person near the most dangerous disease the Griffin Kingdom has ever faced. Think about it. He accepted to help you because he was promised a reward of his own choice. Lith couldn't care less about the infected. If he manages to cure it, you'll have to take into account that he probably is capable of replicating it, or even make it worse. If angered, there is no telling how far Lith is willing to go for revenge, and I am not willing to learn it the hard way. That's why I always bound him only through gratitude, helping him when he needed. Consider him a freelance to call at the times of need, but always remember to pay his due. Force him to live under your roof, and he'll burn the house down after boarding up doors and windows. Silpha mulled those words for a few seconds, drumming her fingers on the armrest. I see your point with the kite strategy. Too dangerous to bring him close, too valuable to kill. Good thinking. Without him, we would still be in hot waters with the plague. Any idea about how to reward him? It's still too early to tell. Give him something precious, but not too much, otherwise he will not need us anymore. Silpha nodded. What about the box? Any news? No, the lock is really complicated, and we have only one shot at it. Same for the former headmistress Linnea and Hathorn. I don't think we have to worry about Hathorn, though. She has left the kingdom the same day the lab exploded, and that was a big mistake on her side. Here she could still rely on her contractor, but once the other countries learn what she did, they'll kill her in our stead. The Blood Desert tribes value honor above everything else, and what she did is the highest form of cowardice, killing hundreds of innocents for money. As for the Gorgon Empire, the Magic Empress would never employ someone that didn't hesitate betraying her own country. Agreed. If I had ever suspected she was capable of doing such a thing, I would have killed her years ago. Geniuses are erratic, Miriam sighed. That's why they are so precious yet so dangerous, and that's why I prefer people like Lith or Marth. They are predictable. The two women kept talking for hours, discussing the future of the mages of the whole country. In the following days, Lith kept searching for a cure, but to no avail. Even after Professor Marth's arrival, the situation remained dire. Lith started to work with the healers from the White Griffin Academy, sharing with them over time everything he had learned about the parasites. Solus racked Lith's brain non-stop, looking through all his memories about Earth technology and medicine, searching for a clue. But there were still too many things they ignored about magic. Science seemed to have nothing to offer against those monstrosities. Both of them were at their wits' end, feeling their sanity slipping away. Lith was sick and tired of the life at the military camp, with most of his abilities sealed, always looking his back against traitors. He hated being forced to spend his days with people he didn't like, working on something that had no interest for him, with no privacy at all except during the sleeping hours. If it wasn't for Solus' constant support and care, he would have gone on rampage, rising from the dead every single corpse available, and exploiting the ensuing chaos to run away from that prison. As for Solus, she was experiencing what Marth feared would happen to Quilla if she took part in the research project. For the first time in her existence, she was facing the darkest side of humans, against which Lith had warned her over and over. During their work, she had to witness death, misery, and pain, knowing it was no accident or natural catastrophe, but the result of the constant war that men waged against other men for the sake of power. Until that moment, she had always lived surrounded by the love of Lith's family and friends, allowing herself to believe that the world wasn't as dark as Lith painted it, and that he had been scarred by the unfortunate events in his first life. The plague didn't discriminate between young and old, good and bad people. Every death they were powerless to prevent left a scar in her heart. Her only solace was Lith's constant nagging about the food, their living quarters, the mask that made him sweat bullets, everything. Whenever Solus felt she was about to lose herself in the madness surrounding them, she would find a safe harbor in his heart, uncaring for the ever-growing body count or their failure. The only thing he worried about was her. As often happens in the history of science, a crucial element for their survival was discovered almost by accident. Lith's research team had confirmed that the worms couldn't be killed or removed, either by magic and surgery, without causing them to release the necrosis-inducing toxin that lead to the patient's death. To make things worse, Lith had discovered that even if the parasite's effects weren't triggered by the active use of mana, once their number grew above what the mana capacity of the host could sustain, they would start to feed on his flesh and blood, causing his demise. It was after one of such cases occurred that Lith noticed something he had missed until that point. The corpse, like all the others caused by the worm's reproductive cycle, was perfectly normal. Temperature, rigidity, everything was as it was supposed to be, with no sign of premature decay. After consulting with Marth, they devised together a spell that would allow them to confirm his new theory. Being comprised only by experts, it took Marth's team only a few hours to create a trial spell, instead of the weeks that Lith would need if he had worked alone. Lith had already helped creating a diagnostic spell that would allow even to fake mages to detect the parasites, so he decided to let Marth conduct the experiment. He needed a cure that anyone could use, or everything would be for naught. First, Marth located the parasites in a patient's limb, then he applied the trial spell. Once again, Lith's core idea was simple. He had observed that the natural death of the parasites would deal no harm to the host, so all they had to do was not to kill them but to let them die. The trial spell flooded the patient's body with darkness magic, without directly attacking the parasites. The limb progressively lost its mana and vitality, until the point the worms were incapable to draw sustenance from it, starving immediately. Lith was able to follow the whole procedure via invigoration, ready to step in if something went wrong. The first to collapse were the eggs, withering as soon the slightest trace of darkness touched them. Unlike the adult form, they had no protection against it. The keystone in Lith's new spell was that they weren't attacking the whole limb, but only the locations where the parasites resided. So once their life force was extinguished, having been tricked in perceiving their host as dead, the healers were free to regenerate the damaged tissues and inject energy in the patient. The procedure lasted more than an hour. Lith and the other healers had to intervene more than once to prevent the spell from attacking safe tissues. Being only a trial version, it emphasized strength rather than finesse. When it was over, Marth was drenched in sweat. His mask's eye crystals were fogged by the body heat. "My dear colleagues, this leg needs to be regenerated a bit, but I'd say this was a success." Chapter 153, True Genius. After the success of the trial spell, Professor Marth's team shared with the other healers the details of their discovery. Finding the cure wasn't a contest, but a priority for the whole kingdom. Thanks to the new and vital piece of information, the research began anew with the different teams sharing their success as well as the numerous failures. Those who tried to get rid of all the parasites in one go had a high mortality rate compared to the healers cleansing one limb at a time. The great numbers of worms, coupled with the high finesse required to control the dark energies without inflicting collateral damages, forced the researchers to abandon projects that aimed for a single-session treatment. After a trial-and-error experimentation, it became apparent that the best approach was a different spell for each limb, arms, legs, chest, and head. When Marth told him that their team was going to develop a Tier 5 spells, Lith went back studying the other kinds of parasites, letting them do their job. He had still a limited knowledge of Tier 4. Whenever the discussion moved to Tier 5, Lith was able to understand only the general terms. There was nothing he had to offer anymore. After 11 days, Marth's team had successfully converted the trial spell in 4 new spells. After testing their efficiency, curing several patients with a very low mortality rate, he went to inform Vergrave of their success. Those days, the colonel was often gloomy. No matter how many progresses the researchers did, he had never forgot his foolish bet with the king. The moment the cure was found, it would also be his last day. When Marth finished his report, Vergrave went pale. His lunch made several attempts to escape the stomach and get back to the plate, but a few glasses of dragon water to celebrate the good news managed to calm his nerves. "I'm impressed by your amazing results, Professor. The White Griffin truly deserves the title of Cradle of the Healing Arts. To think that less than 2 weeks ago we were considering the idea of incinerating the whole region." Vergrave shuddered. The thought of so many innocent lives lost only because of his incompetence hadn't allowed him to have a single good night of sleep since Lith's arrival. "Just out of curiosity, did Lith help you develop the cure as well?" "Oh no, by the gods, if he managed to do such a thing, we would have a second Manohar at hand. Heavens know if one isn't already too much." Vergrave nodded. His fate was sealed anyway. He decided it was best to understand the scope of his mistake, rather than live his last days in fear. "It is odd, though. From your previous report, I understood that it was him discovering the key element for the cure and proposing the method." Marth pondered for a while, searching for the right words to not appear arrogant or ungrateful towards his own student. "Indeed he did, but saying, 'There is a flood, we need a dam,' is different from actually knowing how to alter the terrain and engineer a facility capable of getting the job done." "I'm sorry, Professor, but you lost me at 'he did.' Do you mind to dumb it down for me?" "Well, it's actually simple. Lith's diagnostic skill is the only thing he has on Manohar's level. He identified the plague's source and then understood how, at least in theory, it was possible to cure it. Yet he had no idea how to do it. If he was a true genius, he would have assembled 4 or 5 Tier 4 spells he already knew and attempted a makeshift cure. Luckily, he knows his limits and the importance of teamwork, so he came to me for help. Long story short, his core idea was correct, but it was just a vague idea. Turning it into reality was beyond his capabilities, not to mention how difficult has it been to make it actually work. As most warriors, Vergrave had always had limited interest in healing magic, but since in the last month it had become his bread and butter, it was now a topic that piqued his curiosity. "Not to be rude, but what are you saying doesn't make much sense. I read his file. I know he is the only S-rank healer that appeared in the last 5 years. Otherwise, how do you explain that all the great magicians assembled here, you included, didn't manage to do the same, despite the gap in age and experience? Marth sighed deeply. He wasn't a prideful man, yet admitting to be inferior to a child always proved to be vexing for his ego. It's a matter of vision. All us old coots have taken bad habits during the years, and Lith is our wake-up call. Since light magic has replaced medicine, we stopped asking ourselves questions that in this case proved to be vital. We do not care anymore why a liver doesn't function properly. We just identify what's making the patient ill and fix it. We got so used to light magic's simplicity to become incapable of thinking outside its boundaries. Since Lith's arrival, he showed us how important was the knowledge of anatomy for regenerative magic. And now, being the only one that spectated to autopsies, managed to caught what we all stupidly overlooked. He is considered a S-rank talent, because while being taught to, we also learn from him. The lesson Lith has been imparting to us old fools is that science and magic are two aspects of the same thing, and that by relinquishing one we can't develop the full potential of the other. Meanwhile, now that the light magic parasite was off the list, Lith was experimenting the cure he had suggested Marth on the victims of the fire and water parasites too. The parasites that cause spontaneous combustion freezing when using the respective elemental magic. Thanks to invigoration, he was capable of cleansing an infected in a matter of minutes. Before asking Marth's advice, Lith had already verified on his own that the method was feasible, leaving most of the glory to the rest of the team. True magic allowed him a surgical precision in handling darkness magic, even inside the body of another human. Killing a single worm or hundreds at a time was only a matter of focus for him. Whenever Solus would grow fond of one of their experimental subjects, he would cull the parasites in his body to prolong his life and prevent her to further delve into depression. While Marth and the others were still busy creating a spell anyone could use, Lith had already discovered two important things. The first was that fire and water parasites could be treated the same way as the light magic ones. The second was that water parasites had a much longer reproductive cycle compared to their fire cousins. By checking the mortality data of the 4 different kinds of parasites, he noticed that water and magic-blocking parasites were the ones causing the least amount of deaths. Unbeknownst to him, only 2 had been created to infect the soldiers, while the others were intended to be used on the population of the Blood Desert tribes and Gorgon Empire respectively, until they had completely submitted. If the cure I have devised works for 3 parasites, I can hope it will work also for the 4th type. Based on what Vergrave said on my arrival, until a way to eradicate the magic-blocking parasite isn't found, they will not let me go. In a world like this, where quick transportation and communications are entirely magic-dependent, the little critters can cause the fall of whole nations, bringing them back to the Stone Age. It would be like if on Earth someone controlled a bacterium capable of sapping electrical current. Let's hope I am right. I can't wait to get out of here. The magic-blocking parasite was the one Lith knew the least about. Since its victims were kept in a separate space created with dimensional magic, he had no way to interact with the infected without the supervision of Colonel Vergrave. Most of them were powerful mages that, following the loss of their powers, had been brought to the verge of insanity. The most common cause of death among the 4th group of infected wasn't the parasite, but suicide. The second one was the constant rioting, which frequency was only getting worse with the passing of time. The medical ward was isolated from the external world, aggravating the feelings of helplessness and despair that had taken a deep root in the heart of the patients. The few times that Lith managed to have access to the secret ward, the guards needed to be forewarned to have the time to restrain the residents before his arrival. Once he arrived, he had little time at hand and no privacy, so he could not conduct any experiment. Now that the other threats were under control, Lith decided it was the right time to convince Vergrave to take out at least an infected from the secret ward and set up a separate tent for his studies. Chapter 154, The Last Hurdle. Contrary to Lith's expectations, Colonel Vergrave didn't raise objections to his proposal, allowing him to start studying the mana-blocking parasites. The only issue was that many preparations were required, and the safety measures were much stricter than before. Most of the victims had turned extremely violent, so they needed to be hands and feet strapped to the stretchers to avoid escape attempts. Everything that regarded the magical community needed the Mage Association permission, so Captain Killian was assigned to him as escort and assistant whenever he came in contact with one of the patients. There were a couple of reasons behind Vergrave's meek attitude. After speaking with Professor Marth, he had been able to put his wounded pride aside and admit to himself how wrong he had been doubting Lith's loyalty to the kingdom. Second, and most important, he was dealing with an internal investigation that had exploded between his hands out of the blue. After Lith had killed the traitorous Lieutenant Vickers and his 2 accomplices, the cogs of fate had started to move. With the tight discipline the encampment was operated with, the sudden disappearance of middle-level officers couldn't go unnoticed for long. By the end of the first day, the military personnel were on alert, looking for 3 possible deserters. The worst-case scenario was that one of them, if not all, had been infected, and had decided to attempt escaping from the quarantine zone to see their families one last time before their demise. Vergrave couldn't take any risk. If the plague spreaded in the rest of the kingdom, the whole world would have been in danger. Their living quarters were tooth-comb searched looking for any clue about their intentions or destination. By the following day, the situation turned even worse. By checking their military records and work schedules, Vergrave discovered that all 3 of them, at the moment of their disappearance, were on patrol duty in the sector where Lith's tent was located. Normally he would have considered it to be a coincidence, but after what happened to his sworn brother Velagros, he couldn't dismiss the idea they were traitors sent to finish the job. Vergrave asked for Killian's help, and both had their most loyal men search every place the 3 missing officers had been seen at, looking for clues. The good news was that thanks to Small World, escaping was far from easy, and all the guards at the checkpoints, the only ways out the quarantine zone, were all elite veterans of proven loyalty. Even if one of them was a traitor too, in an 8-man team it would be impossible for him to help his accomplices without the others noticing. Also, according to the ward block security, they had been seen going in, but never got out. Being Lith safe and sound, he couldn't be their target. The thorough search of the encampment led to the finding of a hidden stash and most of the magical items that once belonged to the 3 lieutenants. The stash contained incriminating evidence against 3 powerful noble families and 2 of the missing soldiers, marking them as potential traitors against the crown. According to a letter found inside the stash, Lieutenant Vickers had been approached by his foster father, Duke Selimer, who had asked him to betray the kingdom in exchange of the promise of becoming his heir. Vickers explained how he had pretended to accept, while gathering evidence to bring down the noble faction. According to the letter, he had only managed to identify 2 more, and concluded saying that if anything happened to him, it was likely he had been discovered and killed. Vergrave was moved by Vickers' brave selflessness, cursing himself for not being a leader capable to inspire trust. If Vickers had come asking for his help, maybe things would have ended differently. The final nail in the coffin of Vergrave's hopes for a happy ending was that all the magical items retrieved now lacked any imprinting. That could mean that their owners were dead. Discovering how deeply rooted was the nobles' faction grasp inside the military ranks, Vergrave entrusted all the gathered evidence to Killian, letting the Queen's Corps do the rest. Unbeknownst to Lith, his plan had worked almost flawlessly. It had been him forcing Vickers to write the letter on his notebook, to collect all the magical items and putting them where they could be found. Last but not least, he had found the hidden stash each lieutenant had, and put everything together in a single one to make the cover story he had devised work. The only flaw was that he had no idea how to explain the disappearance of the 3 dead bodies. If the traitors had overpowered and killed the heroic Vickers, getting rid of the corpse was natural, but if even them had died, who could have cleaned the scene? The evidence contained into the secret stash wasn't enough to accuse one of the great noble families of treason, but it undermined their credibility, linking them to several unsolved crimes. It would allow the crown to suppress all their activities and cripple their influence until the investigation was over. Preventing the civil war from occurring was a top priority, so Vergrave could only ignore that mystery for the time being. Damn it, in the king's shoes, I'd kill an incompetent fool as myself without a second thought, he thought. I was so busy doubting Lith's loyalty that I missed the real traitors right under my nose. I can already hear the king and queen quarrel about how corrupted the army is. She will never let His Majesty hear the end of it. Considering the matter of the other 3 parasites resolved, Lith started to examine several infected from the mana-blocking parasite looking for the perfect specimen. He was determined to find the worst case of infection possible and use it for his work. Unlike him, fake magicians weren't able to alter the magical flow of their spells unless they had been expressively devised to allow it. To make things worse, Lith had no idea how a Tier 5 spell worked, so he had to make sure to provide them a foolproof cure. Lith's plan was to study an advanced case, gathering all the necessary data he needed to create a trail of breadcrumbs that Marth's team could follow. Otherwise, they would need to make adjustments every time they encountered a circumstance unknown at the time the spell had been created. The tent arranged for Lith's studies was quite big. It had a diameter of almost 10 meters, 33 feet, with 2 seats and a small desk as its only furniture. Most of his specimens came with a straight jacket and chains at their ankles, if not full body strapped like a salami. Unlike the others, the victims of the fourth kind of parasite had healthy bodies full of vigor. The restraints were safety measures to avoid escape attempts and limit the risks of infection in case they attempted to bite during a fit of rage. "You don't know who I am, you filthy military dog." Also, instead of treating the soldiers and the healers with respect, most of them would yell all the time, bantering their previous status like they were speaking to a slow-witted servant. "I'm Gareth Senti, the youngest guild master Candria's guild ever had." Lith's first patient was a handsome man, well-built, tall with blonde hair and blue eyes that in that moment were staring at Lith like he was dog poop on top of his morning waffles. "I demand to be set free and treated with all the honors I deserve. Once I get out of here, I will make sure every one of you dies a dog's death." "Shut up, please. You disturb my concentration, making my work harder." Even using invigoration was a challenge. The specimens' bodies were afflicted by a toxin unlike the others Lith had studied so far. It didn't inflict any direct damage, but was capable of scrambling both internal and external mana, turning any spell in a waste of energy. Overcoming its jamming effect required Lith's sheer willpower and concentration, draining his mana reserves like he was treating a whole village at the same time. "Your job, ha! You are but an incompetent idiot, otherwise I wouldn't be rotting in a shabby tent like a vagrant from over a month." Then he managed to spit on Lith's right eye crystal with uncanny precision before erupting into a laughter. Lith had never been a Florence Nightingale. His usual calm and respectful demeanor came from the awareness that after being held prisoners for so long, those people deserved to be treated with human respect to ensure their cooperation. "You know what, Mr. Senti?" Lith cleaned his eye crystal with a handkerchief and then used it to wipe off some dirt from the sole of his boots. "They say that you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, but flies are actually easily attracted with shit." Then he shoved the handkerchief in Gareth's mouth. Chapter 155, The Last Hurdle 2. Aside from muffled, disgusted moans and the soldiers chuckling, the room had finally become silent enough to allow Lith regaining his focus. Gareth was one of the first infected, and that made him a perfect specimen, at least on paper. From studying his condition, Lith discovered a few things. The slow reproduction cycle of the mana-blocking parasite had allowed Gareth to live that long without side effects, aside from the lack of magic. It also gave the parasites enough time to fill him with toxins to the brim. To add insult to injury, each parasite was enveloped by some kind of cocoon, formed over time by the constant excretion of toxins, that made almost impossible to pinpoint them even with invigoration. To get past the cocoons and make sure of the worm's position, Lith had to spend almost all his mana reserves. "Your treatment was pretty harsh, sir." Killian couldn't stop laughing at Gareth's desperate attempts to remove the gag. "The young master here is really as powerful and influent as he says." And that was the reason why Killian avoided referring to Lith with his name, but only using the rank that his plague doctor army uniform granted him. By the king's decree, Lith's involvement had to be kept secret. He had to report all of his discoveries to Vergrave first, whom would decide if letting him take credit for them or making them pass for information obtained through the use of an artifact. Hence, Lith always wore the uniform when he wasn't working with Marth. "Really? Then as soon as I finish examining this idiot, take him away and bring me another patient. I'll make sure Mr. Senti gets cured last. Arrogant brats need to be disciplined." The whole tent chuckled, except for Gareth that turned pale as a ghost. Because of the masks, the only way he had to recognize someone was through the voice, and even that was distorted, coming out of the nostrils like holes in the plague mask's beak. The soldiers weren't afraid of him, too. Being forced to babysit a bunch of powerful and arrogant mages, their uniforms had the name tags removed. Sighing out of exhaustion, Lith prepared for the last test. He wanted to extract a sample of the toxins, hoping that the alchemists could concoct something to neutralize their effects. Lith placed his hands above Gareth's arm, using invigoration like usual, to use his mana to take control of the flow in the patient's body and force the toxins out of the pores. Yet this time he failed. He was too tired, and in front of so many witnesses he couldn't access to the world energy to replenish his mana. Otherwise, when others would perform the same experiments and reported how difficult everything was, he would stand out too much. The problem with working for the army was that Lith was supposed to report everything in his lab notebook. Thanks to his nightmarish penmanship, until that point, he had been exonerated from it, doing an oral report at the end of the day instead. Now, though, Killian had nothing to do while watching Lith performing his experiments, so Vergrave had asked him to fill the paperwork in Lith's stead, with the result of creating an actual record of his exploits and sealing another chunk of his abilities. The sample collection attempt failed, I presume. Killian noted down, listening to Lith wheezing like a bellows. Indeed, take him back to the tent, Lith ordered the soldiers. I need time to recover my strength. I'll extract the sample after lunch from another patient. This one is not needed anymore. Yes, sir, both soldiers replied while standing on attention. What about the handkerchief, sir? Earlier I stepped on horse manure, so he can keep it as a present. At those words, Gareth stopped his attempts to push away the improvised gag with his tongue. His face turned green, realizing what was that horrible taste he had been experiencing. Lith dined in Vergrave's tent, reporting to him most of his findings and his doubts about finding a cure. The colonel wasn't new to Lith's pessimism, but it was also the first time seeing him so tired. Lith was a little pale, panting between words, his hair sticky from all the sweating under the mask. Don't worry, as soon as you manage to extract a toxin sample, I'll give it top priority, Vergrave reassured him. Thanks, Lith replied. If we manage to find a way to dissolve or disable the anti-mana toxins, it may be even possible to use the same cure for all the parasites. As it is, even locating the parasites is excruciating. Silence befell in the tent. No one actually believed such a thing would happen, at least in the short term. The gap in talent and expertise between Hathorn and the alchemists at their disposal had become each day more apparent. The only answer they would come out with was, "We are still working on it." Lith knew that without his true magic, there wasn't much magicians would be able to do either. Realizing once more his limits, Lith gritted his teeth and promised himself to work even harder, exploiting every advantage that solace and true magic granted him to get free from all the shackles others tried to force on him. By the way, what about my family? He asked. They don't hear from me for more than a week. They must be terrified. Don't worry, they are fine. Vergrave sighed, thinking about his own children he may never be able to see again. We told them that you are busy helping your professors with an important research. You may call them today if you want, but please try to keep it short. Time is of the essence. After finishing lunch, Lith took a quick shower before going back to his specimens. His body was once again at its peak. After the last breakthrough, even his recovery speed had greatly improved. His next subject was a black-haired fat woman in her 20s. She was barely 1.55 meters, 51, high, with watery eyes trembling like a cornered mouse. Her demeanor was meek, obeying everything the soldiers said. Lith noticed her unusual attitude and the lack of restraints, but didn't mind them until the examination started. There was such difference between her condition and Senti that it was hard thinking they suffered from the same affliction. The number of parasites in her body was small, and so was the concentration of toxins. According to her chart, she had been hospitalized even before Senti, but there was almost no trace of cocoons around the worms. I think it depends on their mana cores, Solus explained. The arrogant idiot from before had a blue core, hers is barely orange. Wait, you could see his mana core? Lith was surprised. During the previous examination, overcoming the jamming effect had required all his focus. Beside locating the worms, he hadn't been able to ascertain much. Yeah, sort of. The toxin overload made everything blurry, but I'm pretty sure it was blue. So the stronger the mage, the harder will be cleansing the parasites. Well, at least in this case, it makes my work easier. Both the diagnosing and the toxin's extraction process went easy as pie. Her conditions were so mild that with his current knowledge, Lith was certain he could cure her any time. Captain, this woman isn't part of the Mage Association, right? He asked to confirm their hypothesis. Yeah, not all the patients of the last ward are powerful magicians. Lady Nihazire here is just a member of one of Kandria's minor noble families. That explains a lot. Thank you very much for your help, Lady Zire. Lith made a small but polite bow to put her at ease. You are welcome, kind sir. Being treated like a human instead as cattle, Lady Zyre gave them a warm and cute smile while performing a curtsy, managing to give off a noble appearance despite wearing a prison-gray jumpsuit. Lith was about to dismiss her and move on to the next specimen when Solus stopped him. "Hold your horses. Her neck, look at her neck. I noticed something odd during her curtsy." Lith did as instructed, discovering a single blue bulging vein on the back of Lady Zyre's neck. "What the heck does this mean? I have seen something similar before, back when I forcefully injected my mana in that mercenary's core to torture her." Lith used invigoration again, but this time he focused on her mana core, discovering that it had several yellow streaks, but most of them were fading away, turning orange little by little. It's exactly what happened back then. The foreign mana suppresses the natural one, inducing a degradation of the core. That alchemist must be a monster to be able to replicate true magic to this extent. "Actually, I think it's a very unintended side effect." Solus' tone was worried. "Why do you say so?" "Well, I think it's clear that the fire and light magic parasite have been created with the purpose to kill. They reproduce fast and kill their host in a matter of weeks, while spreading their eggs along with the infection. But this one, it reproduces slowly and didn't kill anyone so far. If not for their sudden lack of magic, many would have not even noticed it." "What's your point?" "My point is that if the plague is man-made, then there is a cure somewhere, and that the mana-blocking parasite seems the perfect mean to restrain a mage. The problem is that the parasites not only prevent the use of magic, but are also draining the core's energies. As I see it, once we remove the parasites, there are two possible outcomes. In the first one, the degraded cores never regain their old power, leaving the mages severely weakened if not completely powerless." "That's sad," Lithmind shrugged. "But I still can't see anything to worry about. It's not like it's our fault." "The second one," Solus continued, her tone annoyed by the interruption, "is that they all become true mages." Chapter 156, Rush for a Cure. "Are you kidding me?" Lith's mind refused to accept Solus' words. "No, I'm not," she replied. "Do you remember what happens every time you overcome a bottleneck?" "Of course that I do. The world energy flows into me because after the transition my mana core is empty." When Lith managed to put two and two together, his mind went blank, and so did his face. "Are you all right?" Killian couldn't see through the mask, but Lith's sudden silence, freezing in place for several seconds, could only mean bad news. "Peachy," he replied with a hoarse voice. "Exactly," Solus continued mercilessly. "Nature abhors the void, so once we cure them, if their mana cores have degraded too much, when the world energy fills them, the patients may be able to perceive the mana flow, discover their cores, and become true mages. It's not like it took you much too, right? Your breathing technique is just a crutch to better perceive the energy flow. What if an already powerful core, after being depleted, suddenly goes back from green to blue? The sudden mana flow would be so intense that only an idiot would not notice it. At that point, discovering true magic would only be a matter of time. Humans and magical beasts alike have a static mana core in their natural state that grows slowly over time. But this parasite changes everything, and that's why I think it's an unintended side effect. No one in his right mind would ever make his enemies even more powerful." "Wait, how is this different from what happened to Tista? After I cured her, her core went from deep yellow to bright green, and it's still evolving. Yet she hasn't awakened." "It's completely different, you silly." Solus' first giggle after days of weeping she had hoped Lith wouldn't notice was the only silver lining among the madness. "Tista had a naturally weak core because of a natural illness. Her body simply couldn't handle stronger energies, so it didn't let the core develop for years. After you cured her, the core started to grow, yes, but slowly over time. Tista's core was always at full capacity, even if underdeveloped. For the infected, instead, their core is already fully developed, let's say it's blue, but because of the parasites is temporarily down to green. Just like you after a bottleneck, their core will strive for the world energy, getting filled in days, not in years like in Tista's case. If I am right in the worst-case scenario, by recovering their powers, they will experience a breakthrough on a daily basis." "Lady Zyre, are you aware of this odd blue vein?" Lith tapped on her neck, trying to keep his voice calm. "Yes, thank you for your care." In any other circumstance, her smile would have been contagious. "The previous doctors and healers never cared about it, even after I pointed it out to them. One of my tent mates noticed it about 15 days after we got imprisoned. The scary thing is that everyone I befriended in the tent has one or more of them." Lith swallowed a lump of saliva. "Everyone? Everyone, she nodded. Captain, how many residents has the tent? A little over 400, Killian replied after checking his notebook. The thought of having so many true mages pop out like mushrooms after a rainy day made Lith's head fuzzy. He was sure not being the only awakened one in the world, but at least each one of them had gained his powers with constant study and discipline, just like him. Also, according to his theory, those who were deemed to be unworthy or too stupid to wield such power had been killed throughout history. Sure, maybe not all those 400 would become true mages, and a good number would be killed by whoever was in charge of the culling. But Lith wasn't used to plan his life around maybes and ifs. First and foremost, the infected were humans, and he expected from them to be horrible people. In his experience, power didn't corrupt, it would just bring out a person's real nature. Lith didn't want someone like Gareth Senti having even one more ounce of power. The new world sucked already as it was. Letting a bunch of strangers achieve true magic was like handing a flamethrower to a pyromaniac. He wouldn't allow some madman to go on rampage, for a very good reason. He hadn't spent years hiding his abilities just to let a group of idiots ruin the fruits of his hard work. Not to mention that if any of them started to spread the secret behind being an awakened one, he would lose all of his advantages. His strength, his speed, even his recovery ability would become the norm. The new world would devolve in a nightmarish and chaotic place where might makes right. With his limited talent and knowledge, Lith had no doubt he would meet a foul end. Lith tasked Solus to memorize the personal details of his specimens, now determined to find a cure as fast as possible, while keeping an eye on them. He still had the advantage of experience. A newly awakened one would need weeks, if not months, to sort out his new abilities and learn true spells. Lith decided to exploit that knowledge gap to make sure that an accident would befall those he deemed too dangerous. After Lady Zyre, Lith visited as many infected as he could before running out of mana. Instead of checking for their conditions, he would only take note of the status of their cores and the blue veins. At the end of the day, he had barely managed to visit around 50 persons, and the results were bleak. All of them showed signs of deep mana poisoning, AN. The blue veins and their mana cores were discolored if not downgraded. The good news was that the stronger the core, the higher its resistance. Blue and cyan cores had just turned to deeper shades. Only from the yellow level and below they had suffered an almost complete color change. The bad news was that at high levels, even changing a shade was a big deal. Lith had gained a whole set of new abilities just going past the middle level of cyan. There was no saying what an even stronger mage would experience. During dinner, his mood was gloomy, searching the right words for his report. He needed all the help he could get, but couldn't tell the truth at any cost. Now not only I must find a foolproof cure, I also need to make certain that no one awakens. I can achieve it in two ways. Either I make the cure slow and prolonged over time, or I do not extract all the toxins after killing the parasites. Either way, the specimens wouldn't be able to perceive the mana flow in their body while the cores recover their strength, and my ass would be out of the frying pan. Both methods have evident flaws, though. The first one could be improved by other healers not aware of the dangers it will pose. As for the second one, with no more parasites, I don't know how long the toxins would retain their potency. I need more data. Lith's trains of thoughts was interrupted by Colonel Vergrave. What is the problem with those blue veins that Killian was telling me about? It's a sign of the infection nearing the critical point. At this rate, the patients will be dead soon. Lith's lie killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It would give him plausible deniability if he was forced to kill someone and ensure his research to get priority. I see. Vergrave didn't seem surprised, mostly worried. Are you going to extract more toxins tomorrow? Most likely. Why? Because we need to establish a safer chain of custody. Vergrave handed to him a gold ring with the royal family's crest engraved. Only people with one of these will be allowed to handle the vials containing the toxins. Use it to stamp the custody release note every time you produce a vial, and always check the courier has a ring too. Lith took the ring, pondering about the implications of the sudden increase in security. His mind went to the most paranoid answer. Let me guess, you want to weaponize the toxins. Vergrave was taken aback. He didn't expect a kid to understand the severity of the situation. Yes, if we managed to stabilize them and apply them on clothes and armors, we could obtain anti-magic protections. But that's not the only reason. Today an alchemist was discovered trying to steal a vial. He is currently being interrogated. Lith inwardly scoffed at their wishful thinking. If such a thing was possible, he had no doubt that Hathorn would have already found a way to do it and sold her merchandise for a high price. On the contrary, he expected Hathorn to prevent it from happening. She was a mage too, after all. He doubted she could be so stupid to leave behind something that could take away her greatest weapon. Yet Lith could benefit from their wild goose chase. Whatever they discover about the anti-mana toxins, I need to be informed as soon as possible. Without a cure, all the infected will die shortly, and with them all your precious toxins will be lost forever. Vergrave didn't miss Lith's hidden allegation, and was outraged by it. Are you implying that the army would care more about a possible weapon rather than the lives of the citizens of the kingdom? He indignantly stood up from his chair. I'm not implying anything, I know it, Lith replied between mouthfuls. I wasn't born yesterday. It's too dangerous to let it fall in the wrong hands. It's for the greater good, collateral damage and all that stuff. Isn't the way the army works. What Lith had just stated were the bullet points a small faction within the army was actually using to try to convince the king to not cure all the infected, but keep some of them as human breeding grounds for the parasites. The mana-blocking parasite was the one that had raised the most expectations. In a world where a single mage could obliterate a battalion, it would give a chance to those without great magic powers to fight on equal footing. What can I do to help you? Vergrave didn't have the strength to lie any more to Lith, so he preferred to change the topic. I need the strongest mages among the infected. If I find a cure for them, treating the others will be easy. I'm not capable of devising a single spell to cure them, but I'm confident to find the right steps that will later be merged into one. No one aside me must interact with my patients. It will be done, Vergrave nodded. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I need a favor from you. Please, find a way to kill those monstrosities before I'm ordered to do something that I would regret for my whole life. Chapter 157, First Impressions. Killian was aware of the political struggle that was taking place within the military's highest level. After Marth had created a cure with Lith's help, the fear of the infection had been replaced by personal ambitions and dreams of conquest. Unlike Lith, though, Killian knew there was still a silver lining. Vergrave was one of the most loyal men the king had, so if his final decision was to destroy everything, Vergrave would obey, leaving no stone unturned. Generals and strategists could rant as much as they wanted. The final say on the matter rested on the king alone. Despite that, the pressure on him was bound to be enormous, just like the one the Mage Association was bound to exert on the queen for that same matter. It was easy for Killian to imagine what was happening in the royal palace in that moment. The upper echelons of the army against those of the Mage Association, with the crown caught in the middle. Another crack had just appeared in the government of the Griffin Kingdom. Life sure has a twisted sense of irony, Killian thought. To think that so many lives rest on the shoulders of someone devoid of mercy. If Lith manages to find a cure fast, the political situation can still be salvaged. Thanks to the information blackout, the camp is cut off from the outside world. Nothing gets in or out, not even information. We can wipe out the plague and then pretend to know nothing about the military's plans for the parasites. Worst case scenario, Vergrave will take the fall for everything, allowing the king to get away with it. Don't worry, Colonel. Even if you didn't ask me, I wasn't going to spare any effort to find the cure. Lith's tone was so full of determination that both men doubted about his psychological evaluation. He was indeed cold and cynical, but seemed to truly have at heart the safety of the kingdom. Fuck, that's why I hate the military. They would weaponize even dirty socks if given the chance. If I don't act fast, there is no telling what damage those idiots could cause, was what Lith actually thought. That night, he and Solus had one of their rare quarrels. Are you really willing to kill all the patients in the last ward? She asked bluntly. Honestly, I would rather be at the academy worrying about the second trimester exam instead of being here playing Dr. Fleming. But what do you expect me to do? Wash my hands of everything and hope for the best. But there are also women, children, and elderly. We saw them during the round of visits. How can you even think about doing something like that? How could I don't do it, you mean? Women are no better than men, and being old doesn't make you a saint. As for the children, their cores are too weak. The risk of awakening is insignificant. I'm more worried about them dying because of the parasites. I have noticed that most of them have red cores. I don't know what happens when a red core gets downgraded, but I don't think is anything good. Please, Solus, try to understand my point of view. You don't know what someone is capable of until he is given the power to avoid the consequences of his actions. A good person can easily be hiding his true nature or simply too scared to follow his instincts. Law and order work because people are afraid of the punishment. Back on Earth, a man called the Buddha said that evil comes natural to humans, while good needs to be taught. If we are right and that alchemist, Hathorn, is behind the plague, why do you think she did it? For money. Why do you think the army is willing to sacrifice innocents to preserve a biological weapon? For power. But you know what's the scariest thing? Ask any bully, any violent man or woman why they do what they do, they all answer the same thing. Because they can. If you really want it, I can let all of the patients go, but remember, whatever happens next, all the death and misery they'll cause will be on you. Solus knew how harsh Lith's view on humanity was. After all she had seen, Solus couldn't completely refuse his reasonings anymore. Her only hope was to be wrong about the mana-blocking parasite side effect. The next day, Lith took extra precautions. He was about to meet his main specimen, and first impressions could not be taken back. In case everything went well, he had arranged a comfortable medical table, a chair, and some comfort food. Hidden behind a curtain, there was a stretcher with leather straps, a straitjacket, a mouth gag, and some manure if the specimen turned out to be a troublemaker or Gareth Senti. The person that walked into the tent wore no restraints. Lith would have considered that a good sign, if not for her attitude, with eyes filled with contempt like she owned the place and wasn't happy with her guests. Sir, allow me to introduce to you Nindra Luce. She is Kandria's strongest magician and also the chairman of the city branch of the Mage Association. Killian knew what to expect from both of them. Diplomacy wasn't the strong suit of any of those present. Nice to meet you. Lith extended his hand, only to have it ignored. You are a member of the Queen's Corps and a captain at that, she said, recognizing the uniform. Why am I forced to stay in a mixed tent, and who is the pipsqueak? Nindra was 1.67 meters, 56, barely a couple centimeters taller than Lith. Her remark aimed to emphasize the difference in their standing more than in their height. I'm sorry, but for safety reasons the infected must be kept together, or surveillance would be impossible, Killian replied with a flat tone. He will be your new healer, that's all I am at liberty to say. Another quack that would do nothing more than grope and probe me around for another month. No thanks. She tried to walk away, but the guards blocked her path, their hands on the weapon's hilts. Lith had to admit she was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Nindra was a beautiful woman in her early 30s, with bronze skin, light brown shoulder-length wavy hair, and hazel eyes. She had long legs and enough curves to make her attractive even while wearing a gray prison jumpsuit. Back on Earth, Lith would have asked her out for dinner, but in the New World he was at least 10 years too young and lacked a ton of patience. Great, a female version of that arrogant idiot. Luckily I came prepared. Release me immediately. I'm a member of the Mage Association. I demand to talk with the Queen, she yelled in outrage. Killian was about to explain to her that she was in a quarantine zone, not a luxury resort, when Lith's ignored hand turned into a fist that struck a liver blow. The sudden drop in blood pressure, coupled with the pain, made her kneel on the ground, incapable of speaking one more word. Strap her to the table and gag her mouth. I had enough of her rants. Lith could have knocked her out by hitting her jaw, but he wanted Nindra to stay conscious. After the soldiers executed his orders, it was Lith's turn to talk. I'm sorry for whatever harassment you may have experienced here, but people are dying. I have no time to coddle your ego. Let's cut to the chase. To find a cure and give you back your magic, I need your cooperation, but it may take some time. You may either spend your next days strapped like an animal, or behave as a civil person and be treated as such. The choice is yours. Lith ignored her gaze full of anger, and the countless muffled curses she threw at him, focusing only on his task. He used invigoration to determine the status of her mana core. Judging from the streaks, it had once been light blue, but now it was several shades darker. Lith decided to have her treated first, checking Solus' theory at the same time. He had already devised a way to beat the last parasite, but between though and action, there were countless things that could go wrong. The first part of his plan was testing if the toxins harmed the core by being in its proximity. Lith tried to extract the toxins from her abdomen, instead that from the arm or leg like he usually did. Not having access to water magic, he could only make them get excreted with the sweat and let it drip into the vials. Even with all his considerable magical power, making the mana circulate in Nindra's body was like pushing a SUV uphill. Soon Lith was drenched in sweat, and only after a quarter of an hour of unrelenting efforts he managed to bring to toxins at the skin level. He had Killian passing him the containment vials and then grabbed her shirt, preparing to extract the sample. Lith felt her whole body going stiff, her limbs stretching the restraints to the limit. If she has been molested in the tent, it's natural that she doesn't like being touched. I'll try to be quick, Lith thought. Yeah, and maybe having a little consideration for her would help, Solus snorted. She is restrained, surrounded by 4 men, one of which is about to undress her, she added, since Lith seemed a little slow on the uptake. Lith turned around, noticing that all eyes were fixated on his hand. Those present were tilted to get the best view available, holding their breath in anticipation. Even Killian was eager to spectate the next step, for academic purposes, of course. Sorry, guys, Lith shrugged, realizing his mistake. Having examined and treated countless patients of every possible age, he had become numb to the allure of certain aspects of his job. Doctor-patient confidentiality. The sound of the curtain being pulled was accompanied by loud groans, caused by the awareness that their thirst for knowledge would not be quenched. Chapter 158, First Impressions 2. Lith unceremoniously lifted the gray shirt all the way up, revealing Nindra's flat and smooth belly. He then enhanced her metabolism with light magic, covering her abdomen in milky droplets of sweat saturated with the toxins. His eyes and hands moved nimbly, careful to not miss even one bead of the precious liquid. The fate of the kingdom, but even more importantly his own, depended on the alchemists finding a way to neutralize them, or at least analyzing their properties, making Lith's work much easier. Even if her partner didn't care, Solus stared in envy at Nindra's full and perky breasts going up and down while she heaved in panic. If I ever get a body, I would really like for it to be like this one, she thought to herself. Nindra's fears quickly got dispelled by Lith's careful touch, filling one containment vial after the other without taking pauses to look at the scenery, or worse, taking advantage of her helplessness. During over a month of captivity, she had learned to recognize the lust in the men surrounding her, be them other infected or soldiers. After the prolonged period of isolation, people were easy to fall in desperation and act like animals. Guards were relatively safe. They couldn't go past the casual grope because they feared getting infected the most. But her tent mates were something else. With nothing to lose, they would often lose decency, fighting among themselves for a slice of bread or harassing women. Usually the guards intervened quickly, but other times when they were bored, they would let things slide, watching at the rape attempts like they were just a theatrical performance, laughing and commenting without a care. They would still intervene before something really bad happened, but that didn't make any of it less traumatic. With her powers gone, pride was the only thing Nindra had left, and she would do anything to protect it. When she had first met Lith, she had assumed that behind the mask there was just another perverted old man, and treated him accordingly, taking take to remind him her status in the association and her knowledge of the queen. But now, watching him work relentlessly, she couldn't feel anything. He was cold like a machine, allowing her to hope that for once since her imprisonment, the man in front of her was really a healer. As the last drop was collected, Lith carefully placed the shirt back down, avoiding any unnecessary contact, before using invigoration again. The zone surrounding Nindra's mana core was now clear from all the toxins, only the cocoons remained, with the parasites still hidden inside them. Any change so far? He asked Solus. None, it's still too soon. Even for you it takes some time. Don't worry, if I notice her core recovering or her mana circulating like that of a true mage, I'll let you know. Without the toxin's dampening effect, Lith could now spot the worms and attempt to kill them. His plan was to test on Nindra the first cure he had devised. It consisted in cleansing first the mana core, allowing it to recover, while the rest of the body was clogged by the anti-mana parasites. His theory was that even if the core were to be flooded with the world energy, Nindra wouldn't be able to perceive it in such status. If I'm right, I need to make up some medical babble to justify the passing of days before treating the rest of the body. I can't allow other healers to rush things up. He then targeted the cocoons closer to the core, sending multiple tendrils of dark energy to seep in and kill their inhabitants. Just as he feared, the cocoons were just a highly packed toxin mass. Sending magic through them was like pushing the proverbial SUV uphill, but this time with the handbrake on. Since this was within his expectations, he moved to Plan B. He used his cleansing spell to remove the outer layers, while he enhanced with light magic Nindra's metabolism. The effect was similar to doing cardio. The blood pressure increased, and the muscle contracted and relaxed cyclically, hastening the dispersion process of the toxins by both natural flow and osmosis. The hours passed, and soon Lith was too exhausted to continue. "This is what we will do from now on, more or less. Can I have your answer now?" he asked after removing the gag. Nindra's eyes were still cold, but contemptuous no more. "Are you aware of what happens daily in that tent?" Lith shook his head. "If I accept to help you, I want the security to be increased and the soldiers to be punished for their behavior," Nindra asked, after briefly describing to him her dreadful experiences. "I'm just a healer," Lith shrugged. "I can talk to the camp's supervisor, but I doubt there's much even he can do. Humans will be humans. I could have him give you a detail, though. One more thing. I want your promise that you won't lay a hand on me if not for medical reasons." Lith found her demands reasonable, and he needed her trust. Solus believed to be able to determine if someone was awakened, but that didn't mean that Nindra couldn't manage to feel the mana flow, and by remembering it, awaken weeks, if not months after being cured. "Deal," Lith released the restraints, allowing her to shook his extended hand. "There is one thing you should know. These blue veins," he tapped with his finger on her arm and behind her neck, "are a sign that the infection is nearing the critical level. My procedure should prevent it to become lethal, but it's still experimental. There are still a lot of things that could go wrong, so if you feel anything funny or unusual with your body after one of our sessions, you have to tell me." Nindra was shocked by his words, looking at her own veins like snakes in the grass. After the stick, Lith provided the carrot. Upon a small table he placed the comfort food he had prepared, a bowl of water with some towels and a change of clothes. "I would like to offer you a proper bath, but with water magic unavailable, that's the best I could do." The delicious smell of real food made her stomach grumble. His offer was too good to turn it down. "I'm not going to refuse some clean clothes, since they give us a change only once a week. But why the bowl?" Nindra thought, before realizing that between her panic and the light magic's effect, she was drenched in sweat. Her shirt was stuck to her like a second skin. Her erected nipples piercing through the thin fabric made her feel naked. Before she could cover her chest with her arms, Lith was already outside, pulling the curtain back. "I could continue her treatment after lunch, but I want to give it time. I'll resume tomorrow after a good night rest. Solus says that the core recovers faster during sleep. This afternoon I'll try out my second cure," Lith thought. "Captain, I'm done with this patient for today. This afternoon I need another strong magician. I want to try out different approaches and see which one works best." Lith handed him all the collected vials, and Killian sent one of the soldiers to call a courier. "Not a problem, but you already know Candria's second strongest magician. Do you want me to pick the third best instead?" The plague mask hid Lith's wolfish smile. "No, Mr. Senti perfectly fits my bill. With his talent and experience, if he can't feel the mana core after my treatment, no one can. Also, if he actually awakens, he is the kind of guy I can kill without losing 1 second of sleep." "Are you talking about Gareth Senti, the head of Candria's mercenary guild?" Nindra's voice came from behind the tent. "That's the guy," Lith confirmed. "He's a little too stuck up, but a good man. I can talk to him if you want. I'm sure if you make him the same offer you did to me, he will accept." "A good man," Lith inwardly sneered. Yeah, aside from his good looks, there wasn't much to him. Either we misjudged him, or after all she went through, her standards for good have considerably lowered, Solus pondered. Lith needed all the help he could get, so he accepted Nindra's offer. Later that afternoon, their second meeting was more polite, but the cold in the tent would have put the Ice Age to shame. After how Lith had disrespected him, Gareth normally would never agree to help a filthy military dog. But after over a month of prison food, with no baths or privacy, he was desperate enough to accept. Despite all the hatred he felt toward that arrogant doctor, Gareth couldn't avert his eyes from the steaming steak in front of him. Also, Nindra Luce was one of the few people he respected, and when she told him about the meaning of the blue veins, he had been forced to rethink his priorities. "When I get my powers back, I can always hunt him down if I still want to, but if I'm dead, then everything is lost. As much as I hate to admit it, I need him more than he me," was Gareth's reasoning. "I'll get food at every session, right?" Lith nodded in reply. "I want a detail too. I'm sick of men and women sneaking in my bed while the guards do nothing but laugh at my expenses." Lith gave his word, so even with their mutual spite still standing, he could start testing his second theory. Thanks to the experience acquired by treating Nindra, things went faster and more smoothly than in the morning. The plan was to kill all the parasites. while leaving enough toxins in his system to make impossible for Gareth to awaken while his mana core recovered. During the first session, Lith first cleansed a small patch of Gareth's arm, making it easier for his mana to circulate during invigoration. Then he proceeded to extract all the toxins, until he was too tired to continue. In the following days, the two treatments diverged more and more. Nindra's was slower. First, he removed all the parasites in her abdomen while checking her core status, leaving the rest of the body untouched. Gareth's was faster but much more exhausting. Lith had to partially cleanse the toxins and kill the parasites as soon as he could, always starting from the abdomen region. As Solus had predicted, she was soon able to perceive the world energy flowing in their bodies to fill the void. Aside from that, their mana would not circulate but remain still, proving that the awakening hadn't happened. Thanks to the forced cohabitation, both patients soon came to appreciate Lith's efforts and dedication. After every treatment while hidden behind the tent, they would try executing the simplest light spell. All their attempts failed, but they could feel something changing within them. They expressed their joy to Lith, only to rise his worries through the roof. One morning, Lith was killing the parasites in Nindra's arms. Her core had long recovered, so he decided it was time to cross his fingers and cure her for good. Lith was about to finish when a soldier barged into the tent. He held in his arm a child that couldn't be older than 2 years. The veins in his body were sky blue, bulging out like small hands were trying to rip open his skin to escape. "Sir, this child has just collapsed. The healers don't know what to do. We have never seen something like this. I've been told to ask you for orders." Lith was forced to decide if to cure him, risking for him to awaken or let him die. Chapter 159, Crisis. Lith's mind wouldn't have spun so fast not even if his little brother Carl suddenly resurrected in front of him. At least in such case, he would only experience two conflicting feelings, disbelief and joy. Instead, his thoughts were subverted into a chaotic maelstrom. Nurture and nature were clashing like never before, incapable of finding a common ground. "I have to save him. I have dedicated most of this life saving strangers, even when they could not afford to pay. Hating humans is all right, but a 2-year-old kid. My biggest gripe with children is them being noisy and obnoxious, hence I never wanted to have kids of my own. But killing one is another matter entirely. What will happen to his parents and siblings if I let him die? Will they be scarred by their beloved's death like it happened to me?" This was the reasoning of his healer side, the one that had been raised with love and affection by his family over the past 12 years. Its arguments were solid. Lith had experienced firsthand the pain of loss, the suffering of a mother that could only watch her daughter die slowly. He was unwilling to make someone else go through such experience out of mere egotism. "It's no big deal. The weak are bound to suffer and are always the first to die. It's the law of the jungle. I don't know and don't care for him. Saving him would be reckless. First, I would show Killian that I am capable of healing the parasites on my own. Second, this kid is not like me. If he gains any sort of power, he will become a threat to himself and others. There are countless risks and no rewards. Good deeds never go unpunished. If I help him, I'll pay the price." The arguments of his human side were solid as well. Lith actually didn't care about strangers. He never did. When he had helped them in the past, there was always a hidden agenda behind his actions. He was no hero. He had killed countless times and never lost a single night's sleep. While his mind was frozen, his body acted out of habit, taking the child from the guard's arms and placing him on the table to evaluate his conditions. The number of parasites was low. The child was so magically weak that they couldn't thrive in his body. Yet 22 worms were enough to downgrade the mana core below the red level. It wasn't black. He wouldn't turn into an abomination. The core had shrunk to the size of a pinhole, turning completely gray. Only a few deep red streaks remained, while the rest was losing its density. The gray parts were foggy, not because of the toxins, but because the core was falling apart. "There's no reason to argue, you dimwits." Lith's logical side chimed in, shutting up every other voice in his head, not with feelings or pessimism, but with cold facts. Unless his core possesses outstanding recovery abilities, he is as good as dead. The most merciful thing we can do is put him out of his misery. Lith would have expected that not having a choice anymore in the matter would make him feel relieved. Instead, it only made things worse. "There are so many things that I still ignore. Maybe I'm wrong, and the kid can still be saved. It's the first time I encounter a situation like this. I can't be sure unless I try. On the other hand, this is a unique opportunity to experiment on what happens when a core turns gray." His inner conflict lasted barely a few seconds, but to those present, Lith seemed to have stopped for hours. "Is there something you can do?" Killian's voice was dispirited. Knowing Lith, he assumed that all was lost. It was only a matter of time before plague started to reap the youngest among the infected. "Don't you know light magic's first rule? If the patient is still breathing, there's always hope. Why are you doing nothing?" Nindra wasn't a healer, but she had great respect for them, as for Lith. She couldn't believe the situation was beyond his abilities. Before meeting him, she had already resigned to live her last days in captivity. She was aware that without a cure, the plague or the kingdom would have sooner or later killed her. He had given her hope. Lith had no answer to their questions, torn apart by his selfishness and the desire to become a better person. Someone real that his loved ones could be proud of, instead of the mask he used to deceive the world. He started sweating profusely, yet he felt a cold sensation in the pit of his stomach, like needles were prickling him from the inside. His guts twisted in a painful knot. "Solus, what should I do? I never wanted for any of this to happen. There is no contingency plan. It's not something for me to decide. I'm your companion, but the life is yours. I know that it's probably the scariest situation you've ever encountered. There is no lying or killing your way out of it. The only thing I can tell you is that whatever you'll choose, you'll have to rethink your way of life. After all our talks about changing and growing as a person, it's time for you to decide if you just feel empty or if you really are empty. Whatever you'll become, I'll always be by your side." Those last 11 words were all he needed to hear. Solus knew him, the real him, but she had never judged or shied away from him. She knew every dirty secret he had, every one of his shameful thoughts and flaws, yet she wholeheartedly accepted him. Lith decided it was time to become worthy of such affection, instead of basking in its light, giving it for granted. "I don't really know if this kid can or cannot become an awakened one. The only thing I know is that I can't avoid taking hard decisions only because I'm scared of the consequences. If I really want to become a better person, I must at least try being one." Not even 5 seconds had passed since Lith had completed the diagnosis. His hands started to form fake seals, while his mouth pronounced random Latin words, while invigoration swept away the toxins. After Nindra's and Gareth's treatments, it was all too easy. Not only the parasites had been unable to multiply, the lack of nutrients had also prevented them to form a cocoon, leaving them exposed, easy prey for the dark tendrils. No one collected the toxins that went wasted, but nobody cared. It took Lith several minutes to completely cleanse the body, and the effects were visible at the naked eye. The blue veins first deflated and then disappeared. The kid's skin regained some of its color, yet remained terribly pale. "I should have cleansed his system. The parasites are still there, though." He lied to protect his secrets. If the kid survived, Lith had to avoid at all costs that another healer examined him, adding him to the roster of his patients. That way, he could always pretend to have cured him bit by bit, instead of in one go. "Then why he is still unconscious?" Killian asked. "Because there is no telling what damage his body sustained. I did all I could, now it's all up to him." Aside from avoiding mentioning the mana core's status, Lith had told them the truth. "Using light magic or giving him some of my life force is useless. His body is in perfect conditions, the problem it's the core. How is it going, Solus?" "Not good. Even after you took out the toxins, the mana core has yet to show any sign of recovery." "Bring him back to his parents. There is no point in keeping him here." "His parents aren't in the last tent, nor in any other," the soldier explained. "We never managed to found them. They are either dead or have run away when everything started." Lith nodded. "I don't want to leave him alone while he is still like this. Do you mind if we postpone your treatment to tomorrow?" "Not a problem," Nindra replied, afraid to touch the kid's hand and worsening his conditions. She was still infected and had no idea how the plague spreaded. "Mind if I keep you company?" Lith shook his head and soon started pacing around the little tent. He started to rack his brain, trying to find a way to infuse mana into the kid's body without harming him, but to no avail. Lith knew from experience that sending mana straight into the core was akin to poisoning it. According to Solus, making his own mana circulating into another's body via invigoration never harmed it, but it also did not affect the core either. During the cleansing progress, the world energy that Lith had pumped into the little body had not been absorbed, no matter how close he brought it to the core. Maybe it was because it still retained Lith's mana imprint, but the mana core ignored it, refusing to draw nourishment from it. An hour passed, and the another, until the core turned completely gray before disappearing like a puff of smoke. "He is dead," Solus told as soon as she saw the child's life force disappear. Lith passed the news to the others. His voice was calm and collected, but inside he was in anguish, questioning how much was the parasite's fault compared to his own. Maybe if he had not hesitated, things would have gone differently. Maybe he was just a monster and didn't deserve to be loved. Chapter 160 Crisis 2. After the accident with the nameless kid, Vergrave changed Lith's priority, asking him to visit the last tent again, to check the conditions of all the other children and avoid further deaths. No one was in a near-death state, but most cores were past half-gray, so he added the worst cases to his schedule to devise a simplified version of the cure he had almost brought to completion. To do so, he needed time, so he was forced to postpone Nindra's and Gareth's treatments. Nindra was still shocked from the events of the previous day, so she raised no objection, wishing Lith the best luck. Gareth, instead, didn't take it well. "What the fuck does this mean? Postpone until when?" "Until the emergency is resolved," Lith replied with a flat tone. "Strong mages like you are in no life-threatening situation, while most of the others already have one foot in the grave. Orders are orders. We'll resume as soon as I'm done. It shouldn't take much." Lith was too calm, almost meek, making Solus quite worried. The man that she knew would have never tolerated such arrogant attitude without a good reason. In normal circumstances, she would expect Lith to kick his ass to the moon and back. She knew that he wasn't grieving for the nameless kid. Lith was hurting inside, angry because every time he tried to give mankind a second chance or to change his attitude toward life, something bad would happen. The crisis would have never happened in the first place if I hadn't been so arrogant to overlook such a predictable problem. When I examined Lady Zyre the first time, I should have thought that the weaker cores would be the first to collapse and acted accordingly. Instead, I was so confident about finding a universal cure fast enough to ignore reality and let the problem fester. I can't forgive myself for being so careless, not to mention that one mistake led to another. I ended up putting to risk my safety, my family, everything I have worked so hard to protect. I have to decide what I want to be before I screw up again. Lith was so lost in his thoughts that barely heard Gareth's voice, giving him a nod from time to time. "You don't understand shit, you filthy army dog." Gareth couldn't stand the thought of tripping when he was just one step away from the finishing line. He had everything in life: talent, looks, power, riches. During that month of imprisonment, he had been brought to the verge of madness, being helpless, forced to sleep in a cot among inferior beings, ordered around by soldiers that normally he wouldn't even allow to lick his boots. He wouldn't let anyone interfere, not when he was so close getting his life back. "I don't care if a kid die. Heck, I don't care if every single one of the occupants of that fucking tent dies. I'm Gareth Senti, Candria's strongest magician. I can't stand remaining like this one more day. It's much better for scum to be almost dead than for me being almost cured." He jumped from his chair, grabbing Lith by the collar of his shirt before anyone could react. "Either you cure me here and now, or I swear to the gods that I will find out who you are. Then I will find all the people and the things that you love, and will destroy them slowly in front of your eyes, before returning you to your miserable live." Gareth was 1.9 meters, 63, high, a whole head taller than Lith, and strong enough to lift and shake him like the kid he was. The guards and Killian were about to tackle Gareth, to kill him if necessary, when suddenly their bodies screamed in terror, all their hair standing up, forcing them to step back instead that forward. Lith's maniacal laughter was the only sound filling the tent's air. Human, monster, how could I have been so stupid, tormenting myself about semantics? If there's one thing that Earth and the New World have in common is that most humans are monsters. There is no right or wrong, only power and how you wield it. Until I use my powers to protect myself and those that I love, I'll be a human. When I'll let my ego become my reason for being and start hurting others for no reason but my sick pleasure, then I'll become just another human-faced monster. Lith didn't need to use spirit or dark magic to force Gareth to let him go. The killing intent he was radiating was so intense that both the guards and Killian were paralyzed by fear. Gareth, instead, that was the target of that murderous aura, soon lost all his strength. His knees touched the ground, while his trembling hands were incapable of moving. They were up and close, so Gareth was the only one capable of seeing that their breath was steaming. "It's impossible. Water magic is sealed. How can he lower the temperature to such degree without it?" He tried to warn the others, but his mouth refused to open. "Once I told you that I would have healed you for last, hence you had no reason to protest." Lith's voice was a hiss, yet everyone in the tent could hear him clearly. "Now you dare to threaten me. You have forgotten I'm a healer, not a saint." As much he wanted to rip Gareth's head, he couldn't do it in front of witnesses, so he drew the knife from the belt, slitting Gareth's throat left and right, in one fluid motion, forming a bloody V from ear to ear. Only with Gareth's death the killing intent disappeared, allowing the others to move. When Killian regained his cool, he noticed that his back was against the tent's walls. "What in the gods' names is that, kid? How many steps back did I take?" The guards shared similar thoughts, finding themselves outside the tent. "He assaulted and threatened me. It was self-defense." Lith's voice was calm, like they were discussing the weather. "Don't worry, sir. If you didn't kill him so fast, we would have done it in your stead," Killian said, perfectly hiding his surprise. "Our orders are to eliminate any threat to your safety, sir," said one of the guards with an apologetic tone, bowing. "Please forgive our incompetence. Thank the gods you are a great expert." Lith shrugged. The matter was of little importance compared to his renewed peace of mind. "Clean the tent, please. I have patients to attend." After having Solus check his memories, Lith remembered that the first time he had expelled impurities was when he managed to refine his mana core from orange to yellow. Until that moment, except when using invigoration to check its status, he had never noticed a breakthrough, not even when promoting the core to the next level. Hence, he decided to use the same method he was using on Nindra, cleansing only the abdomen and leaving all the other parasites. Between the low number of worms and the core's weakness, even Lith himself considered his therapy overly cautious, but he wasn't the type to take unnecessary risks, no matter how low the chances. His new specimen was Lady Zyre, the kind noble he had visited first while studying the mana-blocking parasite. She had a yellow core, almost downgraded to orange. If the cure worked on her, then Lith could safely let all the non-mages get treated. The procedure went without a hitch. Lady Zyre's core took less than a day to return to full power. The cheerful noble had fallen for Lith's apparent kindness from the day they had met. When she heard he may be able to cure her for good, her admiration turned into blind veneration. She wouldn't hide any detail, telling him how she would feel itchy and hot after every treatment. Both symptoms had nothing to do with awakening. They were the side effects of the cleansing process. All those he had treated, regardless the nature of the parasite, experienced the same thing. After Solus gave her okay, certifying that Lady Zyre's core was healed and not awakened, Lith disclosed to Vergrave how to cure all those with scarce magical talent, sorting them himself to avoid setbacks. Vergrave, in turn, imparted the method on all the other healers. It worked only on those too weak and hence incapable of awakening, yet in just a couple of days dozens of lives were saved. Aside from the mana-blocking parasites, all the others had been exterminated, leaving none alive in Candria's region. Vergrave kept only samples of their toxins for future research. "Whatever the army's upper echelons decide, I will not let the plague spread anymore. The last thing the king ordered me was to wipe them out, and that's what I'll do. The only upside of being a dead man walking is that I don't have to worry about the consequences. When those foolish generals learn what has happened here, it will be too late." Chapter 161, Consequences. With 3 out of 4 parasites wiped out, the camp had been further divided into 3 blocks instead of 2. The third new one was for those that had been cured, to make it easier to check on their conditions, in case the treatments had short-term side effects. The second block now consisted only by a few tents, allowing the security to be further increased, since the second one was low maintenance. The survivors were in high spirits, finally free to get out of their beds. Pain was no longer a big part of their days. After Gareth's death, Lith was urgently summoned in Vergrave's tent. Based on what Killian had told him, Gareth was one of Candria's great powers. Killing him like that in front of witnesses after a small provocation could have been a mistake. But it was one Lith would be happy to repeat if necessity arose. He had never liked Gareth Senti, and the fact that he had been willing to assault the only one that could cure him was a testament of how dangerous he was. Lith had never left an enemy alive. It would mean to give him the possibility to bite his back. Thanks to his mask and uniform, only 2 people in the whole camp knew his identity. Even if the guards took a bribe and told Candria's mercenary guild what had happened to their leader, they wouldn't know where to look. The only problem was Vergrave, being a sucker for rules. He probably wanted to reprimand him. Lith wasn't worried, though. He was playing a much bigger role in the crisis than everyone would have expected, even him. If push came to the shove, he could simply ask to add a full pardon to his reward. The kingdom owned him, and he wouldn't let his services come cheap. Reality, though, was different. Lith, thank the gods you are all right. The colonel was so eager to check his health, to not even wait for Lith to remove mask and gloves. I'm really sorry for what happened. Those soldiers are supposed to be elite, yet reacted too slowly. I'll make sure they will be heavily reprimanded and their lack of judgment noted on their personal file. After making sure Lith hadn't as much as a scratch, Vergrave went back to his chair, sighing with relief. There is no need for that, it is all my fault, Lith replied. I should have anticipated his reaction, given his character and the nature of the news I had to inform him. He had always behaved properly before, so we all lowered our guard. The soldiers simply followed my instructions, leaving me space to freely move when I'm around my patients. I really appreciate your understanding, Vergrave nodded. But you are a healer, and you are doing your job magnificently, so such a slip-up is understandable on your side. The men I assigned to your detail instead are professionals. Their only job was to ensure your safety, and they failed. Even if they got accustomed to the routine, even if given the most boring task, they should always be on their toes. They need to be disciplined next time. They couldn't be so lucky. If anything happened, I would have demanded their heads as the crown mine. Vergrave glanced to Killian for a second, with a mix of scolding and worry. Given the Queen's fiery nature, his old friend's life could be endangered as well. If the guards were at fault, Killian's situation was even worse, being their supervisor. Will there be consequences for me killing a guild master? Lith was a bit baffled by Vergrave care. Heavens, no. Attacking a military officer in a zone under martial law alone is a crime punished with the capital punishment. Considering your role, he had it too easy. We would have tortured him before the execution for a few hours minimum. Then what was the urgency for this meeting? The Crown wants to personally hear your report. Vergrave stood up, setting the blue communication gemstone above his desk, before stepping away and kneeling, promptly followed by both Lith and Killian. The gemstone activated shortly afterwards, projecting again the image of the throne hall. This time, only the king and the queen were present. Please tell me you have good news, Mage Lith. It was worded as a request, but King Maron's voice was stern, making it sound as an order. I do. Aside from the last parasite, the situation is resolved with minimum losses. I am confident to have devised a treatment that will take care of that, too. It's already in final testing phase. Once I'm sure there are no side effects, it can be passed to Professor Marth for him to assemble it in a single spell. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but my capabilities are limited, and I need time to double-check every step. Lith lied. He had devised 2 possible cures since the day he first visited Lady Zyre. The only reason he had not wrapped up everything and went back to the academy was to make sure that soulless worries didn't come true. You have nothing to apologize for, Queen Silpha intervened. Barely 2 weeks have passed since your arrival, yet it was enough for you to turn the Crown's predicament from desperate to manageable. You have identified the source of the plague, helped in devising the cure for 3 out of 4 parasites, and now you are going to provide the cure for the most dangerous one all by yourself. The Crown and the Kingdom are greatly indebted to you. You are overestimating my contributions, Your Majesty, Lith lied again. The cures are mostly Professor Marth's doing. I gave him the idea for the first, and then I deconstructed and modified his cure to make it fit the mana-blocking parasite. See my king, humble and efficient. I wish we had more subjects like him. Silpha's tone was cheerful, but when her eyes met Vergrave and Killian, they were cold like steel, blaming them for their incompetence. Killian swallowed a lump of saliva. The Queen clearly knew about the accident and wasn't willing to let it slide. We have yet to discuss your reward, Mage Lith. Do you have anything in mind? Yes, I'd like 2,000 gold coins. It was a sum big enough to raise his family's status to the middle class, leaving him enough to buy all he needed for his future lab equipment and something to spare. That's it, the king was surprised. Wouldn't you prefer a noble title? We could easily make you a count. Between the lands and the annuities, you would earn much more. May I speak freely? King Maron nodded to his request. With what is going on in the kingdom at the moment, with the old nobles fighting the new ones, it would be like painting a target on my chest. I already have enemies inside and outside the academy, and I don't wish for more. Also, it would mean responsibilities that, as a 12 years old, I cannot shoulder. My whole family would have to relocate in a new county, where they would not be well received. They are farmers, Your Majesty. I'm sure they'll enjoy a quiet and slow life much more than social events and dabbling in nobility. I myself am still too young to already set my future in stone. I don't know what I want to be or do. Accepting a title would shut more doors than it would open. Money, instead, is always useful, and I can use them to keep increasing my family's living standards like I have always done, little by little. Not to mention that receiving a title now would make my involvement in the plague too obvious. Even if it was deferred, it would raise too many questions. And more importantly, if I get a title, I would be forced to swear my allegiance to the crown, giving you the right to constantly meddle into my life. Thanks, but no thanks. He thought. That's too little, the queen blurted it out. Are you sure there's nothing we can do for you? At the moment, no. But if your highness feels so grateful, I would be relieved from knowing that in case necessity arose, I can ask for your support. We live in dangerous times. There's no telling when I could need help. Agreed, the royals said as one. I really hope to rope him in with a fancy title, but an IOU, it's the next best thing. If he ever needs our assistance, we can push things to make him feel indebted, creating a cycle he would not want to escape from. King Meron thought. You are free to go, Mage Lith. Colonel Captain, we have much to discuss yet. The kindness in the queen's voice died as soon as she averted her gaze from Lith, who promptly left. The curtain closed behind him, leaving the tent sealed from the external world. Your Majesty, I know that during yesterday's events I have failed you, Killian said. But maybe it was actually a blessing in disguise. There's something about Lith that I would have never discovered otherwise. Did you notice that while confronting Gareth you used water and dark magic? Solus asked. No, really, how? My idea is that small world isn't the work of a true mage. It doesn't really block the mana flow, only makes it heavier. It's like you wore weights all this time, like in those martial arts comics, and now you are used to them. Did I power up because of it? He asked enthusiastically. You wish, she giggled. It's just that now you can use a bit of magic and I can change form again. Sighing in disappointment, Lith entered his new tent. Since the second block had been partially dismantled, a lot of bigger tents had become available, and he had received a much bigger one as living quarters. He had to change into his plague doctor uniform and wait for Killian before going to treat Nindra. If everything kept going like he expected, it was only a matter of a couple days before he could go back to the academy. As soon as he stepped in, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his throat. 3 masked figures dressed like soldiers, 2 women and a man, were waiting for him, their weapons unsheathed and ready to strike. Lith from Lucia, you have much explaining to do. Solus immediately recognized the mana coming out of their tattoos and weapons. They were once again in the presence of the Talons. 162, Chapter 162, Consequences 2. The security of this place is supposed to be ironclad, instead is a fucking Swiss cheese. First the traitors and now this. Aside from the initial surprise, Lith didn't know if to be angry with the guards or scared for his life. Let's keep our cool. If they wanted to kill me, they would have slit my throat on the spot. Then we would have discovered the hard way how tough my skin is and how strong my regenerative abilities are. Solus. The bad news is that all their equipment is enchanted and razor-sharp. The good news is that inside the small world they are just very sharp, very deadly weapons. These guys don't have access to dimensional items or even their tattoos for that matter. All they have is what you see. Tattoos? What tattoos? Lith had been so focused on the plague to have forgot the details about the group of mercenaries that nearly killed him a couple of weeks before. Solus projected in his mind the highlights of their last encounter. What they ignored was that, for once, Vergrave wasn't the one to blame. The Talons had spent a small fortune corrupting one of their old contacts, now in the administration department. She had provided them authentic uniforms and IDs, otherwise going past the checkpoints would have been impossible. Magic seals and documents couldn't be counterfeited, and to have access to such tools, they had to pay their contact enough gold to allow her to leave the country and live the rest of her life in luxury. It was a sum that outshined even Lith's reward, but they didn't care, since it came straight from their contractors' pockets. The mandatory use of the masks had made their work easier, allowing them to move unnoticed until they had found Lith's tent. The Talons were unaware of his plague doctor persona. They couldn't care less about the Griffin Kingdom's crisis. This time they hadn't come only for Lith's life, but also for information. Killing him was just the icing on the cake, erasing the failure that now stained their name. It was a desperate move, because once Lith returned to the academy, they would never get a chance to approach him. Inside his academy, a headmaster had godlike powers. Even if they managed to infiltrate, they would immediately be discovered and killed by a snap of Linzhou's fingers, activating one of the countless arrays that enveloped the castle. The Academy's forest was a no-go too. A squad had gone exploring it, and only one man had returned, babbling about a monster scorpicore that had slaughtered the whole unit with a click of its tongue, releasing a barrage of light blades that turned them into shreds, ignoring all their defenses. The survivor reported that the creature had spared him intentionally to bring back a message. "I'm sick and tired of humans hunting for cubs. The next time someone messes with my turf, I'll come looking for you." Then, it bit both of his arms off before warping him back into their allegedly secret base. Alas, the mating season had come, turning the lord of the forest into an angry murdering machine, having cubs of its own. The Talons hadn't taken the threat lightly. Sure, an offensive light spell was something out of the legends. No one in his right mind would believe it. Yet the limbless man had traversed hundreds of miles, bypassing the hideout's protections. If the Scorpicore knew their location and could come and go freely, the light spell was the least of their worries. The next option had been capturing Lith's parents, but they were guarded by 2 units of the Queen's Corps. Every single step they took was protected by arrays. There were more men stationed there than the surviving members of the Talons, and they had the field advantage and months of preparation. As absurd it sounded, the quarantine zone was their only viable option, with a very tight time window. Soon the disappearance of their contact would get noticed, and all her work would be subjected to scrutiny, blowing their cover. "About 2 weeks ago you were supposed to die during an ambush on your way here, yet you survived. Who saved you? What happened to your detail and your aggressors?" The knife was pressed against Lith's throat, but it only managed to shave his few facial hairs. The skin was harder than leather, yet elastic. The woman needed to use the tip to spill some blood and make her point. "Damn, this array is more dangerous than we thought. It can also make non-military weapons lose their edge." It was the only explanation she could think of, so she informed her teammates of the discovery through their hand-signed secret code. Lith saw the other 2 switching their heavily enchanted knives and short swords for less powerful ones of the same kind. Both their actions and their questions made no sense to him. In that moment, though, he was more than happy to indulge their curiosity and stall for time. "These guys are persistent. Just killing them would be useless. Others may come. I need to find out who they are and what they want." Despite Small World wasn't capable of blocking spirit magic, the arrays were still able to slow down its effects. Unlike elemental magic, pure mana had no effect per se. It could be used as a form of telekinesis, but it required for the mana to reach and envelop its target. Small World made the invisible mana flowing out of Lith's body spread like a fog, instead that like a river. Hence Lith's needed some time to wrap them up and take full control of the situation. In such close space, with the weapons already close to his vitals, even his speed wasn't of much help. "The men and women of the Queen's Corps saved me. They fought bravely until the end, despite the cowardly trap laid by the assailants." The mask covering his face prevented the Talons to see his grin spread, as the spirit magic did the same. "The Queen's Corps," the woman holding the knife was about to spit in disgust. "We kill those losers regularly. It's impossible for 6 Stooges to defeat more than half of the Talon Corps. Quit lying, kid. Tell us the truth, and I'll grant you a peaceful death." "First of all, that's my line. Second, more than half, you say. This means that once the 3 of you are dead, this so-called Talon's Corps is extinct." Lith's sudden spunk enraged the 3 mercenaries, mostly because he was right. They had never stopped cursing the day they had accepted Archmage Lucart's mission. Between those killed in the failed ambush and the ones butchered by the Scorpicore, only a handful remained. They needed the money to cut their losses and rebuild from scratch. As long as their success rate was flawless, no matter the price they asked, people would pay, just like Lucart did. "You'd better not waste my time, kid, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Lith scoffed, moving away from the knife. They reacted instantly, or better, they tried. The mana around them was so thick and strong it was like moving through molten steel. With a flick of the wrist, Lith ripped the masks off their faces with spirit magic, destroying them immediately with a burst of dark energy. "Even if you manage to escape, I'm afraid you'll die because of the plague." Lith's voice was stone cold. "Now tell me how many of you are left and who sent you." He unsheathed his knife, pointing it to the eye of the nearest Talon. "Believe me, compared to the plague, I'm merciful." Everything was going according to Lith's plan, yet Solus felt restless. This is the first time since we entered the Small World that he is using so much mana. Necromancy was fine, since dark magic is not blocked. I hope this artifact doesn't have any more surprises in store for us. Otherwise, the situation could turn volatile in the blink of an eye. The Talons refused to speak, so Lith started cutting their faces, only to heal them and start over again. The mercenaries felt cornered, not only they couldn't react but not even scream. If any noise came out of the tent, their death would be assured, but until they kept silent, there was still a hope to escape from the deadly trap. Luck shined on them thanks to their tenacity. The use of spirit magic was normally perceived by small world like a fluctuation of energy, a harmless magical peak. Its prolonged use on such scale, though, was interpreted by the system like an anomaly, hence it provided to remove it. Through her mana sense, Solus saw myriad of runes flowing into the tent, suppressing the magical restraints so fast that she barely managed to warn Lith of the impending danger. But it was too late. As soon as the woman was free, she swept Lith with a kick, grabbing the knife at her feet, all in a single fluid movement. Lith was taken by surprise, losing the knife trying to adjust the fall without offering his back. He was completely disarmed when the talon struck towards his left eye, aiming to pierce his brain. Chapter 163, A New Power. Cursing his bad luck, Lith attempted to block with his left forearm. The knife passed from side to side, giving him the feeling a hot iron was branding his inner flesh. Lith wasn't new to pain, he needed just to grit his teeth to bear it. His right fist struck fast as a snake, but thanks to her superior training and rich battle experience, the talon managed to dodge it in the nick of time. Lith's knuckles still managed to graze her chin. The impact made her feel dizzy, forcing her to switch from a dodge to a roll. The talon's view was blurry from the near hit. Without that last-second adjustment, she would have collapsed on the floor, incapable of standing. Lith jumped back on his feet to finish her, but the other two were already on him, aiming for his vitals. Damn, with no magic nor weapons, I can only block with my body. Solus, help me withstand the pain in case I lose some fingers. Not on my watch, she mind-yelled. Lith wasn't the only one that had been training to explore the limits of his new body. Ever since their almost clash with the Scorpicore, she had made several experiments about her shape-shifting abilities. After being in the small world for so long, she was able to overcome some of its restraints, if she put enough effort to it. Her ring form expanded, covering Lith's right hand, forming a stone gauntlet. This new form was silver in color, with runes of power glowing all over its surface. She had no idea how to sync again her mana core with Lith's, but at least she could offer him some protection. Lith was surprised as much as his two assailants, but none of them hesitated, keeping their emotions in check. The gloved hand, supported by air and fire fusion, deflected all the strikes that could kill or incapacitate him, while Lith tanked the others with earth fusion. Between his natural toughness and the magical hardening effect, the wounds he sustained were shallow enough to ignore them. They would only bleed a bit before starting to heal without him even needing to cast a spell. There was a creepy sensation in the pith of the Talon's stomach, telling them they were facing the thing that had killed their comrades. Every one of Lith's blocks would make their blades vibrate like they had clashed with a charging bull. Their hands were getting number with each strike, making it increasingly harder to keep the grip on their weapons. What the fuck is he? Magical items are supposed to not work. What in the god's name is that gauntlet? How can a kid be so strong and fast? His movements are all over the place, but he manages to keep up with us. If only we could use our tattoos. The Talon's tattoos were another one of Quarn Hathorn's masterpieces. Despite not being a true mage, she had found a way to inject her potions directly in the client's skin, making it possible to activate them with a thought thanks to the imprinting process. With Hathorn gone, they would be conservative in using them since there was no way to replenish the tattoos. But in the face of death, they would have gladly spent them all. Actually, their situation wasn't as desperate as it seemed. Careful, do not use fusion magic for too long, otherwise Small World could detect and block it too. Only use short bursts. Thanks for the advice. It's easier said than done, though. These guys are good, even with my enhanced reflexes. I'm no match for 3 of them in such an enclosed space. What about you? Can Small World shut you down? It can try, she sneered. I'm already following my own advice, boosting my defense only a moment before the impact. Being the first time Solus used such a trick, Lith was amazed by her ability in micro-managing her abilities. She wasn't as good as she made herself look, though. The gauntlet form was a desperation move by itself, made even harder by the Small World's dampening effect. Every time Solus missed the right timing, the Damascus blades would carve her thin form, if not even chipping away small pieces of stones. For her it was like being slashed and stabbed, but she held on bravely. "I'm just a piece of rock, I can heal from everything," she thought in a hidden corner of her mind. Lith too kept getting hit, but he would return each attack with double the violence. 2 of the 3 Talons were women without their equipment and magic. They were like children compared to Lith's physical prowess. The man of the group wasn't in a much better position. Despite Lith being unarmed, during every clash with his opponent, the Talon would gain new bruises and cracked bones. The only reason they were still standing was because of their elite training and teamwork. Lith was just an amateur, yet he had all the advantages. Small world wouldn't affect his abnormal body, fusion magic could substitute for potions, and Solus was an excellent shield. The stalemate would have lasted long if not for a Talon's lucky shot. The man's short sword hit Lith's right hand heavily. His 2 teammates had flanked Lith, forcing him to take the strike head-on. Lith managed to deviate the women's weapons at the last second by using quick elbow strikes, not leaving enough time to dodge or deflect the incoming attack. The blade managed to crack the gauntlet, making Solus yelp in pain. It took a breath's time for him to strengthen their connection, becoming finally aware of all her suffering, how battered she was. A seething hatred exploded within Lith, focusing his thoughts like a laser, erasing everything but the urge to kill. Spirit magic surged, overcoming small world pressure enough to allow Lith to push his opponents away and trigger the death call spell. Darkness magic condensed in the form of tentacles before starting to mutate. In his frenzy, Lith wasn't just merging his mana with the world's dark energies, but also those born from the abyss he kept in his mind and soul. Under the mask, his eyes glowed with a yellow light like torches, the pupils reduced to vertical slits. Solus felt the darkness spreading through Lith's body, flooding her with power. The stone pieces scattered around the tent reunited with the main body, fusing back into place like the damage had never happened. The tentacles turned into a black fog, destroying everything on its path. "What do you mean, Captain?" Queen Silpha asked. Killian told them in the details, the events leading up to Gareth Senti's death. The royals were unimpressed. "That's nothing new. We already knew that Lith from Lucia has no qualms killing. That idiot had it coming." King Meron snorted. "That's your great discovery." "Yes, it is." Killian was baffled by their blindness. Sure, great mages and soldiers intimidating an enemy with just their aura is a common occurrence. But here we aren't talking about an expert, but about a kid, and a healer at that. Yet he managed to scare the leader of the mercenary guild enough to make him kneel. The pressure his mana exerted made me and the soldiers take several steps back without even realizing it. There was no greenhorn in that tent, yet we acted as such. Also, I could swear that the temperature dropped by several degrees. Those presents were already skeptical about Killian's words. After the last phrase, they started doubting his sanity. Vergrave couldn't believe his old friend coming up with such a childish excuse. His failure wasn't so big after all. Killian could see the doubt in their eyes, but he didn't let it discourage him. Think about it. How come he is the only survivor of the ambush that took the lives of a whole unit of the Queen's Corps? How come he is single-handedly solving the plague? How can he strike fear in battle-hardened veterans? His words struck a nerve. There were still too many questions left unanswered. I'm almost certain that he is hiding his real skills. I believe that he is capable of much more than just healing. No one can release a killing intent like that without talent and lots of practice. I suggest we change his evaluation from A to S, but only in the royal records. The idea that Lith was a talent on par with Manohar or Hatorn, with enough patience to keep his act for so long since so young was too disturbing to dismiss it without further inquiry. If Killian is right, then maybe he really is an awakened one. The Queen used their telepathic link to share her worries with her husband. Agreed, we must ask Lady Tyrus to make haste. She's the only one that can discover the truth. Meanwhile, their conversation went on. An alien force started to seep in the world energy, creating ripples that reverberated through the entire continent, that only beings attuned with the world could perceive. Tyrus the Griffin, right under the throne room, Ligon the Dragon from the north, and Salark the Phoenix from the south. They all turned their heads in the direction where the encampment was settled. Rarely something capable of piquing their curiosity happened, and distance was no obstacle when they wished to speak to each other. It's not an awakened, nor someone attempting to become a lick, Tyrus pondered. And definitely it's not an abomination turning into an eldritch, nor a monster evolving into a guardian. I've never seen something like that before. Salark added. Ligon was left with nothing to add but the obvious. That leaves us with a question: what the heck is that then? Chapter 164, Interludium 5. No one would have ever believed Milia Jennings if she told how, before becoming the Gorgon's Empire's magic empress, she was just a second-rate magician of humble origins. What set Milia apart from her fellow students was that, despite she hadn't been deemed worthy of being accepted into one of the big academies, she had never stopped believing in the infinite potential magic held. Ever since she was a child, she had read the stories of the Magi of the Empire until she knew them by heart. Many of them have an unclear past, were considered trash for most of their lives until they have found their path to greatness. Whatever they discovered, I can find it too. Talent is not just innate, you have to develop it. There must be a way to break through my limits. So Milia decided to follow their lead instead of accepting a menial job, like the other graduates from the minor academy, the Red Basilisk, she attended. Milia didn't visit the hometowns of the Magi, nor she traveled through the places recorded in their biographies. Gods know how many people journeyed through those locations. If there ever was any clue, it would be already known. Worst-case scenario, the first one to found their legacies took them for himself, she thought. So Milia decided to bet everything on rumors and legends, hoping to find the proverbial kernel of truth. What she found, instead, were tourist traps and hoaxes that costed her most of her savings, and in more than one occasion, almost her life. After months of useless traveling, she had lost over 10 kilograms, 22 pounds, the care for personal hygiene and most of her trust toward mankind. She wasn't a beauty, but a fresh and naive 16-years-old girl had a strong allure to certain men, and since she traveled alone, Milia was often considered an easy prey. At least until she revealed to be a mage, and left her assailants crunchy and well-roasted. One day she heard of a cursed mountain, from which no one ever returned. Some rumors talked about an evil spirit dwelling into a cave, others stated that on the mountain slopes there was a gateway to the netherworld. When she expressed her interest to visit such place, no one offered to accompany her, and the locals tried to discourage Milia. In her experience, that was a plus. It meant there was really something. Reaching the destination with a flight spell proved to be child's play. There was no trace of monsters. The birds chirped loudly while fawns and squirrels would fearlessly come close, letting her cuddle them until they lost interest in the new visitor. The surrounding vegetation was so lush that Milia thought it had to be the most elaborate prank she had ever suffered. More than cursed, the place seemed out of a fairy tale. The cave was in plain sight. The trail leading to it was clear from weeds, as it was often used. Once she got closer, a shiver went down her spine. The cave was perfectly arched, while the walls and the pavement were too smooth to be natural. Curiosity got the better of her, so after activating a spell to light the way, Milia went in. The corridor wasn't high, around 2 meters 6'7" high, and so narrow that only one person at a time could pass. She took note of those details to calm herself down. Whoever lived there couldn't be too big, and in case she was forced to escape, being outnumbered or surrounded wasn't a problem in such enclosed space. The tunnel stretched downwards for several hundred meters, and when she finally reached the end, she couldn't believe her eyes. Milia was in a library bigger than her hometown. It was a single circular room, with bookshelves extending on multiple floors, connected by stairs and enchanted elevators. The library's dome had a glass ceiling, from which Milia could see the sun, as the first floor had glass doors leading outside into a wood. The whole thing made no sense. She was supposed to be underground. Milia cast her doubts away, using her flight spell to explore the library. Tomes and scrolls were orderly arranged by topic. Among them she found ancient books written in unknown languages, legendary grimoires that were supposed to be lost in history, and even recent ones like her academy's textbooks. Then her eyes met a book spine with the inscription, Magus Lacra Silverwing's Grimoire, carved in golden letters. She took it out, opening a random page and discovering that it wasn't written in code. She spent the next hours sitting on one of the many couches, trying to learn from her most beloved Magus, the foremother of modern magic. Yet the only thing she understood was that despite all her studies and the centuries of magical progresses after Silverwing's death, the Magus wisdom was still beyond Milia's reach. Milia was really tempted to take the few books as souvenirs. Even if I prove to be incapable to step up my magical abilities, I can always sell them and settle for life. Just one of these books is probably worth more than the entire Red Basilisk Academy. In the end, though, she decided to put the grimoire back and leave empty-handed. Even if I managed to sell them instead of getting killed, those poor books would just become the trophy of some pompous idiot. Here, instead, they can help someone like me, but with more talent to achieve her dreams. Well thought, human. Before she could turn around to discover the owner of that voice, the space around Milia blurred, blinking her in front of the master of the house. The new room was as big as the previous one, but instead of bookshelves, it was filled to the brim with gold, platinum, and gemstones, the smallest of which was as big as her fist. Ingots, coins, and jewels were piled up randomly, forming small hills, surrounding a literal mountain of treasures, atop which there was the biggest creature she had ever seen. Ligon's form was so huge it was impossible for Milia to see its entire body. The dragon's black scales were bigger and thicker than a tower shield. Milia's whole body was barely the size of one of its claws. She couldn't avert her gaze from the creature's yellow eyes, the pupils a vertical slit, resembling those of a cat. Its heartbeat was deafening, while the simple act of breathing produced gales strong enough to force her to seek shelter behind a gold pile. "I'm sorry," it said after noticing her distress. "I almost forgot how fragile humans are." The noise stopped, and so did the wind. "You have come into my home and acted as a guest, and that deserves a reward. You didn't arrive here in a righteous frenzy to slay the beast, nor acted as a marauder, giving knowledge the respect it deserves." Now that the fear was leaving her body, Milia could notice the bony protuberances on its head, resembling a crown, and the gentle curve of the enormous membranous wings resting on its back. "Choose one thing in my home, be it riches, knowledge, or a weapon, it's yours to take." "I want knowledge," she blurted out before the dragon changed its mind. Ligon chuckled in satisfaction. It was an interesting fellow indeed. "Name a book, and it will be yours." "I don't want a book. The knowledge I want, it's yours. Please teach me how to become a magus." Ligon was flabbergasted. That was something it hadn't predicted. "So be it," it nodded. In the following months, Ligon taught Milia the secret of the awakened ones. Very few magi in history weren't awakened ones. The principle behind it is simple, but achieving it is incredibly rare. No matter how strong a mana core is, it cannot generate a flow strong enough to be detected. The only way to awaken is being able to perceive the world energy that surrounds us and let it flow inside you. Milia was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, while Ligon was curled up around her, gathering a huge amount of world energy through invigoration, his version of invigoration. I'll use terms you already know for simplicity's sake, to make it easier for her to perceive it. There are only two ways of becoming an awakened one, he kept explaining, his tone giving Milia a rhythm to follow during her breathing. The first is to feel the world energy by yourself. The event is very unlikely, unless you reach a state of enlightenment, find a place much more abundant than normal of world energy, or you are a newborn. Newborns are empty things. The mother gives them life, the world gives them mana. If only they could be taught, creating an awakened one would be easy. The second way is to be awakened by a guardian like me. That's how my old friends Tyrus and Salark create their new toys, giving them power but not knowledge. I'm different from them. I don't care about any country anymore. They betrayed me, so I abandoned them in return. Milia really wanted to know what was Ligon talking about, but she was afraid to lose her focus. The Gorgon Empire can go die in a fire for what I care. I will not set it ablaze, but I will not extinguish it either. But I digress. An awakened only enemies are other awakened ones, be they humans, evolved from magical beasts, or even worse abominations. Just like us, abominations came in all kinds and forms, just like guardians are born, so they grow into eldritches. The most dangerous abominations are those that manage to possess a suitable body, be it bestial or human. Here is what you have to be wary of. Chapter 165, Ligon's Wrath. Abominations are creatures mostly born out of greed, when someone pushes his body beyond its limits, destroying it. Unlike what most creatures think, abominations aren't only awakened ones gone wrong. I have fought and destroyed abominations that spoke only gibberish, others that had no idea what had happened to them, having no concept of the mana core or world energy. They were simply born like that. What I do know for certain is that once an abomination is born, there are three possible outcomes. The most common is that the abomination dies, either because of a prolonged lack of nourishment or because it gets killed. They cause too much damage to go unnoticed, so humans or beasts usually hunt them down before they can learn to control their abilities. The second possibility is for the abomination to seize enough world energy to stabilize its form and regain part of its senses. They are called empowered abominations, and are much more dangerous than their younglings. They can use magic properly, control their hunger to a degree and live forever, or at least until they get destroyed. Their greatest weakness is the lack of a physical body, which makes them impossible to blend in. They have to hide to survive, yet they manage to do great harm to the world, draining its mana to keep living. The last and rarest outcome is for an abomination to find a proper host, becoming able of permanently stabilizing its form and getting full control over the hunger. They are called puppeteer abominations, and are the most dangerous ones. They usually prey someone of their same species, so a beast will target beasts, a plant another plant. The ideal body is freshly dead, in mint condition, and stronger than the one the abomination previously had. A dead body has no mana core, making it easier for the abominations to settle in. It's possible to possess a living body, but in such case, until the host is alive, the two cores will fight for control, making it impossible to use magic. The body's conditions and strength are related to the need for it to be able to contain the puppeteer. Without these requisites, it would be ripped apart by the chaotic energies, just like the old one. As long as a puppeteer is able to control its urges, it goes unnoticed. The only way to identify them is to use invigoration and check for the presence of corrupt energies. They are hybrid in nature, allowing them to develop unique and unpredictable abilities. Both empowered and puppeteers can further evolve into eldritch abominations. Their powers are on the same level of the superior monsters, like scorpicores, wyverns, or treints. Milia had become used hearing Ligon's voice every moment of the day, even now that she was showering. The dragon demanded from her to keep the breathing rhythm during her meals, reading time, and bathroom pauses. Milia was avid for knowledge. The voice in her head had stopped bothering her after the first days spent together. Wait, I thought eldritches were the guardian's corrupt counterpart. You know, good versus evil. Are you saying they are weaker than you? Ligon guffawed at such preposterous idea. Good, evil, that's a human concept that the world never cared about and never will. And to be honest, neither you humans actually do. You just like to fill your mouths with righteous words before feeding on those of your kin that are too weak to retaliate. Melia felt insulted by such cruel remark, but then she remembered all the fake offers for help she had received, all the misery and pain that her kind inflicted on itself in the name of profit or pleasure. So she changed topic. Well, good to know. A guardian abomination is too scary even to think about. How does one become a guardian? She asked. That's a complicated question. Do you know what the real difference between the magic you learned at the academy and the one I'm teaching you is? Melia shook her head while applying the shampoo. Human magic is egotistical. You try to do everything on your own, using only the mana that your body holds. That's why you couldn't use powerful spells before, because your mana core was too weak. Human magic forces its connection with the world energy, making a spell easier to cast, but doing so requires a great inner strength. Now instead, I taught you how to strengthen the core and how to borrow the world's mana. It's like the difference between lifting something using only the arms and doing it while coordinating your arms, legs, and back. That's a trait that permeates mankind's whole life, just like abominations' lust for power. That's why you can become true mages, even evolve into magi, but never before one of you became a guardian. To become one, you must accept the world, and the world must accept you back. Only by giving back what the planet has given you, it's possible to pass the world's tribulations and reach the guardian state. Milia sneered at her mentor's contempt. Really, and what did you give to the world? A huge scaly ass. They both laughed heartily. They were getting fonder of each other with each passing day. It's easier to show than to tell. Have you finished showering, or must I drain another waterfall? Ready when you are, smartass. A sudden gust of warm wind dried her up, covering her with a white silk Roman toga with a deep neckline and side slits that left most of her legs exposed. What the heck is this thing? It looks so ancient. Milia had materialized in what seemed a grass field for the livestock. Ligon's lair had countless rooms, some so big that it seemed to be in a world of its own. The dragon's mastery of dimensional magic allowed him to stretch the mountain cave into a continent. Back in the day, when people believed me a god and I let them worship me, this was the standard dress of my priestesses. It feels nostalgic seeing it worn by a beautiful young girl again. Thanks to the constant refinement of her mana core, the cleansing of the impurities and Ligon home cooking, Milia's looks had improved by leap and bounds. She doubted her own mother would find easy to recognize her anymore. Wow, I would have never taken you for such a perv. Hey, I'm ancient, not dead. Back to your question, kid. Do you know why the Gorgon Empire is named so? Of course, she nodded. Gorgons were a violent race of monsters that plagued our lands, turning the living into stone. Then, before the empire was unified, our forefathers discovered that their skin and bones were made of adamant, one of the strongest metals. After slaying the beasts, they forged what later became known as the Empire's arsenal. Without those weapons and armors, the Gorgon Empire would have never been born. The Gorgon Empire's foundations are the Gorgon's flesh and bones. Ligon clicked its tongue in disgust. Propaganda, that's how you make a lie so close to the truth. They warped again, getting close to what in the distance seemed a herd of cows. Milia discovered they weren't cows at all. They had red eyes without pupils, and their skin was made by something that resembled opaque emeralds. They didn't react to the dragon, nor to the girl, lazily grazing the grass. Do they seem violent to you? Melia didn't hesitate caressing their odd skin. It felt like stone, but was warm and elastic to the touch. They were living beings, not stone constructs. Are these Gorgons? Yes. Ligon completed the question for her. Take a closer look at the grass, please. Melia knelt down, discovering that the grass became hard and shiny under the monster's breath, and that was such metal the Gorgons were actually eating. The real story is a bit different. Gorgons are a rare subspecies of magical beasts that happens to spawn only in some regions of the Empire. If the bull or cow is too meek, instead of evolving into a tier AN, bull-type magical beast, they become a Gorgon. Gorgons only eat adamant, and that's why they are capable of turning grass into adamant. Back in the day, before Davros was discovered, it was the hardest and rarest metal known to man. When your forefathers discovered the Gorgons, they made them breed, and once they had enough metal, they made sure Gorgons become almost extinct. So yes, the Gorgon Empire's foundations, literally, are the Gorgon's flesh and bones. Melia was flabbergasted. But why? Centuries of history were crumbling before her eyes. Because they were afraid others could steal their monopoly, and because if any more weapons were produced, they would have lost their market value. How do you know? Melia still refused to believe such story. Because I was there. Back when I still gave a shit about the Empire, I told them about the Gorgons. I taught them how to forge adamant, and then I had to spectate the slaughter. Why didn't you stop them? Unlike other guardians, I believe in free will. When your forefathers asked for my help after the Griffin Kingdom was born, I offered them my wisdom, not my power, and they accepted. And then they betrayed my teachings. Ligon's voice roared like thunder. His rage raised the temperature of several degrees. Don't you understand already? My library, the animals, everything in this lair is what I am for the world. I am the keeper of everything and everyone that has been discarded before its time. I will right all these wrongs, but only when the time is ripe, and so are the people. That's why you abandoned the Empire, for the Gorgons. As much it was an act of unwarranted cruelty, Melia couldn't believe that her country was the only one without an active guardian for such reason. No, a species going extinct is hardly a novelty. I left because back when Lakra Silverwing left her legacy and magic was born anew, the Emperor went back on his word, preferring the use of the slave collars instead of pursuing equality. I never joined the Empire because I cared for the glory or the riches. Everything you see here is mine. I collected it over time from forgotten cities and sunken ships. I never stole or pillaged. I salvaged these things like I hoped to salvage your people. The promise was that in exchange for my knowledge, they would have built a fair society, whose long-term goal was equal rights for everyone. Instead, they chose once again the easy way, betraying their own people, betraying me for the last time. Chapter 166, Retribution. The use of slave collars marked one of the Gorgon Empire's darkest pages of history. Melia was young, but not stupid. She could hardly blame Ligon's actions, especially considering that she would wear one too if things didn't change for the better. It took her a few days to find the courage to ask the dragon about one of her worst fears. Ligon, what's the origin of violent monsters like goblins, orcs, or trolls? Are they an evolution gone wrong of magical beasts, or are they man-made? The question haunted her mind after reading some books. Seeing her mentor outraged towards human, she had started to doubt her kin more and more, especially after Melia found out that aside from rare exceptions, undead were all artificially created by humans. Some of them, yes. Humans have performed countless experiments trying to rob magical beasts of their magic, giving birth to the werefolk. Undead are simply a byproduct of their search for immortality. Those you mentioned, though, are what we Guardians refer to as the Fallen, races that lost most of their magical abilities by going down the wrong branch of the evolutionary tree, as humans keep doing, if you ask me. Why, what did you think? I hoped they were the result of the Abomination's work, to destroy mankind and rule the world. She blushed in embarrassment. The idea sounded incredibly silly now that she had said it out loud. Ligon softly smiled at her, patting Milia's head with one of its giant fingers. Kid, don't fool yourself. The world is in danger only if you small guys decide so. Abominations are natural magical disasters. They do not plot against anyone, nor do they care about world domination. They only care about survival, just like you. 2 years later, Milia left Ligon's lair, with a new set of clothes and a cape that covered her from head to toe. Her mana core wasn't yellow anymore, but bright blue, and as soon her body finished adapting to the changes, she would be ready to turn it violet. After expelling most of the impurities in her body, she had become faster, stronger, and sturdier than most magical beasts. The reason for her disguise was that during those years, it wasn't only her mana core to have changed. She had entered as a scrawny girl, 1.52 meters 5 high, with frizzy unruly hair, and had come out as a 1.75 meters 5'9" high woman with long wavy honey-hued hair and 20 more kilos, 44 pounds, all in the right places. Milia wasn't stunning, but she was a beauty nonetheless. Even warping 100 miles at a time, she needed to rest and didn't want to make a massacre on the way home. Her achievements allowed her to join the Gorgon Empire's Magic Council at only 23 years of age, becoming its youngest member ever. At 27, she was crowned Magic Empress, and her rule began. Gorgon Empire, 1 week before Lith was summoned to the encampment. After over a month of fruitless investigations, Milia's spies had found out the details about the situation in Candria. The existence of a highly infective plague thwarted her plans of invasion. The reports spoke about it as something that defied logic and all the rules of light magic, leaving flabbergasted even her best healers. Attacking now was suicidal. If the plague could be spreaded through the deceased, the Griffin Kingdom could use the infected corpses as projectiles, turning the army of mages the Empire had spent years to train in the most expensive field hospital ever created. In their shoes, that's what Milia would have done if cornered. As long the plague was contained, it was their problem. She had no interest in making it her own. As far Milia knew, she was the only awakened one in the Empire. Ligon refused to create others, and she didn't trust anyone enough to pass her secrets. If the Queen and the other 7 awakened ones at her service had yet to solve the crisis, Milia was afraid of what could happen if the situation spiraled out of her neighbor's control. She was confident about finding a cure. Her mentor had trained her well. The problem was how much time would it take, and how exposed the plague would leave the Empire while she was unavailable. For that reason, she had all the armies at the borders withdraw and alerted all the best physicians, healers, and alchemists to stand ready if necessity arose. She would read the reports along with the stolen medical files over and over, trying to understand the nature of the infection, but to no avail. Fake mages were unreliable sources. The only way to find out the truth was to examine one of the infected herself. That or get hold on the one that engineered that whole mess. Your Majesty, the prisoner is ready to be delivered to you any time you wish. Milia nodded at her attendant with a sigh. She had ordered to carefully search Hathorn after her capture. Milia had predicted that the genius alchemist would have left her home country and attempted to reach one of the small states surrounding the 3 great countries. In such a place, her abilities would have been greatly appreciated, allowing Hathorn to rebuild her life from scratch and never having to look her back again. Going through the Blood Desert was suicide. Only the tribes knew the safe ways to avoid storms and monsters, and if they caught her, death was the best ending Hathorn could hope for. Her only option was passing through the Gorgon Empire, bribing her way to the border. Hathorn had discovered at her expenses that the Empire was much less corrupt than the kingdom, getting caught in a matter of hours after her arrival. Quarn Hathorn stepped inside the throne room, her hands cuffed behind her back, chained along with her ankles to her waist. The countless hours spent working on her experiments had left her with a hunched back that made her hard to walk without a cane. She looked at least 70 years old, with immaculate white hair and a bob haircut. Her clothes were in pristine conditions despite the traveling and imprisonment. The thing that struck Milia the most were the eyes. Hathorn's face was full of wrinkles, resembling a spiderweb, but her eyes were young and full of energy. Most importantly, they were cold and soulless, like she was the one in control. Milia looked at her with life vision, discovering several magical items that had escaped detection. Later, she would examine them to determine if Hathorn's genius was to blame or her attendant's incompetence. "Your Majesty, you are really as beautiful as the rumors say." Hathorn didn't even attempt to hide the envy in her voice. Milia was over 30 years old, yet she hadn't aged a day past her 20s. "Spare me your niceties. Prove me you can be useful to the Empire, and you'll live. Otherwise, I'll send you back without wearing down my stairs again." Milia pointed at the balcony. Hathorn scoffed at her words, spitting in disgust. "You can't possibly be that stupid if you manage to reach the status of Empress, child. What you already know should be enough to grant me safe passage through your empire 100 times, if not for you to beg me to remain here." Milia snapped her fingers, lifting Hathorn like a rag doll with spirit magic and making her get close to the balcony at walking speed. Suddenly, Hathorn didn't feel so confident anymore. She valued her life above everything. "Wait, I can give you potions that can break any man's will, parasites that turn the most powerful mage into a lump of meat, hidden weapons that cannot be detected. Isn't that enough?" Another snap and Hathorn stopped moving. "What you are offering me are new forms of slavery, diseases that can raise a country, tools that even the lowliest of fools could use to kill a powerful mage. Just one of those things could destroy the world as we know it." Milia couldn't believe her own ears. "Weapons don't kill men. Men do. I'm only an artisan. I'm not responsible for what others do with my creations." "That's where you are wrong." Milia was outraged. "You create without thinking of the consequences, selling nightmares to whoever can afford them. Power without control is the greatest madness." "Naive fool, with my help you could have ruled the world. Instead you chose to die for your pathetic ideals." Hathorn pushed one of her teeth with the tongue, releasing from her mouth a barrage of poison needles, each one enchanted with a small array that would allow it to ignore air magic. Milia simply raised her hand, blocking all of them in midair like time had stopped. Hathorn was still shocked when the needles turned around and darted again, striking her to death. Milia destroyed Hathorn's corpse and belongings personally. The legacy of such a monster couldn't be allowed to survive. Gorgon Empire, the day Lith killed the 3 Talons. "Why are you staring so intensely at the window?" Milia asked. "Because something unknown is happening, and it's baffling us Guardians," Ligoin replied, tapping with his clawed finger on the frame. After Milia had become Empress, she had managed to convince him to give the Empire a second chance. The deal was the same as in the past: knowledge, not power, in exchange for whatever law or regulation he wanted to be implemented over time. "Unknow how?" Milia considered her mentor to be nigh omniscient and omnipotent. Something unknown to him couldn't be good news. "Look at it yourself." Ligon's human form hand touched her forehead, allowing her to share his vision. Very far, somewhere inside the Griffin Kingdom, the world energy was seeping violently into a small figure, while the small figure emitted a pillar of darkness that the world accepted as its own. That's the beginning of a world's tribulation. Someone has been recognized by the world and his offer accepted. Someone is becoming a guardian. Milia almost chocked at the thought. Heavens, no, not even close, but it's a beginning. There are countless tribulations each year, and they end up in failure. What's baffling is that the darkness is typical of an abomination, but it's not. The tribulation is the one that usually happens to beasts, but it's not. The monster it's drawing upon seems human, but it's not. Milia caught his drift. "So what are you going to do about it?" "Nothing. Whoever it is barely stronger than you were when you found me. Also, I don't care what it does, as long it doesn't mess with my turf. It's Tyrus' problem, not mine." Griffin Kingdom, Lith's tent. Since the tribulation had started, the Talons had been experiencing excruciating pain. The darkness that surrounded them wasn't eating their life force like it was supposed to, it was robbing them of their lifespan. They aged decades each passing second, their nails and hair growing non-stop to absurd lengths. "Please stop." One of the women managed to beg with a hoarse voice, her body dried up and thin like a mummified corpse. "Shut up and die," Lith replied, making the energy pulse even stronger. He didn't care any more for information, their numbers, or the contractor's identity. He wanted all of them to die, no matter if young or old, noble or commoner. He had grown sick of mankind's madness. A culling was needed. Unbeknownst to him, the world had heeded his call and was considering the offer. The energy coalesced around him, into an aura that resembled a much bigger figure, enveloped in fire and shadows, with claws on his hands and wings on his back, before dissipating. No trace was left of the Talons. The energy storm disappeared as fast as it had come, leaving Lith and Solus flabbergasted. Chapter 167, Hard Times. Aside from the pungent smell of decay and his once again tattered clothes, there was no trace of what had just transpired in Lith's tent. Solus' gauntlet form had completely recovered from all her injuries, and was now brimming with power. What the heck? Death Call shouldn't work like that. It was like an entirely different spell. Well, for what's worth, you also seemed an entirely different person. Your eyes turned inhuman, and when the energy flow reached its apex, your whole body started to pulse according to its rhythm. You had started to mutate into a... Solus couldn't find the words to describe the monstrous silhouette that had almost overlapped with Lith. But thanks heavens everything stopped before it was too late. Lith had no recollection of such changes, but by checking Solus' memories, he was able to see what exactly had happened. After his eyes had turned yellow, glowing from the inside with a vertical slit pupil, the dark aura around him had taken a physical form. Instead of shadow tentacles, his body had released emerald flames, while the shadows in the tent had seemingly taken life, attacking the talons along with the flames. The result was sadly impeccable. Nothing had survived the joint assault, not even the weapons, leaving him empty-handed for his troubles. Lith had never experienced anything like that, so he sat cross-legged on the floor, activating invigoration in search for answers. He first scanned his body, then the mana core, finding out that nothing had changed. Then he did the same thing on Solus, but the results remained the same. Everything had happened so fast that it seemed to be just a dream. Yet he felt emptier than ever, like he had grasped something meaningful just to forget it a second after waking up. He tried several times to conjure those energies and sensations, but to no avail. More confused than ever, he wore his plague doctor uniform. Killian would arrive any second now, and Lith was eager to iron out the last steps of the cure and get back to his life. Despite their strong, almost friendship-like bond, Tyrus didn't like how Ligon had left their communication channel open, while he was discussing the anomaly with his new apprentice. Not only because that had triggered Salark's hilarity at her expenses, but also because it had struck a nerve. The anomaly was in her turf, adding another responsibility to her already heavy workload. Unlike him, she hadn't slept peacefully over the last centuries, giving the middle finger to all the problems of his country, and only taking action when something major happened. Nor she had a fine-grained control over her subjects like Salark, allowing her to delegate at least some of her duties to trustworthy awakened ones. Her role as a guardian wasn't to keep or dominate, it was to spark the change. Tyrus had triggered the unification of the Griffin Kingdom, prompting others to follow its example, and putting an end to centuries-long wars. She had taught true magic to Lakra Silverwing, who in turn had managed to adapt it in forms that ordinary people could use, spreading a ground-breaking knowledge that had improved the lives of millions. With every passing century, she was more tempted to throw in the towel and just mind her own business. Nudging a country in the right direction without directly interfering, while keeping the balance, was a mammoth task. The plague itself was proof of how desperate her situation was. She hadn't taken care of it personally, not because she didn't care, but because her plate was already full. In the recent years, Tyrus had noticed an increase in the number of abominations appearing in the Griffin Kingdom. Normally they were rarer than awakened ones, but now they were popping out like mushrooms, 2 or even 3 each year, too fast for the phenomenon to be a natural occurrence. The origin points were always near the borders of the kingdom, where her senses were at their weakest, so that Tyrus would notice only when it was too late. She was convinced to have understood the twisted logic behind the Griffin Kingdom being the only target. Ligon wouldn't have cared, while Salark, thanks to her servants, would have found the source of the threat faster than Tyrus ever could. Someone was using her to test the powers and resources of the Guardians, but Tyrus had no idea why. She would have loved to ask her colleagues for help, but Guardians were highly territorial. Even if each one of them supervised 1/3 of the biggest continent on the planet, it was never enough. They could barely tolerate each other. The anomaly was but a small potato, it could wait. First, she had to put an end to the abomination threat, then she had to make sure that Arjun was really dead and give the corpse a new 7th member. Only then she would take a look at the anomaly. All the while hoping that the kingdom would still stand by her return, that her descendants would manage to avoid a civil war. Just the thought of all she had to do gave Tyrus an headache. She sighed deeply, while Mother Earth, her invigoration technique, informed her that another abomination had appeared near the northern borders. "I really need a vacation." she said before warping away to catch her mysterious opponent before it could flee again. After learning that her treatment was almost complete, and that Lith would leave soon after he was done with her, Nindra had become quite assertive. She would often sit straight as an arrow, emphasizing her breasts, fiddle with her hair or laugh heartily whenever he would say something barely close to being funny. Not to mention, she would prolong physical contact for a couple seconds longer than it was appropriate. "Can't you at least tell me your name? I don't think your parents were so imaginative to give you an abstruse name, so there's no harm in me knowing it," she said while Lith was removing the last parasites from her arms. After that, she would be completely healed, and after giving his final report to Vergrave, Lith would be able to go home. He couldn't wait to get out of the tent. With the excuse of privacy, Nindra had convinced him to close the curtain and was whispering every word in his ear. Being subject of a woman's affections that wasn't his relative or a kid was arousing ancient instincts, of which the rumors about their death had been greatly exaggerated. "I'm sorry, but that's classified," Lith replied with a husky voice, like he had a tennis ball stuck in his throat. In another life and other circumstances, he wouldn't let such an opportunity go to waste. Alas, it was the right person, but at the wrong time. "Also, Miss Luce, despite I'm flattered by your attentions, I'm afraid that without this mask, you would discover I'm a little too young for your tastes." She giggled, making her hair tickle Lith's skin, making him almost wish to throw away the mask and experience a true kiss after over 13 years of abstinence. Almost. The situation was quite different from his mad crush for Professor Nalar. His emotions were in check and his priorities straight. He realized that even if Nindra were to accept him despite his age, which according to the New World moral customs was far-fetched, would mean violating every security rule of the camp. It would likely cost Nindra her life and him all the reputation and trust gained so far, branding Lith like a lustful idiot. So he quickly finished his work and pulled back the curtain, regaining some personal space. "Nindra Luce is officially cleansed," he told to the guards. "Escort her to the 3rd block for the final checkups before her release. Miss, I'm sorry we had a rocky start, but it was a pleasure to meet you." Lith extended his hand like during their first meeting, only to have it ignored again. Nindra hugged him tightly. "Thank you so much, Doctor. I spent my days here waiting for death before your arrival. I really hope sooner or later I will be able to make it up to you." It was just a subtle movement, but she managed to rub her hips against his during the hug with predictable consequences. "If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me," she said with one last whisper before letting him go. The guards and Killian extended their hands too, but much to their disappointment, she just shook it while smiling. "Ready for your last report?" Killian asked with a tinge of envy in his voice. "Yes, now that the last cure has been perfected, there is nothing else for me to do here." The two men walked in silence, but Lith and Solus talked all the way to Vergrave's tent. "It's really flattering for such a woman to be attracted to me without even seeing my face. It means she really appreciated me as a person, instead that for my looks." "Yeah, but I'm inclined to say it's more likely to be just the suspended bridge effect. Not to mention you are the only decent man she met during her imprisonment. Loneliness is a cruel beast. I know it well," Solus replied. "Aren't you being a little sour with jealousy on top?" Lith sent a soft-minded smile in her direction. "Well, duh, of course I'm jealous. She has everything I dream of." Solus sighed. Her life in stone form was getting too little for her by the day. "Can you imagine what would have happened if I took out the mask?" Lith changed topic, trying to cheer her up. "Of course I do." Solus projected the image of a closed door, and a voice screaming, "Open up, FBI," before busting it open and make them both chuckle. After their arrival, Vergrave used the blue gemstone, opening the channel with the kingdom's royals. Lith gave them the good news, explaining how to cure the mana-blocking parasite in the details. They weren't as happy as he had expected to, though. Killian's words were still ringing in their heads. The idea of Lith hiding his skills was reinforced by his masterful analysis. It's of the utmost importance to start the process from the abdomen, letting the patient rest for at least 3 days before continue the treatments. Nindra's core was the strongest among the last infected, and only needed a day and a half to completely recover. Lith extended the time frame to remain on the safe side. "I have noticed that all the patients affected by the mana-blocking parasites have an erratic behavior, probably caused by the toxins messing with their minds. To avoid withdrawal syndrome after the cure, liver and kidneys must first recover their full capacity. Otherwise, they may turn violent harming themselves or others, like it happened to Gareth Senti. His death taught me better to not underestimate the problem. Lith was really pleased with the excuse he had come out with. Professor Marth was already stressing out the idea of fusing medicine and healing magic. Gareth's death was the final push he needed. Outstanding work, Mage Lith, King Meron said. The Griffin Kingdom is indebted to you. If there is anything you wish for before leaving, feel free to ask. Lith needed not to be told twice. I'd like to ask for leniency in the matter of Colonel Vergrave. He was grief-stricken at the time, but he is a good man and a loyal servant of the crown. After this experience, I am thinking of following my brother's lead and perform the voluntary military service. I would love to serve under an officer that I know and respect. More importantly, under someone that owns me big time. Having someone in the military could always prove useful in the future, whatever I actually decide to do. Chapter 168, Domestic Affairs. The king was so happy at those words to need his sheer willpower to prevent himself from gloating openly. He didn't want to lose someone of Vergrave's caliber, but as too often happened, his wife was right. Showing leniency after a major blunder in times of crisis would be regarded as another sign of weakness from the crown, unless of course they had a good reason for it. That good reason had just been served to King Meron on a silver platter. Seems that I have lost a battle, but in the end I have won the war, dear Silpha. He rejoiced via their mind link. We cannot deny our Savior's request. It would be impolite beyond reason. Silpha mind grunted. She had been looking forward for Vergrave's execution. I don't think there is nothing to be happy about. Peace after war is good, prolonged peace is great on paper, but it's turning out to be a venomous snake in the grass. The upper echelons of the kingdom have forgotten that discipline and loyalty are key to survival. They are so engrossed in their dirty secret pleasures to turn lazy, profligate, or even treacherous. I'm already purging the Mage Association from the bad apples. Keeping them on their toes is the only way to make them fall back in line. The army needs some pruning too. Vergrave would have set a perfect example. No matter how loyal, influent, or successful one is, treason has to be punished fiercely and mercilessly. Endangering the kingdom, no matter if by mistake or on purpose, must be treated as treason. Otherwise all officers will come up with excuses or pettifogger arguments. I partially disagree, Silpha, Meron replied. Everything you said is right. The decline of the kingdom is due to our and our predecessors' inability to recognize the temptations that the long peace aroused in our most dissolute subjects. But killing Vergrave would set a dangerous precedent. If loyalty and past success hold no value, then there would be no way to inspire devotion in our officers. They must know that their actions, be it time of peace or war, matter. Otherwise, we would have only lazy bums that do nothing afraid of making a mistake that will cost them their lives. Leniency, if bestowed at the right moment, is not weakness, it's strength. Silpha wasn't convinced, but felt some truth in her husband's words, so she didn't raise any more objections. Still, I don't like this turn of events. It's too sudden. Vergrave's life will hang on a thread more in Lith's hands rather than ours. He's been waiting for his death for so long that the sudden relief could potentially compromise his loyalty. He is bound to feel indebted to his savior, especially after having wronged him many times. If Killian is right, we are facing a first-class schemer who is bound to have a hidden agenda. Meron's good mood popped like a bubble. Gods, I hate when you are right, but maybe you and Killian are overreacting. He may be a dangerous sociopath, but is still very young. I don't think he can plan so far ahead. Think what you want. I never underestimate an opponent, especially one that might be a natural awakened one. I'm really curious about what Tyrus will do if our suspects are right. The king, the queen, and Salark's feathers were all artificial awakened ones. There were only a couple differences with a natural one. The first was that despite their body would age much slower than normal, their lifespan wouldn't be extended much. Where a normal mage in good health would live around 100 years, they could live around 150, but rarely more. The second and more important difference was that they had no idea how to turn others into awakened ones. They all had been kept unconscious, while the guardians had emptied their mana cores, allowing them to perceive the world energy upon waking, and it was much similar to Hathorn's parasites after their removal. The incomplete awakening was the last safeguard against betrayal the guardians had devised, and why both Tyrus and Salark only bestowed such power to a fixed number of humans at the time. Do you think she would conscript him or just kill him? Meron pondered. In her shoes, I would either kill him to stay on the safe side or take him as apprentice, friend, boy toy, whatever rings her bell. Just like Li Gan did with the current magic empress. Tyrus already had a human husband, giving him an offspring. If it happened once, it can happen twice. By the gods, he is just a child. The thought disgusted Meron deeply. And she is millennia old. Waiting a few more years or even decades would not be a problem. Lith's request took everyone by surprise, even Killian and Vergrave. After the communication ended, everything that the queen feared happened like in a script. Having removed the sword of Damocles that had hovered above Vergrave's head for so long, the colonel was on the verge of tears. Thank you so much. He couldn't stop himself from holding Lith's hand like it was a lifeline. I'm so sorry for misjudging you. I can't wait to see my family again. Killian took out Vergrave's last will from his pocket and burned it on a candle to celebrate the crisis double happy ending. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Lith and Vergrave linked their communication amulets. Surprisingly, Killian did the same. Sorry if I barge in, but I want you to know you have my gratitude too, Lith. Also, I have a family too. If something bad ever happens, you are the best healer I know, and I'd really love to have you on my speed deal. Having someone in the Queen's Corps and the Mage Association was an unexpected bonus, but Lith wasn't the type to look a gift horse in the mouth. Are you really going to join the military, or was it just an excuse to pursue an angle? Solus was too used to Lith's web of deception to think he had helped Vergrave out of the goodness of his heart. I'm considering it, at least for a while. I will be able to travel freely only once I reach 16 years of age, and I am considered an adult. But even then, I would be nothing more than a nameless mage, at least outside the Marquisate. I need some real training and a badge if I want to have free access to the information I need. The Mage Association would ask me for favors and knowledge in exchange for what I want, and I don't want to waste time bartering for every single piece of information. According to what Killian told me, as a full-fledged mage, I'd have access to special corps like the Rangers that would allow me to move freely inside the kingdom and act solo. Sure, I'd have to complete missions and obey orders, but thanks to Vergrave, I can skip a few ranks and get the freedom of movement that I need. Instead of traveling as a nameless adventurer that has to comply with idiotic requests, is much better to move with the crown watching my back, with a badge that both nobles and mages have to obey to. Also, I can gain more merits and be paid for it. Many birds with one stone. Killian and his unit personally escorted him outside the camp and opened a warp steps to Dirios, the capital of the Marquisate. According to Professor Marth's prediction, it would take at least another week to wipe out the last remnants of the plague and return back to the academy. Lith could afford going back home for a couple days, at least to make sure everything was fine. He wanted to reassure his parents about his well-being. The few times they had talked, he could see how worried they were. Now that he was outside the small world, he could finally use the communication amulet and check how the others were doing. House of Uriel Darris, 2 days after Lith had left the academy. Being the lessons suspended, most students had returned back home, either because of nostalgia or forced by their parents. Even with the information blackout, the news of the problems in Candria had spread like wildfire after all the academies had been shut down. The 6 big academies were like small countries, following their own rules. Even in time of war, they were supposed to continue their activities. The only exception in the past had been when the country was invaded, hence all hands were needed on deck. The situation was so serious that many noble families had packed their things and left the kingdom with most of their wealth. As soon as the crown had noticed the rats abandoning the sinking ship, it exploited the opportunity to take out some trash. A decree had been issued that whoever left the kingdom in times of need would be considered a deserter, losing his noble title, the lands, and having all their assets frozen and confiscated by the crown. Many of the old nobles' faction, discovered to have become homeless commoners while they were still traveling past the borders, to reach their distant relatives in the Gorgon Empire. Uriel was discussing with his father, Archmage Darris, the opportunity to expand their lands by reclaiming the title their neighbors had relinquished due to their escape, bringing into their Grand Duchy another of the 6 big academies. Their lands accommodated the Fire Griffin Academy already. With the Black Griffin, they would have a major role in the Mage Association's business, achieving an authority on par with the Destar Marquisate. Great minds think alike, my son, Velen said, puffing his chest with pride. Unlike his useless siblings that did nothing but drink, gamble, and have sex all day, Uriel was being recognized by the White Griffin Academy thanks to his hard work. He was also demonstrating a very practical and scheming mind, exploiting every opportunity he had at hand. Maybe the Darras household wasn't doomed, after all. If even Uriel turned out to be like the rest of his children, Velan would have been forced to adopt. But it will not be easy. With a title of Grand Duke, we already have too much land and money. By getting more, we could be considered a threat to the crown. But that's ridiculous, Uriel was outraged. The Darras household never had any political ambition. We have always served the kingdom, improving the lives of our subjects. Velan sighed. You are still too naive, my son. I know it, you know it. The king doesn't, though, and would be stupid of him not thinking of the consequences of letting a single individual get his hands on so much power. We need something big, and I think I have just what we need. Being his heir, Velan shared everything with Uriel, because he trusted his judgment, and because he wanted to prepare him for the moment when he would inherit everything. Since Lucart attacked you, I have started to suppress his assets. Remember, attacking someone's life is a crime, but bringing down a rival's business empire is perfectly legal. It also hits that pompous bastard where it hurts the most, his wallet. Velan took out several papers, filled with numbers, places, names, and dates. I know he is behind all this Civil War bullshit, and I bet my magic that he is also behind Candria's problems. He showed Uriel a stolen document bearing the Lucart's emblem that reported several massive payments from the household to Quarn Hatorn. Always follow the money, son. Now this Hatorn is already one of the kingdom's top most wanted. Guess where one of his main labs was? Candria? Uriel had a greedy light in his eyes, matching the one in his father's. Exactly. Ever since the Candria incident started, this insignificant piece of paper has become my beacon. I'm digging all that I can from banks and credit institutions, investing a fortune bribing underpaid clerks to get things like this, and you know why. Because if Hatorn turns out to be the responsible, and we can link her to Lucart, we can legally get rid of him and get the Black Griffin too. Chapter 169, Domestic Affairs 2. House of Floria Ernas, a week after Lith had left the academy. After Headmaster Linjos gave the announcement about all the academy's activities being suspended, the students were left with two alternatives: remain in the castle and self-study, or return to their homes. The professors were busy helping with Candria's situation, either by providing materials, magic ingredients, or searching for Manohar, but the academy would remain open. Its size was the same of a small city. Many clerks and their families lived there, just like most of the kitchen personnel. Several students were orphans or had complicated family situations, hence once admitted, the academy would be their home until graduation or expulsion. It was one of the reasons that galvanized all those of humble origins to give their best in their studies, to the point of overcoming their limits. Once in the academy, they would never again fear cold, hunger, or the abuses from their relatives or caretakers. For them, bullying was a small price to pay, because at least in their rooms they were kings and queens. Before departing, Uriel had offered the girls hospitality in his home for as long as necessary, but they had politely refused. Time, stress, and the growth spurt had brought him to bloom as a man. Whenever he wasn't focused on his magic studies, Uriel would hit on girls, jumping from one to another like a bee dancing among flowers. Floria didn't like how often she had caught him staring at her legs and ass. Just like Freya couldn't stand how whenever they started a conversation, it seemed to be directed at her bosom, since his eyes would rarely move from such spot. My eyes are up here, she would often repeat, achieving only a temporary truce. Quilla was the most bothered of the three, since he would not give her a look, if not by mistake, or for asking her advice about school subjects. She had stopped liking Uriel in a romantical way months ago, but his behavior was aggravating nonetheless. With his looks, charms, and status, Uriel was a lady killer, and receiving his attentions was a badge of honor for all girls, relegating the ones he ignored in the homely girls' club, of which Quilla's cruel peers had made her a founding member. So when the opportunity arose, they all left the academy's toxic environment and moved to Floria's house. Freya was determined to not follow her mother's plans anymore, to the point of sealing her communication amulet in a dimensional object to not have to hear from her again. Floria lived in a duchy quite far from the academy, but thanks to the use of warp gates, they reached her home in less than an hour. The manor was surrounded by high white crystal walls, generating an array that prevented anyone to fly or warp past its boundaries without the use of a special amulet. The park around the manor extended as far as the eye could see. The air smelled of freshly cut grass, flower beds adorned the cobblestone paths that went across the front gardens. Trees and bushes were all artistically trimmed to resemble mythical beasts, like unicorns and griffins. Even the benches, offering cool shades to the visitors, were made of white marble, engraved with runes that made them water and dirt-proof, keeping them dry and clean no matter the weather. The manor itself was bigger than Quilla's whole village, cultivated fields included. It extended for at least 3,000 square meters, 3,588 square yards, divided into a main building, a left and a right wing forming a reversed U-shape. It wasn't anything special for Freya, her house was even bigger, but for Quilla was akin to the royal palace she had dreamed about as a kid. It took her a couple of days to recover from the shock of being served night and day and being called young miss. The academy was a Spartan environment. Despite even a single one of its stones was more expensive than the whole park, in the White Griffin everything was designed without pomp. Looks held no significance for the academy's buildings, only practicality did. Hence, despite being full of magical wonders, it resembled more a military boot camp rather than a mystical place where dreams could come true. Quilla felt like a beggar suddenly admitted at the king's court. Aside for her uniform, she had no other dress. The problem was quickly solved, since both the noble girls had plenty of unused clothes that, just like the uniform, were capable of shrinking to fit the wearer. To make things worse, she had no notion of etiquette, so every meal was a nightmare. There were so many plates and silverware, which she had never seen before, that made picking the right one for each dish harder than opening a warp steps. When she was first offered a bowl of water and lemon juice, a noble's tradition for washing hands before a meal, she asked what kind of soup it was, making even the highly professional staff smirk for a split second at her blunder. After that, they only consumed their meals in Floria's quarters to avoid Quilla further embarrassment and teach her the basics. Floria provided them amulets, allowing the girls to spend most of their days practicing dimensional magic. With nothing to worry about and the mansion's relaxed environment, Quilla managed to teach her friends how to open a warp gate in less than a week. The last thing they needed to pass Professor Rudd's class with flying colors was learning how to blink. During their stay, the girls were completely isolated from the outside world. Floria would often receive dispatches, often getting pale after reading them and always burning them afterwards. She refused to discuss their contents, no matter how her friends insisted. Between the rumors about a world-ending plague, the slithering civil war, and now the decree that allowed to confiscate everything from runaway nobles, unrest was growing in the kingdom. No one had predicted such a move from the crown, crippling the old nobles faction in one fell swoop. Along with their mansions and estates, the royal police had acquired many incriminating evidences that was triggering a domino effect. The noble faction was losing ground and influence fast, forcing their hand. They had to either speed up their plans or give up and submit before it was too late to do both. Floria didn't want to alarm the others. In her mind, it was only a matter of time before they were conscripted and sent to the battlefront. There was no reason to spoil their last carefree days with such news. Their peace was broken the day that Floria's mother suddenly returned home. Their relationship wasn't good to begin with, so Floria had her friends dress up for the occasion, to not give a bad first impression to her demanding parent. After they were summoned in her mother's chambers, Floria instructed them about what to say and how to behave. After your introduction, just make a curtsy and then only speak when questioned. Try to keep the answers short. If she starts nagging at us, we'll lose all day. Lady Gianni Ernez was a petite woman, barely 1.52 cm, 5 high, with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. Despite being at home, she wore a beautiful light blue day dress worthy of the court. Her hair was perfectly curled, framing her face like she was out of a painting. The first thought Freya and Quilla had after seeing them together was that Floria may have been adopted. The two couldn't be more different. Gianni had aged gracefully. In her soft, round visage, there was still a spark of youth. She was quite different from the monster Floria had described time and time again. "Mother, is wonderful to have you back," Floria started to say, but Gianni froze her with a stern look. "Good gods, I swear on my children's life that wearing a skirt from time to time will not do any harm. How can we find you a husband if you dress like this?" Floria cursed inwardly her stupidity. She had been so worried about her friends to forget about herself, still wearing her training suit and smelling because of the physical exercise. "I'm really sorry, Where are your manners? You should first introduce your friends to me. I'm so sorry. Despite all my efforts, my daughter acts and behaves like she was raised by bears. I'm Duchess Ernest." She interrupted Floria again, making her guest a curtsy. "Miss Quilla, Miss Solivar, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The girls were so stunned by the exchange that could only return the curtsy and thank their host. "It's Lady Solivar, mother," Floria rebuked, happy to be able to return a hit. "Really, didn't you hear?" A cruel smirk marred Gianni's otherwise kind visage. "After several documents incriminating Duke Selimer, General Lijark, and Mage Fernath, your father and the royal constable went to interrogate them. Alas, they were found dead, but their assassin didn't make in time to erase all the evidences. The three of them were secretly in league with Duchess Solivar, who, after being summoned for questioning, preferred to flee to the Blood Desert. The poor Duchess is now considered a traitor, and we hope to seize her lands for the Erna's household." There was no trace of pity in her voice, and Floria knew why. She was the royal constable. Countless people had fallen for her innocent and naive look until the questioning began. Freya went pale, needing Quilla's help to not fall on her knees from the shock. "I'm so sorry, dear." Gianni patted Freya's hands with an odd motherly tone. "I thought you already knew, otherwise I wouldn't have been so blunt." Floria didn't believe a word coming out of her mouth. "Not everything is lost, dear. The Erna's household is always looking for talents. Me and my husband would be more than happy to adopt you both." "What?" Floria blurted out, incapable of holding back anymore. "Are you crazy? How can you say something like that so abruptly?" Gianni clicked her tongue in disapproval. "Because is the perfect moment. Miss Quilla, despite her great talent, has no roots or backers. Our family is full of soldiers and no healers. I'd say is a match made in heavens. She could carry on our name, even if not our blood, and will be much easier to marry compared to a certain tomboy." Her cold gaze made Floria swallow her reply. "As for Miss Solivar, having her in our family will make much easier for us to beat the competition for the Solivar's lands, while at the same time giving her a place to call home and avoid her mother's action ruining her future career. With a figure and talent like hers, finding suitors will be a snap. It's a win-win situation for everyone." Going back to Lucia from Dirio's took Lith only half the usual time. Between his core's breakthrough and the constant practice of magic under Small World, Lith felt the mana flow with unprecedented clarity, enhancing all his spells. "Crap, if only I had the time to practice dimensional magic, by now I would be able to blink. I bet everyone else is at least able to open warp steps." For once, his pessimism was right. On his way home, he was flying over the village when his heightened hearing perceived a familiar voice screaming. Tista was suffering once again from Garth's unwanted attentions. He was the son of the richest merchant of the village, which made him feel entitled to do whatever he wanted. He had courted her for over a year, obtaining only rejections and spite in return. Since Tista had always said no but never roasted his ass, his father had convinced Garth that her no meant yes, and that it was time for a more manly approach. "Garth Renkin, let go of my arm immediately, or I swear that." "Or what? Without your gestures and gibberish, you are just a woman like any other. If even your mentor does not step in to stop me, who do you think will?" From her office, Nana was sighing, face-palming herself every time Garth spoke, and Tista didn't kick him in the nuts or hit him with chore magic like she had instructed her countless times. "Why are you doing nothing?" said Alina, Tista's mother holding an axe and barely resisting the temptation to split Garth's skull in half. "Because your daughter is too kind. This is a learning experience. Sometimes violence is necessary. Words aren't going to stop all the idiots out there. She needs to learn to stand up for herself before it's too late. I mean, look, she saved half the passers-by's lives, helped the other half being born, and no one is doing anything. Too much kindness will make her die young." Since Gareth was dragging her away and Tista still refused to act, Nana decided to step in, before Alina turned into a murderer, the street into a mess, and then she would be forced to clean everything up. She was about to open the door and give the youngster the beating of a lifetime, when suddenly the sky went dark, the temperature dropped by several degrees, and a thunder roared in the distance. It was like the shadow of death was befalling Lucia. "I swear I was willing to take care of him," Nana said in an apologetic tone to Alina. But it seems that the shadow of death has returned home. Chapter 170, Domestic Affairs 3. The members of the Queen's Corps tasked to protect Tista were pissed off beyond reason. Most of them had a family back home, with one or more kids around Tista's age. In their files, they had classified Garth Renkin as an insufferable pompous ass, but a harmless one. This time, by acting as a troll in heat, he had crossed the line. The only reason why he was still alive instead of chopped to pieces was that unless in case of a deadly threat, their utmost priority was to remain undercover. They had to wait either for him to push his luck or to go away from prying eyes before intervening. To make things worse, the passive attitude of the bystanders, that aside from whispering and commenting were doing nothing, made more than one officer ponder setting the village ablaze after the situation was resolved. In their eyes, Tista was basically a saint. The only things she did were helping her family and providing magical care, sometimes even for free, behind Nana's back, to those who couldn't afford it or were going through a rough patch. Seeing such a person harassed by a pig-brained man amid public indifference was too much to bear. "Gods, as soon that idiot goes back home, I'm going to rip his bulls off," said a member of the unit in her communication earpiece. "Get in line, Tommen," replied her captain. "I called dibs on the left one since he grabbed her arm." "And I on the right one," added a second voice. "Fine, then I'll cut his dick and have him choke on it." No one laughed. It wasn't a joke. The problem with long-term detail assignments was that once you knew your target better than your own family, it was natural to get attached. Being professionals, they were able to keep their emotions in check, but that didn't make them one bit less ruthless or dangerous, only worse. So, when they recognized the environmental signs of a powerful mage being royally pissed, they moved away to better enjoy the show. Snacks and bets were the natural follow-up. "Okay, guys. Garth getting killed is 1.11, maimed 3-1, crippled 2-1, going home unscathed is 101. When overwhelmed by emotions, it was natural for even fake mages to affect their surrounding by subconsciously connecting to the world energy. Lowering the temperature, summoning strong gales, it was all mistaken for an involuntary use of first magic. The stronger the mage, the stronger the effects, that was the rule. Lith's situation was quite different, though. Being an awakened one, his thoughts were naturally connected to the world energy, so his inner turmoil would have a bigger impact than normal. Unbeknownst to him, after being accepted through a world's tribulation, the surge of his violent emotions would trigger the planet's attention, making the resonance even worse. That was the reason why clouds were gathering, a thunderstorm brewing. Nana and the Corps members thought it was a spell, but it was merely a reflection of Lith's fury. "Lith, I know you are angry, but you must hold back," Solus warned him. "Not this time, Solus. I get you love unicorns and rainbows, but the fucker went too far. There is no place for mercy." "Mercy, by my maker, he can die in a fire for all I care. I meant that there are several witnesses, including some powerful magicians, maybe from the Corps. They are supposed to watch your family after all. So do your worst, but do not blow your cover." "That pig is not worth it." Having doubted Solus, loyalty only made Lith angrier, making Garth's tab even more nasty. Yet she was right, he had to be careful. "Maybe." Lith descended quietly instead of making a crater on the ground like he would have loved to. His eyes were closed shut, perceiving his surroundings only through earth magic and Solus. Lith knew that if he looked at the bastard's face, he would lose his self-control. Yet the temperature kept plummeting, and despite it had been a sunny spring day until a few seconds ago, Garth could see his breath steam. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and his skin was covered with goose bumps from the terror. And he wasn't the only one. Lith's killing intent was aimed at all those present but Tista, Nana, and his mother. Its intensity was similar to what Gareth, Senti, and Killian experienced, but with two big differences. Here there was no small world smothering Lith's magic, and while Gareth and Killian had been battle-hardened veterans, Lucia's residents were farmers and merchants. The worst thing they had ever experienced was being mugged. Garth's natural reaction was letting Tista's arm go like it was frenzied snake and wet himself. A warm puddle drove away the cold from his nether regions and feet. Most of the bystanders fell to their knees. Some started to puke in panic. A few even fainted. "Lil brother," Tista didn't seem to notice anything. There was only Lith in her eyes now. Her warm smile and adorable voice made him all soft inside, turning the seething rage into a full-blown inferno. Tista, his right arm pulled her close in an embrace, while his right fist struck Garth behind her back with the strength of a sledgehammer. Lith held back, so instead of pulverizing his jaw, he just dislocated it, making Garth spat a mouthful of blood. "I missed you so much," she was crying. "Where have you been? I worried every day, fearing the worst." She was crying. "I'm so sorry," Lith replied, holding her even tighter. "I was on a mission for the Mage Association, but there was nothing for you to worry about." His arms held her close. but his hands and mouth kept moving, conjuring wind pillars that pinned those present to the ground. Lith mentioning the Mage Association turned fear into terror, but for Garth there was only horror. He hadn't seen Lith in years, almost forgetting how monstrous he was. Garth was the only one not pinned. Lith was taunting him to run away. She was crying. Lith brought Tista back to Nana's house. "I'll be back soon. Whatever happens, do not watch." Lith wiped her tears while caressing her face before closing the door and casting the hush spell all around the house. Then he opened his eyes, causing another bolt of lightning to come down, closer than the previous one. The flash drew everyone's attention away. When they looked back, Lith was straight in front of Garth, having crossed dozens of meters in less than a second. "How did?" Garth managed to ask despite the maddening terror. "You blinked," Lith replied like it explained everything. After that, he grabbed Garth's right dominant arm, twisting it like it was just a twig. "Is this the hand you used to touch her?" A magic word, and his fingers dancing in the air was enough to turn the limb into a block of ice. Lith twisted it again, shattering the arm like glass from fingers to shoulders. Garth wanted to scream. The pain was crushing, but so was Lith's right hand around his throat. "Is this the mouth with which you dared to speak her name?" The men from the Queen's Corps were laughing their asses off from the rooftops. "That was a good line. I must use it the next time my daughter picks a bad boy," said one of the women of the unit. "This is no laughing matter." The captain was suddenly serious. "I don't care about the pig," he explained, facing their dumbstruck stares. "I mean the killing intent. I can feel it from up here and it's twisting my guts. How the fuck can a 12-year-old be so ferocious?" The whole unit sneered. "Captain, what if that was your daughter?" asked his second-in-command. "I wouldn't give a fuck if it was Garth Rankin, a prince or the fucking king himself. I would rip him to pieces and no one would ever know." The captain's killing intent burst over the street, making even more people faint. "That's how," replied the second-in-command. "Now shut up, this is getting good." Gurid Rankin, Garth's father, had just joined the fray. "Please don't kill him. He is my firstborn and my heir. He will never bother you again." Gurid kneeled down, banging his head on the ground. "That's a given." Lith sneered, while ice started to cover Garth's face, turning each breath into an agony. "I beg you, it's all my fault. I told him that rebellious women like to be tamed. Take it out on me, not him." Lith's right kick crushed Gurid's ribcage, puncturing his lungs at the same time. Yet it was also infused with light magic, healing the injuries as soon as they formed. Lith didn't want for him to die so fast. "Tamed, my sister, you!" Gurid's words almost drove Lith mad, making it impossible for him to speak coherently. Lith shattered Garth's legs, all three of them, before dropping him on the ground. The women of the Corps giggled, while the men instinctively covered their crotch. There are only two ways this story can end. Lith's eyes were burning red like fire pits. "Number one, I kill him here and now. You step aside and maybe, just maybe, I will not kill each and every one of your family for your crimes." Gurid was crying out of fear and desperation. "Number two, you stand in my way. In such a case, I will still kill him. Then it will be your turn, and I will call the Count, the association, and every single person that owes me to make sure your whole bloodline is wiped out." Gurid had 2 more sons and as many daughters. The thought of even his brothers, sisters, and nephews getting killed because of his foolishness was too much. He inwardly cursed at himself. How could he forget that Tista wasn't just another farm girl that Garth could use and throw away once he was tired of her? This wasn't a problem that money could solve. He was about to step away when a second kick sent him sprawling away, coughing blood. "Stand up again, and it will be the last time." Lith grabbed Garth by the neck, lifting him in mid-air before burning him alive, for everyone to hear. "I shouldn't have saved your life years ago, you piece of trash. This is partially my fault, too. I gave you your life, and now I'm taking it back with interest." Only after the body turned to ashes did the screams stop. "And now it's your turn," Lith said to the bystanders still pinned from the beginning, or at least to those still conscious. "The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. That's what you did, and now you shall pay the price." Lith started to manipulate the thunderstorm's energies, to kill all of them in one fell swoop. Inside Nana's house, Alina was still hugging and kissing Tista to soothe her nerves. She didn't give a damn about what Lith would do. If it depended on her, she would have killed all those that had allowed harm to come to her baby. Tista was trying to calm her mother, trying not to think why there was so much silence. Nana had watched everything from behind a shutter, and after a good shrug, she closed the window for good. "I don't give a fuck about them, I just live here," On the rooftops, the Queen's Corps gave a small round of applause to Lith's display of magic mastery. "All in favor of saving them?" asked the captain. Not a single hand was raised. "It's unanimous, then." The whole unit shrugged, returning to their initial positions. Lith was about to unleash the fury of the elements on the whole village when a big and strong hand grabbed his wrist. Being weak is not a fault, and neither is being stupid. No matter how aggravating it is, rabbits will run away and fawns will dumbly stare until it's too late. The voice was strong and wise, but more importantly, it was a familiar one. "You already killed the one that attempted to harm your cub. You can kill his pack if you want, but that's cruel and unnecessary, just like killing other innocent cubs. Brother Scourge, do not ruin our reunion by forcing me to pray for so many souls." The man in front of him was a barbarian, at least 2.1 meters, 7 high, wearing a hunter set made of deer skin with boots bigger than a bucket. His face was rough and savage with a square jaw and a cleft chin. His long hair and his stubble were flaming red, having never been groomed. Despite his brutish appearance, his emerald eyes were calm and wise. There was no way Lith wouldn't recognize those colors and his smell. "Protector, is that you?" Chapter 171, Reunion. The barbarian nodded to Lith's question. "Your senses are sharper than ever. It seems that since our last encounter we both have changed greatly. Do not call me Protector, though. I go by the name of Ryman now. Humans are still diffident of newcomers. If they discover my name is an alias, it could bring out the worst in them. You should know it better than anyone else." "Then do not call me Scourge," Lith replied, freeing his wrist from Ryman's grasp. "My name is Lith." The piece of news left Ryman quite baffled. "I thought it was an endearing term, since few calls you like that. You have many names, like Scourge, Young Spirit, Little Bastard, and others I will not repeat because they make me want to bite heads off." "Ungrateful bastards," Lith yelled, making most of those present run away. After all I and Tista did for them, I would expect that protecting her from a single idiot isn't a mammoth task. They stood idly instead, like she was a complete stranger. Someone is going to die for that. I always return favors in kind. "I'm sorry for not stepping in earlier." Protector scratched his thick hair with an embarrassed expression. "I still don't understand the humans' mating rituals. I thought it was some kind of courtship, yet it seemed odd that despite the female being stronger, the male was so aggressive. I expected her to bite him away or something." "That makes the two of us." Lith's rage was being smothered by his old friend's soothing presence. "Me and Tista definitely need to talk, and so do we. Where can I find you?" "That's easy." Ryman gave him a very wolfish smile. "We are neighbors since I'm living with Celia in the house next to yours." "You what?" Lith's eyes almost popped out from the surprise. "I can't make clothes out of thin air." He waved at his attire. "And she is the only human I know besides you. I often saw her hunting in the woods. I know she has a good heart." "A good heart? Are we speaking about the same woman?" Ryman nodded. "She respects the woods and its inhabitants and never takes more than she needs. So when I came out of the woods after transforming into a human for the first time, I went to her place. She was very kind to me. Celia washed me and dressed me. I was surprised by her attentions, but it seemed rude of me to reject her, since she is very attractive for a human. Your females are incredibly aggressive in mating and quite flexible. Celia is." "Too much information, dude. Spare me the details, I beg of you." Lith's head was spinning. First the idiot's threatening Tista, then the villager's betrayal, and now his wolf friend was human and living with his old mentor. That was too much for a single day. "She is practically an aunt to me. The image of you two having sex together will haunt me for days." "There's nothing wrong with that. Don't your parents have sex too? They must be pretty vigorous to have many offspring." Lith's words didn't make sense to Protector. "Yes, they do, but not in front of me, and absolutely they do not share any detail. It's a human thing." Lith decided to cut the conversation short. "See you later. I want to know everything about your transformation." Ryman nodded, and then went to buy the groceries Celia had requested. Lith went back to Nana's house, bowing to his old mentor before hugging her. "Master, why you did not intervene?" he asked with a tinge of pain in the voice. "I'm sorry, young spirit. I hope to do some good." Nana caressed Lith's cheek gently. "Is the idiot taken care of?" "Permanently." Lith's tone was stone cold. "This is all on you, child." Nana was scolding Tista for the first time since she had started to work with her. "You can't always depend on me or your brother. Being good and being stupid are two different things. A mage as powerful as you acting as a damsel in distress is an affront to all those poor girls that are actually helpless. If you had kicked his ass earlier, none of this would have happened. Far be it from me to put the blame on the victim. He was a lustful fool that would have died anyway, sooner or later, but you could have prevented things from escalating. Why do you think your mother has my firewood axe? Why do you think your brother was so furious? You need to learn to stand up for yourself and fight your battles, otherwise someone else will and blood will be spilled anyway. Tista blushed with shame, staring at the floor while fiddling with her hair. Seeing her mother and brother react like that had been a shock for her. Tista had never thought to be in real danger. She considered the whole village like her extended family. When she had realized how aggressive Garth was, and no one, not even Nana, had intervened, Tista had panicked, completely forgetting about chore magic. Once back at home, the whole family, Renaa included, first hugged Tista, and after checking she was unscathed, they scolded her in turns until she started crying uncontrollably, forcing them to stop. Dad, something feels off. Our village was never full of saints and geniuses, but assaulting Tista in broad daylight is too much. Also, our community is quite tight-knitted. Why no one did move a finger to help her? Lith asked. Roz sighed, hiding his face in his hands. It's actually my fault. Now that all you kids are independent, and with the money you and Tista give to the family, I had the time and the resources to develop the family business. Right now, our farm is Lucia's biggest. No offense, Dad, but that's not a big deal. How are the two things related? Because for a month now, rumors about an impending illness are becoming more and more frequent. At the start, people considered them just a bad joke, but over time, they started panicking. In times of crisis, only two things really matter: long-lasting food for survival and weapons to protect yourself and the food. The blacksmith, despite raising his prices, has sold out everything weeks ago. While he is waiting for new supplies, people bring him their tools to turn them into weapons. You can't rush food, though, nor make it appear out of thin air. Our barn is filled to the brim, but unlike some of our neighbors, I refuse to restrict supply and raise prices. That angered those that hoped to profit off the mass hysteria and Rankin in particular. He offered to buy supplies from me in bulk, to hide them away while waiting for their value to hit the roof and make a fortune. My answer was always no. First, because I'm not so foolish to make money in the short term just to starve later. Second, because I didn't want so many people, good people, that I know and have respect from years to become poor because I exploited their fears. If the rumors turn out to be just rumors, half the village would have spent all their saving for nothing. Lith whistled with admiration for his father's adamant morals, wondering if he would be capable of doing the same. So, you are the reason why farmers and merchants cannot speculate on the food's price. Roz nodded. Exactly. Because of that, some of our neighbors resent me. They hope to get rich by selling their provisions at inflated prices. As for Rankin, when he understood I wouldn't budge, he sent his son to do the dirty work. Renaa is untouchable, being the blacksmith's daughter-in-law. Gurid probably thought that you being away, and with Tista's meek attitude, he could force his way into the family and change my mind. Dad, you are a true hero. I'm proud of you. Lith put his hand on Roz's shoulder. The kingdom should award more people like you. And less like me, he inwardly added. With your actions, you have saved countless lives from low-life vultures. Those who resent you were never your friends in the first place. They were just snakes in the grass. As for the others, they'll be grateful once they find out it was all a lie. There is no such thing as an illness threatening the kingdom. Not anymore, Solus giggled. Really, are you sure? Lith's words lifted a huge emotional burden from Roz's conscience. Of course I am. Until this morning I was working as an assistant for Professor Marth at the White Griffin. He lied through his teeth so easily that it made him feel guilty. Lith hated playing with their feelings, but it was the only way he had to keep them safe. He had been tasked to verify these rumors, and he personally told me there is nothing to worry about. I can't wait to share the good news with the others. Sorry to burst your bubble, but no one will believe you. I am just a student and you are already considered a party pooper. Do not make things worse. Wait for the official announcement to be made before gloating. Lith and his family spent the time until after lunch to make up for the lost time, forcing him to lie about everything that had happened to Lith in the last 2 weeks. After the meal, he went to find Protector telling him the background behind Tista's harassment. So it wasn't courting. The male's father risked his own pup's life for pieces of metal. Even in his human form, Ryman managed to snarl. Humans sure have a talent for disappointment. Never mind that. Tell me, how did you manage to change so much in less than 3 months? Yep, from Rye to humanoid and from a bright cyan monocore to a deep blue one is a huge step, Solus pointed out. Soon after you left, a Scorpicore came to the Tron Woods. She was looking for a scourge, and she had learned that it was the title of the king in the West. She, that thing, it's a female, Lith was flabbergasted. That's very rude of you, Ryman snorted. Why it? We are not things, we are living, intelligent beings just like you young pup. She is stronger and older than us both and most importantly wiser. You should learn to respect your elders. Sorry, Lith said, lowering his eyes in embarrassment. You know, when I talk to you, I have always the impression of speaking with my magical godfather or something. You always scold or lecture me. Ryman laughed out loud. Sorry, but after having sired more than 50 pups, being a father is second nature to me. As I was saying, the Scorpicore could have demanded answers from me. Instead, she just asked. She was stronger than me, but instead of stealing my territory, she treated me with respect and courtesy, so I replied honestly. Great, so she now knows where I live. What did you tell her exactly? That you are not the monster she thought you were, just a broken and twisted pup searching for its purpose. That's it, Lith could not believe his ears. Yes, Scarlet wanted to learn about you, to decide if you are a threat that needs to be put down or one of us. I think you are safe now. Lith didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of having dodged a bullet he wasn't even aware of. How the heck did that lead to you becoming humanoid? Ryman's eyes blinked in surprise. I think that saving your life deserves at least a thank you. I'm sorry again, I'm a rude jerk, thank you very much. Lith gave him a small bow. What about your transformation? Humans and your curiosity, Ryman snorted, then proceeded to tell him the whole story. Chapter 172, Reunion 2. After clearing the issue about you, the Scorpicore told me that I was ready to move forward, and that I should better hurry because I had left only a few more years to live. What? Lith had known Protector since he was 4 years old. In his eyes, the Rye had only gotten bigger and stronger over time, not older. I lived for more than 8 years as a wolf before becoming a Rye, and 30 more after that. For a magical beast, I was quite old, Scourge. The thought of death didn't surprise me as much as her words, since they made no sense. She noticed my confusion and explained to me that being a magical beast is not the end of the journey, but just a step. At least, if you are able to awaken. All that news was giving Lith and Solus an headache. Magical beasts do not hide the secret of awakening. Are they insane? Lith thought. It's not just that. Based on what he says, seems that awakening is not as easy as we thought. Lith expected to hear a reiteration of his own story. Breathing technique, feel the world energy, and after a while becoming able to sense the mana core inside the body. Reality was different, though. Scarlet brought me to what she called a special place, close to where we fought the abomination months ago. Lith knew exactly the place. It was where Solus was able to take her tower form above the mana geyser. She had me stay there for days, forcing me to practice my magic over and over. Days practice magic, this is all so wrong, Lith blurted out in surprise. Right or wrong, this is my story. Let me finish it, please. Lith raised his hands in an apologetic sign, letting Ryman continue. I do not know how to describe it precisely. It was all too abrupt. Suddenly I became able to perceive how my magic would interact with the world energy and in turn see its flow. It was such a magnificent sight, revealing to me how everything in this world has mana, and through it, we are all connected. I felt hot inside, discovering a cyan ball inside of me. Mana core, Lith chimed in. That was capable of interacting with the world energy. I started to absorb it without even realizing how, and while my mana core grew and changed, so did my body. The metamorphosis was long and painful. I expelled even more black goo than when I became a Rye. Impurities, Lith corrected him again, making Ryman snort in annoyance. But that was far from being the end. I spent the following months learning how to manipulate other elements outside air and fire. It was a nightmare, especially for light and darkness magic. I have yet to grasp their basics. Scarlet was so fed up with me being such a slow learner that she left right after teaching me how to change form into a human. She said I am too big and clumsy in my new form to interact with humans, and that disguised like this, I can travel the world and learn about myself. Lith's eyes were brimming with curiosity. Can you teach me how to change form, or did she restrict you from sharing this technique? She did not, Ryman replied, frowning his brows. But Scarlet told me is very dangerous for humans. You have a frail mind and a very strong sense of self. Most of you go mad just attempting to change form. Lith scoffed, guilty as charged about the frail mind, but I don't even know if I still have a sense of self. Who am I? Derek McCoy from Earth? Lith from Lucia? Or some kind of monster born by fusing one's memories and the other's body? This face is nothing more than bone and muscles, it's not me. Scarlet's words still echoed in Lith's mind about him being unnatural. Then it was Lith's turn telling Protector all about his own meeting with Scarlet, the Dryad, Kala. How along his journey more and more beings referred to him as not human, and how he recently had almost changed into something else. I must admit that your smell is unique among humans, but it always was, ever since our first meeting. You smelled like hatred and pain, and no pup should carry such a heavy burden. I don't know what Kala perceived, but I can understand her confusion. Your human smell is very diluted now, is more similar to mine and Scarlet's. You smell like power, but it's unbalanced toward darkness, like an abomination. Even this morning I could feel your wrath, clawing to escape. But no matter how many you will harm, sharing your pain will not make you feel better. It can temporarily relieve your burden, but it will turn into hunger. You are not a monster, but as any human you can turn into one. You must decide if to ride your inner demons as a tool for an end, or to become their steed, enslaved by your urges. That's something I can't help you with. All magical beasts face your same trial every day, and the final outcome is rarely obvious. I'll teach you what I know, so if you really change like I did, turning back to human will not be an issue. Ryman offered Lith his hand, which Lith took between his hands while activating invigoration at the same time, letting their mana flow freely between them, like two bodies with a single heart. Thanks, as I said previously, that's all wrong. I'm an awakened too, but you should have already got that by now. I bet I can teach you better than that, grumpy cat. By the way, you still have to show me your new form. Ryman took a few steps away from Lith and started undressing himself. Is this really necessary? Lith asked with a tinge of envy. Protector was equipped with heavy artillery. It was no surprise the huntress had taken a liking to him. His body was a mass of dancing muscles that would have put to shame a Greek god. A light pillar erupted from Ryman's body that soon was replaced by an enormous wolf-like thing. Its shoulder height reached 2 meters and a half, 83, with a flaming red fur with shades of white and yellow. Its whole body was enveloped in a deep blue flame that erupted more intensity out its neck, almost looking like a mane. The monster had 2 curved horns coming out of its forehead. Right in front of the ears, eagle-like feathered wing coming out from his back, and the tail was made out of dancing flames. Lith whistled in admiration. How are you called now? No idea, Ryman replied. Every superior monster is unique unless he has offspring in the old-fashioned way. According to Scarlet, I'm the first of my kind. Then I'll call you Skal, like Sky Wolf that in the legends chased the sun trying to eat it. Protector didn't like the name's backstory much. It was something that suited Scourge more than him. But he had an horrible sense for names, and Skal had a nice ring to it, so he decided to keep it. Near the northern borders of the Griffin Kingdom, Tyrus was still looking for the one responsible for the sudden raise in the abomination's numbers. Now that she was close to their origin point, Tyrus was able to easily follow its tracks with Mother Earth, her invigoration technique. Tired of chasing shadows, she had asked for Ligon's help. He was the most knowledgeable among the Guardians, thanks to all the centuries spent minding his own business. There was very little he couldn't find out, once he put his mind into it, of course. She considered herself lucky. Not only Ligon had managed to track down the approximate location of the next event, but had also promised to help. Even in times of war, when he still cared about the Empire, it was very rare of him to leave his turf. Tyrus telepathically sent him her coordinates, and a warp steps immediately appeared next to her. The one who walked out the dimensional gate was barely human in appearance. It looked like an albino man, with pure white skin and hair, with bright red eyes and clad in a black war armor. On his exposed face and hands there were multiple spots where the skin turned into scales. He had claws instead of nails and fangs instead of teeth. His smile would have struck terror in any living being with a shred of sanity. Tyrus, my dear, you are always so flashy. If Milia was here, you would crush her self-esteem. The pot calls the kettle black, she replied. I have many forms. Unlike you, I spent a lot of time around my country. I need a suit for every occasion. Tyrus snorted, considering herself less lucky with every passing second. Guardians were very proud and didn't like their flaws being pointed out. For every superior magical beast, assuming their first form was relatively easy. It was the one they had in their heart. In Tyrus' case, It was the one she had chosen hoping to please her first love. After that, she had interacted so rarely with humans that she had never bothered acquiring another. Li Gain, instead, after his self-imposed exile, had often walked among humans doing his best to go unnoticed. To do that, he had to spend a lot of time and efforts to achieve multiple alias, be them humanoid or animals. It wasn't possible to modify a form. Even changing a single detail required to start everything from scratch, no matter how similar it was to one already available. Instead of fighting a lost cause, Tyrus moved toward the source of the anomaly, forcing Li Gain to shut up and focus to keep up with her speed. In the blink of an eye, they had covered dozens of kilometers, stopping only from time to use Mother Earth again while chasing their prey. When the hunt came to an end, they couldn't believe their eyes. 3 fully developed abominations attempted to ambush them. They were an empowered 1 and 2 puppeteers, respectively in the body of a human and of a bike. "That's impossible," Li Gain blurted out, avoiding the empowered, deadly touch with a side step. The creature was entirely made of shadows with no facial features. Despite the complete lack of a body, the energy mass was so dense that it was almost impossible to distinguish it from a real one. According to my intel, they have spawned barely a day ago. How can they have evolved so fast? Tyrus was surprised too, but decided to attempt a non-violent approach. "We don't want to harm you. As long as you are able to control your urges, you are living beings like anyone else. Just tell us what happened to you and we will let you go." Instead of reacting to her words, the abominations emitted an inhuman shriek, relentlessly attacking the 2 guardians with physical and magical attacks, with the only result of angering them. There was no method or strategy behind their actions. It was just a suicidal series of attacks. Tired of their madness, Tyrus clenched her fist, squashing the empowered abomination like a bug by using only spirit magic, paralyzing the other 2 in her magical grip. "This is your last chance, speak or die." The abominations just kept shrieking, almost breaking free from Tyrus' grasp with sheer brute force. "This shouldn't be happening," said Li Gain. "Developed abominations should aim only for survival. These things look even more senseless than newborn. Let me attempt to read them." Tyrus nodded, focusing her strength on not letting them escape. It wasn't only their mind to be apparently broken, even their powers were out of scale. It was just them being too stupid to use them properly. Li Gain let out 2 tendrils of mana, attempting a telepathic communication with the 2 anomalies. As soon as the link was established, Li Gain fell on his knees screaming in pain. Tyrus squashed them mercilessly, going to aid her old friend. "What happened?" "It's worse than we thought. Not only something is creating artificial abominations, in a way similar to what you use for your artificial awakened ones, but it's also fusing themselves together to force them to evolve faster. Each one of those things was several abominations merged into one. That's why they were so strong." Chapter 173, Return. "What do you mean?" Tyrus asked. "We already know how abominations are usually born. An awakened one gets too greedy, impatient, or both, and ends up losing his body. After that, either they find a way to stabilize their energy form or death ensues. In this case, though, someone has purposely awakened humans, beasts, and monsters against their will, and then attempted an experiment as brilliant as much as twisted. Newborn abominations are made entirely out of energy, with little to no sense of self at all. By merging them together, our culprit has found a way to stabilize their ethereal forms while at the same time making easier for them to possess a body. Since they are almost mindless, hungry beings, they offer no resistance to the merging process. Energy is energy after all. They perceive it as feeding until it's too late. Also, being hybrids of multiple species, they can inhabit almost any body. On paper it's a great idea, but once they start regaining their minds, the conflicting personalities are incapable of coexisting. As we have witnessed, their constant fight for control turns into madness. "Are you sure about this?" Tyrus was pondering about the implications of their discovery. The situation was already bad, but if Li Gain was right, it was just the beginning. "Very," he nodded. "Once I established the connection, I was assaulted by at least 100 different minds, each one of them marked by the pain of captivity and of being forcefully turned into abominations. Too bad that before I could sort out their memories and ask some questions, they recognized me as a foreign mind and piled up on me all at once. For once, I think you are wrong, old friend." Tyrus started pacing in circles, trying to ease her nervousness. "When everything started, I would find single abominations, indistinguishable by normal ones except for their abnormal spawn rate. Now we have faced a small group that not only had evolved, but despite their madness coordinated their attacks, both in the physical plane and psychic one. What does this tell you? That our opponent has spent quite a lot of time perfecting his method, and now he's attempting to further step up his game. No, you are underestimating whoever this is. Yes, they were mad, but still able to work together. Also, you told me that once they recognized you, they stopped fighting and attacked you as one. This means that their maker already has a degree of control over them. He left them behind in order to escape from us, even predicting that we would have tried to probe their minds, leaving a trap behind. How badly would you be injured without my help? Li Gain inwardly cursed at his stupidity. Either the mental attack had been stronger than he had suspected, or he was really becoming an old fool. Physically, not much. Even giving them hours, their attacks were still too weak. Their combined psychic attack, though, took me by surprise. I would have needed weeks, if not months, to heal the telepathic scars. Exactly. Our enemy is getting bolder with every success. It's only a matter of time before the Gorgon Empire starts getting targeted, too. I wish you were right, but we are past that point already. In the last months, a few abominations wreaked havoc in several border cities. At first, I was happy about that. Milia never fought one, so I thought it would do her good to have some practice. But when she reported me to how many of those monsters she encountered, I couldn't help but worry. There were more than usually spawn in a year. Why do you think I accepted to come here? It was obvious that your problem had turned into our problem. Hearing those words, Tyrus couldn't help but worry. This explains a lot. He conducted the first step of his plan in my country, the second in yours, probably hoping I would not notice, and then escalated things here again. We need to warn Salark. Her territory is the biggest, and has so many uninhabited areas you could hide whole armies. She could be the next target. Are we talking about the same Salark, the harbinger of chaos, the scorching sun, the Red Death? Unlike us, she has never kept a low profile. It would be crazy messing with her. If I'm right, the one behind this madness knows about us Guardians, and it's testing our limits. Getting on the blacklist of 3 Guardians instead of 2 is not a big deal. What do you mean you have lost them? Captain Locrias of the Queen's Corps couldn't believe his ears. Tommen was the most skilled member of the unit at tailing their target, yet she had lost track of Lith many times during his last visit. He moved so fast and erratically that it was impossible for her to keep following him and not get discovered. This time, though, things were even worse. Lith and his odd friend had met outside the Huntress's house and then had disappeared like ghosts. I'm sorry, Captain, but I had to keep my distance and couldn't use any eavesdropping air spells to maintain my cover. I don't know how he does it, but in the past that barbarian has been able to perceive me every time I got too close or used air magic. He then just suddenly pops behind my back and asks me why I was following him, forcing me to escape, but never attempting to chase me. Having suddenly became incapable of doing her job frustrated Tommen to no end. Damn it, with what face can I report this to the Queen? It was fine not knowing anything about this Ryman guy, as long he was just the Huntress lover and kept a low profile. After what has happened today, however, he is now one of our priorities. Indeed, someone that can put his hands on that sociopath and get it back in one piece could be useful leverage, said Pecos, the second in command. That's why I hate backwater villages, the captain said, shaking his head in frustration. It's impossible to perform a decent background check on newcomers. No one knows him, and no one cares about his past. According to Tommen's report, he is a great expert, even able to use warp steps for instant movements. We need to find out who he is and bring him to our side. The fact that he can keep Lith's murderous impulses in check is just the icing on the cake. Actually, Ryman was incapable of using dimensional magic. He was just that fast. I'm sorry, Captain. Vicaros, the liaison with the Mage Association, had an embarrassed expression that didn't bode well. No one matching Ryman's name or description has ever attended an academy, nor is registered in any guild based in the Griffin Kingdom. The guy is a ghost. Oh, come on. Just because he walked out of the woods in his birthday suit a month ago, it's impossible for him to have no past. Men do not sprout like mushrooms. Much to Captain Locria's dismay, it was exactly what had happened. Lith spent the next 2 days making up for the lost quality time with his family. Too much time had passed since their last treatment, so he was forced to expel the newly accumulated impurities in their bodies that were making them age faster due to the daily fatigue, deteriorating their health. It seems that unlike awakened ones that progressively get rid of the impurities they are born with, normal humans and fake mages keep producing new ones. It must be the reason my looks are improving over time. Lith pondered. Or not, Solus giggled. That's a very natural phenomenon called growing up. Sure, having a smooth skin and silky hair helps, but your main problem has always been the perpetual glaring. It was one of those arguments where they had to agree to disagree. Ryman's magic abilities grew by leaps and bounds under Lith's supervision. He had no idea how true magic worked. In his Rye form, air and fire magic were natural for him like breathing, turning his thoughts into reality. The other elements, however, were another story. He had no skill or experience with them, so Lith taught him first magic, giving the foundations to improve his talent. Lith also taught him about invigoration and accumulation, something that Scarlet had overlooked doing. Probably she wanted me to learn everything by myself, Ryman pondered. In nature, power without wisdom is the greatest madness. I'm very sorry I can't give you anything in return. Ryman had tried teaching Lith how to change form, but with no success. Lith understood the theory behind it, but whenever he attempted to do it, nothing would happen. There was no pain, no tickling sensation running through his body. He would just circulate his mana uselessly. It doesn't matter. If what occurred in the camp happens again, at least I should be able to control the process of transformation. Also, thanks to you, now I know how to teach Tista true magic if the necessity ever arises. Be careful, Scourge. A great power can be a curse for such a gentle soul. Tisk, Lith scoffed. As much as I love my sister, she needs to grow up. Gentle or not, one can't remain a cub their whole life. There is a time when one has to learn how to use his fangs to bring the hurt. I could not have said it better, Ryman laughed. Before going back to the academy, Lith forged him a dimensional ring to avoid being forced to see Ryman undress every time he took his skull form. Later that week, Gurid Renkin was found dead in his bed, and Nana certified him to have died of a natural cause. A huge blast of dark magic naturally causes the heart to stop, hence it's a natural cause. She inwardly added having recognized the effects of her beloved spell Ekidu Ruha, but that's another story. Back at the White Griffin, Lith was surprised to find that all of his professors were willing to teach him privately until the academies officially started operating again. Of course, there was a sour note. Unlike his peers, Professor Rudd didn't like his new task. By royal decree, he had to teach dimensional magic to Lith by actually giving him pointers and explanations, violating everything Rudd believed in. Ignoring a royal decree was an act of treason, though, and Rudd treasured his possessions, and had more than he hated commoners. You already know the initial steps. Rudd snarled each word like someone was taking them out of his mouth with a clamp. First comes materializing a core made of earth magic, amplified by air and stabilized by water. The trick here is balance. Lith nodded, while Rudd executed a short spell that conjured a small ball of light. Then comes creating an entry and exit point. To stabilize them, water magic must flow from one to another like they are two ends of the same limb. The key is finesse. The ball of light dissipated. Rudd performed another spell that created two small black spheres. Third, you need to stretch and enlarge them by giving them the same amount of mana at the same time. The key is timing. Lith nodded again. This was the step he was stuck at. Last, you must connect them. To do it, you need the two cores to become one again. Their energies must flow one toward the other and meet exactly halfway through. The key here is patience. That's it, Lith was flabbergasted. You had educational spells all this time, and yet you had us needlessly bang our heads. Why you didn't teach us those in the first place? Because every idiot can learn dimensional magic that way, Rudd lied through his teeth. He had taught those spells in the past for a price, and the success rate of his students had never changed. Dimensional magic is too powerful for anyone to handle. Power without wisdom is the greatest madness. Lith would have rebuked, but Professor Rudd had unknowingly quoted Ryman, with whom Lith agreed. If it wasn't for the orders of a certain someone, I would have never wasted my time like this. So instead of flapping your gums, get to work. Lith inwardly scoffed. He couldn't wait to get rid of that old coot. Professor Rudd sat down on his chair, waiting for the little runt to beg for pointers. Rudd knew he would be forced to help him, but that didn't mean he would make it easy for Lith. The minutes passed, and Lith kept practicing relentlessly. Rudd was about to get up to stretch his legs a bit, when a perfect warp gate opened in front of his incredulous eyes. Thanks to all the practice in controlling the flow of magic under the effects of Small World, Lith's magic sensitivity had improved tremendously. and so did his control over the mana's finest movements. Not bad for a commoner, right, Professor? Chapter 174, Second Exam. A few days later, when the White Griffin Academy resumed its normal activities, Lith was still practicing how to convert warp steps into true magic while also trying to learn Blink. It was supposed to be the final milestone of Professor Rudd's class, and Lith was eager to cut his ties with him. After Lith had learned warp steps, the old professor had become even more cranky and unfriendly, making him regret his sassy attitude. Back then I should have kept my mouth shut. Between my excitement and Rudd's provocations, I let pride get the best of me. I'm so dumb sometimes. Nobody's perfect, live and learn, Solus consoled him. Despite their renewed hostilities, Lith never missed a lesson, squeezing as much knowledge as he could from the professor before things went back to normal. Dimensional magic really was the hardest subject for Lith after all. Since both Manohar and Marth were still away, that left him a lot of time to practice forgemastering with Professor Wainmeyer, allowing him to get ahead of his peers and to learn from her how to forge communication amulets. After meeting Kala and witnessing Ryman's growth, Lith decided it was better to remain in touch with his non-human allies. The problem was that the amulets were very expensive to buy, making him realize how big of a present the two he had received from the Martianists were. Forgemastering the amulets was a complex task, though. The blue gemstone, the key item required to make it work, was an uncommon mana stone, and beside that, several enchantments were needed. Transmitting images and sounds, receiving them, the ability to scan items and documents, memorizing another communication amulet's signature. Every single function required a spell of its own. Wainmeyer had accepted showing him the blueprints only to make Lith realize his limits. She had always been amazed by his theoretical knowledge that actually depended entirely on Soluspedia, but now that she had only him to teach, she realized that his practical skills were lacking. He knew enough to make up for it, but in the long run it could become a fatal flaw. Hence Wainmeyer allowed him to bite more than he could chew. After realizing the task was beyond his current abilities, Lith gave up on the idea and focused on the basics instead. The professors he worked with during that time became fond of his hardworking nature, especially since Lith would never show conceit for the privileges they were forced to grant him, only respect and gratitude. He spent his nights using accumulation to further refine his core, and searching for a way to open the boxes in his pocket dimension, losing quite a few in the process. Going back to the basics not only allowed him to become a better forgemaster, but also to better understand how to crack that mystery. When his friends finally returned, he had made much progress in all his endeavors, but no breakthrough. Uriel was the only one brimming with confidence, looking like $1 million. The girls instead looked dejected, like they had been forced to swallow too many bitter pills too often. Hey, I thought being dark and gloomy was my thing, Lith said, trying to lighten the mood, but to no avail. If you knew my mother, you would understand. These last few days were a nightmare, especially for them, Floria sighed, while pointing at the other two girls. And as for me, I should just be glad to be back here. There was more than one moment when I seriously thought I would never wear pants again. Also, I never expected to go away with 2 friends and return with 2 sisters. Lith furrowed his brows. This wasn't the Floria he used to know and respect, confident and strong-willed. It wasn't like her to speak in riddles, her words made no sense. Uriel knew everything already, but feigned ignorance to appear more natural in case one of the girls needed emotional support from a couple of strong arms. Seeing their confusion, Freya explained to them everything that had happened, from the fall of House Solivar to their adoption by Duke Ernaz. I didn't have a choice. At the request of the girls, they had met in Lith's room to speak privately. It was one thing to be the rebellious daughter of a noble and proud family. I could have always exploited my mother's dire need for a mage in the family to bide my time before becoming independent. Being the lone survivor in a line of traitors is another. Just repeating her story was too much for her shaken nerves, so after a few sobs, Freya started to cry. I had nothing left. My house is gone, my siblings and relatives are all dead. I hated them, but they were still my family. How could my mother abandon us all, letting us pay for her crimes? Having already said those words countless times back at Floria's home, Freya didn't feel like burdening her sisters with her weakness again, so she instinctively sought comfort in another friend, throwing herself on Lith's chest. At least she was sure that his hands wouldn't accidentally slip. Uriel was disappointed by the missed opportunity, but his poker face remained impeccable. My mother is really a monster. Seeing her friend's suffering made Floria turn back to her old self, seething with rage. As soon as she finished with the Solivars, she rushed back home the moment she learned about my guests' identities. She even gave them an ultimatum. They had only until the Academy's reopening to accept, take it, or leave it. Lith was flabbergasted by Gianni Erna's ruthlessness. Exploiting two young girls' suffering was something that even he would have hesitated to do. Maybe. Instinctively, he hugged Freya tight, sitting on his bed and rocking her in his arms, like he used to do with Tista back when she was in too much pain to fall asleep, one hand gently stroking her hair while supporting her back with the other. After a bit, she seemed to calm down, the crying reduced to an occasional sniff. Uriel inwardly admired his technique. To so casually lift a girl like she weighted nothing was something that required practice. Maybe he isn't made of stone after all, Uriel thought. What about you? Lith asked Quilla with a worried tone. I'm still overwhelmed by how quickly everything happened. She looked at Freya with more than a tinge of envy. I was in a daze from how wonderful Floria's house was. I have always wanted a family, and after Freya accepted, the idea of becoming sisters to have a place I belong was too good to turn down. After I accepted too, though, the dream became a nightmare. I spent more time trying on clothes and learning a lady's etiquette than practicing magic. To make things worse, Duchess Ernas kept going on about marriage and what a lovely bride I would be. Quilla blushed up to her ears, looking at Lith in search of a reaction from him. Do not let that woman fool you with sweet words and pretty dresses. He seemed really angered. Adoption or not, she doesn't own you. A house name is just like blood, it's only as thick as you allow it to be. If the Ernas family is a prison instead of a home, you have no reason to sacrifice your happiness for them. No offense, Floria. None taken, it's the same thing I told them. Floria nodded, feeling like his words were addressed to her too. Lith knew how rough the relationship she had with her mother was. Because of those words, Quilla felt happy and sad at the same time. Happy because he seemed to care for her, sad because his words once again sounded like those a concerned brother would speak. The gap between them never felt so wide. Meanwhile, Freya had completely recovered, happy for her face to still be hidden since she was blushing wildly while her heart was racing. She had never liked Lith as a boy. He was too cold, too serious, and most importantly she knew what Quilla felt for him. Yet his arms projected strength and confidence while his touch exuded a sincere paternal care like she hadn't felt since her father died. Initially she had thought about remaining there until she had calmed down, but things were only getting worse. The more time passed, the more aware she was of his warmth and good smell. So she detached from him gently but firmly, and ran into the bathroom saying she needed to wash her face. How was the quarantine zone? Uriel asked, while Lith removed tears and snot from his uniform with a darkness spell. Classified, he replied with a stern voice and a stone face that he let crumble after an instant. Off the record, it was the stuff nightmares are made of. Believe me, you don't want to know. So much death and misery in a single place that is beyond imagination, and it's better for it to stay that way. Lith sighed, borrowing Solus's words. Shame on you, Solus rebuked him. Using my words to fake feelings you don't have, I forgive you only because you have been great with Freya. Her situation is the worst among them all. She needs all the help that she can get. Thanks. Now she is even worse off than Quilla, since she can leave the Ernas family whenever she wants as a free woman, while in the eyes of society Freya would just be a traitor without them. The group spent the rest of the day catching up with each other, resuming their usual routine from the following day. Between the pointers that Lith had extorted from Rudd and Quilla's talent, all of them managed to open warp steps, coming close to even completing the blink spell. Everyone was on edge, knowing that the second exam was around the corner. As Lith predicted, Freya became a target for all those kinds of harassment that no ballot could stop. Not even the name of the Ernas could protect her from the spite and the scorn that came from her being branded as a fallen noble and a traitor. The only silver lining in all this situation is that I'm putting so much effort in my studies to relieve my stress, that not only my grades are improving, but I am also in the upper tier of my Magic Knight specialization, Freya said with pride. Yeah, seems a lot of people have been slacking off while we were working our asses off, Floria pointed out. The 3 weeks break had caused many students to relax and lose their rhythm. Not to mention that between the impending civil war worrying the nobles and the harassment most commoners experienced, it was easy to fall behind. With the Academy's competitive environment, making up for the lost time was nigh impossible. When the day of the second exam came, It took everyone by surprise once again. Since many of you complained about the last test, I have decided to use written tests again, Headmaster Linjos said to the student body assembled in the main hall. Many of the old noble families smirked in defiance, feeling victorious over the now tamed headmaster. But that will bring your grades only up to rank B. If you're fine with that, raise your hand. Linjos continued, enjoying their spunk turning into stupor. For those who want to rank above B, I have prepared a special test, modified according to your input. This time you can make up your teams as you want, up to 4 members. Each team will have a supervisor, a student from the 5th year. It will be their responsibility to make sure that foul play isn't involved and that you come out alive. Per your request, there will no more monitoring or help from the professors. Whoever wants to take part in the test must first fill a liability release form. The academy will not be held responsible if anything befalls you. The students jumped from their seats, running toward those they believed to be their best bet to pass the exam, while others preferred to give up and take the written test instead. Lith was discussing with his group how to come out of that mess, since only 4 out of 5 of them could form a group, when Linjos joined them. Don't worry, my students. The nature of this test is such that some people like Lith cannot be part of any group. Before they could express their surprise and outrage, Linjos raised his hand, forcing them to shut up with air magic. He can still get a rank above A, you'll understand when the test begins. Chapter 175, Second Exam 2. The main hall soon fell into chaos, the best students being fought over like they were cattle. It didn't take much for the situation to devolve into an auction where people would attempt to bribe or blackmail their targets. Freya sneered at all those that had previously acted all high and mighty, drowning her daily with their venomous words, now fighting among themselves without a shred of dignity, like hungry wolves over a slab of meat. When Kipa, a girl that had been particularly obnoxious to Freya in the last month, had the gall to ask for her help, Freya gently smiled to her and politely refused. Freya even gave her a small bow right before punching Kipa in the face, smiling the whole time. Our group may be quite unbalanced, but I trust your skills, and more importantly, I trust all of you as persons. In a life or death situation, I couldn't ask for better teammates. Floria said, extending her arm with the open hand in the middle of the group. Indeed, Uriel was the first to place his hand above hers. If there is no supervision, trust and teamwork are of paramount importance to survival. That's what we learned from the mock exam. Knowing the headmaster, I doubt firepower will be essential. It's probably another learning experience more than a test of pure strength. The girls, as always, remained flabbergasted. It was like there were 2 Uriels. One was a lady killer, sometimes even a bit lecherous, that always appeared in the safety of their rooms or when flirting with girls. The other was very similar to Lith, calm and calculating. Yeah, but I will still miss Lith's hunter skills and battle experience, Quilla sighed. During the last month, her feelings for him had waned quite a bit. After the caring attentions Lith had given to the crying Freya, she had expected him at least to ask her out. Instead, nothing had changed. Wherever Lith's heart was, it was clearly devoid of everything but brotherly feelings for all of them. Linjos watched the events unfolding in the main hall with a big smile. This will teach those snotty brats that commoners are not. In life, talent and hard work are much more important than a piece of paper attesting their nobility, he said. And also that they cannot expect to receive help or cooperation by those they treated like inferior beings, right? Lith asked. Linjos nodded, while Lith curled up his upper lip in disgust, seeing how quickly things were escalating. That will not prevent them from coercing others, though. A leopard cannot change its spots. Linjos dismissed that observation with a wave of the hand. You are underestimating me. Besides, I didn't bring you here because I want your opinion on my plans, but to talk about your future. Lith furrowed his brows. He did not like being taken by surprise. As you have surely noticed, after your return you have received special treatment. That's because I have received several calls from Professor Marth and the Crown. The Crown, Lith echoed, swallowing a lump of saliva. Sometimes from the Queen, sometimes from the King, others from both. Bottom line, all the 3 of them told me how splendidly you performed under a nightmarish situation, fighting against the odds like a professional. At this point, you could sit on your hands until the end of the year and still get promoted. Normally, I'd just let you skip the 2nd exam, since it's useless to you. After how easily Captain Velagros was found and killed, though I'm certain we have 1 or more traitors within the academy. Hence, I'm short of people I can trust. And since I know you wouldn't like anything bad happening to your friends, Here is my proposal. The announcement of the second exam had been sudden, but its execution was delayed for a few hours. First, the students had to form a group, appoint a team leader, and then the leaders would bring their list to one of the professors. Unlike the past test, the members of each team were summoned one by one in a special room where they would be questioned to find out if they had been the victim of blackmail or coercion during the selection process. Unbeknownst to everyone, the main hall had been constantly monitored the whole time. Everything that happened after Linjos had left was recorded and had been examined for future disciplinary measures. Those who denounced their aggressors were once again asked if they wanted to take part in the test. In case of affirmative answer, they would be grouped together, forming new teams. Those who didn't were automatically excluded from the test and sent back into the dorms. Linjos had decreed that those who weren't able to stand up for themselves, even when offered help and protection, couldn't be evaluated above rank B. Strength of character was universally considered a prerequisite for first-class mages. A meek mage, no matter how talented, was bound to not get far in life. While waiting for their turn, Floria's group received an unexpected surprise. Orion Ernez, her father, had come to pay them a visit. "My little flower, come to Papa." Before Floria could even react, Orion lifted her from the ground like she was a doll, spinning her around the room. He was over 1.96 meters, 65. High, he had to bend a little to walk through the door. "Dad, what the heck?" Her protests were muffled by a hug as sudden as it was tight. "I'm so sorry, little flower. I was away dealing with the traitors. I had no idea your mother would do something like that. When I learned what had happened, it was too late." Floria was red from embarrassment, but Orion didn't seem to notice, patting her head like she was still a small child. "So you two must be my two new daughters." He finally let Floria go. She really wanted to give her father a piece of her mind for treating her like that in front of her friends, but she was too embarrassed for that. Freya and Quilla gave him a small curtsy, not knowing how to react to the sudden intrusion. "I'm really sorry for what my wife did. I know you will find it hard to believe, but she is actually a good woman." He gave them a deep bow. Orion had black hair and brown eyes like Floria. His physique was lean but muscular. His perfectly shaven face showed only honest regret. He had some wrinkles around the eyes and temples, but every movement of his was full of vigor. "Don't worry about all her marriage talks. The Ernez household is mine. My opinion matters as much as Gianni's, at least when I'm home," he sighed. "Dad, what are you doing here? How did you manage to enter into the academy?" "I have my connections," Orion winked, "and I couldn't let my daughters go empty-handed." A rapier and a long knife materialized from his dimensional amulet. Both had the Ernez household crest engraved on the handle, the blade, and the scabbard. "I made them myself, using a secret family crafting technique." He gave the rapier to Freya, who only needed a few swings to appreciate its prowess. It was light as a feather, cutting the air without emitting a sound. "And this is for you." Orion handed the knife to Quilla, who looked at it as at an angry snake. "I never used a blade," she said in embarrassment. "That's the easy part. Remember, the pointy end goes in the other guy?" He laughed, ruffling her hair. "Little flower?" Uriel asked, breaking the following embarrassed silence. "Yes, it's my little baby's moniker. We named her after an ancient goddess of fertility." "Dad, please stop." Floria was so red no one would have been surprised if she suddenly caught fire. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about, little flower. As I was saying, my little Gianni hoped that it would make Floria grow delicate and graceful. Instead, she resembles me a lot." Orion had just started telling what was likely to be an embarrassing anecdote about Floria, when one by one their names were called, transporting them into Linjo's office. Floria had never been so happy seeing the headmaster's long face before. "Your task is simple," Linjos explained. "I will send you in the dungeon below the academy. All you have to do is come out alive. The test has no time limit. Whenever you feel you can't go on anymore, just tell your supervisor and he will take you back. In such event, the exam will be considered as failed." "Since when does the White Griffin have a dungeon? What kind of creatures will we face? Where is our supervisor?" Linjos ignored all their questions, opening a warp steps with a wave of the hand. One after the other, they walked through the dimensional gate, finding themselves in a closed and humid space, devoid of any source of light except for two glowing red eyes staring at them in the dark. "You took your sweet time." Lith's voice echoed along the walls, making them jump. Uriel used first magic, lighting the small cave they were in. Lith squinted his eyes for a moment, but his eyes remained red. The group could see him holding a wooden staff which ended in a half-moon shape, with a red gemstone floating in its middle. He also wore several bracelets and rings they had never seen before. They were all presents the crown had sent to him as a special thank you for his services during the plague and the exam. Between all these alchemical and enchanted items, I can freely use true magic. Not even a professor would be able to notice, he thought. Lith, are you really our supervisor? Floria asked. Yes, your task is to get out of here alive. Mine is to not let you die. I don't know how exactly the grading system works, but I guess that every time you force me to action, your score will be lowered. He shrugged. No, I mean you are a fourth year just like us. How is this possible? Sorry, can't answer that. Linzhou's story about no supervision was all a lie. The so-called fifth-year students were actually elite alumni, young enough to pass for students, but with their loyalty already proven. Floria's group didn't need control, only support in case of need. Linzhou's had estimated that because of the nature of the test, and with his new equipment, Lith was skilled enough to cover for the role. Why the red eyes? Quilla asked. A personal spell to see in the dark without becoming a beacon like you lot. Years had passed since the last time Lith had activated his fire vision spell. It granted him an improved version of thermal goggles, allowing him to see in the dark in a scale of colors according to the temperature of his surroundings. Lucky for him, light magic didn't emit heat, otherwise he would have been blinded. Meanwhile, Uriel was racking his brain, trying to understand the purpose of the test. The group started moving in a single line, with Floria on point, followed by Uriel, then Quilla and Freya in the rear. The stone corridor was large enough to allow two people to walk side by side, but they were mages. They needed enough space to move without messing with each other. Think, Uriel, think, he thought. Linzhou's tests are all actually simple once you understand what he is trying to teach you. I already have all the pieces of the puzzle, something that doesn't need a balanced team, something that a mage must learn. But more importantly, something that Lith already knows. That's the only possible explanation for his role. What separates him from the rest of us? There lies the answer. They kept walking for several minutes. The only sound beside their steps was the water dripping from the ceiling into small pools. The humidity of the place made it a perfect environment for mushrooms and mosses of every kind. Suddenly, a small head appeared behind a corner. It looked like a deformed child, with skin made pale, almost translucent, by having spent its whole life underground. It had huge eyes, a bumpy button nose, and pointy ears. Goblins, Floria yelled while unsheathing her sword. The creature rushed forward fearlessly, holding a club between its hands, quickly followed by a dozen more creatures, all armed with rudimentary weapons. The goblins screamed in a frenzy. They hadn't had meat in months. Oh, fuck me sideways, Uriel screamed, finally solving the riddle. None of us has ever killed a human being. Chapter 176, Trial by Murder. Uriel's words struck everyone, making them freeze for a split second, even Lith. He immediately understood why he had been forbidden to take part in the test as a regular student. For him, it would have been a stroll in the park. With their skinny limbs and bloated bellies, the goblins almost resembled the pictures of starving kids that humanitarian associations back on Earth would use in their fundraisers. They were short, between 1 and 1.2 meters, 33 and 311, high, and their disproportionately large eyes emphasized their childish appearance. Their bloodlust and their hungry, lustful gazes, though, revealed their true nature. It was the first time for the whole group seeing humanoid monsters. They usually lived in the wilderness, far away from populated areas. Unless, of course, the humans had been so stupid to chase or hunt away the magical beasts. Humanoid monsters traveled in small tribes, needing time to settle up and grow their numbers before becoming a real threat. Magical beasts were the natural predators of such creatures that disrupted the natural flow of things. They would hunt, cut down trees, and destroy their surroundings recklessly, since once humanoid monsters exhausted the natural resources. They would simply move to a new region and start over. Magical beasts would react to their presence, slaughtering them before the cycle of destruction, rape, and murder could begin. In the new world, as long as the balance between humans, monsters, and beasts stood, no race was allowed to grow unchecked. When the goblin with the club entered her range, Floria did not hesitate. She slashed down with her estoc aiming for the neck. Thanks to its instinct, the creature managed somehow to react, blocking with its stone weapon. The estoc crushed the club, but in the process it was deflected, cutting off the goblin's left arm instead. The creature's scream was human-like, its blood spattered on the cave's walls, staining them red. Floria had never wounded someone intentionally, so her first instinct was to stop and provide first aid. The goblin perceived her weakness and exploited it using its now sharp stick to stab her throat. Floria inwardly cursed at her stupidity, while all her training kicked in, allowing her to deflect the stick with the shield and to cut the goblin's head off for good. In the time she needed to do so, however, 2 goblins managed to slip past her. What she had never thought about is that after decapitation the heart would keep pumping for a few seconds, generating a fountain of blood that blinded her long enough for even more goblins to pass, while the others surrounded her from all sides. One goblin was enough to throw Quilla on the ground, pinning her down with its weight while trying to rip off her uniform and slash her with a knife at the same time. She hadn't expected Floria to fail, so she was still chanting a Tier 3 spell when it happened. She started to yell and cry at the same time, helplessly attempting to get it off her. What the creature lacked in strength, it compensated in fury and hunger. The uniform protected Quilla from the poison knife, but she could still feel the hits. Another girlish scream quickly followed. Uriel had fallen as well for the sudden attack. Unlike Quilla, armed or not a single goblin wasn't enough to bring down someone of his height and build. Once a second and a third one joined the fray, though he fell to the ground, his vision blurred by the blood coming from multiple hits to the head. The scene almost paralyzed Freya too, but Quilla's screams woke her up immediately. Her new rapier made short work of the goblins that got close to her, blood and guts spattered everywhere, releasing a disgusting smell of shit and bile. Freya repressed the urge to puke, moving forward to help Uriel, the closest one to her. Her weapon was too long, though. With so little space and the mass of piled bodies, she had no way to be sure not to stab him in the process, too. "Why didn't I bring a short weapon, too?" she cried in desperation, hitting the back of the enemies with her shield to force them to retreat. Lith remained in the back, flabbergasted by their incompetence. Why do Quilla and Uriel hesitate to aim for the vitals? They are healers, too. Why Tier 3 magic instead of first magic? In such an enclosed space, speed is more important than raw damage, not to mention these things are so small and weak. Since their appearance, Lith had thought about dozens of ways to effortlessly wipe out the goblins. By crushing them with spirit magic, slicing them down with a hail of ice shards, or simply cutting them apart with air magic. They wore no protections. It wasn't a matter of if they could kill them, just how to do it and how much made them suffer. Lith didn't like that situation one bit. To hold himself from intervening, he grabbed his staff strong enough to turn his hands white. "They are mine. How dare these monsters put their hands on them?" His mind was burning with rage. "But everything is still under control and no one is really injured. If I help them now, they'll learn nothing, becoming even more reliant on me. I would only cripple their growth. Is this what Linjos meant when he told me I would benefit from the test too? Is he trying to teach me restraint?" In the front line, Floria had quickly recovered, cutting down her enemies like grass. The goblins surrounded her more than once from multiple angles, but they died all the same way. With a single thrust of her estoc. "Wish for it to get shorter," she screamed to Freya. Orion's gifts weren't simple blades, they were a forge-mastering treasure, able to contract and expand at will, making them suitable for every combat scenario. Freya followed her advice, and her rapier turned into a short sword that she used to safely free Uriel. "Use first magic, you idiot," Lith screamed, incapable of standing idle anymore. His voice shook Quilla from her terror. She released a jolt of electricity that stunned and paralyzed the goblin. Her magic couldn't harm her, so she ignored the current flowing through their bodies and unsheathed her knife. Quilla stabbed the creature over and over, screaming in frenzy. Only after reducing it to a bloody mess she managed to stop. When the fight was over, the group was covered in blood, guts, and shit. The stench surrounding them was suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Quilla was the first to start crying, realizing what she had done but refused to let her knife go. Then it was Uriel's turn, cursing himself for being useless, then Freya, and lastly Floria. They had experienced the hard way how different it was hunting some defenseless game from killing a sentient being for survival. Their sobs quickly turned into a violent cough. The pungent smell was irritating their noses. Between the shock derived from the fight and the gruesome scene in front of them, they started to puke one after the other. What the heck? How can they be so stupid? First thing they should cleanse to zone, otherwise the smell of blood will lure other creatures. I doubt monsters will patiently wait for them to stop puking before an attack. Don't be so hard on them. Solus' mind sounded full of motherly affection. They are just kids. Quilla told us more than once that she never used magic for aggression before the academy, the worst things she has ever faced were hunger and solitude. As for the others, they are the lucky ones. Until now they have been served and pampered, only worrying about meeting their parents' expectations. When it happened to you, would you rather have had someone yelling at you or a hug and a good word? Soulless words only brought back bad memories. Lith's first kill had been his own father, back on Earth, but even then he needed neither. He had been too busy protecting himself, and Carl from that poor excuse of a mother to leave any space for feelings. I wonder why it has always to be me being the bigger person, he thought. Well, maybe because you usually are the bigger person in the room. Soulless chuckling somehow lifted his spirit. According to Soulless, there were no magical items in the cave, aside the ones they were wearing. Maybe Linjo's had been sincere about the lack of supervision, and maybe not. Before intervening, Lith put the bracelet meant to bring them back into the main hall inside the pocket dimension. Then, he tapped the staff on the ground, releasing a wave of darkness magic that cleaned the corridor, dissolving every trace of the fight into nothingness. Be strong, Floria. Lith patted her shoulder, almost getting stabbed in return. She was still on edge, jumping at every noise. You can't remain here, other creatures may lurk nearby. You all need a place to rest and recover. Normally, he would have also pointed out how he was already helping them too much, not only by advising them, but also by keeping the light alive while they were all panicking. In their current state, though, it would have been rude, not to mention he doubted that any of them cared for the exam at the moment. Floria and Lith helped the others to get up, healing their wounds and prompting them to regain their cool. Not even half an hour had passed from the beginning of the test, and everyone was already in dire need of sleep. They kept walking for a while before finding a proper place to rest. The underground maze was composed by corridors connecting a series of caves that varied in size. Some were so small they needed to crawl, others were bigger than the academy's classrooms. Luckily, they didn't encounter anything else on their way. The group settled inside a cave with a single entrance, but only after Uriel made sure there were no hidden passages or tunnels in the walls. After that, he conjured a series of arrays that would turn anyone walking inside their lair into mincemeat. Meanwhile, Lith handed Floria a piece of paper and an inkwell. "What is this?" she asked after passing out warm blankets to the others, while Freya lighted a fire from the wood she had carried in her dimensional amulet. Unlike the mock exam, this time they had come prepared. First rule of dungeoning, always draw a map. Lith imparted her the knowledge coming from his experience with dungeons and looting. Damn, I had completely forgot. After opening up the scroll, she noticed that he had kept track of all the rooms they had passed through. Aren't you going overboard by helping us so much? Floria was worried for him, but at the same time was really happy having Lith covering their backs. It's just a grade, he shrugged. Knowing Linjo's, the bigger part of it will depend on how much we learn from our mistakes, rather than being punished for making them. This is an academy, after all, not a slaughterhouse. Done, Uriel had a prideful expression while walking back into the makeshift campsite. Right now the arrays are on standby, to not waste their magical energies for nothing. Normally only the warden can activate them, but since I need some sleep too, I consumed a few mana stones to make the arrays respond to whoever holds this. He showed a red mana stone the size of a chalk. Great thinking, Floria complimented him. Now we can rest easy. After deciding the shifts, everyone took their places around the fire, which served more as a moral comfort rather than for light and heat. There were always things that no matter how powerful, magic wasn't able to accomplish, like soothing a restless mind. No one managed to fall asleep. The images of the goblins' corpses still flashed in front of their eyes. Freya was the first one to leave her place and snuggle up on Lith, soon followed by all the others. She still remembered the sensation of safety he exuded while she was between his arms, and now she needed it more than ever. Despite all that had happened, Lith had remained unfazed, like a mountain in the face of a storm. Quilla and even Floria and Uriel, despite being too proud to admit it, felt the same way. In their hearts, they firmly believed that his murderous gaze they had grown fond of over time was capable of send back whatever horror was lurking in the shadows with the tail between its legs. In fact, after discussing again the guard duty order, the group fell asleep as one, leaving Lith as a mother goose surrounded by ducklings. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he stood watch listening to their snoring. Chapter 177, Unexpected Encounter. When the group awoke, the number of yawns instantly put everyone on alarm. They instantly realized that no one had stood guard, leaving them completely defenseless except for the presence of their theoretically neutral supervisor. Floria and the others felt greatly embarrassed, but nothing could compare with the exhaustion and disgust that still lingered on their minds. Despite using darkness magic to cleanse their mouths and teeth before going to sleep, they could still feel the taste of puke and blood. "How do you guys feel now?" Floria asked. "Like a dirty rag," Freya answered, causing the others to agree. "Good gods, Lith, do you really do stuff like this for a living?" "Yes, it's part of the job," he nodded. "And soon it will be part of yours too, except maybe for Quilla. Freya, Floria, you are mage knights. Your swords aren't made to scare or protect, but to kill. Uriel, as a feudal lord and a warden, you'll have the lives of both your enemies and allies in your hands. Quilla, even if you choose to become an academic, like Professor Marth or Manohar, you still need to know how to defend yourself." The group pondered on Lith's words and on the implications of the test. They had trained for years on dummies or with sparring partners, never fully understanding what their skills were meant for. Linjos was forcing his students to put them into practice, to experience the consequences of their choices up to that point, before deciding what path they wanted to take in their future life. "Before we move out, is there anything else Quilla and me need to know about our new weapons?" Freya asked. There was no blame or resentment in her voice, but Floria felt guilty anyway. "Sorry for not telling you before," she blushed in shame. "Gods, I'm so stupid," Floria thought. "Now I am supposed to be not only their leader, but also their elder sister. Not teaching them about the Ernez's custom blades was a major blunder on my side. It's just that I mean our father's gifts, and this exam left me so dumbfounded that I completely forgot. Our weapons have been forged and enchanted using a secret technique of the Ernez family. It makes them unnaturally sharp, allowing even a light weapon like your rapier to cut as well as to pierce. You are no longer limited to stabs. As long as your opponent doesn't wear heavy armor, you can also slash. It also makes them sturdy enough to cut through rock without a scratch. Last but not least, they have a limited ability to change size to adapt to confined spaces without hindering their wielder. I don't know the details, though. I'm no forgemaster. Quilla, your long knife can turn into a short sword if you need extra range in battle." Quilla nodded, trying out the weapon for herself. Her movements were awkward, but the blade was light and easy to use, giving her a sense of security. "Can I see it, please?" Lith extended his hand to Freya, who passed him her rapier. Lith used invigoration on the weapon, studying its complex pseudo-core. He was no swordsman yet, but even he could appreciate its workmanship. He used it against a small rock that was easily pierced, producing a silvery sound. The blade was unscathed, and with fire vision, after giving his back to the bonfire, he could see the whole blade turning green for a second. "I don't know how your father achieved the mass displacement, but I have an idea or two about the rest. The weapon is enchanted with air magic, making it vibrate on hit and enhancing the edge's effectiveness. Also, I don't think it's actually sturdier than a normal blade. More like it absorbs impacts and dissipates their energy as heat via earth magic." Lith was amazed by the effects forgemastering could apply. Kinetic shields and vibro weapons were things he had only read about in sci-fi books. "Well, duh," Floria replied. "Everyone knows they are enchanted with air and earth magic, but not how. Also, I didn't understand a word of the gibberish you just said." Lith sighed. He couldn't explain them what kinetic and potential energy were, nor how the vibration frequency could affect solid matter. They were all terms that did not exist in the New World. It would have been like trying to explain the television to someone that didn't know about electricity or waves. So he dropped the matter and returned the weapon to Freya. "I have something to say," Uriel chimed in. "Since we are in a dungeon, it's better to avoid using fire magic. There isn't much air to begin with, so we could suffocate if we consume too much of it. Also, despite fireballs are a mage's best friend, both the flames and the noise could bounce off the walls. Just the noise could deafen us, not to mention that only the caster would be immune from the spell's direct effects, while the rest of the group would suffer from the heat. That's how the term friendly fire was coined, after all." Uriel felt that he had to prove useful to redeem his honor. So far he had been as helpless as Quilla, but she was just a healer with no specialization. Not to mention she was 3 years younger than him with. "Those are all good points," Floria nodded. "Now we need to coordinate our actions. We cannot repeat the earlier mistakes." The group spent the next hour making plans and preparations for the rest of the trip. In the new formation, Floria would walk in the middle, ready to block any incoming enemy. Quilla was tasked of holding the map and to keep note of their movements, since she was the only one beside Lith that could write with water magic. Freya and Uriel exchanged their position, allowing her to easily assist Floria or protect Quilla. It didn't take long to meet another group of goblins, but this time things went very differently. Floria ignited her tower shield, blocking their path, while Quilla and Freya used Tier 1 magic to slash and stab their assailants with ice shards and air blades. Some of the creatures had slings and bows, but their projectiles were easily deflected by Uriel's air shield. They managed to cleanse the corridor right after the fight, but Freya and Quilla puked again nonetheless. The wounds made by magic were even more gruesome than those made by the swords, and they had yet to get used to spilled guts and bloody stumps. As for Floria and Uriel, their pride was stronger than the nausea. In the following hours, they met more and more goblins' nests, getting better at every encounter, to the point that not an enemy managed to reach Floria's shield anymore. Yet Lith was disappointed. They would always make a mess of the cave, needing several spells each to get the job done. Let me give you a freebie, guys. Thanks to Life Vision, Lith knew they were about to meet another nest composed of about 20 goblins, so he took point. You have already cleared bigger nests, so this should not influence your score at all. Please watch. Lith let the goblins run toward him, offering no resistance, until he tapped once with his staff, making the cave's humidity coalesce into a layer of water on the ground. A second tap turned it into ice. Goblins had no concept of ice, so they kept charging, falling head first on the ground because of the now slippery surface and incapable of getting up. A third tap turned the ice into blades that sunk into their eyes, hearts, and brains, killing them on the spot. The group was in awe, their mouths agape for the surprise. Was that first magic? Uriel asked, still not believing his own eyes. Yes, that's why no chant, no hand signs, no warning for the target. After checking with Life Vision that no one else was around, Lith turned back, facing his friends. You are just like I was until a few years ago. You use magic like a club, instead that like a scalpel. If properly used, the simplest spell can have the most destructive effect. Did Lady Nerea teach you magic like that? Floria couldn't help but admire his skills. No, I had a lucky encounter. Lith had no other way to explain his mastery of magic. He had learned from life and death fights against Urdu and Jurda, and by fighting alongside Protector. If he had not met so many magical beasts, he wouldn't be half the mage he was. Lith left them to ponder about his words, resuming his position in the backline. Even if fighting was getting easier, it was still exhausting both physically and psychologically, so the group rested again, this time with a proper guard duty order. Lith didn't sleep, only pretended to, using invigoration to recover his strength. When they started moving again, they passed through several corridors and caves, sometimes ending up in dead ends, but never losing the way thanks to the map. They kept finding traces of past struggles and goblins' bones chewed clean, but they met no enemies. Floria could feel the tension in the air. They were getting inside the territory of a bigger predator. Wait, Uriel said, stopping the group. The next corner is too narrow. If we get attacked while crossing it, the group would be split in half, making hard for us to coordinate properly. I know, but it's not like we can make it wider or see through the walls, Floria replied. Lith inwardly smiled, since he had just done that with Life Vision. True, but we can set up the board properly. It's an ambush only if you are unaware of it. Uriel casted one array after the other, marking their borders with true magic to make it easier for his teammates to spot them. When he finished, Floria moved several steps in front of the others, keeping the shield up in front of her and ready to retreat. She peeked behind the corner, discovering a short corridor leading to another sharp curve. Floria was about to signal the others to move forward when she heard sounds of battle. There were screams and yelling in a guttural language she was unable to identify. The source of the noise kept getting closer, until a group of humanoids came rushing toward her. They were all very tall, above 2 meters, 67, high, with muscular bodies that could have passed for humans if not for the greenish skin, the spiky red hair, and the long and pointy ears and nose. Ogres, Floria yelled. Fa, yelled an ogre, pointing at her with a claw-ending finger. Unlike goblins, they wore clothes, mostly made out the skin of other ogres, goblins, and whatever they usually had for lunch. An ogre wearing a necklace made of skulls from small animals waved a huge staff toward Floria hiding spot. In Foy, a fireball flew from the staff, leaving Floria only enough time to step back and take cover behind her tower shield before being engulfed by the explosion. Her magic shield shattered, but still took the brunt of the spell. Her uniform was burned in more than one spot, and her ears were ringing, making hard for Floria keep her balance. Freya took point, while Quilla started healing her injured friend and Uriel casted another array. As soon as the ogres stepped inside the first array, Uriel activated it, turning the space they were into a thunderstorm that burned many to a crisp. Lightnings assaulted them from all directions. Even the survivors didn't come out unscathed. The ogres were already looking forward for the rare taste of human flesh when the second array activated, turning the ground into quicksand and making them drown. Yes, Uriel thought, a clean victory without having to attack even once, Warden's Rock. The ogre shaman was as clever as ruthless. He had survived the thunderstorm by using the other ogres as meat shields while casting a protective earth spell only for himself. Shielding others would have required time and compassion, and he lacked both. He also survived the quicksand by using the others as stepping stones, brandishing his staff as a club towards the nearest enemy, Freya. Despite being injured and smaller than the other ogres, the shaman still hit with the strength of a kicking horse, almost shattering the magical shield from the impact. Freya was at disadvantage. The opponent was heavier, stronger, and had a longer attack range than her, since the staff was over 2 meters, 67, long. The shaman followed up with a kick, catching her unprepared and sending her tumbling on the ground. The shaman smiled, pressing forward and ready to crush her skull like a melon. Joruna Hardy. Quilla's ice spears pierced the ogre from all sides. Blood instantly gurgled from its mouth while its knees hit the ground, having no more strength to stand. Lith felt flattered. The spell closely resembled his checkmate spears. In Foy, the shaman weaved his staff one last time, unwilling to die alone. Alas, Uriel had already completed a very small array that negated fire magic. He had prepared it since the moment he had noticed that one of the enemies was crazy enough to use fire magic inside the corridor. The shaman looked at his staff with a dumbfounded expression. The pain from the betrayal of its only true friend showed on his rough visage. Freya expressed her condolences by piercing its head in one fluid motion. The group was about to celebrate when something else walked past the corner. It looked like an alligator, but it was humanoid. It stood on 2 legs at least 2.5 meters 82, high not considering the tail. It wore a belt to which were hanged several trinkets, while his hands wielded a double-headed axe and a hammer axe respectively. It was chewing what seemed to be an ogre's still bleeding thigh. It stared at them with a playful look, before taking the thigh out of its mouth and saying, "Ah, fresh meat." Chapter 178, Scheming. White Griffin Academy, Headmaster Linjo's office. From his desk, Linjo's was examining the data coming through the Academy's magical network. Barely more than a day had passed, yet the number of groups taking part in the test was almost halved. It was way worse than he had predicted, but looking at the reports of his subordinates, he couldn't doubt that his method was the right choice. Professor Trask is right. Too many students have no combat experience. I need to invest more manpower and funds in the theory of combat magic classes. The mock exam helped the students only so far. The scenario was too simple, and without any real injury, many of them underestimated the risks. Next year, I have to introduce humanoid monsters earlier and make the professors let students get hurt a bit, or I'll be back at square one, he thought. His communication amulet drew his attention, and so did the rune glowing because of the incoming call. Linjo's could not help but shiver whenever the queen called him. "Your Majesty, to what do I owe the honor of this call?" He stood up, giving her a deep bow. "Linjo's, what's the meaning of these numbers? Are you really going to flunk 2/3 of the 4th-year students?" Queen Silpha ignored etiquette, neither using his title or giving him even a nod of the head in response. Her voice wasn't angry as much as worried. "The answer to your second question is no," he replied with a firm tone. "The first one, though, is a complicated question and requires a complex answer. I require your permission to speak freely." "Granted," Silpha nodded with no hesitation. "The numbers tell us that 2/3 of the students are cowards, ill-prepared for combat, cheaters, or all of the above. 20% gave up as soon as they knew their lives would be at risk. Such mages cannot be rated over B, because those who consider themselves to have too much to lose can be easily intimidated or convinced to switch sides. Entrusting them with vital information or missions would backfire, since they would rather give up than fight and risk dying. Another 20% either froze at the sight of blood or refused to denounce their oppressors, despite the clear intention of using them as meat shields. Both types are useless assets. The first are unsuited for combat, the seconds are spineless cowards. The last 20% are those who attempted to bribe or threaten their supervisors to get protection and a safe way out of the dungeon. Their behavior speaks for itself. I don't plan on flunking them all. There is always the third test and the next year to prove themselves better than this. My aim is only to give them a glimpse of real life. Too many of these young master and ladies, except a few deviants, have never dirtied their hands, always delegating to their retainers. The problem with the previous teaching methods is that they emphasized theory and memorization over practicality. In fact, the mortality rate of the graduates is always very high, no matter the academy they come from. The old methods created mostly parlor magicians, good only to attend social events and flaunt their superior instruction. Mine will instead separate the wheat from the chaff. It's not the destination that matters, but only what they learn during the journey. The queen pondered for a while before agreeing with him. Lucart household, Archmage Lucart's private quarters, before the second exam started. Are you sure everything is set up properly? Lucart asked. I'm not sure about anything at this point, the voice from his communication amulet replied. After the mess you made during the plague, Linjos doesn't trust anyone. He used fifth-year students instead of professors as supervisors, cutting us off from most of the preparations for the second exam. I'm tired of your excuses. Uriel Darris has to die or we are both finished. His father is on to me. It's only a matter of time before he corners me for good. With Uriel's death, not only will Darris be forced to focus on finding a replacement, but it also will divert his attention to Linjos, holding him accountable. And I am sick of your madness, the voice retorted, burning with anger. I have no way to know what path Uriel's group will take, nor the ability to prevent his supervisor from using the bracelet Linjos provided to return to the main hall in case of danger or heavy injuries. You have to pray to your ancestors that he meets creatures strong enough to slaughter his group before his supervisor can intervene. The communication was cut off, leaving Lucart banging his head against his desk in desperation. Once again, he had to stake everything on dumb luck, hoping for the fifth-year kid to be as unlucky as incompetent. Lith's mind accessed Soluspedia, instantly recognizing their new opponent from one of the Academy's bestiaries. It was a croxy, a rare form that crocodiles and alligators could achieve after evolving into magical beasts. Instead of becoming just a bigger and smarter version of the original reptile, capable of using water and earth magic, a croxy would develop a humanoid physiology, gaining the ability to use weapons. Lith stepped forward, ready to intervene. Linjos had warned him about the dungeon's wild and unpredictable environment. The test was all about the ability to overcome the trauma of the first kill of a humanoid being. The weak and magicless goblins were just an appetizer, followed by the much stronger and dangerous ogres, that yet used fake magic too, making them an opponent Floria's group could still face. A rare magical beast capable of using true magic, though, isn't something on their league. Heck, maybe is even above mine, Lith thought. In such a humid environment while being surrounded by rocks, there isn't much I can do. Even going all out with fusion magic is useless. That thing weighs at least half a ton. Even with my enhanced strength it can swat me like a fly. Not to mention its bright cyan monocore, Solus pointed out. Its control over the most abundant elements is far superior to yours. Please be careful. Floria was still recovering from the fireball, helped by Quilla. Uriel would never make it in time to cast another array, leaving Freya the only one ready to fight. Lith rounded up his friends, erecting a barrier around them, and took out Linjo's amulet. No exam was worth his life. Lith would never risk getting killed for a stupid reason like pride or a grade. The Croxy, though, didn't pay the group any further attention. Instead, it kept collecting the ogres' corpses, storing them in the dimensional amulets hanging from its belt. The ogres in the quicksand were still alive, and when they saw the beast walking toward them, they screamed in terror. Ogres were much more similar to humans than goblins. Their shrieks gave everyone goose bumps. The Croxy walked over the quicksand like it was solid ground, needing only one hand to lift an ogre before biting its head off. It's a pity I can't store them alive. I like my meals feisty. It talks. Despite still being stunned, Floria couldn't keep herself from expressing her amazement. I do, and I'm not a thing, rude hatchling. My name is Philard. This creature is not afraid of speaking in front of humans, Lith observed. Either it's arrogant like Urtu and doesn't care, or it's benevolent like Ryman or Kala. By the way, what are you doing down here? Philard continued. More exactly, what the heck is going on? I mean, I'm not the type to look a gift stake in the bone, but usually there are no goblins, ogres, or trolls in the dungeon, only humans. And you don't smell like enemies to me. Smell? Uriel asked, incapable of relaxing. Yes, the Lord of the man-made mountain and the Lord of the forest have a deal. When the Lord of the mountain catches an intruder, after he is done with them, he gives his enemies two choices. A swift death or the dungeon, where they become our prey. You have no idea how many pick the dungeon, hoping to find a way out. And usually they do. It only takes up to 5 or 6 hours to get out of my ass. Fillard emitted a gurgling laughter, drooling all over the ground. But he usually marks them with a distinct smell to make it easy for us to distinguish them from his servants. Are you his servants? The whole group nodded furiously as one. If it's the truth and you are lost, just take the first left, the third right, and then the second right after that corner, and you'll find the door to the castle. Someone will open it for you. If you are lying, you'll be stuck here, and I'll have you for dinner on my way back. No one dared to move. Lith kept the barrier on and the finger on the escape button until the Croxy disappeared from their view, its steps fading away in the distance. Then they started moving toward the exit, hoping for that to be their last hurdle. Chapter 179, The Real Deal. The group followed the directions given by the Croxy, updating their map along the way. At first they had been dubious if to trust its words, but after thinking about it for a while they decided it was worth giving it a shot. If Fillard really wanted to harm us, he would have done it while we were at our weakest, Floria pointed out, the other agreeing with her. Gods, I still can't believe magical beasts can talk and reason just like us humans. If I had known that during the mock exam, I'm afraid I would have experienced the same hesitation I had at the start of the dungeon. Her words made the others think hard about their previous experience. Magical beasts were capable of using magic just like them, if not better, to fight tactically and to care for their teammates. It's been really stupid of me ignoring all the facts and let prejudice guide my reasoning, Uriel thought. Just because they have a different form, it doesn't mean they are incapable of having feelings. I must talk about this matter with my father. He never mentioned this issue while discussing how to manage our Grand Duchy. Befriending them could be really profitable. The further they progressed through the dungeon, the more crossroads they encountered. By using life vision, Lith could see that there were no more big life forms lurking in the other paths, just insects and what he hoped to be rats. It seems that goblins and ogres were all we had to face, Lith thought. It makes sense if Uriel is right and the purpose of the exam was imparting practical experience about fighting humans. Any more would just be plain cruel. Lith knew he was right when after the last turn Linjo's amulet emitted a green glow, indicating that he was free from his role of supervisor. Yet since they were still cautiously walking instead of being transported into the main hall, he was also wrong. I think that the test has yet to end. It's just that my role has been changed from passive spectator to active player, he explained to the others, making them even more nervous. Of all the reasons they could think of for allowing Lith to help them, not a single one did bode well. The last cave was a big one. The ceiling was over 10 meters, 33, high, and the room was at least 30 meters, 33 yards, long and 20 meters, 22 yards wide. On the other side of the cave there was visible a huge glowing door that seemed to be made of silver. There were 3 humanoid figures near the exit, and the light was too dim to distinguish their features. They were bigger than goblins but smaller than ogres, and that alone normally would boost the group's confidence. It was the first time they outnumbered their opponents, and they had also the element of surprise. Knowing Linjo's, though, they assumed that the last opponents were bound to be the strongest. They have yet to notice us. We can snipe them all from here, Uriel whispered after the group had retreated back in the previous tunnel. I would love to, Floria replied with a sigh. Have you considered how devious Linjo's is, though? What if those are other students and not enemies? What if they are waiting for the door to open or serving as bait to see how reckless we are? Maybe it's just an impulse control test. Linjo's made Lith join our team to make us overconfident and rush things. Is anyone able to identify them? At such distance and with so poor light, not even Lith could see much. According to Solus, their physical condition was poor, and even if they had cyan cores, they hadn't much mana left. I wish I could share this information with the others. Floria is probably right, this is just another damn test, Lith thought. At Floria's sign, everyone activated a flying spell from their rings, to not make any noise while moving forward. The group spread out with Foria, Freya, and Lith on the first line, while Quilla and Uriel stayed in the rear. The spacing between them was enough to help each other if the necessity arose, but also allowed them to scatter in case of attack. Because of the cave's dimensions, it was possible to use fire magic, also if their opponents were capable of using magic. A single fireball or even a lightning could take them all out at once if they kept walking in a single line. Soon they were close enough to recognize the three well-dressed humans. Floria felt really proud of herself and couldn't wait to boast in front of the others, when she and the other three received a pat on the shoulder with air magic from Lith, the convened sign for danger. When they turned to look at him, he was repeatedly tapping his nose. They suddenly remembered Fillard's words. Linjo's enemies were marked with a distinctive smell, and now they were close enough to be able to perceive it. Lith was able to see Floria's expression freeze into a panicked one, while she and the others sweated bullets. Floria was right all along, Lith thought. Those three are still part of the test, but she has underestimated Linjo's. He isn't as devious as she believed, he is much worse. Linjo's is testing their resolution and my self-control at the same time. If I am right, they are allowed to kill, while I am not. Quilla's line of thinking was very similar to Lith's, yet she was on the verge of tears. How could I have ever thought that killing someone is cool when Freya told me about Lith's background check? I pictured him like a fairy tale hero, slaying monsters and criminals, but reality is different. Taking a life is terrible, it leaves a void in your heart like your very soul is withering. Even if they are enemies of the headmaster, I can't kill them in cold blood. They did nothing to me, they may be innocent. Becoming used killing in self-defense, and overcoming the trauma derived from killing humanoid beings were two entirely different matters. Not even by sleeping close to each other, and keeping a light was enough to drive away the nightmares. Killing someone of your own kin was the supreme moral taboo. Just the idea was enough to send their minds into chaos. The choice was taken off their hands when one of the three turned in their direction. "Watch out," she yelled. "Enemies incoming." The three had rough-looking faces. They clearly lacked food and sleep for several days. Their fear was evident, making the group even more hesitant to attack. Being surrounded and outnumbered, the three attacked only using first magic, hoping to quickly beat such young opponents before their remaining strength ran out. Floria and Freya hid behind their magically conjured shields, while Uriel and Quilla could only dodge. The three chose to use first magic not only because it didn't require much mana, but also to prevent their opponents from casting spells. One of the biggest differences between true and fake magic was that while true mages would consume mana only after conjuring their spells, a fake mage would spend it as the casting was initiated, so being interrupted resulted in a waste of mana. The three were doomed nonetheless. They were disarmed, while Floria's group only needed one spell stored into their rings to kill them. The problem was they were unwilling to, even under such attack. Lith sighed, realizing his role in that charade. He pumped his mana into the staff, activating its effects once more and sending 6 needle-sized ice shards into the eyes of his enemies, blinding them. The staff was an experimental hybrid between an enchanted item and an alchemical one. It enhanced a mage's focus and mana sensitivity, allowing even fake mages to alter the trajectory of their spells after the cast, something usually only Tier 5 magic could achieve. In Lith's case, it granted him an extremely fine control over the mana flow, to the point of being able to hit even small targets with pinpoint accuracy. Of course, everything came with a price and limitations. The mana stone floating in the middle of Crescent Moon-shaped end of the staff was a consumable. The more powerful the spell it focused, the faster it would lose its magical energies, making the staff useless until the gemstone was replaced. They were quite expensive, hence why Lith had only used it with first magic. Also, the staff was incapable of focusing spirit magic or any spell above Tier 3, making its use limited. The very moment the three were paralyzed by pain and fear, Lith conjured a Tier 1 lightning, rendering them unconscious. He then proceeded to blindfold, gag, and bind them to prevent even first magic from being used. A clapping sound could be heard echoing through the cave, coming from a life-sized hologram of Queen Silpha that had appeared in the middle of the cave. Everybody but Quilla recognized her and knelt down. No one missed such detail, making his noble friends wonder how could a commoner like Lith know the Queen. At ease, no need for formalities. Congratulations, you are the first group of students that managed to come so far. I commend your speed, your skill, and most of all your humanity. Her eye fell for a second on Lith, expressing approval. Linjo's walked through the silver door that opened without a noise, carrying a blade in his hands. Sometimes, though, humanity must be set aside for justice to be carried out. Take these three for example. Baron Lazat, who took part in a slave trade, destroying hundreds of lives before being caught red-handed. She pointed to the young, handsome man that Lith had just finished tying up. Or Mage Ciel, who bathed in the blood of newborn, believing it would keep her young and fresh forever. Silpha was now pointing at the one that had spotted the group. And last but not least, Duchess Hilio, who for trivial reasons wiped out entire villages. Not all humans are bad, but they aren't all good either. This test is maybe the hardest in your young life. That's why I'm here with you today. Mages are the backbone of the Griffin Kingdom, and must be able to defend it from its enemies, from both outside and within its borders, even when it comes at a huge personal cost. Lady Quilla, considering your young age and your nature as a healer, I think it's too early for you to face this hurdle. May our ancestors bless your path. You are free to go. Quilla ran away without turning back. Tears flowed from her eyes at the thought that no matter her decision, those people were already dead. She cried for them, but also for herself, realizing that she was leaving in that cave her childhood innocence. Mage Lith, you can leave too. Silpha didn't give an explanation, but addressing a simple student with the title of mage was more than enough for those present to understand how well the two knew each other. Lith left without rushing. There was nothing he could do to help them this time. Lord Darus. Following the queen's voice, Linjos offered him the sword. Uriel hesitated at first, but then took it from the hilt, plunging it into the baron's heart. He had recognized that sword on first sight. It was the kingdom's ceremonial blade used for public executions. His father had used it countless times, and Uriel had been forced to spectate since he had accepted becoming the next heir. Your kingdom thanks you for your sacrifice. Silpha gave him a small bow of respect before warping Uriel back in his room. She could tell by his face that he was about to cry, puke, or both, and wanted to spare him doing it in front of others. Lady Floria, the sword floated in front of her. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I can't. She fell on her knees, crying. Floria remembered the day when she asked his father, Orion, how it felt killing the bad guys. Orion went to the colonel, handing her a puppy and a knife, asking her to kill it. Even then, Floria refused to do it, crying for her life. That's how it feels every single time, Orion said. When it stops hurting, it means you have become the bad guy. Silpha warped her away too. There was no reason torturing such a young girl any further. Lady Freya. Freya knew Duchess Hilio very well. She had been her mother's best friend as long as she could remember. Now she finally understood what they were always talking and laughing about when they thought she couldn't hear them. The world sucks, people suck. First my mother, then Lady Ernez, and now the Queen. No one really cares for me, I'm just a tool for their sick games. I'm the only one I can rely on, Freya thought while slashing down in an arc. Glory to the kingdom. The Duchess' head rolled on the floor, its tumbling echoing in the darkness of Freya's heart. Chapter 180, Guilt and Punishment. As soon as Freya was warped back to her room, Linjo's expression became worried. Well, how do you think that went? Queen Silpha asked. Not bad, but not good either. I never expected any of them to actually kill one of these scums. Linjo sent a powerful darkness magic impulse into Mage Ciel's head, giving her a painless death. After days of torture and interrogation, even she deserved it. They all come from a sheltered environment, or in the newest Ernez lady's case at least peaceful. I wanted my students to realize that sooner or later they will have to make hard choices, so that when the moment comes, they will be prepared. Not turn them into cold-blooded killers. I predicted them reacting like Lady Quilla or Lady Floria. The other two went completely overboard. It's evident you never had children, Linjos, Queen Silpha sighed. Teenagers are unpredictable. It's their nature. Take the young Lord Darus. He clearly didn't want to do it, but he is so eager to meet the expectations that are placed on him from his father and the kingdom that he let pride get the best of him. He even mimicked the kingdom's ritual execution method. I will tell Archmage Darus to cut him some slack, or sooner or later the boy will crumble under the pressure. As for Lady Freya, you have underestimated all she has just gone through. The betrayal of her mother, the death of her family, and the adoption from the Ernez family. That girl needs help. All of them do, but she does more than anyone else. I'll inform the families to provide them all the support they can, and remove the last part of the exam from now on. I'm really sorry, Your Majesty. I've let you and my students down with my incompetence. Linjos lowered his head in shame. Don't be so hard on yourself, Linjos. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, and something good can come out of mistakes too. Take Lady Floria, for example. She has turned out to be one of those rare cases where duty and heart are able to meet halfway. It took a considerable amount of courage to not submit like the young Darris did, or run away like Lady Quilla. I have great expectations for her. Put her in the special list and keep me posted about her progress. Linjos bowed deeply, doing as instructed. What about Lith? He asked. That part has been a complete success, Linjos. I commend your efforts. Thanks to you, my worst fears have been dispelled. He has shown self-control by not slaughtering the prisoners, care by protecting his teammates from their own kindness, and wisdom by completely restricting the captured enemies. Doesn't this mean that he could also have understood what we wanted and acted accordingly? In such case, he would be a skilled manipulator capable of hiding in plain sight. Wasn't that what you feared? Silpha nodded. Indeed, but whatever the case, we now know that he is capable of controlling his impulses. It's just that normally he doesn't seem to care. In the future, he may not be the asset we want, but the one we need, and that's the only thing that matters. Back in his room, Uriel was still on all fours, puking his guts out. He had tried to control his nerves long enough to reach the toilet, but had failed after just a few steps. The acid taste of bile in his mouth was getting mixed with the salty one from tears, and snot that he couldn't stop from running down his cheeks and nose. "Oh gods, I have killed a man," the thought kept echoing obsessively in his mind. "Why did I do it? It was just a test, saying no was an option. What's wrong with me? I'm really such a monster to place a grade above a human's life." When there was nothing more he could throw up, Uriel curled up on the floor, uncaring of the filth and the stench surrounding him, crying until exhaustion relieved him from his suffering. Floria was still having a tough time controlling her nerves. Orion Ernez, her father, could recognize only half her words between all the sobs and tears, but still managed to understand what she had gone through. "Cry as much as you want, little flower. You need to get this thing out of yourself, or it will eat you alive." "Dad, you were right. You were so right, and I didn't really understand your words until today," she said between the hiccups. "Please don't get mad at me. I know I screwed up, but I just couldn't do it. I'm afraid of what Mom will say or how this will affect my career, but I'm more afraid of what would have happened if I had taken that sword." "Shush, little flower, now you are just being silly. Mom would never criticize you for something like this. Worst case scenario, she'll nag at you for wearing pants in front of the Queen again." Floria couldn't help but laugh at the thought. As ridiculous as it sounded, it was exactly something that her mother would have said, no matter the circumstances. As for Linjos, may the gods forgive him if he dares doing anything after putting a bunch of kids in a war zone, because certainly I will not. I will call him immediately, and if he hasn't more than proper explanation, I will give him a piece of my mind and my sword. Or my name is not Orion Ernez anymore. A worried barking interrupted Orion's threats. "Lucky," Floria called through the communication amulet, triggering a happy bark in response. All those years ago, she had refused letting go of the puppy, afraid something bad would happen to it. She had named it Lucky, and they had become inseparable friends. "He is happy to see you too." Orion's voice wasn't very enthusiastic. The puppy was the New World equivalent of a Tibetan Mastiff, 80 kilograms, 176 pounds, of love and enthusiasm that gave little to no consideration to staff members or furniture when it was waggling its way towards its master's voice. Lucky jumped on Orion, almost knocking him off his chair, trying to lap Floria's hologram. Its valiant efforts were foiled by the treacherous magic that made the hologram intangible, but still managed to ruin an hour of Orion's work by drooling and clawing his paperwork. "Bad dog, sit!" Albeit unwillingly, Lucky obeyed the outraged Orion. Usually that voice meant no chicken for dinner. Being fed on scraps was Lucky's worst nightmare, so it whimpered, exposing its huge belly in submission, hoping to avoid the punishment for whatever mistake it had made. Floria was laughing her heart out at the scene. Her tears turned from pain to joy. "The only reason I don't put you on a diet, Fatus, is because you made my little flower happy. Bad dog, scram." Lucky left the room in a hurry, leaving father and daughter finally alone. "As soon as you feel better, go to your sisters. I pray to our ancestors they had the good sense you demonstrated by refusing the sword. Sorry to leave you like this, little flower. They too need a father." Floria went to the bathroom to wash her face before heading out to the girls' rooms. Right after walking out of the dungeon, Lith had been transported to the main hall, and from there he went straight for the canteen before going back to his room. "Aren't you going to check on the others?" Solus' voice sounded worried. "No, I'm not. Let's be real, me and Quilla have been spared from the last test, so she is safe." Uriel and Floria are just two pampered kids. There is no way one of them obeyed. The only one that could have played executioner is Freya, Lith thought. She is in a situation that reminds me of my own back on Earth, with nothing to lose and too much rage eating her from the inside. The rage part hasn't changed much, Solus pointed out. But you are right, the others had too much of a quiet life to do something so extreme. My only hope is that during the last month Freya managed to put herself back together. Shouldn't we check on her? What if something bad happened? Solus, I get you have a big heart, but life is not that easy. If Freya actually killed someone, what could I possibly do or say to make her feel better? If she really is in a dark place, she either needs a hug or a kick in the ass, but not from me. Only family or a true friend can do it, while me and Freya barely know each other. We hang out together only because of the Academy and Quilla. We are not that close. That Linjos is insane, though, doing such a thing to a bunch of kids. I have never been so happy about Tista never going to an academy. This exam would have crushed her, and I Linjos. Being the youngest, Orion called Quilla first. After consoling her for a bit and promising her to visit again soon, he called Freya. What do you want? From the opening line, Orion could already tell that something was terribly wrong. Freya had been part of his household for barely a month, but he had never seen her like that during his brief homecomings. She had been stressed and often gloomy, but after all she had experienced, it was a normal reaction. They had barely spoken before, because he was always short on time and felt she needed her space. Now instead her gaze was cold as ice. There wasn't a trace of tears on her cheeks, her eyes weren't red, but that only made things worse. Orion had led countless troops on many battlefields, so he had no trouble recognizing that expression. "Oh gods, what have you done?" His voice was outraged, but not with her. All his fury was aimed at Linjos, but Freya had no way to know it. "What I had to," she scoffed. "I made your precious Erna's household proud, doing the queen's bidding, unlike your real daughter, I might say." Her voice was full of spite and hatred. "Don't you dare to talk that way about your sister," he scolded her. "Sister, please, we've barely known each other from 6 months. She knows nothing about me and nor do I about her. We are not sisters. The only reason you adopted me is to spread your fucking name and get your hands on my lands," Freya yelled in outrage. "I'm not your daughter, I'm your tool, and you aren't my father. My real father died a dog's death pursuing my dear mommy's ambitions. She and your wife would be best friends, they are both bitches." At the thought of her mother, Freya's voice went stone cold. "That does it?" Orion closed the call, and much to Freya's surprise appeared right in front of her less than a minute later. He had to pull a lot of strings and call in a lot of favors, but for him every second was worth millions. "Get out of my room," Freya yelled as soon as she recovered. Orion suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder, preventing her from running away. Freya saw his hand moving fast, so she closed her eyes and clenched her teeth for the incoming slap. But the slap never came. Orion was instead hugging her tightly, refusing to let her go no matter how much she struggled, kicked, or punched. "Let me go, you fucking bastard." "That's it, little one. Beat me, yell at me, do whatever you want, but don't you dare ignore me." Freya could feel warm tears running down her shoulder. She was so shocked seeing him cry to be frozen in place. "I'm so sorry. When I brought you in my home, I promised to treat you like one of my own, and yet I have already failed to protect you. I never wanted for you to suffer like this. I don't care about my name, nor about what the Queen thinks. You are just a child, for the gods' sake. How could they do something like this to you?" In Orion's hold, Freya didn't feel any anger or violence, only warmth and affection. It was similar to what she had experienced in Lith's embrace, but hundreds of times stronger. She clung to him desperately, crying her eyes out. A silent rage started seething inside Orion. He didn't repress it, but didn't let it manifest either. It was like a volcano building up its burning fury. He held Freya until she passed out from the crying. Then he used his own version of the hush spell so that no noise could disturb her rest. After shielding her with everything he had, Orion went into Linjo's office and gave him the beating of a lifetime. Chapter 180, One End of Trimester. When dinner time came, Lith was surprised no one had come to pick him up. He wasn't worried, though. He just thought that his teammates had fallen asleep and didn't wake up in time. After going to their rooms and no one answering him, no matter how much he knocked, Lith understood that something had happened. He tried using the communication amulet, but no one answered his calls. "I told you to check on them. Why you didn't listen?" Solus scolded him. "I'm sorry, okay? Let's be rational. 4 people cannot disappear into thin air. Linjos must know their whereabouts. Nothing gets in or out without his permission." Much to Lith's surprise, the door to the headmaster's office was open. Broken to be more precise. Lith started conjuring several spells at once, fearing that somehow the one behind the boxes and Villagro's death made an attempt on Linjo's life. The room was a mess. The headmaster's desk was cleaved in half, the glass windows were broken at multiple points, and several documents were scattered on the floor. Linjo's seemed to be all right, though. Professor Marth and Professor Vaster were tending to his remaining wounds, none of which appeared to be life-threatening. From Lith's experience, those were the kind of injuries that would inflict the most pain while doing very little damage. The kind of injuries he was a specialist at inflicting on others. "What happened, Headmaster? Seems like a cyclone trashed this place." "Close," Linjo sighed. "An angry parent didn't agree with my methods and decided to explain it to me how much, up close and personal." Linjo's could have stopped Orion at any time, but his sense of guilt prevented him from doing so. He was the kind of man that would always learn from his mistakes and be ready to suffer from their consequences, instead of hiding behind his title. Also, a little mean voice in his head told him that it was better not to add the Erna's household to the ever-expanding list of people that hated his guts. Thank the gods, Archmage Darius, after threatening to gouge out my eyes and force me eat them, just presented a formal complaint to the Queen. I don't know if I can take another beating of that magnitude, Linjo's thought. If you're going to ask me about your companions, they have all left the academy and gone back home hours ago. Hours? Since when does it take hours to recover? Lith thought. Either Linjo's fainted and called for help only recently, or that parent really knows his stuff. Wish I could ask him for some lessons. Lith mind sighed in envy. You monster, Solus scolded him with renewed vigor. How can you appreciate such violence when your friends are hurting, or worse? How could you not flinch when Linjo's just called them companions? Her rage was genuine, and so was Lith's indifference. Because he was in the ballpark, I like them but not like them. Also, they may or may not have killed someone. Big deal. They'll get over it just like I did, don't you agree? Then Solus gave a solid demonstration of her vocabulary, by yelling at him all the insults she had learned over the years. Solus' words struck a nerve. Lith didn't know how to answer without being even more of a jerk. Lying to Solus was impossible, like lying to himself. Also, it was something he would never attempt to do. He could only try to be a better person. Don't tell me that any of them actually did it. Freya and Uriel, Linjo's replied with a sigh. Hearing those words, Lith remained stunned. Not only because of what they had done, but also because of how he felt. Or to be more precise, what he didn't feel. Lith honestly didn't care. Killing had become such a big part of him that he couldn't bring himself to consider it a problem. The realization stung hard at him, and so did Solus. Wow, your friends? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean companions had a traumatic experience and your first reaction is feeling sorry for yourself. That's a new low, even for you. It was hard to determine what hurt the most, the sarcasm in her words or the truth they held. Lith turned around and walked away, feeling emptier than ever. Wait, Linjo stopped him. Since you are already here, you can give me your report. My report? I need to know how your group performed before the last part of the test. Otherwise, I cannot evaluate their progress. Lith told Linjo's everything that had happened in the dungeon, skimming only the parts where they needed his help the most, letting the headmaster know their struggles and suffering. Meanwhile, at the Erna's household, Orion and Gianni were having dinner alone. Their eldest sons were still away with their units, and the girls had preferred to remain in their rooms. Even Lucky was absent, choosing to console Floria over its beloved roasted chicken. The big rectangular table in the dining hall had never been so cold and empty. The lords of the mansion sat at the opposite ends, at the two heads of the table. Given the sensitive nature of their conversation, the servants had been forced to stay outside of the room, entering only when summoned with the bell. Did you really have to assault Linjo's? He's the Queen's favorite right now. It could harm our interests in the acquisition of the Solivar's household. Gianni's tone was placid. She loved her husband and knew that something serious was upsetting him, but she couldn't help being herself. He's free to challenge me to a duel or issue a formal complaint with the Crown, for what I care. Hearing Linjo's name almost made him choke on the food, spitting some back in the plate. And another thing, dear, he added after cleaning his mouth with a napkin. I know that you are not great with feelings, unless you have to torment and manipulate someone into confessing, of course. But I'd really appreciate you not mentioning duties and arranged marriages to the girls until further notice. Otherwise, I'm afraid the next thing you'll hear from me would be an irrevocable divorce petition. The next day, all the students were gathered in the compulsory courses class for the end of the trimester. Lith couldn't tell if this time Linjo's speech was addressed more to his students or to himself. My dear students, it's my sincere hope that this past semester has taught us a lot. In this life, there are some conflicts that are impossible to avoid. What matters is how we decide to face them and what we learn from their aftermath. I don't blame those who decided to not take part in this exam, just like I don't think less of those that, despite accepting to face this challenge head-on, lacked the necessary resolution to achieve success. Remember, though, that this is just an academy. Here your choices matter, weakness is allowed, and questioning yourselves is encouraged. Only idiots have no doubts. Outside these walls, life is less lenient. Sometimes you will be forced to do the wrong thing for the right reason. My hope is that when the moment comes, you'll remember this experience and you will be better for it. As for those who attempted to cheat, you'll hear from your parents about the disciplinary measures that await you. The test has taken a toll on all of us, so I encourage you to return to your homes for the 10 days break before the last trimester begins. Dismissed. Just like the last time, the report cards appeared on the students' desks in the form of blank pieces of paper, until imprinting them with mana would reveal their hidden content. Lith's report card was as following. Principles of Advanced Magic, A+. Forge Mastering, A+. Healing, S. Dimensional Magic, A. School points gained from daily evaluation, 4,365. A complete evaluation for the second exam is impossible until I hear back from your teammates. Headmaster Linjo's. What the heck is this? Lith couldn't believe his eyes. I didn't perform better than the last trimester on purpose, yet all my grades went up. More importantly, YA in Dimensional Magic. I can already perform warp steps, that should be plenty enough for it. Once I learn how to blink, I will have completed the course, and that's likely to happen soon. How can a student able to achieve so much so fast deserve just an A? Well, I think they went up because of your role in curing the plague, Solus pointed out. I am amazed they didn't give you an S+ in healing, if that even exists. As for the other professors, maybe their judgment was swayed by the royal decree. Swayed my pale ass? I bet that Rudd jerk is still mad at me for the only time I responded in kind to his taunts. Me and my big mouth. It was still early morning when Lith left the academy, surrounded by gazes full of rage and envy. The second exam had been a total disaster. Those that had refused to participate or attempted to cheat had their grades capped at B rank. Those who participated and failed had their grades unchanged, but they still assumed to have been penalized because of their poor performance. Lith could perfectly hear them talking. Whispering could not hide the truth from his heightened senses. Despite it was supposed to be a secret, his report card was actually public knowledge, and so were those of everyone that had passed the second exam. Someone was trying to stir up troubles, further dividing the young mages not only by social status, but also by their results, ruining all of Linjo's hard work. As soon as Lith was warped to the capital of the Marquisate, he alerted the Marchioness, which in turn informed the headmaster. Whoever was behind all the recent troubles had always been a step ahead of them. Having a bad premonition, Lith used the now mastered warp steps repeatedly to arrive at the village of Lucia in a few minutes. A normal mage would have his mana depleted by the repeated use of dimensional gates, but Lith used invigoration each time to keep his peak condition. Lith's intuition proved to be wrong. Aside from the panic his arrival caused, the village was quiet. As soon the villagers noticed it was him, fear was replaced by more rage and envy. Lith ignored them, as he had done for the past years. It had always been like that. The farmers loved him because he healed them at half the price, and because he was one of them that had made it. In their eyes, Lith's and Tista's achievements were the proof that education and hard work could lead their children to have a better life compared to their parents. The merchants and artisans that lived in the village instead hated him. He was an anomaly that had shattered what they perceived as the natural order of things. A dirty, poor farm boy that demanded to be paid in full, disrespecting their pact with Nana. Over time, the hatred had only grown stronger. Lith's household had started as a bottom feeder, but their social standing had never ceased to rise since his appearance. In their eyes, he was a scourge that was stealing from them and their children what was rightfully theirs. It was impossible for the merchants to accept that despite all the money and the resources they had invested in their children, none of them would ever be rich like Lith or respected like Tista. Raz was the third most hated member of the family, having meddled with their business with his self-righteous attitude, making them look like vultures and ruining their reputation after the so-called plague had turned out to be just a rumor. But the most hated was Lith, especially since he had executed Gareth in public and caused Gurid Rankin's death. No matter what Nana said, they firmly believed that the merchant's heart had failed to accept his beloved son's death, following him to the grave. There was only one exception. Zekel Proudhammer, Senton's father and Renaz's father-in-law, loved Lith with all his heart. Thanks to the dowry that Lith had provided, he had finally managed to expand his business and buy a last name for his family. Because of that heaven-blessed marriage, they would always receive the best treatments for free, and by using her daughter-in-law name, no one dared to bully him anymore. Thieves and swindlers kept away from his shop, to the point he could leave the door open at night and find everything where he had left it. Sure, there was the occasional death threat every time Renaz would get a scratch or a bruise during the daily activities, but it was Senton facing Lith's wrath, not him. All in all, Zekel's life was damn good. "Lith, my boy, it's so good to have you back," he yelled as soon as their eyes met. "Thanks," Lith replied with a half-smile. He never liked Senton or his family, but since he never liked any of his sister's suitors, in his mind, Zekel was a decent man. No one of the Proudhammer household had ever given Lith a good reason to kill him, after all. "No, thanks to you, young man. I'll never thank you and your Locria's friend enough for saving my whole family." "Who did what now?"